Keegan, I think.
McKeegan, yeah. The dude sits in a chair with a dog. He pets the dog. Yep.
He's a retard, though.
Right. No, 100%. That's why he has to make a redo video, because he's a liar. They're all wrong.
Either way, the globe claim isn't that you can experience a globe Earth if you get in a plane. The globe claim is that there's no altitude you can go to as a member of the public on Earth where you will ever experience curve or motion of the Earth.
Or motion, yeah. Einstein said there's no optical experiment he can perform to prove motion of the Earth.
They're even telling you will only ever experience a flat Earth, but you've got to trust our cartoons and videos for your entire worldview. Think about it.
Curve. How do you measure curve anyway? I mean, I don't know. Maybe Shepard knows how. How do you measure if something's curved?
Where do you measure it?
Everywhere, right?
You would think. These are good questions. Where and how do you measure curve, if it exists? And why wouldn't this be the topic, not what people think or what picture they're showing you? If I can go measure my fucking water in my backyard curving down from a horizontal, then nobody has to tell me any secrets. I would know and understand that's what happens. But that's not what happens. Nowhere. Not for surveyors, not for anybody. No, there's no human that has to account for some fake-ass curve that doesn't exist. And you can't see something that doesn't exist, so I know you're not seeing no curve out of an airplane window at 35,000. Doesn't even make no sense. It's only so many miles up, dude.
Yeah, but these are all just like, you believe type things. These are, some of these are, some things you can prove. Some things you just have to believe. You can believe that when you see out into the distance, because it's fuzzier on the edges, that you can believe that that's because you live on a sphere, if you want to believe it.
Right. It's just a religious confirmation. Show you a picture of the face of the globe, your globe Jesus, and then you believe it, you know what I mean? And then gravity's your God, and the globe's, the son of gravity, and here we are.
So riddle me this. Why would it, like, what am I trying to say? Why is this
in riddle form?
Sorry?
Riddle form. He's just kidding.
I can't remember what I was going to say. 1 second.
You said you were going to put a riddle, right? I said, okay, give me a riddle.
Huh?
You were going to explain how you know for a fact elevation stays the same as itself. 1 inch can be 1 inch high. It can be 10 foot below itself and still be 1 inch high. On a globe. You're going to explain how that works.
No,
how it's not flat.
I wasn't going to explain that. I was going to ask was
why it even matters.
Yeah, that's the first.
Holy shit! That's how you started it.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Oh, it doesn't. Earth's flat. Go to sleep. It's good to go.
And the hostility.
It matters not that they tell us we're on a spinning water ball hurtling through outer space. Just go back to it as you were.
I don't.
It's a massive lie.
Crazy.
Don't you think it would be interesting to find out that such a massive lie could have existed?
Could have, sure, but again, I just don't.
Well, if you're asking why it matters, that would imply that it's occurred.
No,
I think you may be.
Dude, Shepard, are you saying there's no difference?
Now we're in a riddle, so.
You're saying it doesn't matter? There's no difference between a flat, non-rotating Earth and a spinning globe Earth? You're saying it doesn't matter?
Correct.
There's no difference?
That's what I'm hearing.
Did I say that?
You're putting the question. Why does it matter? Because we would be the same. It would be the same. Is that your prop?
No.
Proposing it would be the same.
I'm saying, why does it matter? Period.
If you're moving, listen. If I want to jump up in the air and catch a frisbee, it does matter if I'm on a car and I jump into it or not. It matters.
If magic gravity can hold you back like a dog chain and make you do flips and pull your airplane backwards, that matters, brother. We can use this stuff. Like if we're spinning and balls hold magic orbits and ball, just if they're big ball, little ball, and they're just so fucking smart and they hold gases. This would matter, brother. It'd be awesome stuff to
Why
do.
do you think? Why
Yeah,
do you guys think?
Shepard, I don't want to answer you, and I don't want anybody to answer you because you're being so lazy. You're saying, "Listen, I need a motivation before I look at any evidence. I need a very convincing, motivational,
I'm having a philosophical.
why it would matter, why it would change my life, why it would change the lives of others, and how it could implement and impact my life. Why does it matter?" It's so lazy. I don't even want to give you like a rundown
I'm trying to have a philosophical Q&A with you.
with
Like,
no context. It's just like what ifs.
Why do you think that the education rhetoric would be to teach you that the Earth and the other planets are spherical and round?
Because that's what they think.
You okay, Yen?
Because that's what they think.
They would teach it if they think it's true. What do you mean? You think your teachers are lying to you?
No, but you clearly do.
No, they're not lying. This lady that I bought Christmas presents for, and gift cards and stuff. I don't think she's lying.
You think the Earth is flat?
She's not a liar. What are you talking about?
You think the Earth is flat? That's what I'm saying.
I don't think that the Earth is flat. I measure the Earth to not be flat using a level, right? And elevation angles and changes in vertical. Yeah, but you think something else. You believe something else based on holes and light, you said.
Yeah. I think
you had a hole in a light.
You're maybe skipping the question that I'm asking. Because you clearly have done a hell of a lot more research than I have. So I'm not
even about research. You can prove it to yourself. You can prove these things.
Once again, like, you're interrupting me and cutting off my conversation. I'm asking.
They're just furthering. They're just kicking. They're just telling the tale that they were told.
Oh man, better get used to that.
Yeah, you want to know why does it matter, right? Because if it's the case, that means they're all liars. That means everybody lied to you intentionally. They must hate you. Maybe they're up to an evil plan, and that's the story. You want to believe in a story, I guess, like a whole story. You don't want to know the fact of the matter, whether something is true or not. You want to know the implications it'll have on your personal life, family, society, yada yada yada. Without even looking at the evidence, just you want to weigh the consequences of the worldview.
No. Let's forget the why does it matter? Because I don't think that even if flat or
give
round,
us your now boiled down question. Then what's on the tip of your tongue that you're struggling to spit out?
Let me try and articulate myself as clearly as physically possible. Right? Please don't interrupt me. I'm going to go on a little bit of a monologue, and then I will ask my question. I clearly have not done any scientific research. I haven't done any evidence checking. I'm clearly not as clued up as, say, some of the other people in this Discord regarding whether or not there's curvature, whether the Earth is flat, whether it's round. Clearly, I'm very much going to be one of these fucking students that heads up to a fucking rally and says something clearly relatively what could viewed as be stupid, and be shot down with names of scientists that have done checks or experiments to try and disprove or prove one way or the other. I've just come in here because I'm interested to hear what people have got to say. My question, irrespective of all of that, is why do we think then, if there's so much evidence to suggest the Earth is flat, why is it that universally in education that we are taught the Earth is round? And follow-up point to that is, if it is round and if it is flat and there is so much evidence to suggest that, why are there not more university professors, and why is it not more universally accepted that it is flat?
Well, it's just been figured out.
Just?
Yeah, relatively speaking, yeah.
And why would we then think there's so much objection to it? If it's false.
Well, there is a lot of objection to it.
And why?
Shepard.
Because it's obviously true. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't even have any substance. Like when you say objection to it. What is it? What does it even mean to you? When you say the Earth, you mean like the dirt? Like when you say it, an objection to it. Is it the dirt? Is it the water? Is it the sun? When you say it, what do you mean? No objection to it.
I thought he meant flat Earth.
Yes. It's being the subject of the topic in which I'm asking the
Well,
question.
there is objection to it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why do we think why do we think that it's not more
Well,
universal?
the same reason why when someone leaves a church, they're shamed by the parishioners.
Huh?
Listen,
The same reason why someone leaves a church, in many cases, they're shamed by the parishioners to the point of coming back sometimes.
Shepard, you should be able to relate to that very personally because you first came in the room, right? And you said, if you guys believe that the earth is flat, you must be fucking crazy, and talked a little bit of shit, and then you left, and then you came back in, and then you were asked repeatedly, why do you believe what you believe? And you're like, I don't know. I'm going to try to research it, but I believe it. But you don't even know why you believe it.
Because that's what I've been taught since the my memory began of education.
Okay, well, I'm telling you now that the Earth is flat. I'm teaching it to you. Do you believe it?
No, because respectfully, I'm going to take the word of over my university professors and my actual.
I have a piece of paper. I got a paper.
I'm sure you do, mate, and I'm very happy.
Yeah,
but just believe me now.
I'm teaching you. What words?
I've been in the educational profession for well in excess of 25 years, and I've got
26. I got 26. Believe me now.
I believe you. I'm
believe that I have 27 years, and now the Earth is flat. Now believe me.
No,
and that's all it takes. That's it. We're done. You believe me?
I don't believe you. I'm sorry.
Okay, Shepard. So Shepard, then you can see the motivation why people just want to reach the finish line, retire, and rinse and repeat their curriculum every year.
No, I don't.
Yes,
because
you can't see it. You can't see it because you're in it.
There was a famous. If we look at I know it's sort of relevant, but it's going off on a bit of a tangent. Did anyone study physics at university or A level or whatever the equivalent would be in America, depending on where you live? This the atomic graph model, which looks at the protons, the neutrons, and the electrons circling around a nuclei. The original diagram to show what an atom looked like was referred to as like a pie, where it was flat. And then it came to light that it actually wasn't like a pie. It was a circular motion where atoms and electrons went round in a circle. There was a lot of speculation, but it was then corrected. So I guess science changes, but is also provable or disprovable. So at the end of the day, it is or it isn't.
Oh, go and digest that, everybody. It means something. I promise you it means something somewhere deep down.
Universities teach that men can bear children now. Do you believe that?
No, because I'm not in America and I have functioning prefrontal cortex.
What do you think is going to happen when you die?
That's it. Lights out.
Then how were you born?
You want to bet your soul on that?
Yeah.
If there was nothing before you were born, how could you be born?
It's currently 20-11 in the UK, so I'm going to respectfully bow out of this conversation. I respect all of your views.
Well,
I'm going to go on record and say I apologize.
I prefer talking to retards on the internet.
Okay, Shepard. Now you hear the objections. Do you hear the objections now?
What objections?
These people who are spazzing out, parachuting in.
No, I mean they're entitled to their opinion, and it's the internet. It's the Wild West, and people can say.
Entitled to tell you, I think you're retarded.
So you do hear them.
Come back. Come back, Shepard. We enjoyed having you here. Take this with you. The Earth is measured flat, navigated flat, and when it comes to practicality, it's also.
You're a retard. I'm out.
He already left.
He said something.
Yeah, it got a little bit too real for Shepard. God bless him.
He's a scumbag from the beginning. Scumbag. Absolute scumbag.
Yeah, to Mushu muted because he's a fucking idiot. How can you call yourself a biggest and then call people retard? Bit of a spaz, aren't you?
I mean, listen. If Shepard was unmuted after that was his initial comment. You're all retards. Must be something wrong with your brain. Left the room. Came back in. He said, why would they lie? And he just believes the Earth's a globe because he believes the Earth's a globe because he believes the Earth's a globe because somebody else believes the Earth's a globe. And then I mean, now shouldn't Mulan be unmuted for doing the same? I don't know. Do the same shit, Shepard.
Yeah, he bounced.
Proud 21st century simpletons. Proud
It's
about
like,
it.
and you wonder why. It's like you wonder why they told you live on a globe, because you're fucking animals. You're a bunch of idiots that you have to be controlled, contained, put in a little circle. Because look at you, you're lost. You want me to trust Mulan and Shepard with anything of consequence? They're not even willing to look at a single thing. They're just like, retard if you don't agree with everything that everybody said ever. That's it. They got to be put in a cage. I mean, I don't know, big circle, and say, listen, that's it. Don't try to escape, because if you escape, you're gonna pop back up on the other side. So don't even try it. Only way out of this cage is on a rocket ship to another world, and then we're gonna be in charge there too. So
Yeah, I've come to that conclusion myself, that this is to the benefit of the average people. This is exists, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I've rationalized it. I've rationalized it that way too. Like these, people ask like, why did they make up this lie? Like they tell you why they made up the lie. They put it all in their numbers and they tell you. They said, listen, and then they give you a whole story. Galileo pulled away from absolute truths to relative truths and said, listen, everybody has their truth. Your truth is your truth, and my truth is mine. And then. They put it all in their number system and say, we have a 23.4 degree tilt from 90, et cetera, et cetera. Now free yourself. And and now they're free. They say, listen, we're free. And if you think it's a joke and you laugh because we put the number there, that's part of our test. And you failed the test and you're never going to be free. They tell you why they did it. And they have the whole Renaissance, Age of Enlightenment bullshit, So, I mean, they tell you why they did it. Because of assholes, yeah.
Yeah, he was acting out the purpose of the intended end result of the lie, and he's wondering why they lied. I call it like a combination of Munchausen and Stockholm syndrome. They've got it. They're worshiping their poisoners.
But, if you're going to work under the premise that everybody's, has a given right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, or whatever, and these are things that they're inherently born with, these rights to live, and it's like you got to man. If you believe that, you don't want to be a hypocrite. Just put them in a cage that if they believe it, then they did it. They did it willingly, and there you go. Now you're not a hypocrite because you didn't violate their rights in an unwilling way, and they like it there.
See, the issue with people like Shepard is they think that the people that walk around, the average people that walk around them and surround them in day-to-day life, are far more awake and aware and kind of in their own agency than they are. That's why they always ask things. Well, why have more people not figured this out? Because they are not paying attention and they don't care.
Yeah,
You just think they are.
I think everybody's figured it. I think everybody knows it, in deep in their mind. They all
probably is some deep innate level. Yeah.
They just have to define it. That's the thing. They haven't defined it. Like when you say what is globe to you, you have to define it. Like what is real to you, define it. Like how once they start to define the things that they claim they believe or don't believe, like one of the questions I ask these guys, when you say the Earth can't be flat, like what is that? Like, can you define what that means? And no, I can't even define it. But I don't. So they can't even define it. So how could they not believe something they don't know? But so they already know that the Earth is flat. Yeah. Then when they go to define reality, they're going to define a flat Earth. I say, well, yeah, I believe all those things, of course. Everybody knows those things. It's common sense. You drop something, it goes down. I know what down is. Yeah, I mean, but then Shepard said it. Like, why? He said it at the end. He said, "What happens when you die? Nothing. It all goes to black." That's the reason they hold on to this belief. Yeah, that's it. Every time, it's the same thing every fucking time.
Yeah, but the elevation of the two things, or the attribute of the shapes, flat versus round, they're not the same at all. They're like the opposite of each other. So to claim that you can't comprehend and everything you see is all flat and horizontal and there's no comprehensible fucking any curve measurable it doesn't exist, why would it even be an entertained idea?
A curve of that's the thing. A curve of what? They don't even know. The curve of
Right.
what?
Right. And in a lab, when it can't be demonstrated in any shape or form, all it's given is fucking excuses. So the excuse that what can't happen is stronger than what the fuck you see. This is idiocracy. It's ignorance at its finest. So they just have belief of nothing that can ever fucking happen anywhere in front of them. This is weird.
Yeah, it's an appeal to the something else possibility. It's something else. Like the straight line may be straight now, but in the distance somewhere off, that same straight line segment is something else. It's possible, we'll say.
Supposedly, yeah. With no
Yeah.
proof, no side view. Yeah.
No proof. It's just that sure, I might be experiencing it not, but it could be different somewhere else. Like so, but if I could be in two places at once, then it would be different for both. It would be special for me in the one place and totally different for me in the other place. Yeah, everything's different off in the distance.
But when you're in the distance, it's the same. Isn't that weird?
But they can't get. Yeah, but they're all right. It's always going to be the same there. There's no side view. Yeah, everybody get a whole get a whole bunch of cameras, set them all up, and say, all right, I'm going to get a side view. They all have the forward view. No, there is no side view. That's ridiculous. Third party perspective from the outside looking in. Yeah, no, you don't have that option.
You would think that would be one of the only ways you could ever do anything, to see the topography or to see like what was going down below another format of land or a hill. Like, cause my buddy can set a camera down there in the woods and see the side of a hill and watch the little toy car go down and around and over and up all the hills. But so like, I don't know, man. We should have this thing.
Yeah, it's just going to be a bunch of forward views compiled together, like a panoramic.
And they'll all be horizontal no matter which way you point your camera.
Yeah, but that's the thing you have to imagine. You have to imagine yourself outside of yourself in another place, and it's different. Yeah, so it's just a strange way of they just don't want it to be what it is. They don't want it to be this. That's it. It's just like some weird desire, and they want it to be something else.
I mean, everything in nature is curving. Everything. Like there's no straight lines.
How do you know
that?
The only things that appear straight are the only things. The only reason things appear straight is because of perspective. Like if you zoom in or you zoom out, everything is curving.
Your first assertion that everything is curving. How do you know that it's curving?
We just observe it to curve.
How do you know that it's curving?
Like if you zoom in on something, you'll see wiggly lines. If you zoom out something,
so if you can't implement a straight line, then you can't know it's curving. Right? If you can't measure something to be curving, you couldn't say it's curving. The thing is that straight lines exist, that you can implement straight line of sight, A to B, and know things are at the same elevation. Right now you kind of we all just assume that we know this, and we can move through our lives knowing this. That down is down, forward is forward, and then we now with that base axiom knowledge, knowing that things can be straight. Then we can say, yeah, that's curving and that's curving based on my straight line of sight or my experience where I've seen tables or I've seen something at the same elevation that's been shown to me so many times. I no longer need to prove it. But yeah, you can't say everything is curving unless you've measured it against a straight line in some way, shape, or form.
That's stupid.
What natural phenomenon is straight? Like what in nature do we see that is flat and straight?
How would you know whether it was straight or not if you didn't measure a straight line to show that it's not straight?
Yeah, humans create flat, create straight. We build things.
So there are straight things then. There are.
Yeah, I was talking about natural phenomenon. Like you zoom in on water, it's all moving, it's all curving, everything about it.
The bathtub is moving and curving in the lake and the pond?
Yeah, you're asking about a horizon. A natural phenomenon that's straight? Yeah, horizon.
Exactly. And your
that's
swimming pool.
That's why I said things the only straight things that are natural are things that appear straight. But once you zoom in or zoom out, you can see that they actually curve.
Horizon actually curves?
Where?
Yeah, this would all just be like a belief that everything's either curving or everything's straight, or until you measure it. It would just be a belief. It would just be like a proposition without any kind of evidence to support the proposition that all things are curving.
I think he's just describing a heartbeat line or a wave. And if I take a horizontal heartbeat across the horizontal screen flat monitor, like a heartbeat all the way across the screen, it's still a flat area of orientation. It's still not round. Like, I still don't get where he's...
I mean, he's talking about like you go to the jungle, you go to the woods, and everything's all over the place. I mean,
it's all round.
It's not always round. It's just there's nothing flat.
Yeah, I'm just saying everything we observe in nature, is curving. It all has curves. It's not straight. It's not flat.
So the cup.
So what's your point?
With water.
Oh, if you got a, what about if I have a spider? I observe a spider on a branch that starts to kind of just go down over top of a lake. Right. So now do I have like a lake completely at rest? Now do we have now a horizontal plane of reference and a vertical plumb line in nature?
Yeah, zoom in on that water. Zoom in on that silk thread, and what describe what
Bev logic at this point, isn't it? Look, dude, is a mirror flat? Mirror.
There's undulations.
Well, you wouldn't.
Or are you going to be that pedantic? You're going to say a mirror.
A
mirror isn't flat. Surface of a mirror. You say that's not flat as well.
Well, you wouldn't know it by just looking at it with your eyeballs, but glass is actually liquid.
Yeah, if you want to get that pedantic, that's just ridiculous, bro.
Are you going to help us find the Earth curve, or are you just being a pedantic twerp?
Nerd.
Oh, man. So if your theory is true, how do you tell the difference between a curved funhouse mirror and a flat house bathroom mirror? I can't figure it out.
No, you can't, because everything's curved.
So your description of the definition between flat and curved is untenable in practical reality. It needs to be thrown in the garbage bin waste heap of oblivion from whence it came.
He lives in a fun house.
Yeah,
I just walked into my house. Hold on, friends. I just walked into my house. I have a table, and I have a giant beach ball about 3 foot in diameter. One of them's flat. Which one? Do I need a microscope?
Yeah, you need a microscope.
Oh, well, see, the problem is, dude, that when you go into that silliness, you don't have any practical definition to be able to use words anymore. Okay? So your position is reduced to absurdity and therefore dismissible on its face. In other words, you have no position. You just talk your butt for the sake of being pedantic. So retreat back into your mind space and come back with something we can actually use to function in the world. So, for example, I make money, right? Constructing things. And if I'm going to put in your countertop, it's going to be flat. If I'm going to put in your floor, it's going to be flat. Nobody comes in and checks my work with a microscope, dude. That's not how reality works.
Well, yeah, I was just saying. In reality, we do have microscopes, and if we zoom in on everything or we zoom out, everything was curving. That was my point.
Cool. So yeah, we agree. If you zoom in on a micro scale to the atomic, subatomic, quark, nano quark, Higgs boson level, there's all different wangely-bongeles going on. But everybody knows that when they're looking at a table that's flat, it's flat, not a ball. Everyone knows that their dining room table isn't in an arc shape because their dishes would fall off.
Hold on. Define wangely-bongely.
Having imbibed 17 green synth alcohols in less than 1 second, that will result in wangely-bongely. Because you got to be drunk to think that your point actually makes any practical sense in reality. So, for example, I posted in the chat a granite surface plate, which you use to gauge flat parts off of and straight edges off of when you're manufacturing stuff. Right?
Yeah, I'm actually kind of a hobbyist machinist. I know about surface plates and those kind of things. It's really cool. I tried to scrape one flat.
Yeah, so now you understand what flat means, and you just shot yourself in the foot. So you actually had no point all along, right? So, I mean, when you're trying to tell the difference between your surface plate, which you scraped flat, and a bowling ball, I mean, is it a hard concept to figure out one is not like the other? No, of course not. One is continuously curved all the way around. Even if you took a hemisphere arc, right, that arc is curved on the entire surface, across the entire surface. But if you take a surface,
counterintuitively, they are kind of similar. If you delve deep enough, or you zoom out deep enough, there are similarities.
Yes, okay, so that's called a fallacy of composition and division. Just because one aspect of them is shared with something else doesn't make them equal across all aspects. Okay, so you can't even make your point without committing a fallacy. So your point is incoherent and should be thrown in the dustbin of oblivion from whence it came.
Yeah, flat is just a reference, Major. It's just a reference to then measure some sort of vertical change from that reference. And as you're saying, if we zoom in on stuff more, then there's a new reference that we then measure the undulations from, and then a new one, and then a new one. Yeah.
I could do this from the opposite angle. So you order from my company a surface plate that which you're going to use to build things, and I send you a ball of granite. And then I tell you, oh, they're both the same at the microscopic level.
Smooth as a cue ball.
I know. I think we've beaten this horse to death, reanimated it, and then beaten it again.
Wait, what do you mean they're the same microscopic level?
I don't know. Ask that guy, dude. He's the one making the claim, not me. I'm just showing him how absurd his claim is.
What's the claim?
Yeah, what's the claim?
That everything in nature is curving. It's perspective that makes things either look flat, like the horizon. That's straight. It's flat. But if you believe the photography from space, which obviously we don't, but then if you zoom out, then it's actually it appears flat because of our relation and scale to it. Or like a surface plate, that's flat. It's super flat. But if you zoom in far enough, you'll see that there's actually curvature.
I don't know how you did both of those. How do you do both of those things at once? Like, listen, I can agree with you. The horizon,
perspective and curvature, because wouldn't that make everything disappear twice as quick? That doesn't make any sense. Sorry, no tanks, but you're right.
Yeah, I don't know how you got the globe
about
into that.
curvature. He's talking about a line like
let's break down the
up, down, whole way.
Yeah. So let's break down the brass tacks of functional reality. So when you're designing a surface plate, you're going to grind it flat, and it's going to have a tolerance across the surface of variance. And that variance is going to exist between two horizontal planes. Okay, so you might say it's 0.00054 of an inch over its surface variance. So that's the maximum variance that you're going to encounter across the entire surface face of the plate. And that variance is measured between two horizontal planes. Okay, so if the entire surface is measured between two horizontal planes and it has that much variance, it's not categorically possible for it to be a ball in any way, shape, or form. So you apply the same principle to the Earth by the same tolerances, right? And then you can come to a conclusion. You can't just say, because if I zoom in on a surface plate, it's going to have microscopic local curvature in the subatomic structure. Therefore, I'm informing you about something about the Earth. It's just nonsense. It has nothing to do with the Earth.
So, where is that guy? I think he left. Oh no, he's not. He's here. So, Major, do you know that when they are talking about flat, they're talking about the observable reality. They're not talking about shape. So the whole argument between a globe versus a flat does not work, because a globe is a shape, a flat isn't a shape, so it doesn't work.
Oh, based off at sea level.
Well,
Sorry,
no, the
but
shape.
in
shape
the
is the land.
flat model, there is no shape. You guys don't know the
No,
shape of the Earth.
there is a shape. There is a shape.
No,
It's
you
a
don't
disc.
know though. What?
It's a disc with a dome on it, with an ice wall.
Shut up.
You know, there's types of flat earthers, right?
Oh, so are you one of those infinite Earth flat earthers?
Oh, you're one of those. Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, so you're a flat earther, so it's a disc with a container on it. Gotcha.
That's
Yeah,
what he
that's what
wants
you
to
are.
burn. He wants us to build that straw man so he can have his little Bic lighter and set it on fire.
Who gave
That's
this guy
lame, bro. That's embarrassing. Like, I would find something better to do.
Who gave this guy permission to speak for all flat earthers? That's wild.
Well, you have to consider that there are religious flat earthers too. There are religious flat earthers. There are flat earthers who have shape, and then there's
like Christians that are flat earthers.
I think Kronos. I think that's his name. Necros. He's a OG flat earther.
He's an OG what? A flat earther.
Yeah, he's an OG flat earther.
Oh yeah, he's just okay. My bad. I thought you were coming up with like a new coin term or something.
Well, Xanthan, what does it mean to be a flat earther? What does that mean?
That you look through reality, observable reality.
That's it. So are we all flat earthers or not?
Yeah, everyone is a flat.
Well, first of all, are you religious?
I mean, by your definition, I don't know. What's the what's a flat earther? What do you mean?
Yes,
it's a very broad term. It's a very broad term.
Everyone is walking on a flat, stationary Earth.
Mm-hmm.
There are those that believe something different because they were told that, and they only believe what they were told. They haven't looked into it to verify any of what they were told, so they still believe they're on a spinning water ball in space, and they're going to go to Mars one day, or their kids or their grandkids will. But those that have questioned it and looked into it, no different. It's a knowing, not a belief.
So far as Anthem said, anybody who observes reality is a flat earther. That's it so far.
Yeah,
correct.
That's
correct.
pretty much it. So, flat terrain.
Yes, flat Earth is an observation. The globe is a claim. A claim sounds like this: Earth curves or Earth spins. If you go and observe that, try to verify that, you'll find the opposite. The Earth isn't moving and it does not curve.
Yeah. See, he made it into a simple definition right there. You can't deny that.
I don't know. Is that what it means to you, Anthem?
That was well said, by
that's
the
what it
way.
means, though.
Is that what it means to you, or is it different for people?
I mean, that's what it means on the basis. I mean, do you agree with it?
No, not really.
Well, what's your? So when you talk about flat earther, what do you
I don't know
talk about?
I just don't know what that means. That's what I'm asking you.
So you don't know what a flat earther is?
A flat earther is. What does that mean?
So are you a flat earther?
I don't know. What would qualify me as a flat earther? A flat earther is.
If you don't know, then there's no point in saying
Then
anything.
don't ask you what it is. The thing that you're saying people are.
Are you aware that you're on a flat stationary plane, that water seeks its level, that no matter what altitude you go to, the horizon stays level, it doesn't curve? That every image you've been shown of your ball Earth is a CGI stitched together image of the Earth. It's not an actual photo of the Earth.
Well, there's a lot of them. So they admit that they're stitched together, CGI. So then all right. So then I'd have to agree with them.
Evidence, that's for sure.
So I have to agree with that one. What was the other ones?
That water always seeks its level. You know, water doesn't bend or curve over.
Okay, water seeks its level. Okay.
Yeah, it always seeks its level. It doesn't curve or bend over long distances, right? You can make long distance observations up to 200 miles away. You know,
What about
if it was
celestial navigation? That's
yeah,
how you
if there
find
was
yourself if you get lost at sea.
correct, if there was a geographic horizon, it would start bending away at a certain distance. At a 6-foot observer height, at 3.3 miles, the horizon would start bending away. You would see a left to right curvature as well.
In which axis? Oh yeah, okay, left, right,
At the claimed radius that we've been told by the globe proponents, right? We've been told there should be a drop of 8 inches per mile squared by the people who say they've measured it. And then when we go out to verify that, that's incorrect. We have long distance observations across like 50 miles of water. How do you see the shoreline 50 miles away if it's supposed to be hidden behind so many feet of curvature, right? And if you were observing that boat disappear over the so-called curve bottom up and, oh, there it goes, it just disappeared. Well, you should be able to stand there and wait not too long, and that boat should be coming up on the other side of the horizon behind you. That's not a very big surface you're standing on, right?
Very good points.
Seems a little ridiculous, right? When you actually go to the beach and you watch a boat disappear from your vision, and then you take out your cell phone and you zoom in and you can see the entire boat, and it's even further away from you than when it disappeared from your vision. Well, I guess it's not gone behind a hump of water, right?
Yeah.
So maybe what we were told and what people observe with their naked eye isn't the truth, right?
Enough takes, you win, man. Good job. That was funny.
Very good points.
So that's the basics. And if we want to go to, I seen curvature from an airplane, blah, blah, blah. I jump out of them as a hobby. From no altitude I've ever jumped, have I ever seen any curvature of the Earth. So that's just rubbish. I'll be back, gentlemen. Hi, beautiful.
Xanthem, that's going to be that was great. No, you did a great job. But Xanthem, next time I ask you what's a flat earther, you're going to have a mouthful. All right, that's going to be a lot. You're going to have to run it all back.
Yeah, but you also got to consider religious flat earthers too.
That's like a compound word.
You forgot to mention how the Earth came to be, and how the Earth came to be, and the God's eye view of the Earth. Only God knows. You got to understand that one too. Flat earther doesn't just mean can you see the curvature or not, and all of the things that he said. For example, there's another flat earther here who believes that the Earth is a disc shape with a container. Are you going to deny his reality?
That wasn't a flat earther. He's a glober, larper, idiot, troll, and he got banned for saying that.
One creation story from one religion has a different explanation for how things were made.
See, it's a very broad term too. You can't really.
Yeah, he doesn't sincerely think it's a disc with a dome enclosure or any of that stuff. He's just LARPing and trying to make us look stupid, so we kicked him out.
But yeah, besides the point, there are models, if you Google it, people doing like disc shapes.
I'm sure somebody really believes that.
I mean, who knows?
Just try to do it here. Everyone will be against you. It doesn't matter. We are against assumptions. If you throw an assumption, then you claim a shape, the Earth. Even if you claim that you are flat Earth, it doesn't matter. It doesn't. It won't put you at a special rank or something for us. No. If you claim something that the Earth is a disk or a sphere, you won't. You will just have to. You want to be able to do it for sure. So yeah, just nonsense. You claim a disk with a dome? Prove the disk. Show me the bottom of that disk.
So when you look outside the window, what do you see?
A street, sometimes a car driving by, some houses.
And what's all of that? What's all of that sitting on?
The ground.
And the ground is what?
Earth, dirt.
It's a flat surface.
What the fuck?
Well, it's level.
The ground.
It's a flat. Yeah, flat surface. Can we all agree on this?
No, it's not flat.
You know why you know why we use water surface usually to describe the flatness of the surface, general surface of the Earth?
Is the water flat or not? Is Earth flat or not?
Earth, yeah. The ground, no.
So how is the Earth flat?
The Earth in general contains water.
It's oriented. I'll tell you how, bro. It's very simple.
I'm
It's
confused.
oriented
Who believes what you-
linearly. Hold on, brother. The Earth's surface, including where the land gives way to the air and the water surface gives way to the air, the entire surface is arranged horizontally between two horizontal planes. Okay, that's what it means that the Earth's flat. Okay.
Okay. So when you look outside, it's horizontal planes, two horizontal line planes. So, and how far does this plane go?
Only
As far as it does. That's how far it goes.
Okay, thank you. So it goes as far as it does.
Yeah.
Then can't we just assume because it goes in a horizontal plane, right? That it can be a disc shape because the horizontal plane goes left, right, straight, and back.
Oh, listen, you can speculate about that if you wish to.
Yeah, but I'm asking you.
But if you want to claim that that's what actually is the case, that's a whole.
Yeah, I'm claiming that. I'm claiming that. Can you disprove it?
Dude, why do I have to disprove it?
Well, I'm making the claim.
Okay, I'm God. Can you disprove it?
Yeah, I can.
How?
Turn on your camera and then make yourself invisible.
No, you see, I don't want to bow to your demands. No, but think about it. No, as a supreme being, I don't want to bow to your demands, so I'm not going to. See, that's congruent with being God,
that's
is
what
it
a
not?
liar
So
would
you
say.
can't. You didn't.
No, that's
you
what a
didn't
liar
disprove
would say.
anything. No, the problem is you didn't disprove anything. No, you didn't. So your claim is here's your claim, dude. Here's how dumb your claim is. Unless you kowtow to my demands, you can't be what you claim you are.
But just stop.
Did you hear my claim, though?
Wait. You can't ask him. You can't say something. Oh, the Earth is a disk. This is the claim. So try to disprove it. No, you didn't prove the claim first. For someone, try to disprove it. Disprove something. It means that something was being proved, and you want to disprove it. So showing
wait.
that the proof is not correct or the measurements done were not correct, something like that. Disprove it. But
Yeah,
if
yeah,
you
no,
has
no,
to
no.
be falsifiable.
Wait, that doesn't make any sense because if a globerer comes in saying that we have curvature, you guys disprove it instantly.
Well, they never proved that it was curvature in the first place because it never was.
No, but they give like all of this, like, examples and whatever, evidence or whatever, but you guys disprove it, right?
Yeah, because it's disprovable with the tools we have at hand. That's the difference.
Yeah, and I claim, right? I'm same thing I'm saying as the globerer. I claim that because we live in a flat Earth, and the distance goes as many as you whatever, then by theory, it is sort of like a disc shape.
Okay,
or like
stop right there.
some
Stop
sort of
right there.
square shape.
Fair. Here's the problem. If the surface of a shape extends and then it's limited and is generally circular, underneath the surface could literally be an infinite permutation that would exclude disk. So you're actually wrong.
anything.
What do you mean by that?
It can be anything. It can have mountains
It could be
in the bottom.
Yeah,
have a sphere in the bottom.
Exactly. It could be a cylinder. It could be a cylinder, right?
Okay.
And still have a flat circular surface. It could be a rhomboid and still have a flat circular surface because it would just transition from the rhomboid into the semicircular shape and then into circular. It could be a triangular cone chopped off at the top.
Yeah.
I could go on and on and on, dude.
Yeah. Go on. So triangle, a rhombus, a cylinder.
I gave 3 examples as a form of an ellipsis to say I could keep going forever and never stop.
Yeah, but but these are all shapes that you're describing here, by the way.
It doesn't matter, dude. Unless your claim is that the Earth, listen, unless your claim is that the Earth has no depth, then your claim that a surface extending and being limited means it must be a disk is just dumb, dude. Doesn't make any sense.
For the moment,
I said a square too.
Even square, because you don't have any proof or validity that there is a circular edge. There is first thing you didn't prove that there is an edge, one, or limitless. You don't know.
Do we not have a container?
Yeah, and you didn't prove it's circular either, like Necro said.
I can prove container.
You didn't prove
I can literally prove container right now. I can prove a container right now. Give me the definition of gas pressure. Yes, I can. Give me the definition of gas pressure.
No, you can't. Hey, listen, friend, I'm going to tell you. I guarantee you think you're about to prove something, but I'm going to demonstrate to you how fool's errand you're about to do is after you do it. So you go ahead and make your claim, and then I'll rebut it.
Okay. Give me the definition of gas pressure.
No, I said you make your claim. You give the definitions, you parse out your particulars, and you demonstrate a logic string to your conclusion. I'm not doing any work for you. You do it all yourself. Go ahead.
All right, I'll give you the definition of gas pressure because you seem to think that there is no container.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did. I'm basically trying to prove to you that
not what I said at all. Well, hey, how about you stop talking to me and just make your point?
Yeah, hang on. I'm trying to prove to you gas pressure.
Yeah, go ahead. Me too.
So, gas pressure is caused by the force exerted by gas molecules colliding with the surface of the object. Okay, go on then disprove it.
Oh, that's not even the right. That's not even the right definition, dude. Okay, so the actual citation would have been: gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. That's the actual one, not just an object.
No, but there's like loads of definitions.
Overload.
Yes,
overload.
but just being upon an object here. Listen, pay attention. Just being upon an object wouldn't be sufficient to make the claim of a container, would it?
So you're saying there's no container?
No, I'm going to tell you the answer. Necros, I don't need your help. Thanks.
No,
okay,
not
so here's
to
the
help
answer.
you.
Oh my goodness, Necros, I was trying to give you a hint to shut your mouth. Thanks.
That's funny.
Without having to be rude. All right, so I'll just go over this real quick. So, gas pressure needs a fixed volume in which the gas can't extend beyond. A container is an object, okay, that limits the interior from the exterior. So that means you necessarily need an exterior outside of the container in order for a container to have any meaningful consequence. Because, in other words, a container would be stopping the gas pressure from filling the area that it can fill if the container wasn't there. Now, if there actually is no exterior area to enter into, in other words, no available free space for the gas to go, you wouldn't need a container at all, because the effect of having no area to travel into would be the equivalent of having a fixed volume. And so when the gas reaches the boundary, it would simply react the same as if there was a containment there, but we would call that containment, not a container.
That's interesting because Necros here would disagree with you because he thinks a container is an object. So either flat earthers
That's what I just said, dude. I just said that a container is an object and containment is not necessarily an object.
Yeah, but we have a container.
And I proved it. I proved it by demonstrating to you that you could achieve gas pressure, right, with the same exact principles by simply having no available free space for the gas to go to. Okay?
Okay. Yeah, no, I understand that.
Zan, trust me. For me, I would give it to you, and I would give that. Just confirm it for you. Yeah, gas pressure will need the container, and I will just give it to you, just to let you create that shape of the Earth using that container. So you will say, "Oh, listen, the surface is flat." And we have gas pressure, and that gas pressure will need the container, and you will make a dome or any type of shape of container, and you will create a dome limiting the gas that we are breathing now, and you will decide that it is that the limit of that surface, and you will create a fantastic shape with that, based on that claim with the container and gas. If I was Overlord, that's what I wanted, I would give it to you. Yeah, gas pressure will need the container. Go on. Create that shape of Earth using that.
No, hang on. Before I go to that point, so Necros, you're saying there's a container, but what Overlord is saying is there's not necessarily is a container because there is no exterior for the gas to go to. So we have two different gas pressure here. So are you guys like, what flat earthers are you?
Oh,
for a container, there needs to be an exterior, which Necros said. But you said there is a containment, meaning that because there is no exterior, gas can't go, into that available free space. So that's you, but Necros is different because Necros is saying there is the container.
Yeah, so in both scenarios, you have a fixed volume, correct?
Yes, but the difference is a container is an object, which is what Necros said.
Right.
So
if you have an exterior, right? If you have an exterior and you want to contain the gas from the exterior, you would need the barrier. If you don't have that, then you don't need the barrier. It's that simple.
Okay, no, I understand from your point of view, Lord, but before, when there was just debate on this, they said that the container was an object. So I'm confused now. If I go with Necros's point, that means that we have a limitation. As in, we know that if there is a container, we can say that there is an end distance to the Earth. So we have this massive dome covering the flat surface, the flat Earth. And thus we can come to a conclusion based on the container that we have not seen, but there is a container because we know gas pressure, that it has an end distance.
Okay, and then what?
And then, thus, I can 100% claim with 100% of everything that the Earth, from going straight, left, right, and back, or backwards, whatever, that it is indeed a flat, huge distance over miles and miles and miles, a level playing field.
Okay. So you ended up
Does
at
that
the
make
same
sense?
proposition you had. Yeah, you ended up at the same proposition you had at the beginning.
No, I didn't. I just said to you that it is a cylinder.
So wait a minute. You got to change your story now, because you just said, according to this, the Earth would be a giant, flat, level playing field, and then you said,
Yeah.
what? Now what? What are you trying to say beyond that? Are you trying to say therefore it must be circular?
Cylinder, yeah.
No, because you can have
Why can't I say that?
because, dude, you can have an infinite permutation of shapes of containers. To assume it's a dome and has a perfectly circular base that's affixed to the Earth directly is just pure specious reasoning, dude.
If we have infinite permutation, why are we running out of land? Why are we running out of fresh water? Why are we running out of, I don't know, trees, oxygen?
We ain't running out of nothing, dude. When's the last time we
Look at
ran out
climate
of
change.
something?
Look at climate change. Look at the hurricanes going on.
Oh
Dude,
my
what do you
goodness,
mean?
dude.
Our resources are limited.
But that doesn't make the Earth
No, because this
circular.
guy, Overlord is saying we have infinite permutation, but that isn't the case.
Dude, you can't even pay attention. What you're trying to say is that if you're in an enclosed system that has a planar nature of the land, and somehow it's got a dome over it, right, or a container over it, that it must be a dome, and then it must be circular. That's not true. It could be square for all you know.
Okay, fine. You know, I'll change it just to make you happy. So, from the bird's eye view, it could be a circle, it could be a square, it could be whatever. But we can all agree that it is a flat sort of playing field. So it could be a square, it could be a Actually, I think it's more of a square that expands.
It doesn't have to be
left,
any
right.
of those.
Yes, it can. Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. Because you can think of
because
any
you can't have
lake
an
or
infinite
any body of
permutation.
water, and they're very
No, but you
irregular.
can't
They're
have
not
infinite permutation.
shaped like squares or circles or triangles. In reality, is quite irregular. Look at a tree. Look at
Yeah, but you're
again, a
thinking of
lake or
infinite
an ocean.
permutation.
But if you just kind of think about reality, it's not shaped like. I mean, most things in nature aren't shaped like that.
Yeah, what do you mean it? Like when you keep saying it has to be, Xanthan, what does that mean?
The Earth. I'm talking about the Earth.
Which is what?
You can't see it from an outside perspective.
Yeah, but I'm just saying if it has.
Is there
if there
a difference? I mean, Xanthan, is there a difference between the Earth and all of reality in the phrasing that you're using?
So is there a difference between reality and Earth?
No, all
There
of
is no
reality.
difference.
When you this kind of equivocation,
Yeah,
you're
but we
saying
don't
the
know
Earth.
all of reality.
Okay, so what shape is the Earth?
What shape is the Earth? Based on, right, from the reality that we have and the measurement that we have done, and the basis of gas pressure that we have a container, right? We can't have infinite distance of container, right? We can't have infinite permutation. There has to be a limit of distance.
I don't know.
I know that's not a shape, bro. Yeah.
When we talk about container, right, it has to be what? An object. Right? It has to be a massive dome that covers.
You made an assumption. You made a. Yeah, but you're still making assumptions, dude. It's bothering me.
No, but the thing is, right?
It will be a dome. Okay. Are you telling me that the dome will create the limit of the ground? If that the ground can overpass that dome, so the dome, we will create a dome around a specific volume. I'll give you that. Let's take that assumption. Let's put it on the table. Okay. Put that dome around a specific distance, a specific radius, or specific circumference, which will be that Earth that we are living in. Is that telling you that there is nothing, that the Earth stops there, that the Earth must stop under the dome and can't go beyond the dome and go infinitely? And we can, like the Muslims are thinking, there is 7 domes. So everyone is bigger than the other, and everyone is just above the other. So 7 layers. Would you take that in consideration, for example?
Wait, hang on. You're saying there's 7 layers?
Yeah, for the Muslims, the Muslims they have in the Quran that they have 7 layers. That's if we speculate using the Quran, it will be 7 domes, 7 skies, 7 layers. So everyone is just bigger than the other. So
I don't
for
understand that
you
one.
will just put one dome. Does that mean that the ground under the dome, the ground will have to stop where the dome limitation is, or can it just go beyond the dome? Just God, only God can know where that shit can stop, or if it stops or not.
Yeah, but you guys are assuming it has an infinite permutation. That's what I'm saying.
You assume that it is limited, and you are assuming that it is limited. We don't assume any one of them. We are not assuming that it has an edge, and we are not assuming that it has a limitation. So if it is illimited. So if you claim that it has an edge, we are telling you that there is another possibility that can be put on the table.
That's assumptions.
You never confirm. Yeah, but for the first assumption, there is 2 assumptions. You throw one. Why can't you throw the other also? The Earth can be limited or unlimited.
I'll tell you why it can be limited. That's all I'm gonna say. The reason why it's limited is because of the resources that we have. It's limited. We don't have infinite amount of things. Infinite amount of clean water, infinite amount of food. What are you talking about here? That's why we have limitation. Why do you think we have world hunger? Why do you think there's so many people hungry in the world? If there was infinite permutation, then we have infinite amount of food, clean water, trees to cut down. You know what I mean? And there are more than 8 billion humans in the world, right?
So you went and verified the what's beyond the
No,
limits that we know,
I never.
and you
No, that's not what I
verified
said.
that there is no resources there. That's what you are saying. You said that there is no limited, not unlimited resources. Did you verify what's over there?
Did you verify that there is infinite permutation?
No, we are not claiming that. We are not claiming the thing that you are claiming. It's just you are the only one claiming the thing. And we are telling you that you never verified what you are claiming. We never claimed something. We never claimed the shape. You are the only one that is claiming the shape.
You're asking a question, Xantham. It's like kind of similar to the claim that a body in motion stays in motion until an outside force acts upon it, and then you'll say, "Well, I've only ever seen outside forces act upon something that goes in a straight line." But have you ever seen have you ever seen that not happen to prove?
No,
that,
I've not.
Right.
Yeah, no, I've not. No, I can say that. But have you seen a container? Have you seen a container?
Right. So then you're just stuck.
Exactly. See, that's what I mean. You guys are using the same thing, same logic with the container, right? You say the definition of a gas pressure, and because we have gas pressure, that means we can say that there is a container. It's
That's
the same
how we
logic.
manipulate gas pressure. Yeah.
Give them the definition of gas pressure, and based on the definition. Well, I'm not saying you're manipulating.
Yeah, that's
I'm
how
just
we
saying.
manipulate the pressure of a system. Either increase the amount of gas in the system, or increase the volume, or decrease the volume, decrease the amount of gas. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, you have not seen visibly or whatever a container.
Cool story. So, what's your point?
Well, this guy was saying, I can't make the claim, right? I'm making the claim, but I can't prove it. You guys can't prove that the container is visibly there, right? But we know that there is a container. It's the same logic what you guys are doing to me.
So
what I'm doing to you, it's the same thing.
Logic? Can you use that logic in your claim?
What I'm saying is,
there's no part of this relationship that specifies the necessary shape, structure, orientation, location of any container, only that a containment must exist. So to then go on to speculate with trying to attempt to use this reasoning to then make any claims about shape, orientation, location, structure, color, whether it's got drapes on it, or whether the kids did graffiti on it. Like, that's when you go into La La Land.
We're
I
talking
mean,
about a container
you can
here, by the way.
infer, right? Like you can infer. Well, not the shape, color. All those things are weird. I don't know why you're saying those things, but yeah, I mean, you can infer that, okay, or you can ask the question. Well, if there's a container, right? What's at the other side of that container? What's containing that container? Containing that container? Containing that container?
I
Right?
never said that.
No, you could. You could ask it. You'll never know.
Oh, right.
All
Yeah,
right.
but that's
So
what AI law said.
friend. That being said, what's your point? So I'm going to give you a chance to reflect on if you have a point or not. If you have one, you can say it. Otherwise, we need to move on because this is just bordering on absurdity at this point.
No, it's because you guys are not understanding. You guys are refusing to understand what I'm saying. You have this ego, right? Which is why, like, you're not understanding what I'm saying.
Dude, I said, take a moment to pause, collect your thoughts, make a coherent point that we can address.
Right. So what I'm saying is, because there is a container, right? There must be a containment of gas because of a container, right? And a container is an object, okay, that traps gas. We know this. Guys, come on, step up your game. And that container holds gas, meaning we have a limitation on how far that container goes. Because if there was infinite permutation of a container, right, that means that there is also infinite permutation of earth, which means that we have infinite amount of resources, meaning fresh water, food, and the amount of people that has been said exists or lives on this earth, which is 8 billion or 8.5 billion, whatever. It could be more. There could be another race of human beings. This is why I don't like when you say there is an infinite permutation.
Okay, yep. So here's the problem. You didn't understand what is meant by infinite permutation.
All right, go ahead.
The problem here. Okay. So what is meant by that is not infinitely big or infinitely going out. What is meant by that is that a boundary that contains something could have an infinite permutation of the nature of the structure of the boundary. So it could zigzag, it could curve, it could do loop-de-loos, it could have spikes. It could have all kinds of profile to it, but still be limited. So having an infinite amount of variability to the profile doesn't mean it has an infinite amount of not being a fixed position. So that's an erroneous critique.
Well, I can disprove that because.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can, because I can go on a plane and I can see from the top of, I don't know, like maybe like 50,000 feet or something. It's still flat. What are you talking about? There's no zigzag. There's no like spikes or whatever.
Wow, dude.
It's flat.
Wow, you dude. Okay. In the chat, dude, I posted a pan. Okay? It's called a bundt cake pan. People also use it to make Jell-O molds. Now, the shape of that pan, it's got little loops on it, little curves, little angles. It's not all uniform, right?
Mm-hmm.
You agree?
Okay, yeah.
Now, if I take that pan and I make an upside down cake, what you do with an upside down cake is you make all the cake, you put it in the oven, you take it out, you take that pan and you put it down on a flat tray, and then you remove the pan, and now you have your cake upside down. Now, does the shape of that pan have anything to do with the shape of the flat pan that I put the cake on? Yes or no?
No, because that's just a mountain.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Right.
Yeah.
So the shape of the thing you put on the flat surface doesn't change the flat surface, dude.
I still don't understand your point.
I know you don't. That's the problem, dude. So you need to go eat your Wheaties and take focus factor, bro.
Never
and maybe eat some broccoli.
What you did. Listen, this is what you did. You basically put it Earth. So we have a flat reality, right? Right.
You're
I don't know.
talking about a pineapple cake. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Reality's not
So
flat,
anyway,
dude.
So anyway,
this dude thinks if you put a zigzag muffin pan on top of a flat table, all of a sudden the table zigzag.
Well, no, that's not your original point, though. What we are
That
talking
is my
about is
point,
the
dude.
flat
My
surface.
point
We're
is,
not
if you
talking
have
about
a flat
mountain.
surface, you could put an infinite permutation of container on top of it, dude. What's so hard about this?
That's not how it works. That's not how it works. That's basically going to Necros's point.
All right.
That you have 7
Okay,
different
dude,
planes.
pay attention, dude. You're gonna go on mute till you come up with a coherent point. What you just said wasn't coherent, right? And we're tired of talking
What you said
about it.
wasn't coherent.
Clearly ain't
You
getting
just
nothing.
described.
There you go. Preach. Holy crap, dude. Dude, I could go inside the store right now. I just passed a store that sells pans. And you can literally get pans in all shapes and sizes. Right? Then you could flip them upside down and put them on your table. And no matter how many times I put those different pans on my table, the table doesn't change shape, for goodness sakes. What's so hard to get? If you think that because my table is flat, that necessarily informs the shape of the pan I put on it, I don't know what to tell you, dude. I don't know how to help you.
Listen, probably at some point, to be fair, at some point, if you keep putting enough weight on that pan, it's not going to be flat. Not funny.
I mean, unless he was imagining the pan being like a stamp that you put in a press, which cuts through something, and they could change those out, and then it just stamps it down, and out the other side comes a star shape. It's like, dude, what? So if you're still around, bro, we'll give you another chance, okay? To tell me how the nature of containing a gas requires a specific shape. If you could tell me that and demonstrate that, even only with your words, maybe you have a point. But you need to compose yourself and come up with a coherent statement that doesn't involve asking questions and doesn't involve telling anybody else that they don't understand or they're too dumb. Okay? If you could do that, the floor is yours. So let's find out. Go ahead.
All right. Let's go over some misconceptions that we have. So when I talk about the container, right? I'm not saying that the container is altering the shape of the flat Earth. Because flat isn't a shape, right? It could be anything. It could be a square, and that container is going over that does not mean it's changing the shape of the flat Earth. But I don't know where you're getting this idea from. That I think that the container is changing the shape.
I'll tell
You're
you
just
where.
misunderstanding my point.
No, I'll tell you where. I said you could have an infinite permutation of the shape of the container. The container could be zigzag. You said when I look out at the Earth isn't zigzag, it's flat. You insinuated that the container is changing something about how we interpret the surface of the Earth. That's what you said, brother.
Right, but you
now, to be fair to you and to me, hold on a second. To be fair, you may have been speaking confused and you didn't actually mean to make that point in that way. So now that I gave you that critique, think about it for a second and clarify your position if you need to.
Right. So when I was talking about being 50,000 feet up in the air, I was talking about what I was thinking was that you were saying that the Earth could be a zigzag, right? So the shape. That's what I was thinking. But you're mainly talking about the shape of the container. So right. So okay, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that if there is a container, what it's doing is limiting the distance, right? Because before you guys claimed that the distance is infinite, right? It could go on and on. We don't know. Yeah, that's what you guys said.
No, nobody said that.
Well, yes, you did in the beginning. In the beginning, the distance could be on and on. We don't know.
Who said it? Who said it, dude? Yeah, who
It was
said it?
Necros and you. It was Necros and you. That's why I'm saying. So okay. So you're saying there's limitation on the distance.
You're saying that I said that, dude?
Yeah, it was you and Necros. It was you and Necros that said it. Okay, so you didn't say it. Okay, fine. All right. So do you think that the Earth, right, the observed reality is infinite? It goes on and on.
Well, it depends. If you mean presently infinite, yeah. Well, there's two types of infinities: a present infinity or an expanding infinity. So if you increase something at infinitely, it's going to constantly be increasing, but it hasn't yet reached any specific size that it ever will reach because it's always getting bigger. So that's one type of expressing infinity versus infinite at present, which is pretty incoherent.
What I'm saying was, is there an infinite distance of Earth?
Well, here's the correct answer, friend, and I know this answer may not satisfy you, but the correct answer is this. No. That's the only answer I can give you.
All right, we don't know. Okay, then I can safely, right? I can safely say, right? When you guys say you don't know whether there is infinite distance or there is not, because you guys don't know, right? I can say there has to be a limit because if there was no limit, then we would have an infinite amount of resources, right? For us human beings. That's what I'm saying.
Right. But
Yeah,
those don't
you
follow,
didn't verify. You didn't verify if there is an infinite amount of resource, so meaning that you don't know.
Yeah,
That if
exactly.
it is
I didn't verify it.
Yeah, but those, dude, the word, yeah, exactly. So you don't. The particulars necessary to carry your conclusion are in your worldview still an unknown. So you can't use them to make a definitive claim.
Yeah, I can't verify it, right? I can't verify it, but I can make the claim based on what's happening in Earth, right? And when I
Think
say,
about it this way. Let me put this at you.
What's happening?
We have available the resources we can access now. We have not yet accessed resources we don't have available to access. Okay? That is a true statement, right?
yeah, if there was infinite, yeah, we wouldn't be able to tap into it.
Well, even if there was just more, like let's just say there's 3 times more. Nothing too grandiose. So in the areas that we've influenced to be able to harbor the resources for ourselves, there's actually 2 times, right? The same territory full of resources that we have not yet tapped into. Does that mean because we haven't yet tapped into them that it's safe to say we've got more resources? Therefore, what?
Yeah, but if there was infinite, yeah. Yeah, that's not bad. Like according to Xantham's reasoning, if we find unfound resources, then the Earth just got bigger. Weird.
Exactly.
Yeah, basically you don't. But yeah, exactly. But you don't. Yeah, we don't know the distance, right? You guys don't know the distance. That's what I'm saying. You guys don't know. So
let me ask this question, dude. And I realize this is going to be a little fanciful, but in a procedurally generated video game, there's always new resources to find, correct?
In a video game?
I like Minecraft.
Yeah, procedurally generated. That means when you enter the new area, it is generated for you when you arrive. It doesn't exist until you arrive.
Okay.
Now, that means that there actually is effectively an infinite amount of resources that you haven't yet come to realize because you haven't arrived at the location in which they exist yet.
No, but they're always there.
Yeah, they're always there.
They're not always there. What's your problem, you guys? Oh my goodness! Do you guys know what procedural generation means?
Yo, I think you're like
Wait,
it's the thing where
I'm so confused now.
if a tree falls in the woods and nobody sees it or hears it, does it fall? It's
Like the
kind of
Pac-Man cherries are not
Correct.
always there.
Correct, dude. This is the point I'm trying to make, is that his claims about the nature of the Earth based on his predisposition to be against extra resources is purely a philosophical point of view.
How is that philosophical? What? I don't understand.
Yo, do you think the
Because
world's
we all
procedurally
heard you
generated?
basically say that you don't like the idea that there's more resources.
What? Like you cannot like the
No, I
idea
never
of-
said that. What? Okay. I'll rephrase what I said. What I said was there can't be an infinite amount of Earth that goes distance infinite because of the limitation that we have in resources, right? Why? And then
Oh my goodness, dude!
Listen. I'll finish my point, and then I'll stop talking. This is the same logic, right? It's the same logic with gas pressure, right? We know that there's a container, right? But we can't see it. But we know how gas pressure works, thus meaning that there is a container. But you guys have not seen a container, right? So you don't know. Same with the distance. You guys don't know. It's the same logic with mine.
It's not the same, not even close.
It is. I'm saying there's limitation because of there's world hungers, there's pollution, there's so many things going on.
Dude, all right, dude, that's just silly, dude. Think about it this way. What you're basically saying is because in our local environment, people are going hungry because of mismanagement of present resources. Therefore, if there exist resources beyond our grasp, that can't be true, because if they were out there having not yet been grasped, nobody would ever be hungry. There'd be a chicken in every pot. Every kid would be fat. I mean, get real, dude. This is such stupid logic.
But when you said that, you mean that there is an infinite amount of Earth.
Yeah, you're trying to say there's an infinite amount of Earth.
I didn't say that. I'm saying that his claim that because we are presently within our environment suffering lack doesn't mean that there's not more substance beyond our current grasp. Those don't follow.
Yeah.
Yo, so what was the whole procedural generated spiel about that?
Oh, that's just a principle, is that in order for him to claim a limitation, he has to assert a philosophical worldview. Right? He has to make claims about metaphysics. That's my point.
A little bit. Caught me off guard.
Well, I mean, as hard as it is to believe, everybody comes at this topic and many other topics with an established metaphysical lens that they view possibilities of what reality can and can't do through, right? And sometimes they need to be shaken and make sure they understand that they're making philosophical and metaphysical assertions and then trying to make claims about reality from that position, especially realities that you haven't yet accessed or can't access in principle.
Yeah, but when you
so
say
you
that,
think
right?
there's realities you can't access?
Yes, for example, and what I'm saying is haven't yet accessed.
Yeah, right? So do you think there's the realities that you haven't accessed?
Of course. So, for example, let's just say, for sake of argument, that there's enough landmass equal to 3 continents beyond the Antarctic perimeter. It's purely hypothetical. And let's say, for example, that they're full of resources. Just because we haven't tapped the resources yet wouldn't mean they don't exist. And just because we haven't used those resources to make toys for kids doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And just because there's animals on those alleged continents that we could eat and we haven't eaten them yet doesn't mean they don't exist. Like this guy's trying to say.
So do you actually have any proof of these other continents?
Dude, it doesn't matter, dude. He's trying to make a claim to his position by excluding these possibilities, which he can't exclude based on his own assertions.
Yeah, I can't exclude it because I have not seen it.
Oh, wow.
I haven't seen any proof for this, so that's kind of why.
Oh, my goodness, dude.
I don't know why I can't do that.
You have not seen it, and you've not seen a limit also. So,
yes, by your own logic, you can't. Yeah, by your own logic, you can't exclude either. So you now have argued yourself in to having 0 points.
It's almost in a way. It's almost, if I'm understanding correctly, saying never seen a murder, so murder doesn't happen.
Yep.
No, I've heard about murders. I know people who've been murdered. I don't know anyone who's seen this fucking
You guys haven't
third
lived
continent.
until you've seen a murder, like yourself. You haven't.
I've not like seen a murder. I know people who have been murdered.
You haven't lived, man, brother.
Interesting. So, based on what you said, do you believe that there is untapped resources? So that means you believe that the Earth is infinite.
Wow, dude.
No.
That didn't follow at all.
That shows that you are completely bricked, because you didn't grasp process any information.
That's basically what he said. There's untapped resources.
No, he didn't say that. And the last thing that he said was just against what you just said. He just told you that you can't decide which one is correct. If it is an unlimited Earth or a limited Earth, you never verified if there is an edge or a limit, and you never verified that if there is an unlimited surface.
I did.
So
I verified it.
In the zero, so you don't.
I have verified it. What are you talking about? I have verified it.
Verified what?
Yeah, that's what I said. I verified by saying we have a limitation in world hunger and the resources that we are limited.
Not verifying it, dude.
That's how you verify.
No, that's not how you verify it. That's not how you verify it at all, dude. You're literally saying that because kids are going hungry right now, the sheer fact that kids aren't being fed means that there's no extra resources. Good grief, dude.
Yo, can I say
something? It is a shame if there's a kid who's hungry, because it's really easily achievable and very possible to feed these kids for 25 cents a day, et cetera, et cetera. And it's just intent or somebody not making it happen. These kids everybody can eat. Yeah.
Yo, why is he trying to prove like the lack of something? Is that not impossible to prove the lack of something?
We're trying to figure out what the heck he's trying to prove, dude. We're just as lost as you.
No. Basically, what I'm saying is, right, you guys are saying, like, if you look at gas pressure, right, definition of gas pressure means that there is a container, right? We have not verified. We can by that logic, we can verify that there is a container, but you guys have not seen it, right? But you guys know, you verified that there is a container. Otherwise, it would, How does gas pressure exist, right? It's the same logic with me. When I say there's limitation in resources, thus I can verify there's limited amount of distance. It's the same thing.
No, there is no limitation of resource at all. We're still living. If there is poor people or there is starving people, just because you're some narcissistic bitch that you want to share with those people.
Yeah, so check this out. According to his logic, if we take the testimony of Mr. Admiral Byrd said that there's tons of resources in the Antarctic area that have not yet been tapped. I want you to he said there's tons of resources that have not yet been tapped. That means they exist, they're able to be tapped, they just have not yet been tapped.
So what can you tap in Antarctica? It's just ice.
Oh my goodness, dude. It's the principle of the thing, dude. What he said was things like oil, coal, uranium, minerals, things like that.
But there's
maybe it's not just ice. Maybe it's grass during the summer.
Sacrifice to that.
What? What's that? It costs money to get it, right?
Yeah, money plus it would fuck up the climate, because you
right. So that means right, friend, right. So that means that just because we don't yet present have resources doesn't mean that there's not more territory, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, but what you said was there is an infinite distance, right? That means there is another land that is not Antarctica. Yes, you did. You just said that there's infinite distance.
Oh, dude, no, listen, I completely parsed heard it.
He didn't say it.
Let's just go 3 times bigger. That's what I said. Right? If you just imagine that there's 3 times more area, and within that area, I said approximately 3 times more, three continent-sized pieces of land based on our current continents. And in those areas of land, there's resources, animals, all kinds of things, but we just haven't yet tapped it. Would that change the present situation of anybody else? No. But it wouldn't exclude that there could or could not be more land just because we haven't yet presently tapped the resources, dude.
It can change it. We'll be able to build more houses in that land.
Okay, pay attention to the key word here. Haven't yet tapped it.
Yes.
You know, like before, think about it this way, friend. Before you get somewhere, you're not there yet.
But that's what I'm saying. You are basing this off.
Dude.
Yeah, I understand it. We have
What other topics
but
do you have,
you're making
what
this.
What else do you got?
You're making an assumption. That's what I'm saying.
No, dude. You're the one making assumptions. Okay.
How am I making an assumption? We have world hunger, right? We have problem with world hunger. We have problem with limited resources.
I mean, there's there's like women have a
That's
problem.
so dumb, dude. You're as dumb as a person that says because my gas tank is empty, there's no more gas in the world. That's your logic, dude.
That's not what I said. That's what you're claiming.
There's anorexic models. We have too much food in the world because there's anorexic models.
We have world hunger, yes or no?
Too much food.
$5.
We have world hunger. These are all facts. I'm saying all facts. You are saying, well, what you're saying is an assumption that there is untapped resource that's 3 times bigger than Earth, or sorry, 3 times bigger.
Oh my goodness, dude! The presence of world hunger has nothing to necessarily do with the availability of resources. It could be
I'm saying world hunger as one part. There are multiple parts.
Dude, it could be exclusively the factor of mismanagement, and it has nothing to do with the availability of resources whatsoever. So you're just categorically wrong. You failed to make any point that seemed to be coherent at all. And so we're moving on from this topic because everybody else is bored, and some of them are literally grating their ears with a cheese grater and bleeding all over their kitchen floor because they can't stand listening to you waffle anymore, and they can't stand listening to me entertain it. So move on.
You are making an assumption. That's what I'm saying. You're saying
I can testify. My ears are bleeding.
Yeah. So we're gonna put an end. Mercy. All right, everyone's mercy. There you go. If you want to unmute them, just keep in mind it's your own fault from this point forward. You can no longer blame me.
Just because there's car crashes doesn't mean cars aren't safe. Like that's a bad logic, dude. Just because there is something going on doesn't mean the cause of it is the reason why it's happening. Maybe people crash cars because they're on their cell phone, not because the car's not safe. Maybe people are hungry in the world because a whole bunch of fat people ate more than they should have.
Yo, what's the average weight in this voice chat?
I can testify. I'm hungry.
Yeah, how much do you weigh? I'm just curious.
166 pounds.
Maybe some people are starving because they spend all their money on.
Yo, what's that in normal measurements? Like, not weird measurements, just do it in the normal kilograms.
Like 72, 73 kilos.
Yeah. It's actually decent. I expected it to be like 120 or something.
I'm not fat.
Is there anyone here who's like really fat?
I'm not fat either. I'm just really short.
Really short? You're like a fat short guy?
Wait, I got a question for any Globers.
I'm fat as hell. Like, freaking fat. Like, make a TV show about me fat.
Amazing.
I got a question for some Globers.
Shows about fat people, though.
Wait, is there any Globers in here? Holy shit, there's a lot of people in here.
There's a couple. Just ask the question. There's a couple.
Why are rainbows dome shaped?
Because your eyes. are balls, so you see that in a ball shape. I mean, you could say that, right?
What?
Your eyes are curved, right?
Oh, so because our eyes are curved, the world must be curved, correct? We see everything like a fish.
Well, a rainbow is not like a tree, right? Like a rainbow is a different type of. You can't touch a rainbow and it moves away with you, so it doesn't. It's not like a tree. Right?
What do you need to make a rainbow? What 3 components?
Light,
you need red, yellow, blue, indigo.
Oh, this guy's a
green.
wizard in knowledge.
Container.
Well, you asked.
Well, I said components, not colors.
Water, air.
No, I'm just messing with you, dude.
We got the number wrong too.
Water is correct. Light is correct. What's the third one?
I said air.
Air is incorrect. Does anyone else want to contribute?
Light's their model, right?
Well,
like light is the helios. When you talk about the photon, that's the photon is from heliocentrism. You know that, right?
Yo, what is heliocentrism?
It's the people who believe the Earth is a ball. They don't just believe the Earth is a ball. They also believe light is a ball, and they also believe that everything is made of balls. They call those balls atoms.
You don't believe in atoms?
I don't believe in God either.
Yeah, neither do I, but I believe in atoms, dude.
So we got light.
Okay. So you believe in atoms.
And water. What's the third thing you need to create a rainbow?
Tell us.
What?
No, it doesn't matter, dude. Calm down.
What do you think light is? Do you think light is like this bouncing little thing?
What is this bouncing little thing?
Well, people say light.
See it. Is that what you're looking for?
I feel like they mean vision. When they talk about light, they really mean vision. Like I can see a tree. I see colors of the tree. And they call that process light.
Light is made up of what was it now? Photons, no?
Light is made of physical stuff. That's it's, if you want to believe your vision is made of physical things, okay, I guess. That's your belief.
I'm asking. I don't know.
So you need light, water, and a prism. Where would we get that prism in nature?
See how he just avoids the light? He's like, this is model affliction. This is what model affliction is. It's what the ballers suffer from. Flat earthers can suffer.
So tell me, where do you get the prism in nature?
You assume a dome.
Crystals.
Well, where would it be on the globe? What would it be to get a rainbow on the globe?
Right?
It would be the angle of the light changing through the water. The angle change through the water.
Yes.
Yeah.
They would assume it's
They
diffraction.
call it or is she old?
What?
Oh,
do you
so
think
fucking
there's only a person that has an extra for a rainbow?
All right.
Do you think there's one pop?
I'm gonna have to go to freaking Giant and hope they got some cotton candy grapes. Can you go to the other side and get my cotton candy grapes from the other side of the freezer for me?
Cotton candy grapes,
please. Oh shit! I'm fucking talking. No shit. Yeah, I gotta go somewhere and get some cotton candy grapes. Damn it! I'm still.
Mute your mic, dude.
Mic's open. Son of a bitch. Sorry, guys. Did you know a cotton candy grape is made up of 2 separate frickin' kinds of grapes?
Yeah, I've heard about. My friend Jay was telling me about these things. He's like, "Go get these. You gotta have cotton candy grapes. Are the best."
dude, they're freaking. What's crazy is I thought they injected them or some shit, and then I was like, kind of like looked into them because I was like scared of them. Like, all right, they're gonna freaking put a bunch of. Anyway, so they bred 2 separate kinds of grapes together, both non-GMO, both organic, and they did it to make a couple different other kinds.
It's called genetic. It's called genetic engineering.
Man,
you're cutting out a lot, dude. It's called genetic engineering. They do it with tobacco too. They make it so like the plants are more yellow when you need to harvest it or something. Real interesting stuff. Yo, I got a question for a flat earther.
Yeah.
Yeah, just don't jump all at once, dude. Just like one at a time.
Alright, go ahead.
So I'm like, how does a compass work in a flat earth model if you guys don't think like gravity exists and magnetic fields don't exist? How do compasses work?
All compasses point to the north, which is the center of the map.
No, they all point north.
They work exactly the way they've always worked. That's how. Nothing changes. You hold them level and horizontal. And it points to magnetic north. Simple.
But you
it's simple, dude.
don't believe in magnetic fields, though. So like,
are you saying that? Are you saying that?
What?
Are you saying that compass cannot work on if surface is flat? Are you saying that?
No, if you don't have like magnetic fields, it cannot work.
But if surface is flat, can compass work?
I'm not saying.
Hold on.
I'm saying if you don't
Basics. I got a question for you. A follow-up question to your question. How does the Earth's core generate a magnetic field when molten iron loses its magnetism?
Yo, I don't want to answer your question.
That's slightly off topic, sir.
Yeah, I was more just asking a question, to be honest.
Well, you weren't really specific on like when you asked the question like how do compasses work, right? Are you asking about the causal mechanism for a compass, or how do you use a compass?
Do you guys actually know how compasses work, like the magnetic fields and all that? I said, how do they work on the flat Earth model? Like,
well, the compasses follow magnetic field lines, so that's the mechanism that a compass will adhere to. Yeah.
And you guys deny that magnetic fields exist?
No, we don't deny anything. We are saying that surface, that what you are on, it's flat, and compass, whatever it's doing doing on that flat surface.
Yeah, but it couldn't, because that's not how magnetic fields work. They kind of go on the surface.
Are you saying that the compass cannot work on the flat surface?
I don't see how it could. Can you explain to me how it could?
There is a flat surface, and it's working.
No, I don't think it could.
Yeah.
Yo, can you want to post a picture for me?
Of how a magnet works? I mean,
can you tell me? I have a question for you. How the surface would look like on the flat Earth?
is that a question? I don't answer questions. Sorry.
Okay, because okay, why you think that these people calling them flat earthers? Because of compass or because of surface?
I think they call themselves flat earthers because they think the Earth is flat.
Why? What is the main reason?
Well, I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
Because of surface, it's flat. It's measured flat.
Oh, okay. That is why they call themselves that, sure.
Yeah.
Because when they do the measurements or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, like an azimuth reading from a compass. Get a elevation angle from the sun, and then an azimuth from the north to the east.
Wait, what are you talking about? Can you start from the start?
Using a compass to get a heading. Yeah. Use a compass. An azimuth.
You use a compass when do you use the compass? What are you talking about?
To get the azimuth, right? You get like true north, use the compass. You get east, you get the angle between the two. Get a heading.
Are you telling me how to use a compass?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Your question was incoherent. Like when you asked
how does it work?
How does it work? Right, the mechanism. How do you use it? What's your question exactly?
Like, how does it?
But it sounds like what you're truly asking is what is it that generates magnetic field lines? I think that's really what you're asking.
No, I was saying like, how can it work?
No.
Like,
that's not what he's asking.
It would cease to exist. Yo, don't tell me what I'm asking, dude. Don't tell me what I'm asking.
Nobody has understood what you're asking.
Okay, continue, but don't tell them what I'm asking.
I want to ask you a question which clarifies what you mean, okay?
Okay, go for it.
So, what's the correlation between globe and how compasses work?
Do I need to answer? I don't need to answer, isn't it?
I think it helps clarify what you're talking about. Does anybody disagree with that?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, it can be a great question, but I have free will. I don't need to answer.
But to clarify that we understand what do you mean, that's only that question, nothing else.
Wait, I'll post a picture of how magnetic fields work, okay?
Like, and if I were to ask you, like, how does a car work? Like, when I say, listen, you turn the key and you put it in drive and you go and you stop.
Maybe I'll say, like, how does an engine work? Maybe, you know.
Yeah, you want to know the mechanism, right? So then it's the pistons that power the engine, with the air pressure and the vacuum lines and the ratio between the fuel and the air. But do you want to know how gasoline works? Like, what's the molecular composition of gasoline?
No, you brought that up. I don't really care how.
That's what I'm trying to get, like an analogy, apples to apples. So you did want to know about the engine, about the mechanism and the derivation of where magnetic field lines come from.
I don't care about engines, dude. You brought that up.
No, magnetic field lines. That's what your real question is, or no?
Yeah, it's about how would a compass work, because it kind of works with the magnetic fields now. Yeah, so that's kind of how. I posted a picture of how a magnet works in that chat, if anyone.
How a magnet works. So does a magnet create the field? Is that your understanding?
Yeah, I believe so.
How do you know that?
Well, because there's a magnetic field.
Right. Okay. You observe a magnetic field. You're saying that is there a piece of rock or a piece of stone affecting a field that already exists, or is the magnetic field being created?
I didn't quite understand that question.
Is there a field that exists, right? And imagine space-time and the sheet, right? You got the space-time sheet, right? The sheet exists, and then I drop a marble on the sheet, and it shows field lines around the marble, little lines going to the marble.
Sure.
Yeah. So is the magnet creating the field, or does the field exist already?
Is this relevant to what I was saying about compasses?
To then determine.
It feels like you're kind of making a different point.
Relevant, yeah. I mean, you're asking about where do the field lines come from? You're then inserting that you've deduced that the field lines come from the magnet itself. that they're
yeah, but
creating
I was more asking how it would work on a flat Earth model.
Yeah, what part of it?
Like, how do they have magnetic fields on the flat Earth model?
We live in a field.
So you think there's magnets in the ground or something?
What do you mean? That's what I asked you. So you do believe that magnets create the field?
I'm asking you. How do you think?
I'm asking you. I asked you first.
Yeah, I don't answer questions, dude.
I don't answer questions.
Right, nice.
I plead the fifth.
Answer the question.
I plead the fifth.
Yeah, if you believe that magnetic
dude, this is the
caused by
perfect example. You've just backtracked into a different point, different from my point.
Whatever. You're lost. Stop it. You're lost. Yeah, so you either believe that the magnet somehow creates a field in and of itself, right? Or it's affecting a field that's already there. And then you said, what, the Earth must be made of magnets then because we have compasses.
Okay, does anyone want to answer my question or no?
Don't have a question.
Man, you're asking the question in this way. Man, you're asking question in this way. How the magnet compass work on the flat Earth? That mean that is it any other way it is working?
Yeah, no, I'm asking how it works on the flat Earth model.
Yeah, that means that there is a way what is working. That means you need some another way. How it's working?
Yeah, can you answer my question?
Yeah, we don't know how the compass work on the flat Earth.
Nice.
Okay, but we know how the
flat Earth.
Look at this. But we don't call ourselves compass people. We call ourselves flat earthers. Why?
You've already been over that, dude, because you think the Earth is flat.
Why? Is it compass important for the surface, or it's surface important for the surface?
Well, I just think that it couldn't really work if the Earth was flat.
I asked you, is it impossible to move with the compass if surface is flat?
Yeah, that's what I say. It doesn't really work if it's flat.
Okay, that means if I have flat surface, compass will not show anything.
No, because you're on a round Earth, so it still works.
Oh, am I? Can you show that?
Yeah.
I mean, has he shown
this is what I mean.
Like
you're sidetracking. You're sidetracking, aren't you?
If we were to dig out, if we were to get like a flat area.
Am I sidetracking about reality?
You're sidetracking and not answering my question.
Do they not work? Does the compass work on a basketball court?
Can you tell me how the salty
work at LIGO?
You are asking this question. How salty water works on the globe Earth? Can you tell me that?
What?
Why it's ocean salty water on the globe? Why it's not normal water?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know. Why you don't know that?
I never learned it. Never thought to think about it.
I don't know why compass. How compass work on the flat Earth.
Why are you responding, Len, dude? You can just say you don't know, like I did there.
I did to you. I told you I don't know how compass work on the flat Earth model. What we don't have, and you don't know.
Thank you.
No, we don't have.
My answer.
We don't have
I got my answer. You don't know. I don't. Why are we still conversing? You don't know.
Yeah, but you know what I know.
What? Repeat that.
I can tell you what I know about compass.
No, I'm okay.
It will not.
I got my answer. It's okay.
Okay, the compass will not influence the surface. Whatever compass do, it will not change the surface. The surface will be that what it is.
Well, the only reason a compass works is because it's like a globe Earth.
Are you saying that only reason the compass works because Earth is spherical? Is that correct?
Well, the only reason it works is because of the magnetic field.
Basics. Where do you think the compass points?
Points north, my friend. Towards the magnetic field, which is going north. Yeah.
Is it all right? Center or top? Is it on the Earth or in the Earth?
No, the magnetic field is point north. Right. Up north.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying. Where do you think it points?
The whole point of the compass
on the Earth
is just
or in the Earth?
Points to one direction that we all agree is north.
Where do you think it points? On the to the
Where's
surface?
the location
point
on the
surface?
globe?
Yeah, I mean, you're asking how does it work? You're saying it points north. What is north to you? Is it one spot? Is it in the center? Is it on top of? Is it above to you? What is it? What are you saying? This only works this way.
Yo, if you went to the middle of Antarctica with a compass and you walked in a circle, it would keep pointing.
Okay, what if I go to the north? What if I go to the North Pole? What if I go to the North Pole? Will it point down?
It's in the magnetic core, dude.
Is that right? That's what I'm asking. Do you guys think that the compass points to the center of the Earth? Jeez. Craziness.
Tough question.
It's totally in the core, bro.
So is it the core or North Pole? Which one is it?
Both.
Weird stuff. And now, if I take a compass to a basketball court, is it going to work on that flat basketball court? Like just because the other guy said it will not work on a flat surface, will it work on a basketball court? Or are there like little flat spots on Earth where you have to like your compass breaks? Is that what somebody's proposing?
No, dude, I just glitched out my body. What are we talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I asked you two questions. Do you think that the compass points to a specific point? Do you believe it points to a point on the surface of the Earth? Is it to a line or to the center of the Earth? Do you have like a conclusion baked into the question yet? Or?
Was this a new question?
Same one. Yeah. You're saying, how does a compass work? It points north. I'm asking you, what is north?
Okay, is this a continuation to my question? Like,
yeah, obviously. The compass, the north, the pointing, it sounds similar, right? You remember this.
Is this going to continue into something that answers my question? Or
Yeah.
I doubt it. I really do doubt it.
I doubt it. I don't think you have a coherent, you never had a coherent question to begin with.
Yeah, they want me to ask my question again.
How does a compass work?
That's it. It's more of a statement.
I don't understand how it's possible that people believe in flat Earth and that they doesn't know how compass work. That's for me incredible.
I don't believe in flat Earth. I don't know.
Well, I'm saying how this is important. You know, you don't believe in flat Earth because you don't know what is flat Earth. Because nobody of us believe in flat Earth. We know that Earth is flat.
You think it's sticking? You think it's pointing to like a magnetic spot in the north?
Okay, does this continue to my answer to my question at all? Or
if you're standing in the middle of North America and it's pointing to a point in the north, it's actually pointing through a big hump of Earth, correct? Or is it just kind of like pointing?
Do you not know how magnetic fields work? It's kind of an orbit around the world, yeah. Kind of how a magnetic field works is all around the world, yeah. It doesn't go through towards a point. It goes around the world and it kind of sinks in towards the top of Antarctica, I suppose. There's proof of this, like you can demonstrate it yourself with a compass, but.
So which line are you following? Like, listen, I can get a magnet, right? And I can put like a sheet of paper over, and I can get some iron filings, and I can spread it around. Which one of the field lines are you following? Like, there's many of the field lines. Are you following the straight?
Are you guys just literally asking me how a compass works?
Yeah. How's it work?
I don't have an extensive knowledge on how a compass works, dude.
Yeah, you don't know how a compass works. You don't even know what
you don't have an extensive knowledge. Okay, is this going to segue towards my answer to the question I asked?
Yeah, you don't.
Which the answer I've already got is you don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, tell me to ask it again. And you're not going to.
No, dude, you're a useless man.
You probably Googled it, and you're just believing Google. Have you ever
Google it. I
actually
have a
got a
knowledge of how.
frickin'? You
I have my prior
actually,
knowledge of how a compass works. Yeah,
have you
I learned
held
it in
one and
school.
actually,
I've held many compasses.
walk
Can I
towards
ask you?
north?
Are you saying that you will not look into this issue, this about flat Earth, because people didn't know to answer about the compass? You think that this is the important question, what you're asking now about compass, and if people doesn't know to answer or whatever, they are answering to you, but you are not satisfied. That mean that flat Earth cannot be truth.
Okay, can I answer? And I will say,
yeah.
The only reason I asked it is because I think it's impossible to prove how a compass works on a flat Earth model. I could talk for days about how it works on an Earth.
If I want to prove you, if I want to prove you flat Earth, how I can do that? With the compass or with some other? Can I do use other things, other methods?
I'm sure you can.
Okay. What would be method for proving the if surface is flat?
I'm not sure.
What would be the best method to realize in a distance if something is curving or not?
I'm not sure.
Is it the method boiling water?
I'm not sure. I don't know what that is.
No. Okay. You don't know what is sphere?
Well, yeah, I know what a sphere is, yeah.
Do you know that in a distance sphere shoot a curve? It's dropping away from you. You put the finger on the top of the sphere and then you go away, and that finger is going down. Do you understand?
He's just here to talk shit. He's not really gonna talk.
Okay. People, man, there is only one information. There is no measurable curvature in reality. The Earth is measured flat. You can check for yourself. That's it. No compasses, no eclipses, no satellites, no NASA, no lies, no ice wall, nothing. There is only surface, and it's not curving. That's it. If you want to look into that, you can. But if you want to ask some questions about that, we can answer to you, but whatever you want.
I think he said he checked it out. He learned it at school. So, yeah. There's
but
that.
Compass will not prove you neither globe, neither flat, Before flat, but because of elevation, angles and stuff. How elevation works on the globe Earth model, I would to know this question, not how compass or how elevation works on the globe Earth model.
Oh, I don't answer questions.
I know. I'm asking other people if they know. I
don't answer questions.
But you don't need to do anything, man. You're here. You can listen. You can whatever. Nobody's pushing you for nothing. Everything is fine.
How do airplanes work? How do airplanes work?
Yeah, but nobody wants to convince you. For example, you need to be flat earther here now. No, man. There is.
How do airplanes work on a flat Earth?
How what?
I don't answer questions.
What was your question? How what works on flat Earth?
I'm being half the basics. This is how you do it. That's how you do it.
I'm interested. How surface work on the flat Earth? How do surface look like on the flat Earth?
I don't answer questions.
No. Yeah, I'm asking myself, not you.
I'm just making fun of the dumb basics guy.
He actually believed you were him for a second. That's hilarious.
I know. That's how basic he is. That's how simple-minded the guy. Not him, but the basics guy is. Yeah. That's all he says. He did it like 2 days ago, and the day before that.
That's like a story, you know. He read maybe on internet and something like ask them about compass and they will don't know, or something like sunset. Ask them about sunset. If you ask flat earthers about sunset, they will be speechless. How sunsets work on flat earth?
Yeah, there's a lot of questions about magnetism and the origins of magnetism. There's something called like a supermagnet, right? They say magnetism is caused by like an electron circling a proton, whatever, right? So it's always completing a circuit. But then you have something called like a supermagnet, where there's no circuit being completed, but it's a magnet that never loses its magnetism. So there's a lot of mysteries still trying to be solved in regards to magnetism. Whether it generates a field or it's just permeating the existing field that causes disturbance in the field. There's tons of questions about magnetism.
You mean the smallest balls you could imagine are still orbiting each other? The size doesn't matter on how big you make them, they just orbit? But in the lab, they stop. Okay, gotcha.
That's just what balls do. That's what they do.
So imaginarily, on some kind of imaginary scale, they do that.
Imaginarily.
Well, yeah, but in a lab, when you throw the balls up, you got 50 different marbles of different sizes. You throw them up, they don't just start orbiting. How come this is?
There's a problem in the imaginary model of the orbiting balls. That's even in the imaginary model, there's a problem.
Because everything's balls.
Yeah, how else are you going to measure equal distance from a point?
Yeah. Pseudoscience sodomy. Kind of messed up. It's all balls.
Yeah, well, I mean, they get a point, they find an arbitrary point, and they say, okay, if I measure equal distance from this point, and I do it in all directions, it's going to make a sphere. Therefore, I'm measuring a sphere. It must be a sphere. It's got to be a sphere.
Magnetic mullet in like frickin' 1987. It attracted all the bitches.
There is a list.
And how compass work on South Pole, on Antarctica? It's showing south. It's showing south.
No, one of the arguments I do like though about the compass is like when travel, in the south, right, south of the equator, you still have to correct to the north. Like so, if the Earth is a sphere, right, they say that the longitude would then be converging to the south. But so how's it bending in both? How's it going both left and right? It's just an impossibility. It's like a contradiction, like on its face. That you have to correct to the left while it's correcting to the right. So you're going both ways. So you're not going anywhere. Silliness.
I don't know how compass work on heliocentric model, but can you tell me how it's working on flat Earth model?
I don't answer the question.
Yo, anti-globalist, check your DMs.
Who's that? No sorry? No thanks. I posted how a magnet works.
This is the back.
In case you're wondering.
LC's the back.
LC. You wanted me to post something for you, man?
Yes, please.
The last thing you sent me?
Yes, the last two, since these guys want to keep asking about it.
I'll post them for you.
Negative. Dude, the text chat's wild now, dude. Snow falling on the flat Earth doesn't make sense. Fog doesn't make sense. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yo. You're cute, dude.
You know when Apple followed the Newton.
You're
Apple
cute,
followed
dude. You're cute, dude.
when Apple followed the Newton head, the surface in that moment could not be flat because falling sphere.
Yo, you're cute, man. Let's date.
Who is cute?
You, dude.
Why? Why I'm cute?
Wait, guys, I have a question about the compass. Relative, can you answer my question? So, globerers, they claim that magnetism is what's causing the compass to point north. But in a flat Earth, how does it point north?
You have a flat surface, and then north is where is the north, and between north and point where you are, it's a flat surface.
What?
Yo, dude. I'm going to
Let's
put
put it
something
like
in a
this.
sidetrack.
Let's put
Look
it
at
like
it.
this. You are in Florida, and between Florida and South Pole, there is a Atlantic Ocean, and there is a sea level. That sea level, it's leveled. That means it's not curved. There is no pole that behind, curvature. That means.
Yeah, but how does the magnetic field work on a flat Earth?
I'm not talking about curvature. I'm
telling you how it's working. You have a flat surface. I'm saying, let's say you are Florida, you are on south, and you want to go to north, and you go to north, you pass the sea level, you pass the 1,000 miles of ocean, and it's flat. That's how it's working.
No, because if you go from north, right, for example, south, you're in Florida, right? Why does the compass always track north? That's what I'm trying to say.
Because that is magnetic field. I don't know. There is no.
Yeah, how does the magnetic field work
Yeah,
on a
but you
flat
said
Earth?
it does. Magnetic field does not exist in flat Earth.
I'm saying it doesn't matter for the surface.
For a compass to work, it needs to have a magnetic field. You can demonstrate a compass working.
I'm telling you this. There is a surface of the Earth. We are looking on the surface. Doesn't matter
I know there
what
is a
compass is
surface.
doing.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Look, okay.
Is it surface curving or is it flat? That is the
No,
point.
it's flat.
Don't sidetrack.
The
Answer the
surface. No,
question.
listen. Let me answer the question. The surface is flat because the observable reality is that the Earth is flat, right? Yes, correct.
Okay.
Okay, so now answer my question. How does the compass always track north?
Oh, can
on the
you
flat
answer
Earth?
me that? Can you answer me that question?
Oh, dude, answer his question, man.
That's why I know how it works in a globe, right? Because there's magnetism
No, you
field or
don't.
whatever. But I'm asking you how it works in a flat Earth.
You said now that you know how it's working. Sorry, man. Sorry, question. You said that you know that how it's working on the globe.
Sorry. I'll rephrase it. Based on the heliocentric model, right? How the compass works is explained through the heliocentric model, right? But we, as observable reality, know that a compass exists. We can buy it, and I'm saying, how does it track north in the flat Earth? How? I don't know. That's what I'm asking you.
No, I don't know. I also said to guy
Okay,
that
you don't know.
nobody
Okay,
knows.
that's fine. Okay, that's fine. If you don't know, that's fine.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
I know. I just say that it's the magnetic field, so that's what I think.
Where is magnetic field?
Yeah, you don't know, so I'm not going to talk to you,
But who knows? Can you tell me where is that magnetic field?
We've been on this topic for the past half hour, brother. I've posted shit in the side chat.
He answered my question.
Can't understand it.
You basically, you guys don't know. No one knows how the compass always tracks north, but it tracks north. But you guys don't know. It's the same concept with gas pressure. You guys don't know where the container is, but the container has to exist. You guys don't know the distance. You guys don't know the distance of where the flat Earth ends, thus meaning that you assume that it's infinite, right? The possibility of infinite. You guys, there is a lot of there's a lot of things that you guys don't know as a flat earther, right? Yeah. And I've explained these points as well.
What we know. Do you know what we know?
Yes. So what we know.
What you don't know. Dude.
You said what we don't know. Can you tell us? Yeah. Can you tell now what we know? Can you tell that?
Yes. So what you guys know is that the Earth is flat based on the observable reality. You have done measurement to prove that, right?
Okay.
You guys also know that gas pressure exists based.
Okay. Isn't gas pressure demonstrable with the container?
Yeah.
It is.
But you guys have not seen the container, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Is it demonstrable with the container?
Yeah, it's demonstrable. Yeah, it is.
Is it demonstrable without container?
No, it's not.
That means what? What's my point? It is demonstrable that for the gas pressure you need container, and it is demonstrable. And in other case, it is not demonstrable that without container. What is telling you that gas pressure has what?
It has a container.
That means you don't need to look for the container. Container is somewhere there.
No. You don't know where the container.
Do you know why I know?
You have not seen the container.
I told you it's demonstrable. Is it demonstrable?
Yes. Listen, I agree it's demonstrable. Yes, I agree that gas pressure must have a container. But what you don't know is that you have not seen a container. You don't know how the compass always tracks north. Yes?
Yeah, you're correct.
Exactly. There you go. Yeah. Point proven.
Yeah. That means that I don't know if... are you telling me now?
What fucking point did you prove? That the fucking Earth is a globe based on the fact that you can't give an answer to 3 different questions? Like, what the fuck, man? Stop acting like a douchebag.
We sure showed them.
I proved that there is a lot of things that we need to look for an answer on the flat Earth because you guys are saying a lot of I don't know, and I'm saying we need to look for an answers.
What is for you flat Earth?
A flat Earth is the observable reality, right? What we see outside. When you look outside, we see flat. We see houses, mountains. Yes, but what we ultimately.
Is it that only we see like that, or is it that it's measured like that?
Yeah, we can measure it too.
Oh, we can measure. That means it's measured flat.
Yeah.
That means we don't know. We don't know the borders. Let's say we don't know we can say we don't know how all Earth look like. We don't have a map. We don't have a model. That means how we don't know so many things, but we know that surface measure flat.
Yeah, that's all. That's what I'm saying. You guys. That's what I'm saying. You guys know the basis of the flat Earth, but you guys don't go into further. Further research or into further investigation.
Let's do you and me.
That's a bold assumption.
I want to do that together with you. Let's do it tomorrow. What shall we do? First, to find the borders of the flat Earth. What shall we do?
I don't know. You tell me. What should we do?
Let's do like this. I think we need a little bit of money. I don't know. We need some ships. We need some people. We need some food. We need money at least. Then we need so many approvals that we can cross so many borders or whatever. We need that.
Where are you going to sail to?
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. That means
you don't even know what you need to do.
Okay. That means why I should to do that?
Because right. So back in the history, right? We can talk about history.
No, back in the history. What will tell you?
No. What I'm saying is no. What you're saying now.
What will tell you? What will tell you if Earth is spherical or flat?
Why are you talking about spherical? Why did you mention spherical?
Why I mentioned spherical?
Yeah.
Is it Earth?
Earth is flat.
No, is it Earth or flat?
Listen. Let me explain. Flat is not a shape. Yes.
Of course, that's a shape.
It's not a shape.
Flat is not a shape. Flat is the observable reality.
Yeah. Okay.
What do you mean? Okay, flat is a shape, though.
No, it's not. Flat. When flat earther talks about flat.
Sleeper agent, you're up.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I feel bad kind of like just jumping in and taking over the conversation, but flat is a two-dimensional shape. That's what it is. It's a description of something that would be, have a
draw us a flat. Okay, so you have a job now. You need to draw us a flat and post it in the side chat.
I could draw you something that is flat.
Yeah, no, draw a flat.
Can you draw how you can draw something that is a square?
Post a Peppa Pig shapes video so you can learn how shapes work. Right?
I can do it for you. Fine, wait. Oh my god. Okay, I'm not going to do it, obviously, but I could just literally draw a line.
No, that's a line, man.
That's a line. Guess what shape a line? One of the shapes, one of the properties of a line, it has a flat shape. Wait a second. I want to say it again. I want to say it again. One of the properties of a line is that it has a flat shape.
Okay, and
therefore, flat is a shape.
No.
Flat is not a shape.
Okay.
Flat.
You can literally look at something and say, what shape is that? Well, I can say, it's a line. Well, what other type of shape is it? Oh, it's a flat shape, right? Because you can describe different dimensional aspects of things, and these are considered its shape.
Okay.
Not just one. Like a square has multiple aspects to a shape, right?
Okay, no. Okay. I understand where you're coming from. I'll make this super clear.
That flat is an adjective, isn't it?
Are you saying that square is for?
Wait, can I say something, guys, please? Can I say something without being interrupted? So now, are we sure that flat is just a description? It's not a shape, because you just said it. It's a description of a surface. It's not or line.
All shapes are descriptions.
It's not a shape. No, shapes are nouns. Shapes are nouns, not adjectives.
Shapes are descriptive by definition.
It's a noun. It's not an adjective. Flat is an adjective. It's not a noun.
Well, it can theoretically be used as an adjective, though. Yeah.
It is an adjective.
Oh, you're saying adjective? I thought you said something objective. I'm like,
no, adjective.
Okay.
Adjective.
Sorry, I just didn't understand.
Adjective. It's not a noun.
And at least can we agree that square is also an adjective, and right?
Yeah, it's not.
Wait, hang on. Necros. But a flat can be a noun and an adjective.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say.
A cube is a noun. I can show you a cube.
Here.
Can show you a sphere.
Give me a second. I will come on. I will show you a sentence where flat uses a noun. Give me 1 second. Let me think of an example. Okay. Okay, 1 second.
They moved. So, Necros, you believe that the Earth, the word flat is just adjective, right?
It's a description of a surface, yeah.
Okay, but but flat can also be used as a noun, correct?
Can you give me an example?
Not in any sense that matters here.
But
okay, got it. I got it. Ready? The carpenter checked for any imperfections in the flat of the tabletop. Right? The board has a flat that ensures it sits evenly on the ground. I give you 2 examples of flat being used as a noun in terms of describing a shape. When you say the carpenter checked for any imperfection in the flat of the tabletop, right? And again, I'm not making these sentences up. I'm just getting from ChatGPT.
You just proved our point. Right.
How
so
did you
describe? You can have a round table. You can have a diamond-shaped table. Right. You can have a flat coin. There's all sorts of different shapes that you could describe a surface on that shape as flat. Right. Because a flat is the description of a surface that isn't curving. It's not actually a shape and it can also I get what you're saying. A square that has 4 flat sides.
I don't think you heard my point properly.
A flat coin. Yeah, but flat isn't a shape.
Analyze my sentence.
You can't say.
So listen, analyze my sentence.
Dude, if I say the surface of water is flat,
listen to me, please. Let's make this productive. I want this to be a productive conversation, right? So why you? I'm asking you. I said a sentence instead of telling me a point that you said 7 times.
Explaining to you why you are wrong, and that flat isn't a shape. It's just the description of a surface. Right? If we say the surface of the lake, the water on the surface of the lake is flat, it doesn't mean that the lake has to have a particular shape. It could be any shape. Right? We're talking about the surface description. So there's no point you continuing this on. It's obvious and it's just pointless if you want to keep trying to win this losing point that you're trying to do.
Yeah, so what it is the properties of a shape. Flat is the properties of a shape. It's not the shape itself, Sleeper Agent. The shape itself is something entirely different to the properties of it.
Okay. All I was
conflating. No, you need to address the fact that you're conflating the fact that you're talking about the properties of a shape and not the shape itself.
I'm not.
Let's not be confused. We're helping you not be confused.
Alpha. I appreciate that. I really do. Now look at this
sentence.
What
do you think about what I said?
Want me to steel man you to make sure that you know I understand what you're saying? Okay.
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. What you said is that a flat can only refer to the properties of a shape, as in it's an adjective or like the surface of a shape, but it cannot refer to the shape itself, right? And I understand that point. I mean, that was the topic of the argument. But I was trying to say.
Where's the confusion then? I don't know.
I know. So the confusion is that if you would have analyzed my sentence directly instead of telling me the point again, you would have seen that my sentence uses it as a shape in of itself and not as a description of a shape. And I want to read the sentence again.
It uses flat as a shape?
Yes. Look at the sentence I posted in the side chat, so I don't have to read it to you. Right? The board has a flat. Not the board is flat. The board has a flat that ensures it sits evenly on the ground. The carpenter checks for any imperfection in the flat of the tabletop, not in the flat tabletop, but the flat of the tabletop. So a flat in the first sentence refers to something, an object, right? A shape.
It doesn't. It's the property.
No,
referring to the property. It's seriously, dude. Like it's referring to the properties of that particular table. The property of the tabletop is flat. It's not the actual table itself. You have to make a clear distinction. I get it, man. I know what you're saying. But also, look, listen, this is just, listen, if you just made a fumble on it, it's fine. We're not like holding you, going to be like, dude, you're such a moron. Just realize when what we're talking about is distinctly different, exclusively mutual. It's not the same as saying shape. That is a description of the entire object. The thing that we're discussing is the properties of the object.
I understand it's not commonly used that way. My argument that it theoretically could be used that way. That's all.
That doesn't
No. Agent, I'll make this clear for you to understand.
The flat of the table. When you say the flat of the table.
Yeah, well, we're getting to the point where he understands now. It's the properties of a shape, and it's not the shape itself. We can't keep going on in circles about this. There's no. That's it. That's
we
all.
Can move on. I'll try to get better sentences. We could definitely move on.
But I mean, better sentences. Is it going to make your point clearer? We understand what you're trying to say.
I'm trying to find an example where you can use it as a noun of itself.
Because listen, the reason why you cannot is because flat is a property of a shape. It is not the shape itself. The shape itself would have like the board that you were describing in that sentence.
Well, I could at least agree that it's a noun there, not an adjective.
Okay, so the board has a. Hold on, Necros. The board has a shape. The property of the board is that it has a flat surface. The property is not the object itself. It's a description of the surface.
Okay, but can we at least agree that that's a noun there before we move on? Like the sentence.
It doesn't matter. The point we're trying to make is that you can't conflate the property of a shape with the shape itself. It's not going to be equal. It just won't be. Like a cube can have a flat surface, but it won't be entirely flat.
I just put this right.
May I get in here?
The design required, and we don't have to keep going. I know you want to move on for this, like this part of the argument.
No, I think we've already sussed this out. There's nothing need to be had anymore.
I still think. So I think I came up better sentence. Right? The design required.
Sleeper. Sleeper. I'm sorry, but if I may interject, I heard your sentence before, and what you said. Okay, it's not a noun. But the phrase that you're using makes it sound like it's a noun, but unfortunately, that phrase is what maybe someone might say in a colloquial sense so as to omit a word from the sentence to still convey the same point. The flat of the table is basically short for the flat part of the table, i.e. flat being the adjective and part or surface or whatever being omitted for brevity. It's still an adjective.
Okay, how about I'm not disregarding that. Even if we were going to say that was true, look at the new sentence I just said. And I'm not going to keep doing this. I don't.
You sound like you are going to keep doing it because you want to make your point valid. You want to make your point valid.
Last sentence, I promise. The design required a perfect flat to fit into the machine assembly. In that case, flat refers specifically to a flat planar shape as a standalone object.
What's the word they're omitting? Hold on, Sleeper. What's the word they're omitting?
I don't think
what Mick was talking about. Mick made a point. What are they omitting from there?
They don't have to necessarily be omitting a word.
They are, though.
What is a flat, dude?
A flat in this specific scenario, which again is not very common.
That's like an apartment that you rent. Yeah, we're not talking about that.
Yes, that's why. That's what I'm saying.
It would be some sort of
flat is a noun and an adjective, but in the context of flat Earth,
Sleeper.
It would be yeah.
Sleeper. Every time you're using a flat or the term flat as like a substitute or like a shorthand for whatever description whatever you're talking about, it's a context dependent phrase wherein there's a term, right? The noun that is just being omitted for brevity. It's the same thing as before. It's a context-specific thing.
Yes,
wherein the lingo.
In the previous sentence, I see that, but in the newest sentence, it's referring.
It is omitted. It is omitted, dude.
You are not getting this at all.
Explain to me what's omitted in my sentence. The design required.
Say the sentence. Hold on, guys. Say the sentence one more time.
The design required a perfect flat to fit into the machine assembly.
Okay, what is he talking? Okay, what is he talking about when he says that? What is he mentioning?
He needs a flat planar shape. That's a standalone object.
A flat planar shape is not. Hold on. What is he inserting into the machine specifically?
That it's a flat board.
A board. What shape is a board?
Dude, this is such semantics.
What
sure,
shape is
sure, the board
up?
The board
What
can also
arguing over this.
I said sure. It can also technically be described as a cube or a square, both.
Okay, so
this
what
guy's
now?
trolling.
I'm not trolling. I'm not. It's three-dimensional, so obviously you can technically describe it as a cube, but obviously you could refer to it as a square as well because you can.
All right, so whatever the person is putting, sleeper, whatever. I'm gonna have to mute you, dude. Just settle down. Whatever the person is putting inside of the machine is a specific shape. Do you agree?
Yeah. In this case.
Okay, so that shape is not told to you. You don't know if it's a board, if it's just any other shape, a cube. You don't know what it is. But the description is flat. Yes? The property of the property. Hold on, bro.
Was für ein
the property. Fucking hell, dude. All right, the property of that shape is flat. Do you agree on that? The property is flat. Whatever he's sticking in that machine, it's flat. Yeah.
Yeah, in the same way.
Okay. So what's omitted? What's omitted is the object itself. You don't know what he's putting. Oh, dude, hold on. With the context of what he's talking about, you don't know what he's putting into the machine as far as the object goes, right? That's not
what's in there. This is the last thing I'm going to say.
I'm going to argue you, bro. Do you understand what object he's putting in the machine, yes or no?
Yes.
What object is he putting into the machine just by the context of that sentence?
A flat board of wood.
How did you get board of wood from something that the word flat is only insinuating the property of a shape? It didn't give you what he put in there. Where does it say board on that sentence? And how did you come to that conclusion?
It is implied.
It's implied. How did you know that?
Because of the context in terms.
Yeah, what if it's something else that's flat that he's putting into the machine? What if it's something else? How did you come to the conclusion it was a board?
Just off context of woodworking.
Yeah, context of woodworking. Who cares? What if he stuck something else that's flat that's not a board? How would you know the difference?
Say square, you can make the same argument.
It doesn't matter. How did you know the context of the object was a board and not nothing else?
But I don't know for a fact. I'm assuming.
There you go. That's a good lad. You didn't know for a fact. Now we got to the bottom of why you don't understand that some words that were omitted because of contextual purposes, maybe the people already understand it's a board. They don't need to say it. But the context is the object that's inserted, the properties of that object are flat. They didn't need to say board because that's understood. It's already understood to be that. But because you think that we already have to know just by the sentence that it's a board, that's not correct. There has to be some contextual reference to what object he's inserting into the machine. The property of that object is flat. Do you get it now? We don't know that until you understand there's been prior context to what he's putting into the machine, and that is an object he's putting in that machine. It's not just saying flat is going to give us a description of the object, and the object is a shape.
May I say something very
Hold on, Necros. Did you get that, Sleeper?
In 6 minutes.
Sleeper. Did he run away?
Yeah. No, he's
still. Did you hear what I said? Sleeper.
He fell asleep.
Fucking hell, dude. We got all the way to the end and he ran away at the fucking crescendo of the point. That's interesting.
He sea-lined you, bro. Just as I was saying.
I'm gonna come back right at him as soon as he lights up. I'm gonna come right back at him. So
I want
not listening.
To say something.
So if you're gonna tell him, go ahead. But he's not gonna listen because he's not even responding.
For everyone. It's for everyone. For you also.
You got sea-lined, bro.
Board is not a shape. That fucking board can be a triangle, and that fucking board can be a circle, can be a square, can be a hexagonal shape. Doesn't matter. It is a board. The board is not a shape. Flat is not a shape. Still, that board need to be at a certain shape. Triangle, maybe square, maybe circle. Still a board. But we will just choose a shape for that board that has a flat surface. It can be triangle. It can be shaped as a triangle.
This shit's redundant. I'll be back later.
It can be shaped as a circle, as like a disc.
Yeah, sometimes
shaped as a square.
Wait.
Sometimes
why are you describing the shape of the board?
Sometimes when you keep getting muted, then it messes up your mic and shit, and he keeps dropping out. He says his mic's all messed up.
That's not important. The fact.
Okay, my mic is. There you are.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
You hear me?
What did I just tell you at the very end?
You said you get into a whole long explanation about how all I'm saying is I know from context descriptions about it, including that it is flat or including that it is wood, but it doesn't the thing shape is inherent to it or something like that. I'm sorry, I was trying to fix my mic the whole time.
So the context has either been given prior to this sentence of what he's putting into that machine, which we don't know. Maybe you do because you've understood some other context prior to reading that sentence, but we don't have that in the context of just the sentence. We don't know what thing. We don't know what thing he's putting into the machine. All we know is that the properties of that thing is flat. That's all we know. But what is he putting into the machine is important.
Well, I'm not understanding. Maybe you could explain.
Well, I think you're trying to make a point that's a non-point.
I'm not. Maybe you could teach me. If I would just substitute the word flat for square, wouldn't we have the same exact issue?
No, dude, listen to me. It doesn't matter what you say he's putting in because the properties of whatever he's putting in is flat. So it doesn't matter what shape you think he's putting in there. The properties of that shape is flat, but the sentence doesn't have it in there that he's describing what type of shape he's putting in there. It's not a cube. It's not a cylinder. It's not a cone. It's not anything. We don't know what he's putting into the machine, but the surface is flat. We know that much.
Can we agree? I'm not stupid. I understand what you're saying. Can we agree there's multiple ways to describe a shape, right? Like, for example,
the properties of a shape are different than the shape itself.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's what we're saying. So when you're trying to use the word,
hear me out, please.
No, dude, you're trying to use the word flat. You're trying to use the word flat and make it sound like it's a shape, and it's not.
So why don't you hear what I'm saying? I make a good point.
No, your attempts are failing. I've been listening to you, Sleeper. This is a second attempt. The third one's going to fail.
You're not letting me make my argument. You just mute me when I make argument, which is fine. You're mod.
State your premise. State your premise.
I'm not trying to form this into premise-based argument.
This needs to be a premise. What is your premise?
I have to make it into syllogism now?
What is your premise for the argument? Do you think that flat is a shape?
Please?
Is flat a shape?
Yes.
Okay, then go ahead. Now that's your premise. Now go ahead and tell me how you're going to make an argument for it.
Okay, so there are obviously multiple ways to describe the shape of something. For example, a flat board of wood is technically also a cube. In the technical sense, because it has 3 dimensions, right? We also can refer to it as a square, right?
The shape, yeah.
Yeah, so it's 2 different shapes. And we can also refer to it as a flat. All we are doing is jumping dimensions.
No.
Wait a second, do you hear my point about jumping dimensions?
I heard that weasel way that you put in flat. No, flat is not a shape. It's a description of the properties of that shape. No, shut up.
Try to steelman it then. Steelman it.
No. You just don't know how to shut up when it's your turn to listen. You are interrupting him. Dude, shut the fuck up. You're using the word flat and as a third shape. It's not a shape. You already used 2 shapes, and then the third one was a flat. That is not a shape. Flat is a description of the surface of that shape. It's the properties of it.
Yeah, he didn't have a point.
Am I unmuted?
Playing like 3-dimensionally with 4 sides. A cube is the same thing as a whatever the fuck a rectangle in 3D is. But regardless, it can all be called the same thing. That's a red herring from the fact that flat is not a shape at all.
A flat planar object is a shape.
We know that
it would be a 2-dimensional shape, right?
Object itself is a shape. Just like a circle is 2-dimensional.
No, I'm describing the shape of an item.
My bad.
In fact, if I would describe an infinitely flat plane, that only property it has is that it's flat. In math,
you're not getting anywhere, Sleeper. We already know that.
I'm just trying to say that
we already know that squares are 2-dimensional, therefore they are flat. That's just an aspect of a 2-dimensional thing. To say that it's a square, that it's a flat doesn't make any sense. Doesn't add anything to it. To say it's a square, and we already know square is 2-dimensional, flat, right? But that's not the shape. That's just an aspect of something in 2 dimensions. It's not. I mean, just get over it. I don't understand why you're stuck on it.
I have an idea. How about we take this sleeper agent guy at his word? Either that this guy sleeping his way through this conversation, or he's the sleeper agent and deliberately fucking around with the
Okay, now you're just making fun of him.
Listen, you need
Okay, I will
you need an
explain it.
object to describe any attributes of the object. The object can have a shape to it, or it can have measurements to it, right? And an aspect of that shape you can have a flat part on it, but you need an object to then apply attributes to it. So I don't know if Sleeper is saying that when a flat
No,
earther
we understand
says,
what he's saying. No, we understand what he's saying. No, Tanks. There's no need to listen. As somebody who's a flat earther, don't advocate for a numpty. All right, they have their position. You let them speak for whatever they have, and just leave it at that. You don't have to say. I think what he's trying to say. You don't got to do that. That's working too hard. You let them expose themselves, and then you expose them for it. Don't work too hard and try to say. Well, I think he's saying you don't got to do that shit. He's already saying enough dumb shit. We don't need somebody to advocate for him.
And that's the
thing. No need to advocate for that. No, but just to start to apply it.
Oh God.
Yo.
Yeah, go ahead.
So that's the thing, man.
What is?
You can't let somebody make you waste time around things that you know are super simple. Like I'm not.
Yeah, I'm over it. That's why I said I'm way over it. So if he wants to apply that to the Earth being an object,
you get muted too. I don't care who you are, bro.
Wow.
Because I got my phone on speaker and I'm outside, and all I know is that when I talk, I'm expecting to finish a point without having to try to put my phone to my ear. So if you could just be quiet.
I was addressed, but go ahead, man.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I was responding to what I was addressed to, and then you're aware that your phone's coming in shitty, but go ahead, whatever.
Guys, there needs to be no dispute. So, Sleeper Agent, let me tell you, when they are talking about flat, they're not talking about the shape.
I'm sorry, bro. The bottom line is, we don't need 5 people to explain to somebody something that we know he knows.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I said I'm over it. He knows what it is, and now if he's going to apply that to the Earth being an object in shape to.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I muted you because every time I get to the middle of my point, you just talk. Like, I'm not asking you for that. Like, we would have no beef if you would just not talk while I'm talking. That's it. So, again, to keep the clarity on the point, we're really about to argue with somebody about flat not being a shape. No. Period. No.
Yeah. All right. Am I good? Are you lagging? Am I good to go? Give me the okay.
Yeah, just don't interrupt him when he was in the middle of a sentence, dude. That's all you got to do. He said he's cool. Right. Just don't interrupt him. I mean.
Am I muted again?
I don't know. So yeah. So he already knows what flat is. Everybody knows what flat is. You need the object to do the flat. So now is he inferring that the Earth is an object in its entirety and that it's flat? Is that the argument?
We don't need to ask him that. It's not even.
Why not?
Oh my God! Why the fuck are we gonna ask him that stupid shit? He doesn't know what
to get
the
off
Earth
the
is.
Flat topic.
No, we don't need to go there because he's just gonna reverse back into it. He thinks he has a point, and if you indulge him any farther, like Elijah was saying, he's just gonna think he's winning some type of argument that's stupid.
You guys, I'm done talking about this because you guys aren't interested, which is why I got muted 3 times. It's fine. I know how Discord works, especially.
Dude, you're a certified idiot. Like literally.
If you wanted to have a conversation, I'm happy to have a conversation. I'm being respectful and honest. I'm done for now because demon time.
No, you're done is the true thing. It's stupid.
Yeah, I wasn't entertaining any of it. I mean, shit, dude. I had the least amount to say on the whole nonsense bullshit.
You keep the fire burning, dude. He's just going to think that other point you bring up is going to be a way for him to talk about his previous point. It's the way this shit works, no tanks. I'm surprised you're new to this, man. You know the way these guys work?
I just move on from a point.
They don't. Why don't you understand? They don't move on. They want you to bring shit up so they can go back to their point.
It's like Mutterer 1 and Mutterer 2. But we've been fighting against this since I met you. I don't know what would fix this.
I get again, like yeah. I mean, you guys are bringing it up now. I'm way over it. I've been over it, but
no, dude.
whatever.
You said, well, let's talk about what the shape of the Earth is. Like,
yeah, because you don't know the shape of the Earth.
And what is the shape since you know?
Well, I don't know as well. That's what I'm saying. We don't know the shape of the Earth.
Then.
So why are you saying there is a shape of the Earth?
What the fuck?
Yeah, so he agrees flat's not a shape, right?
Yeah, flat is not a shape. But Alpha, why are you saying? Why are you saying there's a shape of the Earth? We know the shape of the Earth.
What the fuck? What do you mean we know the shape of the Earth? What does that statement mean?
You said it, not me.
I didn't say that shit. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Oh, you didn't say it? Okay. My bad. Oh, Sleep Agent, you there?
Clear.
So, Big Daddy Flurf. Is that how you pronounce your name? Flurf or Flef?
I do remember that I don't like talking to you. So, no.
Huh?
No.
DJ,
I'm not
check your
interested.
DMs.
Not interested.
You're not interested in having a good debate.
I don't think you.
I mean, you don't even know the shape of the Earth. You don't know how a compass works.
See, I was
you don't know
about to
the
say,
distance.
I was about to say, Xanthan, like people change. Maybe you're growing. Maybe you're getting better. And then you did that shit. And then you started saying shit like that. Nah, you don't. People don't change.
I just get tired of Mutterer 1 and Mutterer 2 activity. I really do. It's like you try to stop one leak and then another leak from in the house springs. It's like, what the hell's going on, man?
Something in the water. Something in the water lately, or something. You've just been acting crazier than normal.
I was just thinking that, Mickey.
I don't
Just
like
listen.
them putting chemicals in the
Listen
water
to
that
some.
turn the freaking frogs gay.
Listen to the extremes that we've been doing, dude. They're coming out the woodwork. Fucking from esoteric flat earthers to fucking, your rank and file globe earther. It is just like the weirdest conversations we've been having.
There you go.
Worse yet, man. You have worse yet, dude. You have the dumbest of the dumb fucks coming in too. Okay, and they talk. They're incomprehensible. Like the other night, the guy he came in and he, all I could hear him was screaming no to everything you said, and then says something like I know this, like they're not even putting forth arguments. They're asserting they know something and can't explain it. You know what I mean? It's not exactly the same as a Globie who would at least say something coherent and then fall flat on his face. You know what I mean?
Well,
I don't know. Like the other day was worse than what I'm used to.
The hard part is when, I can understand Eli's, I sympathize with what he's saying. Being a third party listener, he's just got his, earbuds in, listening to people argue about things that are obvious. Like it is like, why are we why is this even a discussion? Like, why do we have to have a discussion about flat being a shape? Like, why in God's name are we doing this? Like, this is the frustration, I guess.
I totally agree with that, because if you can't iron out those basic things, how do you expect to be able to iron anything else out? I mean, by the grace of God, maybe that one little thing is, the nail in the coffin. But what are the odds, and how much energy are you going to invest into exploring that?
Yeah, there's a lot more wrong with the individual whenever they're that far off. I mean, they're detached completely with reality if they're having those kinds of debates, or they think that it's a debate. We're arguing about obvious things. It's very, very cringe for people listening.
How we all doing today?
Hey, what up?
What up?
What's happening? Everybody feels good?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get my cup of baller tears filled up. It's only halfway right now.
Come on, be more optimistic. It's half full.
All right. But yeah, I'm gonna probably do X tonight. I don't know. I'm feeling froggy today. There was dude, look at my profile. What some guy just put. I mean, I got the haters. Haters be hating, man. Look at what they put on my thing. And he sent it to me in a DM, but I put it on my profile page because I expose fucking rats.
You little weasel.
Yeah, this guy he's an academic too. Some type of psychologist or clinical something. It says it on his profile. If you go to his profile.
Psychiatrist. What a bullshit profession that is. It's like a philosopher. Like, oh, wow. So you just kind of sat on your ass all day and got drunk and thought about some stuff? Like, fuck. Wish I could. I'd be the perfect fucking philosopher.
Nice.
It's like a therapist, you know. That's not for the faint of heart, though. I don't think I could be a therapist. Listen to all that shit. Because there's some, like, fucked up people out there who actually have fucking problems. I'm not saying everybody who goes to therapy is, you know, that fucked up and whatever, had all these bad things happen to them. Most people just go because, I don't know, they just need somebody to talk to.
I don't know who's in here right now, but who in here thinks that the Earth is a globe? See if we can get some conversations going. For those that are listening, we want to have at least some type of content going in the way of the topic of the room.
Yo, Veritas, can I send you something?
What?
Oh, I already sent it. Never mind.
Send me. You want to send something to me in the DMs?
I already sent it. I don't know when. A couple days ago, I guess. The questions thing.
Shit, I might have got it as spam. Might be on my spam.
Oh, maybe.
Shit. Send it again.
I'll also.
Okay, I got it.
So above what I just sent you, the questions chart. Feel free to use that whenever you need.
Where did you get? Who compiled this? You did?
Me and a buddy. Yeah.
I'll look through it. I won't say that I might have a critique on it or two, but it's fine. I'll look through it.
And if anyone here wants my archive of my folder, it's 2 gigs for my Flat Earth folder, and it's just under a gig for my Space Slides folder. Just holler at me and I'll zip it your way.
I don't know if people are willing to accept zip files from strangers.
Yeah, I sure as fuck do.
I'm just saying, LC. It's a bit sus for an individual. I know it's maybe you're not, but it's just the way it sounds. Hey, you mind accepting my zip file?
You're advertising in the wrong place anyway.
You don't have to.
People who really need it.
I'm just saying.
Oh. Yeah, it needs to be posted in some sort of server somewhere where people can access and find out if their software that analyzes, like, security breaches will be able to scan it, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair.
So.
I mean, at worst, it is a zip file. So long as you're not executing any, .exes or something like that, you should be okay. But still, taking precaution is a good idea.
I mean, I get the sentiment, but it is the internet.
That's true.
So all we have is, who is Vax Wax to the second power?
That's actually Vaxwax squared?
Yeah. Who is that?
I don't know.
He's an American.
He's a flat
Canadians.
Flat
Earther.
Okay.
Yep.
Right on. and then just snacks, and that's it. Just snacks.
Yo, what up?
But the deal about snacks is that he doesn't like to debate or anything. He's just in here for the listening value. From what
I'm
I
just in here
gather,
'cause I'm
not
fucking
unless he
bored.
not unless he changes his mind and starts engaging. But
Yeah, I got
he says he
nothing to
doesn't.
debate, dog.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
Yeah, Snacks did pretty okay the other day. We had it out, but towards the end of the conversation, he seemed cordial and willing. I don't know if he, took any steps after that. I did send you a couple things. I don't know if you saw them, but we did
Oh,
talk about
fuck.
them briefly.
I didn't see shit, dog.
Did you check out those? You didn't check out those laser experiment stuff, or do you at
I
least
saw
recall that we talked
that.
about it?
Yeah, saw that.
Okay. All right. Well, at least you checked it out.
You know what I think, Biggie? You there?
What's up?
I think that it only takes once. I think the conversation only takes. If it takes more than once, I'm sorry. I'll look at you. And what I mean by when I say conversation, I'm here if it's a flat earth, I'm here if it's a bull. If there's something you're ignorant on, and you're fighting so desperately for your position that you can't hear my rebuttal to you, it's over because you're not listening anyway. But people that listen, it only takes just once to hear the truth. So these people like Snack, these people like any of these people that come in, Steve or Peter, whatever, who come in here and hang out, very sus behavior. Because you can't there are a lot of people who like to come in here and be friendly, and so because of that, they'd rather not take a position or they'd rather not say anything. And that's again, that's like really weird. Now the other guy that tried to engage me and I said not interested. The reason that I'm not talking to him is because he doesn't know how to fucking listen. Otherwise, as a matter of fact, if he had listened, I wouldn't be telling him I'm not interested. Why? Because I don't like him. Why? Because he doesn't listen. Had he listened the first time I told him, he'd know the answer.
I was trying to listen.
Not you,
So
Xanthem.
Sorry.
So it's just I feel like we're playing at a different level, and they want us to stay amateurs. And it's like, nah, fam. I think I am gonna go ahead and go Super Saiyan on your bitch ass. Yeah, I don't. It's like anyway, weirdos.
Yeah, that's a big part of having a conversation is sitting there listening, right? Because if you don't, then you just kind of got two people who are pretty well talking to themselves, right?
And obviously, it's important to let everyone, get out their entire point, and really just
If they have a point, and only if they have a point. But most times people talk, they don't actually have a point.
right. Well, that's why steel manning is important to kind of make sure you really understand what they're saying.
One of them. Yeah, staleman is for any one of us. Somebody like myself or Miggy, that's not a problem. But you know what? Whenever we try to do groups,
Yo, you're cutting it out like crazy there, dog.
Yo, Alpha, have you ever considered or even tried doing a space earlier in the day?
Yeah. Well, this morning we got all the way up to like 80 people in there just on X by itself, and then we had like I think Helio Skeptic put the live stream bot in there, so we had another 20 some odd people, so 100 altogether if you count the YouTube.
You mean the last night the one with QE there?
Yeah. Well, it ran into this morning, of course, but yeah.
Yeah. I'm asking just because like it's midnight for me, or even later when you guys start, you know. And yeah, it gets pretty high up there. I was just wondering if like have you tried doing one like dinner time or something like that, and how does it turn out?
Oh, not yet, but yeah, I would say I'd get a different crowd during prime time. For me, anyway.
Right.
But I leave it
Okay.
open because I do a whole bunch of things during the day. So if I was to do it at
Right.
prime time, my whole day would be consumed with doing just that. So
Yeah. Okay. If you're occupied, that's another story. For
yeah,
sure.
because my sleep schedule would be from 6 a.m. on to like 2:00 p.m. That if I get up and do prime time, then it'll be consumed by doing just the space and nothing more. So it's a bit of
Yo, okay. Yeah. Your works make sense.
Your robotic Mick.
Yeah, you're lagging hard as fuck.
Really? Okay. Am I okay now?
Somewhat.
Okay. Well, not much to say. I was just surprised that you go to bed at 6 a.m. there, but that would make sense. So, all good.
Is nobody talking?
Nobody's talking right now.
Yeah.
Yo, what up, quiet noobs?
What's up? Dead ear.
It's actually live air.
Living, breathing. Does the air breathe? Quiet, how you doing?
Hey, what up?
Been a while,
Yeah.
huh?
You doing spaces tonight, maybe?
Yeah, I'm probably thinking about doing one tonight. It's odd, Eli, because it gets popping at different intervals. So there's no real way to tell like when it's really going to be hopping. But I know for sure towards like from 3 o'clock to 6 a.m. there's like an influx of like the morning crowd from the U.S. So yeah, you get your real gold nuggets right there, right around that area. From what I've noticed, anyway. I was actually talking to AJ about maybe doing a handoff to Nathan for like an hour or two. He'd have a field of already cultivated for him to just come in and run his show. Meanwhile, I'll just really just mute up and you guys do what you do with the FED deal. And then once you're done, AJ could DM me or something or give me a call and then I'll just close the space.
Yeah, man, that would be dope. That would be dope. Cause like times change, and it's not that YouTube isn't cool or Discord isn't cool. It's like the crowd moves, the energy moves. You can't fight it. You gotta go with it. And at every turn, I feel like you've been like at the head of that. Like new innovative ways to you know reach these different audiences, different places, and trying to basically bring us into new lands.
Yeah, I think we're not giving enough viewership as we deserve. So I want to change that. You know me, man. I'm always trying something different, trying something new, seeing what works, what platforms can have us, and just kind of pushing the limits on that.
Hey, what shape is the Earth?
It's donut shaped.
Flat, brother. Told you, Caleb.
Yeah, if I do though, Eli, it'll be around 11 o'clock or so. That way, it'll give everybody enough time to get home and
Gotcha.
Usually I set up the co-hosts for whatever team members are on there, like whatever 24/7 team members, either you, AJ, Flatsy, APOC, like whoever's going to take over the reins of co-hosts. But the co-host, once the space is muted, is immune to being muted by the mute space button. So that's why it's important. Whoever's going to be the co-host, kind of like, is going to be there. Kind of, it's logistically also it helps because if you're interacting with somebody and I'm bringing somebody up, or vice versa, the co-hosts help the host out, and so on.
You know what I just realized? I just realized that, like, because I never read my notifications, and I definitely don't read the chat, which is kind of wild that I get upset that when I'm screaming from chat to people to listen, no one's reading it.
Yeah.
So I just saw somebody say something like super disgusting. I'm like, wait a minute. Like, and I saw it, and I was like, I'm not even going to click it. Read it, okay. But I realized I'm like, you know how many times things flash on my notification bar that I just like don't pay attention to? And I'm like, how many times has someone cursed me out and they were just foaming in the mouth like a retard? And I had no idea. All that energy wasted. What are you doing? What are you doing foaming in the mouth? Like wasting all your time typing to anybody who will listen. And nobody's actually listening. So
Exactly. Yeah, you should see the butthurt post that the guy, the real, left me. I put it on my profile on X. When you get a chance, Eli. Yenny, do you have anything to add to this conversation? Whether or not you know the Earth is a globe? No?
You're not funny.
Dogs are gods. What's up, my schizophrenic friend?
Oh, I've explained that schizophrenia thing to you like a dozen times, but how about this? Could you clarify what you were saying the other day to that girl about the globe can happen naturally, but they call it a globe so they can hide the existence of God or something? Like, are you saying the flat Earth requires God to exist?
The necessary antecedent for creation is a creator. Yeah.
See, I disagree with that, but that's true of the globe in your worldview as well, right?
Why? Well, some people say that it can be, but like what we argue for that is that it's only a few degrees away from saying that you don't need a God for nature to create itself. So there's a problem.
So how is it different that, like, the globe in your worldview would also require a creator, and the flat Earth would require a creator? So how does showing the globe hide the creator? That was a clarifying.
Yeah, because there could be an explanation for a naturalistic means by which a creator would not be involved.
And that can't exist for a flat Earth?
No. You're talking about like an atheist flat earther? I mean, people can say that is a possibility for the process in their mind to happen, but as far as intelligent design goes, it wouldn't be anywhere close to how things can be. So in a structure that's enclosed, purposely put into a system that is not able to interact with outside of, only inside of a contained system. So essentially, it's like a miracle in a bottle. If that kind of just puts it in perspective for you.
Yeah, that seems to indicate that the flat Earth isn't natural, so you can't make any natural scientific claims about the flat Earth, existing.
No. Nature itself was created. So the idea that nature itself is the creator is a difference. You get the distinction?
Yeah, that's true of I do. That's true of like a Christian who believes in the globe and a Christian who believes in the flat Earth. Would also say there needs to be a God to create both. You're saying the flat Earth.
Hold on, dogs. You could say Christian, but we're not just regulating it to one religion. You know what I mean? I think that's your error too. We're not just. It's a bit broader than that.
I'm just talking about it as Christian because that's your religious view.
Well, it's you don't know what I believe either because it's not. I would have to tell you. Essentially, I'm not going to.
It's fine. I've heard you quote scripture before.
Yeah, but it's not okay. Christianity is a broad term. If you didn't know, maybe you didn't know, but I'm telling you.
No, all I'm saying is that you believe in a Christian God and a Christian Christ. The rest is just semantics about the type and the denomination, which I don't really care about in this discussion. But I'm not saying you believe in Muhammad talking to the archangel to get information for the Quran, right? You don't believe that.
Well, some people will say Christian is a broad range of religious beliefs. So yeah, I just want to make a distinction because then it gets lumped into something I didn't say. Anyway,
yeah, that's fine.
If I don't have to say that to you, then that's fine. I don't have to tell you.
Yeah, cool. I'm not seeing the difference between flat Earth and globe Earth when it comes to a Christian believing there's a necessary creator involved. It'd be
Like I
involved in
said
both.
before, it's a contained system. So think about a miracle happening in a bottle. Like it's inside of a system that doesn't have any interaction with an outside, allegedly, system that would be outside of the itself. Like this realm is contained. So outside of this contained realm, there's no way possible that there's any interaction. It's just within. So how does something within a contained system spontaneously happen without any reason or rhyme? So it's different than saying, this all came from a cosmic, beginning with, it could have a different, random kind of more of a there's a wider array of things that could be occurring versus just like within the contained system where it's like regulated to just where we're at. It's a whole different
I get that. It just means like, so you could say God created the Big Bang, or God created the universe with an Earth 6,000 years old. But everything that we see out there in the universe kind of makes sense with these rules that God has put in so that it looks older. Even if it is only 6,000 years old, it could look older. And you're saying that all of these rules, all these things, they just don't exist. And I don't know why you're throwing that out.
I don't say that.
There couldn't
I don't
be
say that.
rules
That's
that
what
allow
you're
for
saying.
flat Earth.
That's what you're saying. I'm not saying that.
Okay, so could there be purely natural rules that allow for a flat Earth? Like God just did the Big Bang, and then the Big Bang created a flat Earth under a dome?
Yeah, we're talking about apart from a creator, an architect.
No, I'm saying with God. So there's a creator architect that knows what's going to happen after the Big Bang, puts all these rules in, and all these rules after the Big Bang that he creates leads to a flat Earth.
I've already said that seems to be some of the Christian worldviews of the people that believe, like what's his name from Answers in Genesis.
Bottom line is the bottom line is the Big Bang is the first one. So God wouldn't create it because that goes against one of the natural laws that we experience as living beings. So that's all I'm really gonna give to this because I'm pretty sure he's gonna take it another step up the street.
Yeah, I'm used to his antics. Usually he does that.
No, I think I'm done here. I think like it's fine. I understand what you're saying. You're saying that like there is no natural process that could create a flat Earth. So I don't see why you talk about flat Earth as having scientific natural observations for its explanation. It'll literally just be you can say the creator made it that way. The creator changed entropy, changed gravity, changed everything so that it fits your imagination.
Nothing needs to be changed, though. I think there's you're using a false dichotomy to say that one would
Wait.
It's not this or that. It's only this.
Miggy, he switched my words. Therefore, what he literally just did was change the communication in the room, which people may not see as a big deal. Yeah, like how when things are peaceful and then someone comes in the room and says things that make other people go like when the energy of the room changes. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, don't go what, right? You get it, right? So bottom line is he mentioned the Big Bang, and I specifically said that is a violation of natural law. Therefore, it's not like we would be believing in that.
Yeah, so I'm not saying from an atheist perspective the Big Bang is naturalistic and therefore
God sits outside of creation, not inside of creation.
Yeah, buddy, I'm not taking this as the atheist saying the Big Bang happened purely natural, everything's natural after that. I'm saying if you look at it from the true Christian point, can you please not interrupt me for 5 seconds? Is that possible?
I am.
Thanks.
Yeah, kind of.
I'm saying from the two Christian worldviews of flat Earth and globe Earth, but both have a creator, both have a God creator, they could have both had a Big Bang. It's just that.
I said that I kind of was going to interrupt you because the bottom line is, even though that I said that the Big Bang was the first law of thermodynamics, he attributed everything else I said to a flat Earth. Which, I mean, yeah, it wasn't. Nature didn't create itself. Yes, that is what we're saying. But none of that is really relevant to your point. So you introduced your own red herring to a point that you didn't really articulate well yet anyway. It's annoying.
He was trying to say that.
You goddamn right, things don't pop into existence out of nothing. And so we never made any claims that it did. But when we're talking about the Big Bang, that's a claim that it did. I don't even know why we're trying to compare it. Like, I don't get what it's just a whole big ass waste of time from someone who's saying absolutely nothing.
He's trying to say that for the Earth being flat, you could have a closed system with an atheistic perspective. Is it's even worse to say that within a contained system versus an ever expanding system. Like that whole idea of trying to say that a naturalistic means, but without an intelligent designer, an architect, from within the flat Earth perspective. It's even doubly absurd doing it that way. It's like having a think about a contain like imagine putting a blank aquarium, without anything in it. But if you don't make the aquarium something that you put rocks in there, you put little trees in there, you put fish, you put water, you put all that stuff. Nothing was added to it, and it was just blank.
But he doesn't have a point. Let me tell you what he's saying. What's the difference between a flat Earth that has a God and a globe Earth that has a God? When they both have a God. Oh, okay. Well, if the Earth was a globe and everything, yada yada yada, globe, heliocentric, yada yada. If we're gonna accept the premise initially that God did that, there's no more conversation to be had. Because what's your question after that? Okay, so God could have created any scenario. Okay. And did you have something else to add beyond that?
Yeah, he texted on the side chat. It's just what he built was a straw man, and I'll just read it to you because you're walking. He says, "I wasn't trying to say that. I was saying after the Creator made the universe, the only one that could happen without more intervention by God is the globe. You've admitted that all scientific fact doesn't matter because God made the flat Earth how it is right now without coherent rules."
Yeah. So what we observe in reality is a whole set of rules about how the universe works. And you're saying those rules that we observe in reality can only lead to the globe.
Huh? When did I say that?
My bad. I meant to say he was a dumbass, but I forgot I took him off mute before you had said that he typed anything. So
when did I say that? What the fuck?
To refer to what he types, no, I didn't say that. Because a scientific fact is something that happens when a human, and then he questions what could have caused that, and if he somehow discovers what caused that, he now has a scientific fact. There would be no reason or any circumstance that I would be. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about because you don't have any scientific facts about anything. The only thing you're concerned with is what shape the Earth is, and has nothing to do with scientific facts. So again, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Eli, does he know that the fathers of science were all religious individuals. I don't know if he knows that or not. The fathers of science, the ones who came up with all those interpretations of what the laws of nature, like they all were religious individuals. Like he thinks that they were divorced from that in some way. How?
Well,
There's
when I was I can only imagine, right? And I know my mind, but like the whole wonderful, yeah. The whole thing is, what the hell was I gonna say? I desperately told this dude not to interrupt me when I was gay,
yeah.
and
I
then
was
he
talking
opened the
about
door and asked me a question.
I was talking about the
Go
fathers
ahead.
of science being religious, so I don't know if you had a point outside of that. Like he's trying to say
Fathers
that
of science being religious, yes.
yeah,
So
he's
the
thinking that
bottom line is,
science doesn't
oh,
have
go
any
ahead.
religious underpinnings. You know what I mean? So he's coming at it like, well, you know, all these scientific facts came from an understanding of a world void of a creator. It's like, do you know that the people who wrote the laws for science were religious individuals thinking that they knew there was a creator behind these laws? Like, what is he saying?
Well, I mean, laws of science. I don't know what that is, but you know, yeah, I guess like this pseudoscientific idea that you have these scientific laws like Newton's third law and all of this. But like the bottom line is, in my mind, when I was in agnostic, all I had I been able to consider this topic, I would have just thought, wow. So, because I already thought in my mind, and if everyone can really think back to when they were young, the school wants you to know that the world was super religious back then, and that they were all doing things in the name of God back then, and that's why there were all of these wars back then. You know, forgetting that there are wars now today over like simple shit. But anyway, like so that was their whole thing is like, look at these, you know, primitive human beings that used to like light candles and do all this other shit to determine who would lead and do this, that, and the third, and blah blah blah. And that's what they see when they see us saying that there's a creator. They're like, oh, not only are you like, because yeah, they're the Americans and they believe in like that's really inconsequential. But you guys are like dead ass. You mean the Bible is literal? Like you mean what the earth is flat? Like what? Hold the fuck up. All that shit is weird. That's where they're coming from. So whenever, if I was to tell them, oh, all of these ideas came from, you know, religious people with religious institutions, the only thing he's gonna say is, yeah, those were the dark ages made it out of because of our.
Yeah, that'd be cap though because
And he really believes that.
yeah, that'd be cap though because what we understand is that's where all this was derived from. It wasn't derived from a secular atheist. The hell? Like he needs to point to where what secular atheist was coming up with these interpretations back in the day for the foundation of all the knowledge of what he thinks his pseudoscience is all about. You get me? Like he needs to tell you like where did it all come from? All of it had underpinnings of a religious belief that these individuals had for thinking that there was a creator. And so his comment about how everything made more sense without any intervention from a creator, it's asinine. There's none of the people that a long time ago were the foundation for what his pseudoscience would state would have believed that because they all were believers in a creator, all of them.
Yeah, so God didn't, and again, he doesn't have the ability to listen to what I'm saying and then use all of the things that I've said to put them in its appropriate place when he has follow-ups or questions. Because he's like, well, you know, God could have like set the Big Bang in motion and then said, oh, okay, except for the fact that the sky isn't a second law of thermodynamics violation. It's not something that a human can confirm is true. Not only that, natural law makes it obvious that it's not true. God didn't
Oh, I can hear you again. Cool. What were you saying, Elijah?
God didn't. No, I'm not going to start over. I'm already saying what I'm saying, and you still can't talk. You're not going to come in and be like, "Oh, I didn't hear anything," but now that I'm unmuted, I'm going to be a dick sucker. No, thank you. I don't think that what I'm saying is complicated. He's heard me say a million times, right? He's heard you say a million times. The vacuum of space is the second law of thermodynamics. He explained why. That's the end of his point.
Yeah, he's trying to strawman me in the text, but I'll just wait till. He's just saying something I didn't say. He said AV is saying God had to create it because nature can't. What I was telling him was that the way it's proposed is, and this isn't true, it's a false dichotomy even to say it this way, but as far as like the believer in the idea that the earth is a globe, the camp is you have the creationists that believe the earth is a globe, and you have the secular atheists that believe the earth is a globe. They're at odds with each other because one of them says that God created it, and the other one says that nature is the creator. For no apparent reason, nature just sprung life out of dead matter. So the way he's trying to phrase it here is saying that I said that God had to create it because nature can't. I'm telling him there's a false dichotomy, of course, between the secular atheist and the creationist in the idea that the earth is a globe. So in one way, nature made everything. So the Christian over here that believes the earth is a globe is going to have a viewpoint that God through a miracle made all of the things that you see with the Big Bang and some type of evolutionary process or whatever. They're going to try to square the circle for the idea that the secular atheist is given no reason to have a divine creator. So there's two arguments here, but what I was telling him was it's easier to slip into the idea that the guy who's a creationist believing the earth is a globe could slip into the mind frame of I see your point, secular atheist. I now can trust that all of these things could have happened without any intelligent designer. And then he's trying to make it sound like I'm saying for flat earth that it's going to violate a natural law if I say flat earth has the laws that it does, but needs a creator. In some way, he's trying to make it sound like the argument I was telling him about is the same that he's making for me, saying that flat earth needs a creator. When I told him, if you believe the earth is a globe, as an atheist or a creationist, you're going to have this idea that either God made it or nature made it. But on the side of flat earth is only one way, and that it has to be intelligently designed, and it can't happen by any naturalistic means because nature didn't make all of the things inside of this closed system. This is the crescendo. Inside of the closed system, only an intelligent designer could have made all of the things. And I likened it to an aquarium, let's say, because you have a blank aquarium without an intelligent creator. There's no way that you could have put all the things inside of that closed system, the way that he did. So if it was nature making it, think about an enclosed system, and within that enclosed system, nature just sprung together out of dead matter for no apparent reason. It's more asinine to think of it that way than it would be to have an intelligent designer. But on the other hand, you have the creationist glober and the secular atheist glober that could easily swap one for the other without any contention, or at least there would be a contention, but without problems like how things could have occurred, because there's explanations for it.
It almost sounds like it almost sounds like an isolated system.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you damn sure energy too. So what's going to happen? Where's the why is anything going to do anything? I don't even. I don't even. If you have a situation like you said, step back and forget. Like, okay, so where would energy be coming from? Is everything already with the energy that it has? Like, how's it? What's going on?
You see how harder it is for somebody within a closed system to actually propose that the closed system does not have an intelligent designer? And then he says that it would be incoherent to say that um, for stating for flat Earth to be an enclosed system and then having a designer, because it would go against natural law. I don't know what he's talking about there. He loses me there when he says that.
He's trying to say that I'm saying that he's dumb, or he's doing that on purpose. It's like Matthew learns when I say something completely coherent. Somehow when it's the exact inverse. It's like, how did you not only a little bit, but you got it exactly backwards? How did you do that?
Yeah, it's worse for them when they're trying to square the circle for, an atheistic worldview for flat Earth. But it's a whole other if he's just misrepresenting what I was saying, because I clearly said to him the reason why it would be easier for somebody who's a glober creationist to latch on to something that the secular atheist said, because none of those processes for the globe becoming what it is, as far as the explanation goes, it's all like a fantasy realm. Like, for a process to come out exactly the way they state that it does because of background radiation and what they think that they've advanced with in their knowledge of the universe, like the process of how it all came to be, that proposition is completely flawed. There's no logical extension by which all of these things came to be through that method. And say, and then have, a creator involved with that. That how the Big Bang happened because the one who banged it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's dumb, because that whole idea is it's just a fantasy. It's almost like giving a description to what the creator did at the beginning of time. It's arrogant to think that somebody can describe the fundamental beginnings of the reality that we are existent in that way. It's a huge topic, I think, when I get into it with people about, like, I mean, of course, they say the dichotomy of creation. Jedi talks about it sometimes, but it is a false dichotomy. We talked about it last night, because it's just there's only one reality. There's not a two ways to think about it. There's only one. I'm always kind of getting people to realize that we're not speaking of many. It could have happened this way or that way. No, it's not this or that. It's only this. Yeah, the problem is we do have that on both sides. Esoteric flat earthers want to bring forward an idea within the speculation realm, how this thing could have happened, with the creator and such, and different areas of land you can explore, and the the state of reality in which all matter and energy flow through. Like, what is that something that everything's in? Is that ether? What is it? That sort of thing. They try to give an explanation to the unexplainable, and then they catch people wanting to have an explanation on social medias and then they bring in crowds of people that have an itching ear to listen to them. And they prop them up as their quote unquote priests. Oh, this guy really knows his shit. Let's bring him up to speak for us. But I think what's kind of cool in here is that everybody, helps each other. It's like, dude, you're your own individual. When you're out there in social media land and you're debating with somebody, you don't have to appeal to anybody. You can use your own mind and say, this is how I understand this. Versus like, well, I don't know. Alpha knows. No, that's not how this works. You can know exactly the things that I'm talking about and formulate it in your own way. Glean a little off of anybody that's speaking. Myself, Flat Lloyd, Gemsy. Just listen to what people have to say. Then you can be your own person when you go out through the social medias. Don't have to be a parrot for somebody. That's the difference that we do with the esoteric flat earthers, what they've been doing. I mean that because they jump into the space and they'll be like, yeah, well, this is true. The ether is true. And you're like, well, how do you know? Well, I don't really know, but ask Witsit, he knows. Like, dude, really? Like, yeah, it becomes kind of the same way it was with the Earth as a globe. I don't know, but the scientist knows. It's the same thing. They say the same exact words. We're trying to get away from that, get people to realize that you can say arguments for yourself. You don't have to say things that are incoherent or that you don't know.
Yeah, man. I'd have to agree with that too. Like, you got to be your own voice, at least in this topic as well, just because, I mean, you stand on all 10 toes when you know something, and I get the kind of esotericness, and then, how it's kind of like Pied Piper, going through the city and everybody kind of, hey, that sounds pretty good. But, I was trying to tell Dubé that as well with the kind of his new like soul trap thing. I was like, I know you're just trying to like get more attention, but it's also kind of like, to me, in my opinion, kind of dangerous territory because you can't really prove that. And it's a really kind of, to me, a sacred bond like that I think every individual has with the creator. So it's like, I don't know, man. Like, why be so skeptical of that? Like, but that's a human construct, I guess. It's popular.
Yeah, sometimes, and I don't know if they call it being an introvert, but being somebody who's not well spoken or speaks out, they hide behind people who do, and rally behind them. And it almost seems like when you ask them about their voice, they're like, no, I don't speak much. I'm not one to be in front of crowds and whatnot and articulate myself. I'm just here to, I'm just me. I'm just here to listen. And you're like, yeah, that's cool, man, but everybody shouldn't feel like you have to appeal to somebody else. You can say, I like what they're saying, and this is also what I'm saying. Not I like what they're saying, and ask them. That's different. Because you have your own voice. You're uniquely you. You can explain it the way you know how, but stay truthful about it. Don't veer off.
Yeah, and I'd tell that person too, if you really do care and you are listening to what they're saying, you would actually look into it for yourself and even develop your own way, and kind of have that truth, and otherwise you're just like, oh, that's too big for me. Well, then you really don't care, do you?
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, man, the space has been great. It just happens to be the exact time I go to bed and wake up.
Yes, and they're like 7 hours to 8 hours long. So in between
It's
there,
funny. I'll like rush to
there's
wake
juicy
up. And I'm
bits.
like, dang it, 30 minutes. It's not fair.
Yeah, we like by the time I'm logging off, dude, 80 people jumping in that space, and it's all random new people we haven't met before. It's crazy fluid in there. I really
I've
like
been
it. I
listening
like
to
it
the
because the
recordings, dude.
algorithms.
Just cracking up.
Yeah, it's funny. Dude, like some of the stuff they say, man. I'm smiling right now because it's like, it's crazy dumb, dude, and it's fun to hear. Like the people who think they are, pilots, and there was this guy. He was like, he must have been in his 60s by his avatar and the way he spoke. He acted like a total child, dude, like a 10-year-old. No, you need to tell me the definition. No, tell me the definition. And like the guy was like, yeah, I'm about to. No, tell me the definition right now. Definition. Tell me the definition. Like he just kept saying that, and he was spiraling, dude. Like, because I think he was the one that said you can measure angles off of a curved surface and a flat surface, and we're like, what? Like, yeah. He's like, no, you're twisting my words around. I'm like, dude, you twisted your own words around. It was funny, dude. And I just started laughing, and it just made him furious, dude. He's like, no, you guys, that's all you do is you twist people's words around. I'm like, dude, nobody's twisting your words. You twisted your own words. Like you're speaking out two sides of your mouth, man. Like, come on. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah,
It's like
it's super diverse on there.
it's a revolving door because people see the space up, and for no reason they'll just jump in there, and like you get random people. Like either the people that jump in are attached to, like, maybe that person has like 1,000 followers, so his 1,000 followers will see him in the space talking, so they could just easily jump in. So one person could be attached to like 10,000 people. You know what I mean?
Right.
So essentially, and then whenever they see him on, they'll be like, "Oh, wonder what he's talking about," and they'll, jump in randomly.
Yeah, it seems the algorithm's good, or at least it's,
Mhm. For now, yeah.
it's a little
For
more
now,
organic that way.
yeah, like I said, around must be 6 o'clock in the morning time for me. Yeah, it's like 80 people. Dude, look at how many impressions are made on the spaces. Each one is like 1,000 impressions. Dude, so like really, our reach, like even on YouTube, should be way more than what we have. Way
Oh,
more.
completely. Well, when we were doing TikTok and I was trying to get Flat Earth on TikTok, I'd go live and maybe 200, 300 views. And then it would just get reported for the R word.
I started like, must have been a month and a half ago.
Is TikTok banned for the R word?
You can be, yeah.
That's funny. YouTube doesn't care at all.
They ban for a lot less, though, to be real. Like, there's different things that.
That's true.
Like, if somebody mass reports you or whatever for just because they don't like you, cancel culture is what they call it. They could just get rid of you. It doesn't even have to be for anything that we're saying in here, like Flat Earth or anything related. But yeah, if they just don't like you, gather together and just mass report you, and out you go.
I mean, I had a group of Muslims mass report one of my videos and nothing happened.
I used to get mass reported when I played people on Xbox.
I think mass reports only work if you actually have bad stuff in your content.
Well, I mean, like he said, it depends.
What's bad stuff? Like that's what's the standard?
I don't know. Whatever their terms of service, I don't know what their standard is, right? But whatever their terms of service, if you have something in their terms of service that you're violating and you get mass reported, they'll probably ban you. Because I haven't had that issue. I had one guy report a couple of videos because he was in them, and I just I sent them the screenshot saying we could record in here. And then I asked him what he wanted me to do just to help him out, and I just removed his personal information. I didn't realize it was in the video.
Yeah, well, that happened to me too. There's a guy named Red's Rhetoric that came onto my space. The very first, I think it was the 4th or 5th episode. I'm not really sure which one it was. But I think he reported that he was on there and he wanted to be removed. But the only way they could do it is they remove the space, and they did that. They removed like the spaces that. I don't think he was sure which space it was that he was in, so they removed like 6 spaces, the first 6.
So, are they still arguing if the Earth is flat?
It's not a debate. It's not a debate.
Yeah, it's actually over. The globe lost.
That's over. It's been over.
Welcome.
Oh.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Wait, so who won?
Flat Earth.
Flat Earth won?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. There's people that believe the Earth is a globe, however. They don't know that it is. I mean, I could ask you that. You wouldn't know how it is, so you'll clearly see how we won. You'll see for yourself. Yeah, thanks.
No, I believe you. I mean, I think you're cool. You're pretty smart and epic and intelligent.
Well, the problem is we don't have people that can actually substantiate the Earth as a globe, and I think that's the important part.
And amazing and handsome too.
Okay.
And I love the fact that you think the Earth is flat. That's pretty interesting.
Right.
You should try making science fiction novels. I think it would be
science fiction.
Pretty good.
Yeah, there's already science fiction novels. Science fiction novels already out there, man. It's called The Globe. It's in every textbook in school. But I don't need to do any writing. Yeah, it writes itself, dude.
You're stealing my joke. Damn.
No, it already wrote itself. It's in your textbook for school and all that. Yeah.
The globe was the joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The globe
pretty
is
funny.
the joke. You didn't have to steal nothing.
It's pretty funny for the first 500 years, but after a while it gets kind of tired, so people want to move on now.
Sorry.
So.
I think I'll do some more research. I need to
That'd be great. Yeah, go do that. Come back and let us know how that goes.
Yeah, I'll let you know. I'll let you know when the Earth is flat.
Okay. It is, but I mean, once you discover it, yeah, go ahead, man.
Take care.
See ya. Turn out the lights. The party's over. That I'm telling you, man. Flat Lloyd, non-stop fun on X, dude. You just have to get it going. I think the hard part is to get people to retweet. Nobody wants to retweet. I'm always asking them, retweet the space. Do it now. There's only like 12 retweets and there's like 50 people. I'm like, come on, man. I mean, come on.
They don't know the days of smashing the screen for hearts.
Like, dude, retweet? That's a lot of work, dude. I don't want to retweet. I'm going to have to drag my finger all the way across to the retweet button, hit retweet, watch it retweet. Like, it's a lot of work. That was quick research.
I think I've gotten enough research, but
just went outside.
Let me demonstrate to you.
He opened the door. Checks out. Goes back in.
Give you a demonstration. So this is what you believe in, right? Flat Earth.
No. Well, I tell you what.
Let's see.
Put some trees on that mug. Put a little bit of valleys and hills, and then
let's say this a bunch of trees.
Well, you got trees. Where's your tree tool, or your rock
generator.
tool or whatever? Put some trees and rocks, and put a little river in there.
You should get a space map.
Are you aware with like UV mapping? So
UV mapping.
With terrain generation?
Yeah, but what I'm saying that can you do that on the flat one and then the globe one? That'd be great.
Sure.
You could do a lot. What is this program?
Blender.
Blender?
I think it would be nice to. One way I'll try to prove it with. I'll try to like demonstrate what you believe in visually, I guess.
What I
if I
believe in?
could. You believe the Earth is flat, or what?
I don't believe it. I know it.
Amen, brother. Amen.
Let me try that.
You can believe in the Earth as a globe, but you don't know it.
Let me try to demonstrate it. What you believe.
You're gonna demonstrate something that I never said. That's weird. How are you gonna do that? I never said I believe in the Earth as flat. I know that it's flat. You can't show me something that I didn't say. Never said I believed in the Earth as flat. I know that it is.
Hold on, he's processing his response.
I don't think he is. I think he's short circuit. I think he's short circuiting.
Error 404.
Just blue screened.
Yeah. And you
So-
got blue screen to death. What you got there, Bubba?
How about you'd probably show us what the story you've been told about what you think flat Earth is?
He's doing something. Something's happening.
I'm doing like some thought experiments.
Thought experiments. All right.
But like 3D models. Okay, so can you like explain to me what do you mean by the Earth is flat?
Oh, it's simple. There's a planar topographical horizontal surface, right?
That's all you can do.
Do you think it's so it's a horizontal surface?
Yeah, kind of like what you're doing with those. Yeah, like that. Now think about this, right? Now, on top of that horizontal surface, what you need to do.
So there's curvatures. There's terrain.
I'm going to tell you. You
It's like-
allow me to. Yeah.
Let's say
doing
these are
little more stuff. Little more. Can you put some indents in there too? Not just bring some. Like that. Dude. Yeah.
So it's not flat.
No. Hold on. I'm going to show you. I'm not done showing you. Okay.
What?
You can stop right there. You can stop right there just for a moment, okay? Just right there. And now look at that. What you just done. This is going to be great visual for you. Excellent, man. I think we're getting somewhere. Now you can rotate all around that. You could do a side profile if you will, like only on the side. Go up a little bit. Right there. Perfect. Now stay there for a moment, okay? You don't mind me talking a little bit? Can I just explain myself? Why you just hold it? Okay, so you know the line that's going right in the middle of that, all the way across.
Yeah.
That straight line that's going straight across, and then you got some parts of the land now a little bit side profile. No, the way you had it, right up a little, right there. Now get it close to the screen, like bring it up a little bit more, right there. Stop. Okay, so can you go to the grid line, like where it shows the grid only, not the gray? Yeah. Now do the side profile again. 0.
Okay.
So
can you
bring it. No, bring
to
it
me
to
how you think.
Yeah, bring it to where it's like where you see it straight on. Like,
what do you mean?
Tilt it up a little bit, right? A little bit more.
Elevation,
not down. Right there, a little bit more. Stop. No, go down. Right there. No, right in the center. Down a little bit.
What do you mean?
Like tilt it up a little bit. Right there. Stop. Oh man, right there.
There you go.
Stop. Now just leave it there for a moment. Yeah, I'm about to. Yeah. So I'm about to tell you, don't change it. If you just don't move it, I'm just telling you to stop moving it. Stop it. All right. So there's a line that goes straight across in the middle of that. Do you see that? And some goes underneath that line. Some goes above it. The land that's above and below. Do you see that?
All right.
So that line that goes straight across the land, that is flat Earth. When I tell people, like, this is what I'm telling people when I explain flat Earth. I'm actually this is great. This visual is great.
So where's the Earth's core?
Not yet. Not yet. Can I finish giving you my explanation? You're not going to hear what. Okay, so from mean sea level, right? The average rise and fall of tide. So when a tide goes up and a tide goes down, you know that line that goes straight across this that depiction of the Earth, like that one right there, the bottom, not the top one, the bottom one. That one right there. So yeah, that line that goes straight across the Earth. Do you see it? The very bottom of like those mountains, like that one that at the bottom of that yellow line. Dude, you need to really. I don't understand if there's some ADHD or whatever going on, but
why don't you demonstrate it? Why don't you demonstrate it yourself?
I'm trying to show you. I'm trying to show you the line, bro. That line.
This line.
No, the one underneath. Go right at the bottom of the mountains and stuff. Right there. Can you highlight that line in some way?
You mean this line?
Yes.
The median.
The median. That right there. Now stop right there. That right there as my explanation of what flat Earth is. This is a visual for you to kind of put your head around this. Now, when we say
but it's not necessarily.
Let me finish. Can I finish? So the rise and fall of Jesus, dude. The rise and fall of tides is going to give you that line right there. So when you say we measured from the vertical point from mean sea level, let's say the beach. Let's say the beach would be like to the far right. I'm just going to give you an example, dude.
Demonstrate it yourself, bro.
Yeah, you don't have the capacity to stay still.
No, I'm demonstrating to you something else. How about this?
No, it's not. You can try to do it as much as you can.
Let's say this is what you're describing, right? This tiny, minuscule.
Yeah. Let's do that.
This is the planet Earth, right?
You want to make your point? Go ahead.
This is what you think the world looks like.
Zoom in.
But in reality,
wait.
Part of this massive structure.
I don't think you're gonna listen to me, are you? You're just gonna try to make your point and then close it. I can do it without.
No, you already made your point.
No, I didn't.
And this is how it looks like on the surface.
No, that's actually a flat face. It's not a.
This is just one size. I mean, look.
Do you not understand a mesh?
So how many small flat sections make a ball tide?
Well, that's because there aren't that many subdivisions. But if you
how
add
many
subdivisions,
small flat
the
sections
Earth doesn't look like a golf ball, dude.
Ball.
Doesn't look like a disco
obviously.
ball.
I mean, we can increase the subdivisions of the.
No, he doesn't get it. Dude, you're arguing from a standpoint of ignorance. And it's because you didn't let me speak. You're gonna try to make up your own way.
I think I understand what you're trying to say already.
I don't think so. You didn't let me finish, so how am I supposed to tell you? I was going to tell you if you allowed me to, but I think you just wanted to make up your own way. So
you said this is the flat Earth, right? And then you said that
what? I don't see anything.
If you add like indents up, down.
Yeah.
This area here.
And go to orthographic.
It's flat.
Yeah.
So you're describing. No, wait, let me first clarify what you're saying. I'm not mad. I'm just asking. Yeah. So this is what you're saying is flat Earth, right?
Yeah. What do you call that?
Everything here you say is flat.
Yeah. What do you call that? I'm asking you. What do you call that?
So anything that's flat is flat Earth. Anything that's not flat.
No. You're getting it wrong again. That's not what I'm saying.
That's what. Okay, because you just excluded the areas that are not flat.
Yeah, exactly. So what
this
I'm talking
is not flat Earth.
What I'm talking about.
Earth.
Yes, but what I'm
no
talking
one is interrupting you.
Oh my god, you're doing it now.
You're interrupting
it right now.
me.
You don't understand what I'm saying. How are you going to put words in my mouth to tell you what I'm telling you if you're not going to let me finish?
That's what I mean. Bro? You have the floor.
You keep moving the fucking screen that he said sit still like you're slow or something.
I wanted to tell everybody what's going on with this, but I guess you're going to obfuscate my point. When you move that screen, it's going to obfuscate my point. I will be lost. So what everybody can see right now, that line that goes straight across in the middle, all the way, even extending outside of the, where you have the land drawn out, like looking at it orthographically. When we say what starts from the mean sea level point like where, let's say, the end of that land there was some ocean, right? Like there was the sea. The sea would meet the end of like the right hand side of that land, right? Let's say where it drops off and you don't see any more of the land features that you just drew right now. And on the right hand side, that's all ocean over there. And on the left hand side, that's all ocean over there too. What you're going to be measuring is from that mean sea level point, right? So let's say every single day, or not every day, but every time there's tides, the tides will go out and the tides will come back in. Let's say what you're drawing is an island, right? And the tide will go out and the tide would come back in. In the median of the tides, there would be a line that goes straight across. There's kind of like an invisible horizontal plane. It's not land or anything. It's an invisible horizontal plane. That invisible horizontal plane that cuts straight through the earth, that you can know that it's either above or below mean sea level. You're going to be able to understand that because the mean sea level is garnered from the place where you took the rise and fall of tides. So at the edge of this little island that you're drawing, you could say there's water around all of this, right? There's water around all of this. So when somebody's calculating the rise and fall of tides and say, okay, I know that the fall of the tide and the rise of the tide, and between those two, that's what the straight line's going to be straight across the earth. And when somebody's somewhere far on land, like in the middle of this island that you just made, then they're going to know like where the indent upwards, they're going to know how high they are above mean sea level. And if there's a valley in that middle of that land, they're going to know how much below mean sea level is, because from the vertical point all the way straight across, there's going to be a known understanding of what elevation is. So you know that on land you're above mean sea level because the horizontal plane that extends straight across through it, that's flat earth. That green line that cuts right through the center, that's what we say flat earth is. That is flat earth, not the land itself. You're trying to say that land where there's where it meets that horizontal plane is flat earth? No. The horizontal plane that we reference is flat earth. That was my point.
That's so what this flat is flat earth.
The horizontal plane.
So
yes.
This is
not the land itself. Not
this
the land
is not
itself.
flat earth. Yeah, so this is not flat earth. This is not flat earth.
Your screen's messing up. I can't see what you're doing. It's got so like lag or there's lag, dude. I can't see your screen. All right.
So this is not. So this is what you describe flat earth as.
What?
This is flat earth.
And extending out horizontally everywhere. Not the land itself, just the horizontal plane. Not the land. The horizontal plane that extends. So the land can deviate from the horizontal plane.
Beyond it.
Yeah, of course the land can be on the horizontal plane. I'm not saying that. But the land itself is not the flat earth we're speaking of. Flat earth is the reference to horizontal. And everything, all of nature is aligned against it.
So do you
all
think
of nature.
So how is Earth shaped? We're talking about Earth. Like do you think it's just like some like in space, in reference to space.
Yeah.
Let's say
like that right there? Like all of that?
Let's say planets. Do you believe in planets?
The idea that the word planet has a special connotation.
Like, do you think that stars exist or that the sun exists?
Yeah, the name still references something that we see outside, but it in no way can describe it. The name references.
Do you believe in the phenomena of light? Like light.
I don't have to believe in what light is. I can see it. No belief.
So how do you think light?
Hold on, Zero.
How do you think light interacts with objects?
Zero. 1 second. You're gonna have to cut
in like a universe.
Dude, you're gonna have to cut your feed because it limits the room to 25 people.
Huh?
The feed, the camera, you have to cut it because it limits the room.
Why?
Oh, really? Is that a thing?
Yeah, it is. It limits the room. Watch this. Now you'll start seeing more people come in. Because people are trying to get in and you have your camera on, so it'll limit the room. I'm not trying to be a dick, dude. I'm just saying that's the only. It's a room.
I don't think people are going inside the room.
Yeah, because they can't. That's why.
I mean, I turned it off.
Yeah, good, but
people left actually.
It should be up now. I don't know. It didn't tell me a number when I changed channels. I don't know what number it's allowing.
Yeah, but it didn't allow you, right, Taco?
Pretty sure you could.
I'm a mod, so I get a cheat on this stuff.
Never mind.
You could increase the number of people using voice limit.
I don't like. Listen, dude. I don't know.
/ voice limit command. Yeah, it's not dependent on whether your camera's on
I'm just a messenger, dude. That's what they keep telling me, that it's limited by when you use your camera. You can't let other people. It's only
it pulls it down to like 20 or 25 or something when you turn on your camera or you stream a game.
Yeah, this is a mod from Politics saying this, not me. So.
I mean, tell you to turn it off. Though. This is his room. I was just confirming what he said, so there's a neutral party so you're not just having him turn it off so that because he can't engage with whatever you're saying. Like this is legitimately a Discord thing.
It's all part of rooms that are created. It limits them when you turn your camera on.
It even does it in the public channels, like in religion and philosophy and stuff. It even does it in those.
So how do you think planets are?
Is that just how Discord's made?
Who knows?
What'd you say?
So how do you think planets are shaped?
I don't know if it's a setting or what, right?
How do you think planets are shaped?
Like, what about the Earth's core? Like, how do you think that is structured? Could you demonstrate it visually? How does it hold up?
No, nobody knows. Nobody knows that information.
What?
Zero. Yeah, there's explanations, but the explanations are baseless claims. There's no foundation. There's no foundational evidence for what they're saying about the core of the Earth. None whatsoever. Get it? If you said that,
let me just confirm if that's not. Are you sure that it's not possible to prove?
No, it isn't.
That there is such a thing as the Earth's core?
I'll give you a way to think about it. If you're gonna type it into Google, put something in there like, "How do we know that what the center of the Earth is?" I'm just giving you a kind of an insight how to word things. If you can change the wording around if you want to, but that'd be a good way for you to indicate. Put it into ChatGPT or any of the other ways that you can pull up information.
No, but
just trust me.
That they use seismic waves, like, don't they use like shock waves?
I know, but right now, listen, Zero. Right now you're guessing. Let's see the official answer. Type it into Google. Right, get the official answer, and then let's talk about it. Because it's better than you just like thinking about what it is.
Prove that the Earth's core is real. I'll type that.
That it exists.
In Google AI
or whatever.
Yeah.
Word it anyway. It'll still tell you the same result.
I mean, I asked AI to prove it.
Okay. Are you doing it? You're doing it now?
I just did. Could you like address everything here?
Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see what you're putting there. Scientists have used seismology, the study of earthquakes, to indirectly prove the Earth's core is real. So we're looking for directly prove that it's real.
Why?
Because indirectly is insinuation of because we have this specific thing happening, this phenomena of seismic waves.
You could indirectly kill someone. And
no, this is not.
They'll still die.
Yeah, I know, but we're not talking about killing somebody. And besides, that would be against TOS.
It is the action of proving something. So you can prove something either directly or
indirect. So
but it would still prove it.
When they use seismic waves, go ahead and tell me exactly what that method is for using seismic waves. Type it in because we have to go a little farther than this.
Seismic waves travel through the Earth and change form and direction based on the materials they pass through. This information allows scientists to deduce what lies at the Earth's core.
Yeah, so there's a deduction being made, is what it says there. But, okay, so it says travel through the Earth. I just want you to look at the words there. What type of Earth are they thinking it travels through? A flat Earth?
Seismic waves are vibrations and shock waves that travel through and around the Earth caused by the sudden movement of materials within the Earth.
Okay. Well, hold on. Zero. Hold on. Just, I want you to focus on that first part. Oh my God, dude. I know you want to read on.
Why are you interrupting me?
Because you need to listen to the first words that are said there. This is the reason why young people don't understand anything.
What do you mean?
You're not. Right now, the first sentence that was put up there, seismic waves, vibrations, shock waves that travel around the Earth and cause sudden movement of materials within the Earth. So what type of Earth are they talking about? They didn't describe to you. They're just telling you the Earth. You're already, it's like a foregone conclusion. They already assume you already know what Earth they're talking about. Do you get it? They didn't tell you what
So are you saying that it's like propaganda that
they haven't given you a description of what Earth they're speaking of? They're just telling you the Earth. They didn't tell you a globe Earth.
The Earth is where we live.
Okay, and how do you know that it's a globe?
It's a neutral statement. It's
I know
not necessarily
that.
saying it's
I know
flat
that. I know that, dude. But what I'm asking you is, how do you know that seismic waves are going through the globe Earth? Think about it.
No, they're just using seismic waves to prove whether the Earth is flat or not.
No, they're not.
They're not
an
telling experiment.
You. Listen, yeah, they're saying going through the Earth. If I say the seismic waves are going through the Earth, and I don't tell you what type of Earth I'm talking about, did I mention flat Earth when I said that? No. Did I mention globe Earth when I said that? No. Did I mention cylinder Earth when I said that? No. I didn't give you any indication of the shape of the Earth. I just told you that they're going through Earth. The insinuation here is that you believe it's already established as a globe.
Seismic waves. Seismic waves are vibrations. Earthquakes, volcanic eruptions.
And look at the diagram right next to the answer the AI provided. Dude, look at the diagram that on the next two seismic waves what it provided. It already assumes that it's a globe circular Earth. Globe. It's a globular Earth. You see that diagram? See? It's already showing you that it's round. How did they get there? If you're trying to use seismic waves to prove that it's round, why are they showing you that it's round already? You're trying to prove that it's round. You're trying to use seismic waves to understand that the Earth is a spheroid.
Isn't this what you were describing a while ago?
Yeah, but
it's not round, right? It doesn't look round to you.
Yeah, what does the bottom one look like to you?
I mean, that's the whole. That's what I was trying to
know that. But how do you know that's what? I know. Listen, dude, you're working backwards.
About, right?
You're working backwards because you're already starting off with the ball.
You only see a small.
Yeah, that's great. Like, that's the only thing you see. I agree.
No, this is what you see.
I know that.
And is what you demonstrated me to see.
I know that. So how do you know it's a globe? Dude, answer my question. Zero. How do you know it's a big giant globe? A little small flat piece on a giant globe. How do you know that?
Because we already have photographic evidence of it.
From where?
Bro.
From where, bro?
From outside space.
Yeah. How can you verify that?
Satellite imagery.
How can you verify that?
What do you mean?
Well, if I show you a picture of a giant gorilla,
that the Earth.
Look, dude, I'm gonna have to stop you from talking because you're not gonna answer what I say.
He's a Google Earther.
Yeah, I know. But if you're examining that images are in any way a way to describe what's happening, then I want you to know what standard of evidence are you using for that image that they show you. Now, by standard of evidence, I mean, how can you know that the Earth, as the image they show you, is exactly what it actually is? I'm going to unmute you, and if you don't give me that answer, you're just rambling. You'll go back on mute. You have an opportunity, Zero. How do you know the image is showing you what you know the Earth to be?
Launch rocket.
You can actually go to a different room, if for all I care. If you're not going to engage with what I'm saying, you can just leave.
Pictures of Earth.
Okay, so you're not going to engage.
Well, I am trying to engage with you.
Okay, so then tell me how you know that the images are truly about the Earth.
It's not just an image. Look.
What is it?
Actual footage from space.
Yeah, footage from space. How do you know that's real? That right there is real. How do you know that's real? How can you tell?
This is the most recent one from SpaceX.
All right, I muted you because you're watching that video, but you're not listening to me.
How do you know all of that stuff is real and it's not just movie magic?
He doesn't know.
Hold on.
The globe chart is indoctrinated.
Let him explain. How do you know it's not movie magic, Zero? Answer me.
How do I know it's not?
How do you know it's not movie magic? Yeah? You done?
Yes. Because I know what CGI is and what isn't.
Really? What's the standard of you knowing what CGI is and what CGI isn't? I want you to tell me. What's the standard?
Because I actually render stuff in CG. I'm a CG artist.
And how do you know that they're not using that?
For example, this is...
just answer the question. How do you know they're not using that?
CG. You know why?
How do you know they are not using that?
What?
Answer my question.
Because they were actually...
How do you know they're not using that?
Is this CG? Is this CG?
How do you know they're not using that when you see things happening in space? How do you know that?
What?
Are you lost? I've repeated the question like 5 times. This will be number 6. How do you know when they're in space they're not using CG?
I just don't feel the sense of urgency.
I don't feel the sense of urgency is your answer for the standard. I don't feel the sense of urgency. So you don't know, essentially. You don't know.
Your own eyes.
Yeah, your own eyes. You don't know, Zero.
Huh?
Huh?
So are you
don't know.
telling me that this is not real? Like
I'm asking you that how you know it's not movie magic, and you said I don't feel the sense of urgency to figure it out.
How do I know it's not movie magic? Just watch.
No, I don't need to watch. I'm asking you for the standard of how you know it's not movie magic, and you're not telling me how. What's the standard? Yeah, I'm waiting.
Oh my God, bro.
I'm waiting.
How do you know that?
No asking me questions. The question is on you right now. How do you know it's not movie magic? Go ahead.
Oh my God, bro.
Yeah, screenshot of yourself throwing a screenshot of you throwing deuces isn't going to help your case. How do you know it's not movie magic?
Right, how do you know it is movie magic?
I'm not talking to you.
How do you know it is movie? That's a good question.
No, the question is still on you. How do you know it's not movie magic? You haven't answered it yet. No, that's not okay. Let's do something else. Answer my question. How do you know it's not movie magic?
Well, you can go in real life and see your argument.
Not talking to you. Go ahead. You can
like, for example, this is an OBJ, right?
How do you know it's not movie magic?
You could export it.
How do you know it's not movie magic?
He's showing you evidence. It's your job to disprove the evidence.
No. He's not showing me evidence. He's showing me a computer program, which is called Blender.
No, but you're saying like a CGI versus reality, right?
Yeah. Oh, good stuff. I think we're getting somewhere now, folks. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. How do you know it's not CGI?
Make a rocket. Try to make a rocket.
Try to make a rocket is your response. No, try again. It's not try to make a rocket. How do you know the standard of evidence that you have to understand the difference between CGI and reality has been used here? How do you know?
And VFX. You can make smoke particles. Like
you can make smoke particles. We're not talking about that. What I'm asking you specifically is a question you cannot answer. So this is where your globe Earth ends for you, Zero. Is your ability not to articulate how you know that they're not using movie magic when they show you, images or videos from space floating around, looking at the Earth like a globe. It ends where you can't differentiate whether or not you know that's reality or CGI. Because you, sir, do not have a standard by which you can understand the difference. Because you said, well, I don't have the energy to look into that. That's your answer.
May I interject?
Wasn't that simple?
Fire. Simulation.
Are you done? Zero, are you done? Do you give up? Do you yield?
So this is a simulation. You Alpha.
Hold on, Elsie.
Okay.
Right. This is a simulation. This is CGI.
Do you yield? Do you yield?
Versus burning houses.
Do you yield? I'm giving you one last chance. If
Let me
not, I'll
add
just
to
keep
your
you on
argument.
mute. I will let you, but I just wanted his last time to yield. You got one more shot. If you're not able to tell me the difference between CGI and reality when you look at those videos, I'm just going to keep you on mute because you didn't give me a standard of evidence.
Generated.
What's the standard of evidence?
Huh?
I got 2 words.
What?
Can I?
Go ahead, Elsie.
Interstellar 4K. That's full CGI.
Yeah, but
yeah. Interstellar.
No. Listen, guys, new flat earthers, we're not feeding these guys any information, please. New flat earthers, please listen up. Do not give them any. Don't feed the trolls. Don't feed the globers. Don't feed anybody in here any information. They have to work for it. Being as that you're brand new to the whole topic, we don't give them anything. We let them experience the fact they don't understand. If you don't let them reach that wall where they can't go forward and you hand them an information, they're going to use it as an out. Do not hand them anything.
This is Elon Musk. He has a company, right? Everybody knows.
No one cares. No one cares. We're still looking for the standard of evidence by which
he
you
launched
determine
a giant Mars rocket.
You're just gonna ramble.
So
you know what? Yeah, just stay looking at those videos. Hopefully, you and Elon Musk, videos can be happy. Listen, you as a young person can be a ball believer, space believer, whatever it is, but you didn't bring the evidence in this chat that you know the difference between CGI and reality. There was no standard of evidence given. So therefore, you have been debunked. I gave you opportunity after opportunity to provide the evidence of how you know the difference between CGI and reality, and you said, I don't have the energy. I don't have the time. That's great. We reached the end of that. Now we'll start unmuting some more people to see if anybody else has the information. We got BBW in the chat.
What?
And we got JC Lens also.
Yeah, there's no way to tell that these videos are whether they're CGI or real.
Okay.
The question is whether you think these rockets are actually taking off in real life.
No, that's not the question. The question is technology can operate in a very specific way here on Earth. Whether or not you think that they're going into a region of the sky that you can or cannot declare whether or not confirm that they're in there is a very different question. Because I can drive my car away from you. Whether or not I drive my car into Middle Earth and go fight some orcs is a whole entirely different thing, isn't it? You understand now what's at stake here. It's from me going from where I'm at where you're at, and you could say, yeah, I see the car. It's right there. It's driving away from me. Good. How do you know I'm going to Middle Earth and fight some orcs? That's tough, isn't it? Not really. Because the what I explain about where I go when I leave your presence is my story to you. You just got to believe me. Make sense? Sure it does. That was easy. Anybody else? Well, we're asking for his evidence of the Earth being a globe. You got it? Bring it forward.
Hopefully somebody that doesn't sound or is high as fuck. Please. 0.
Preferably.
Please. By God. Come on.
Through that.
See, you young people haven't experienced what it's like to be in a conversation where you have to have your intelligence engaged. So therefore, when you do try to address any of the points, you start to get tongue-tied. You don't realize what you need to present. Some of the information you think is true just based on you looking at something. That's to your detriment, though.
I have to admit, you do kind of convince me that I'm questioning my beliefs over here a little bit. I'm actually not so sure how I know the Earth is.
Well, it's important, JC. The most important thing is that every investigation into what I say is done by you. You have to be the arbiter of how you know something is true or not. I can't give you information to say, believe me, bro. This channel is built and made for people to investigate claims for themselves. We're all about that, man. We're not in here trying to convert people into some belief system. That'd be against what we do.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was indoctrinated by the globe-tard system. There is no real fundamental evidence that the Earth is a globe, and it's just circular reasoning. When you go and ask somebody, how do you know this to be true? And they say, what? Wait, what? That's how you know they're indoctrinated.
True.
Yeah, kind of like what Zero was doing.
Yep.
Yeah, people should think for themselves. You're right.
And JC, that's the main point here. There's nobody going to be converted into flat Earth because you got like prominent flat earthers speaking about it, and you got the guy, he said a lot of words. I like what he said. I believe it because he said it. So, no, you have to investigate. You have to do the research. You have to find things out for yourself. This is a journey of exploration for your mind and how to exercise critical thinking, sir. This is all about you. This you figuring out who you are in this world and trying to identify claims that are being made, whether or not you can have discernment to know if they're true or not.
So what if I go on this journey and I come to the conclusion that I think the Earth is round?
You better be packed up with facts and evidence behind that. That's all I gotta say. I mean, I'm serious. Like, if that's where you end up, then you're gonna have to test that out.
I mean, nobody can really prove it either way, right?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
So you have a good argument for why the Earth is flat?
Yes, I do.
Can you enlighten me?
Sure. The Earth is observably, measurably, and navigated across as flat. And stationary, of course, but
what if we're just really small and a really large ball, so it appears flat?
Cool. Then prove it.
I mean, I don't know. It's just a speculation, right?
Well, I know, but I'm saying if that's what you think, then prove it. Because all we can tell...
I would speculate that that's the case, because just from
speculations are not evidence, sir. You need to bring the facts.
I have evidence.
Yeah, bring the facts.
I don't have facts. I don't have facts.
Right. So when you speculate, follow the speculation to its logical conclusion to see if you can ascertain any facts from it. If you can't, then you just have a speculation, and that doesn't win the day. What wins the day is you bring the facts. That's what wins.
Right. So what are the facts? Because I want to know what shape the Earth is, right? So
nobody knows the entire shape of the world. Nobody knows. The surface description of the properties of the surface we can know. The entire shape of the entire Earth cannot be known by anyone.
So you're claiming that you don't know whether it's flat. You're just...
No, flat is not a shape, sir. It's a description of a property of a shape.
I see. But you know it's not curved at all. There's no curvature.
Correct.
But like something can have a really small curvature.
Prove it.
And it would appear flat.
Prove it.
Like it's possible. I'm saying it's possible.
Prove it.
Prove that it's
possible.
Yeah,
it should be measurable, no?
Yeah, you should be able, if that's true, what you said is true. This is the second time you've reiterated the same point, then prove it, is what I'm saying. It can't just end at a speculation. It has to go forward into the realm of factual evidence.
Wait, time out. There's a caveat to what Mickey's saying. Because we're not talking about just generally that you could have such a slight curve that you wouldn't even notice. No. If the Earth has continuous curvature, it's not linear, generally, straight, then if there is some curvature, no matter how minute it is, if it's continual, go ahead and prove it. Or give us someone who did prove it. Something, anything, other than nothing.
I wasn't really sure what you just said there. I'm not claiming I can prove this. I'm speculating. I'm trying to understand what your claim is. Are you guys claiming you know for sure that it's 100% flat?
Didn't he just answer that question for you?
Right, but if you're claiming that, then my question is, how do you know it's not very slightly?
Didn't he just give you a response to that?
What was?
How do you have a?
Let me ask you a question. Is it a dichotomy or not?
What do you mean?
Can it be one and the other? Or one or the other?
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
Can it be flat and slightly curved?
It could be locally flat.
The answer is no. You can't listen. There's obviously a difference between a straight line and a curved line. That's just as rudimentary as I can get it. Okay? So that being the case,
not necessarily. It depends on your scale.
Listen. He said the earth is flat and he knows that. You have two choices. Ask him how he knows. Right? That would be a good suggestion, right? Ask him to follow up the same way he's asking you, because all you did was say, okay, if that's the case, what if there's a little curve in there? That's dumb. He's telling you something. The only thing you should be asking him is to elaborate.
Yeah, you're right. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so how do you know it is flat?
Because we have horizontals on the surface of the earth. So, as in the horizon. How do you have a horizon on a sphere?
You mean like the line where the sky meets the ground?
Yes.
How does it appear flat on a sphere?
Yes.
Well, I could imagine that if the sphere was really, really large, it might appear to have an horizon.
Prove it.
I mean,
what would be
the trap?
what would be essential for a horizon? What would be essential for that?
What do you mean?
If I have a horizon, what does that mean?
That means the ground ends at a certain point and the sky starts.
Means horizontal.
Okay,
there's a horizontal line. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. What does that mean? What does a horizontal line look like?
It looks flat.
Okay. Is there any deviation from that horizontal line? As in any rate of change of slope?
No. From my point of view,
right?
I guess from my point of view, it looks flat. Yeah.
Right. So by saying that we have horizons on the Earth, that denotes that we have a horizontal line that we can trust. Now, if that horizontal line is not horizontal, then how could it be anything other than that? You see what I mean? What is the opposite of that? A curvaison?
Yeah, right. A curvaison. Okay. I agree with you that it looks flat.
Well, it doesn't just look flat; it measures that way. Do you have any measurement that deviates away from horizontal?
No, I don't have any measurement that deviates.
Oh, Bob's your uncle then, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely from observations, it appears flat.
Oh, no, from measurements too. Do you have a measurement that goes against horizontal?
I don't have any measurements.
Well, then Bob's your uncle once again. Welcome to Flat Earth.
So I agree with you. Definitely from all these claims you're making, from my own observations.
Yeah, you asked me how, right? And I'm telling you how. So if you're saying that from horizontal we have deviation, point out the deviation. We'll talk about it. And then maybe you could have a larger curvaison. We don't have that, do we?
No, yeah. From our perspective, it definitely looks.
No, not from our perspective. No, perspective. No, from our knowledge of horizon. If it deviated, we would know, and then there would be calculations that would also be able to back up the visual, and we could measure.
Can I try to address this from a different point? It's the same point, sure. But he had slipped something in there. So you said what Miggy asked you what you would need for a horizon. Am I correct that you said obstruction?
What?
When Miggy asked you, what do you need for a horizon? Correct me if I'm wrong, but you said obstruction, right?
I'm not sure what you just said, but
Well, what is the answer the question again?
I didn't hear the last word you said. Obstruction? I didn't say obstruction.
Yeah. Is it not a synonym?
He said horizon means horizontal line. I agree.
No. What did you say?
I mean, I was trying to think about what he meant, but I said.
Bam. Forget about what he said. I'm getting frustrated because I'm talking clear English to you. Let me start over. He asked you, what is the horizon? Forget about what he told you. What was your response to him so that I don't have to go back into the recording and then say, hey, this is what you said? Because I know what you said, but you acting like obstruction is not a synonym.
I said a horizon would mean the line where the sky meets the ground.
That's not what you said.
That's what I said. So what did I say?
That's not what you said.
So remind me, what did I say?
I don't have time for this. Is the horizon Earth curved?
Say your point.
Is the horizon Earth curved?
Is the horizon a curve? No, it's a straight line.
No. Is the horizon Earth curvature? Is it the reason that you can't see the rest of the world in your mind? In your mind, is the horizon where the edge of the Earth, from your perspective, as far as you can tell, is that where the Earth curves away from you? Because it's a ball, obviously. God damn it, he literally said it as coherent as he possibly could. No one else heard him. I did because I wanted to ask, well, prove that. But I feel like he knows that that's what's coming next. Because if we're not talking about the line being bent itself, we're talking about left to right, right? I mean, you said it was an obstruction, which is a synonym for the word you actually did use. And so my response to that would be prove it. But you're acting like you have no idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah, because I didn't say that. I don't remember saying that. I think you're putting words in my mouth.
I'm gonna go back into the recording, and guys, I'm sorry. If I'm wrong, then I'll go away for a couple of days. If I'm right, he's getting kicked out.
No, it's okay. I'm sure tons of people come on here making all these claims, and I probably sound like one of them. But
no. I listened to each person individually. I heard what you said because I wanted to respond. I think he was in the middle of responding to you.
Well, I mean, we could go back to talking about the actual points. I mean,
yeah, the actual point is a horizon is straight, horizontal. That's it. There's nothing to read into there.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I totally agree.
How we utilize the horizon as a reference for planar travel. When I say planar, might not have been planes traveling in the air that have to reference the ground, the horizon, so that they can fly straight and level above the ground, parallel to them. The only point that I was trying to make is, well, if you're going to think that the horizon is where the ground blocks things that goes beyond it, well, then the response to that would be, okay, prove that. Because where you going to go?
I just said it's the line where the sky meets the ground from our perspective.
All right, what does that have to do with the globe?
It doesn't. I'm not claiming that I know that the Earth is a globe.
So then, do you have a point?
I'm just trying to understand why you believe
No,
it's
do
flat.
you have a point or what? Yes or no?
Do I have a what?
Do you have a point? Yes or no?
A point? I'm trying to understand what your argument is.
Let's don't repeat yourself. Yeah, I heard you. Do you have a point? Yes or no? Or are you waiting
Anymore?
to
No. I
listen
mean, talking with you, I've kind of forgot what I was talking about.
So you're waiting to listen to the rest of what someone else has to tell you about it.
Well, we're just having a discussion, right? I mean, that was the whole point earlier, is that nobody can prove it.
You're waiting because I'm pretty sure I told you not 10 minutes ago that when Miggy said that it is flat, you should be asking him more about what he's saying and not asking questions that have nothing to do with it. That's the conversation we had 10 minutes ago. You guys started talking again.
I mean, this is just a conversation. Like, we don't have to get so worked up. I don't know why it's so heated right now. Maybe I walked in on something.
Cool.
It's just a conversation. Like, it's not that serious.
How long have you been looking into flat Earth, JC?
I mean, I haven't been looking into anything.
I'm sorry.
I think it's a fascinating idea that the Earth is flat.
All I'm trying to tell you is you're coming in here trying to question people that.
Listen, bro. I don't need help.
No, I'm not. I'm just giving him the heads up. Like he's trying to argue with people doing this for years.
No offense. I need you to.
Bro, your mic is dog shit, Eli. It's really bad, man.
All right. Yeah, I know it's really bad. Now, it's very simple. I'm only picking up the conversation that I don't even. Miggy, are you still there? You asked him how he knew it was flat. He told you. So if you're genuine and wanting to have the conversation, I'm still waiting for your response to that. You keep saying, oh, well, yeah, the horizon is the horizon from our perspective. And I keep asking you, well, what does that mean then? Okay, and so you, fine, let's just skip over all the other extra shit. You said, well, it's where the sky meets the ground. I said, okay, great. What does that have to do with the globe? You said, didn't say I did say it had anything to do with the globe. I said, okay, great. Do you have any other point? Or can Miggy finish telling you what he was telling you? Or am I crazy? Is that not how the conversation just went?
Nah, you're not crazy, man. That's pretty much what I heard.
What up? Anybody talking tonight?
Or just waiting for JC to just like actually respond. I think.
Respond to who? The guy yelling at me that I wasn't discussing properly, or the guy who I was talking with?
Yeah, kinda. Like, do you have anything to say for yourself about what happened, or is he off base, or what?
How's it going, my fellow flat earthers? Are you guys ready for some flat earth?
Shut up, please. Now we're
hey,
busy, man.
I'm just being flat, bro.
I think before that,
shut your bro. We're
why
in the middle
being
of
so flat? Just
dude, we're in the middle.
Flat doesn't mean you have to be
flat. Shut the fuck up. We're in the middle of something, dickhead. Holy shit.
Are you guys talking about flat Earth?
Holy shit, guys. Can you let the fucking thing come to its end before you jump in?
I think previously the other person was arguing that because the horizon is totally flat, it appears totally flat. There's no.
No, that's not what he said. That's not what he said, dude. This is, and I want to jump in earlier.
I was trying to understand. So maybe
no, exactly. Yeah. So you might have misheard or misinterpreted the statement. It is measured that way. Okay. And I heard you several times. You came in and you said, "Oh yeah, it appears this way," this, that, the other thing in response to what he was saying. But that's you filtering his statement through your preconceived notion. Yeah, I wanted to jump in and say, dude, like, how do you make the distinction between apparently flat and actually flat?
Well, something can appear like visually a certain way, but it might in reality be actually different. Right? It's possible.
Understood. So how do you make the distinction for the second time?
Yeah, you would have to do some kind of precise experiment, right?
Thank you. So have you even inquired to the room as to how that was done?
No.
That would be the next question, right?
I'm sorry.
That would be the next point.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Eli.
What the fuck? It's like, doesn't that sound like nails on a chalkboard?
It does.
In real life, I don't take out a tape measure and say, okay, so I'm doing an experiment. So again, it has nothing to do with verify. A slight curve, maybe it appears flat, but it's not. It's not going to be adjudicated by science. It's going to be measurement.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's only because you said right. And I'm like, no, you could have quickly said, no, it's measurement. Obviously, there's a big difference.
Did he use the word science? That slipped by me. Good thing you caught it.
Did I use the word?
You said right when he said experiment.
That's the by. That's the by. Thank you.
I said an experiment, right?
Yeah, and that would be incorrect, sir. It's not an experiment. You're performing some sort of operation on a geometric. You're doing some geometry assessment. Yeah, you don't need science to do that.
Right, I guess it would be more like an observation, like a precise measurement.
Yeah, like if you take a ruler and you measure, I don't know, the fucking length of your pencil, is that doing science? No.
I didn't say science. I said experiment, but a measurement is probably better.
But that's the problem. An experiment is usually reserved for trying to deduce or understand what causes something to do something else. Right? What's causing what in this case? You're just measuring a supposedly giant basketball.
Right. There's no experiment. Yeah, it's more like a measurement.
Thank you. Good catch, Eli. Thank you. So that's the point. So you're not even inquiring about these things. You're not getting into the specifics with what was being said to you. You're kind of just bringing up hypotheticals. You're just bringing up hypotheticals. Maybe this, maybe that. Sir, why are you jumping in?
Breakfast in the morning. Can we order it now?
Hello, is somebody hot micing? Thank you. But you see that, JC? Like you're indulging in. Well, maybe you got this wrong because you're not even presenting how that was done. You didn't even ask about the specifics to then dig into a thing that may have been done wrong.
Yeah, right? You're right. I'm a little jumping ahead. I'm not really fully understanding the points.
Yeah, and I'm pointing this out because like a lot of people do it, and I do it too in other contexts. So I know what this is about, and it's worth scrutinizing, even just for your own well-being in everyday life, right? So in this context, it's especially important because of the topic of the conversation. You were saying, oh, well, why are you guys all serious about this? This is arguably a serious topic, man. It has a lot of implications. We don't have to go there, but you're glossing over that as if this is not a significant issue. I
mean, we're just a bunch of people on a Discord server too late in the night.
I know. I know. I would see a line of reasoning that there's no real need to get all worked up over it, except for in response to some bullshittery going on.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to learn.
And that can get frustrating. Yeah, and that can get frustrating for some people, and I find myself getting worked up all the time. And that's on me.
Yeah, like it's gonna annoy me when someone after, like, let's say like 10, 15 minutes goes by, and then you'll hear that the remaining theme is, or the repeating theme is, I'm just trying to learn you guys' perspective, trying to look. That's gonna listen. You say that the first time, and I tell you what I told you. And then after, 4 different diversions from the person who may be aware that they're doing it, maybe they're not aware that they're doing it. But at the fourth time of just trying to understand your position, it's not that hard to know that level means there's no curvature. So when we're referencing sea level for anything, when we're talking about navigation, when we're talking about altitude, when we're talking about anything, it's in reference to the earth being flat. Like, so it only took me 30 seconds to tell you that. So whenever you ask any questions of me, I'm expecting you to ask me to unpack any one of those. Anything outside of that is going to be completely non sequitur. So if you're not worried about what I'm talking about, when I say I mean just any flat earther in here specifically, then when you tell me you're just trying to get my perspective, which only takes 30 seconds to give, I get annoyed.
Yeah, I hear you. I understand what you're saying. So I guess
So you got anything else?
The next point was that there are precise measurements that the horizon is horizontal. Is that what the claim was? Correct me if I'm wrong.
We don't measure the horizon. The horizon is horizontal. That's why we use it as
I didn't get any of that, man.
Yeah, does anyone want to cover?
You don't need to measure the horizon to be horizontal. It is. That's what it means. That's what the word means.
Right, but I guess.
So if you think you see a guy disappearing in a boat a mile away over a hump of fucking water, and the guy looks back at you and he can't see the hump of water he's supposed to be disappearing behind, somebody got a problem. And if you can't get the same side view that I can look out forward at the horizon, look left to right, and see that horizontal line left to right. Now, if there was a guy going down that water, guess what he wouldn't experience? A hump. Because I'd watch him clearly across the fucking horizontal water, not going down any hump for mile after mile after mile after mile after mile after mile. I can keep going. And then you take the guy in the side view the other way. So now you're looking out from your side of the beach in a Gulf, and he's looking out from his side. He sees a guy go away in a boat. You're looking at the guy, you're looking at the boat. You see him horizontally in your view. A perfect horizontal fucking horizon. The boat's going down the horizontal line. The guy down there says, man, I see that boat going down. Here's my picture. Then you show him your picture and they don't match up. Your picture shows the boat above the horizontal line, lined up with the guy looking at it. Apparently he can't see it for some weird fucking reason. It's disappeared to him. But you're looking straight at both things. They're not disappeared to you. One's not below another portion of the water than another guy or another thing. Clearly, everyone can prove this. There's nothing else you need to worry about, really. If the only proof of a globe is look a guy that's going down that water in a boat, get the fucking side view of it. Surely you'll be able to see the hill of water and see the guy dropping down. If you can't, then what's the claim? How can you fucking possibly see something looking forward and your buddy standing to the side of you that gets down the way and away from you can't see it, can't see the topography of the hill you're looking at? Bullshit. No, no way in hell. He'd see the same hill you'd fucking see. He'd see the side of it, and you'd see the front of it. You'd see the guy walk over it, or the boat, or the car go over it, and so would he. Both of you would. You'd have the matching fucking view on a real fucking dirt hill. But this imaginary water hill looking forward ain't cutting it, because you don't get the same side view of it. Side view shows you horizontal. Both things above it. Nothing below shit. Is that too hard to understand?
No, I understood your point.
Good point, right?
Yeah.
So JC, check
So
this out,
now,
man. Like it. Oh, sorry, I thought
I
you were
was
done,
going
man.
to
Go
say,
ahead.
all he had to do, now all he has to do is go wherever he imagines that guy going over the hump of water and he sees the boat disappear. Have his buddy that's down on the side of him, about wherever that, you know what I mean, between him and the boat, off the side somewhere, in the water, waiting, and just tell him to see the same view as him. That's all I'm looking for, both your views to match. That would mean reality to me. I'm good.
Yeah, JC, check this out, man. One other simple approach to this is to take into account what they say about where we live. Right? Are you familiar with any of the sort of like mainstream properties, like the properties of the Earth purported from the mainstream of where we live, like the size of the Earth, the area, the circumference, all that stuff? Are you familiar with any of them?
Yeah, more or less.
Okay. Do you know what the radius of the Earth is?
I don't know, like 15,000 miles or something.
Well, take a look at it. Google it if you want. It's kind of important. Because it ties into something what you said earlier. I'll explain.
All right, so it says it's like 3,000 miles or something.
3,959, 3,960, whatever.
Okay, sure.
Okay. So picture this, right? If you have a basketball, there's a fixed size to that basketball. You know, there's a standard whatever NBA size, whatever. You, from knowing the diameter of that ball, you can derive the other properties of it, like the rate of curvature, the circumference, etc. Right? So if we live on a ball of 3,959 miles, from that you can deduce the curvature rate, the drop over distance. You can deduce the circumference, etc. Okay. Now earlier you said something about like, you know, it looks. What did you say? You know, it appears flat or something like that, but it basically insinuating it might not actually be, or something to that.
Right, like it could appear flat to us if the Earth was really, really large and round, right?
Okay. So a good way to at least scrutinize their point is like what Miggy was saying before, is that, you know, there's been measurements done on this. Okay. So at a ball of 3,959 miles, okay, you would expect, using a parabolic approximation, okay, a rate of about 8 inches per mile squared. Okay, you familiar with, you know, simple algebra?
Sure.
You know, a square function. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So if you go out if x is in miles, you look out 1 mile. Technically speaking, the rate, according to their math, would drop 8 inches. Right? 8 times 1 squared is 8 times 1, which is 8. You go out 2 miles from that same point that you started with, right? It's 8 times 2 squared, 8 times 4, 32, etc., 8 times 3 squared, etc., etc. So people have done this where they've challenged that, okay, and what they found was there is no deviation. Not even it's not even a matter of, oh, we're off by, you know, a little bit, you know, we're within 1% or 5% mark. No, it's an exponential increase in error. Okay, this is a problem. Yeah, there's people who have gone out and done. I can cite you something. It's an extensive video. It's about an hour long, or another one that's about 20 minutes long. Okay, independent research. They done a bunch of stuff using lasers. Okay, factored in refraction rate, wavelength of the thing, all this stuff, bunch of math, and their conclusions were that their measurements do not adhere to the standard. What is it? WJS 824 or whatever the fuck standard globe model. Okay, because they went out at 28 miles, 40 miles, etc., and at those distances, you would expect what 8 inches times 20 squared 8 inches times 40 squared, whatever.
Hey, guys, I want to hear an argument for
Excuse
the
me,
Earth being
sir.
flat.
Sir, shut the fuck up for a second. We're in the middle of something.
Sorry, fuck you.
Okay, you would expect. Yeah, get out of here. You would expect something like that. Okay, but their measurements yield something like a couple millimeters or something like that because of, conclusively due to whatever error margin in the instrumentation or unexpected in the weather or whatever the fuck. Okay, this is like a 99.99% off according to the standard model. Now, what you were saying before is like, oh, it just, we're off by a little bit because we're not, we're not precise enough. Okay, do you know of anything that would yield a 99% plus error and still be considered valid?
Hand soap.
No one takes that.
Hand soap, hand sanitizer.
Yeah, I mean that experiment would, or that measurement sounds like it disproved the
Wait, so I'm confused. Can somebody explain what the argument is here?
Dude, you jumped in like way after the beginning. Can you
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Thank
I'm sorry,
you.
Milk.
Why does everyone keep calling me Milk? This is stupid. Do you guys read?
Fuck you.
Fuck you. Get out of here. Fucking hick. All right. So you follow me, JC, right? There's a problem here.
Yeah,
now what this does, all this does is say their standard model, something's wrong with it. Or the researchers themselves, they fucked up. Now, how do we assess that? Well, you got to look into it.
Right.
See what I mean?
Got it.
Yeah.
So, bro, why you keep interjecting? Who's got the mute button? Please mute this motherfucker. This is pathetic. If you will. A?
Yeah, mute his ass.
JC, you follow me, right?
Yeah, I follow you.
All right. So if you have anything on that, please do.
So
that's important shit.
Yeah, you brought up you brought up like a video of a measurement, right? That you saw. But I guess the whole I've heard other people arguing here before that like you can't really trust videos 100%.
That was me, and I didn't say you can't trust videos. I said, what is the standard of evidence that you use to identify whether or not those videos are CGI or reality? How do you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's what was said.
Right.
Identify the argument correctly if you're going to steelman it.
Well, I guess that's part of the point is that there's so many things on the internet you can find. You can find so many examples of people doing any kind of measurement or experiment. Like
that's not what's being asked here, you weasel. I'm asking for what is the standard of evidence by which you can know.
I'm not trying to
video.
I'm not trying to talk about the CGI point. It's in regards to Milk's point.
I am. So there's no standard of evidence, so that you're not bringing forward a way to differentiate whether or not you know the videos being presented has legitimate value.
No, there's no way to know.
There you go.
That's what I'm saying.
Why is it entertained? Why is it entertained as something in the way of evidence?
It's not.
That is true.
That's what I'm saying. You can't know for sure whether a video is real.
Then why are you talking about it?
That was the point, because Mick.
Well, you're making my point now?
Yeah, I'm bringing up your point. Mick or Milk just brought up the point that there's this video of people doing a measurement showing that the Earth is flat. Or disproving the 4,000.
What's the standard of evidence? What's the standard of evidence in that video?
Well, they measured the drop in curvature. It's supposed to be every 8 inches.
Yeah, I know. But what is the standard of evidence that's being presented in that video? What geographic location are they?
I mean, I didn't see the video, but
okay.
The point is that,
hold on. That's not the point. This is the point. What I'm making is the point. When you go to that geographic location, are you identifying a specific geographic location in regards to logistical means of way of being there? Like if I say, I'm standing at the shore of a beach in California, can you travel to that beach in California and verify that beach exists?
Sure. You can go.
Okay, so we can verify the information within the video. So there's a way that you can identify that something that's being presented in the way of video evidence can be verified. Yes.
Well, the only way to fully verify it would be to actually
hear what I just told you? Don't do that. Don't do that. Did you hear what I told you?
That you can go to California and see that it's a real place.
That's not what. If the video shows something that logistically you can actually verify, is it possible to go and verify that?
You would have to verify that their measurements are correct.
Are you going to answer my question instead of ask something else or divert to another thing? If you can see something in the video that shows that a person is standing at a beach in California, can you go to that beach in California? It's a close-ended question, yes or no?
Yes, I already answered that.
Okay, stop. Full stop. Then if that's possible, then you could verify the video that's being presented as something that can be used as evidence. Now, conversely, if I present a video of Narnia, some guy walking through a wardrobe and going to talk to a lion, can you verify that?
No, I haven't been to Narnia personally.
Okay, can you verify it is the question?
No.
Close-ended. Thank you. No is the answer. So no verification can be done with the presentation of video evidence of, let's say, Narnia. But on the other hand, I showed you a place in California of a beach you can go to, and you could verify that. The standard of evidence has been verified. Now, the standard of evidence for the guy who's presenting Narnia, what is he doing? Not presenting the way that logistical means is able to be done. Do you understand the difference?
You didn't present proof. You just said it could be done. You didn't do it, though.
Yeah, so when you go there, RTH Numpty, you actually verify it, don't you?
But until then, you haven't done it, right?
I know that.
Okay, so you both haven't done it.
When you go there, you actually verify it.
And when he goes to the moon, he'll verify the moon. So you both haven't verified.
Okay, so which can be done, though? Can you go to the California beach or the moon? Which one can you go to and verify, RTH?
Which one have you done? Well, the thing is not about who can do it. You both think you can do it. He thinks he can go to the moon. The problem is he can't. So you bringing up a scenario, because we're working with what you can do and what you have done. You try to mix the two. They're not mixing.
No. Yeah, so when you arrive at the beach, you verified it, yeah? Makes sense?
Which you haven't done yet. Which you haven't done yet.
Which anybody can do, because logistical means is not an extraordinary claim of something that's extraordinary.
I've done it. Moving on.
Yeah. But hold on, Eli. Yeah, I know you want. Hold on, sir. But the problem is, if you're talking about something with logistics and you say I can travel to this location versus the other thing that I told him was Narnia, it sounds like one is a fantasy, the other is not. One is reality, the other is not. That's the comparison. The comparison is something that's in reality, where you and I exist, the physical and natural world. The other one is a fantasy. It does not exist. That's the difference. You numbskull.
Hear me without muting me.
No, you need to be muted because you're talking shit.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, I know. You can't hang. I know.
Yeah, I can't hang. It's just reality we're speaking of. Fantasy, we don't need to entertain. We need to talk about something that's not possible. We can't go to Narnia. You're not going to reason with me and tell me that it's possible because you haven't been there yet. You idiot. It doesn't exist. Fucking idiot, dude.
Versus I did actually using the standard of evidence. At a beach in Brooklyn, I did do it. So, I mean, his whole point is null and void. He just wasted time for nothing.
Yeah, RTH, you're arguing me about something that you haven't been. You idiot. It doesn't exist. Narnia is not a real place. You can't go there even if you thought, well, let me think about it. I wonder, I haven't been there yet. That's because you can't go there, dumbass. However, you could go to a beach in California because it does exist. Understand? You're a special kind of idiot, aren't you, RTH? Fucking hell, dude. the most redundant fucking idiots coming into the chat telling me that, we're just talking about if you could go there. You are a dumbass, dude.
Oh, I'm unmuted.
If you think
Okay,
you haven't been to Narnia
Alpha,
yet,
chill,
but you could go there.
Chill, Alpha, chill.
Fuck off, dude.
Dude, chill out.
Chill the fuck out. You tell me to chill.
I wasn't mean to you.
Because I don't care. You're telling me to chill? Tone policing, bitch.
Relax, dude.
Dude,
Why are you so upset?
Off, everybody just chill. Dude, you know what my utmost contempt is? Dealing with fucking idiots. I hate it, dude. I fucking hate it. You guys can't think we're shit. And you come in here acting like you know what you're talking about. Well, let me propose that we're talking about we haven't been there yet. That wasn't the argument. The shit doesn't exist in the physical and natural world. Just like going and walking on the moon doesn't exist. How the fuck are you going to do something that you can't do because it doesn't exist in reality? That was my point. It's not that if you couldn't go. Well, let me think about it. I haven't been to Narnia yet. And that's kind of like you haven't been to California Beach. Fucking idiots, dude.
Now, if they were smart, they would have asked, well, sir, that's a claim. What's your evidence to support your claim? But they're not even bothering doing that.
Yeah, the premise is faulty. The whole premise is fucked. The premise is, well, we haven't been to Narnia. No, the fucking shit don't exist. How can you propose that as well? We haven't been to California Beach and we haven't been to Narnia, so equally the same. No, you idiot. You can't go to one because it doesn't exist in reality. Fucking can't even propose if you can or cannot go because it's moot.
I was referring to the moon, but yeah, I hear your point.
Well, the problem is you're saying that you can go to something that it's not logistical means. How is it possible to go to something that it's not possible to go to? Same shit. Second law of thermodynamics violation, Mick. Same thing.
Yeah. I was waiting.
To bypass that?
No, of course not. But I don't think they even conceive of all that. But the problem is they didn't even bother asking the question. That's what I found a little bit entertaining.
Can you go to Antarctica?
Fuck's sake, dude. Yeah, people logistically can travel to Antarctica, Nucking.
But you will get turned around and probably life in prison.
No, we're not. God's sakes, dude. What's your point, Nucking?
Well, my point is that several people are going to Antarctica next month.
Great.
Do you agree or disagree with that?
Well, what does it matter?
What is there to do? My mom's going to the...
Well, several flat earthers claim that we cannot go to Antarctica. So them going will...
Several flat earthers claim we cannot go to Antarctica. That wasn't... The statement is flat earthers in general, when they talk about Antarctica, are making bold claims about it. Some esoteric flat earthers are making claims about it. And then there's the logistical means by which reading the Antarctic Treaty would prohibit free travel to Antarctica, which is actually the way it is. Free travel is not permitted. So you have to understand their guidelines if you're going to travel there. Hey, maybe perhaps on a cruise, escorted there. Yeah, you can go there. Or perhaps if there's some type of scientific endeavor, you can go to one of these stations that are over there in Australia. I think has one. The McMurdo station, or there's some other ones that are there. But yeah, Little America, there's places you can go logistically if you're invited, for sure. Free travel is prohibited. Yeah? How much more clear can we be about that?
So for the final experiment, which is happening next month, do you believe that they will actually be going to Antarctica, or do you believe they will be deceived?
Yeah, who cares, dude? Because that whole situation is wrapped up in the idea that they're going to go there for a purpose of watching the 24-hour sun or the midnight sun. It's wrapped up in a bunch of bullshit, really. It's stupid. Whether or not they achieve going to a location, it's... So what?
So
what does that prove?
Well, so what exactly are they
you're not slowing down. So let me also answer your question. So again, you're asking,
So what exactly do you think is going to be false?
Do I have to mute you when I talk to you or not? I'm only going to ask you once. Do I have to mute you when I talk to you? Because I was in the middle of talking.
Okay, finish your thought, please.
Okay. So, no one in this room denies that you can go to Antarctica. Do you have a new question?
Okay, great. Let's confirm that. Does anybody in this room deny?
We don't need to confirm. I'm a moderator, and I'm a moderator. I will speak for the.
Oh, you're speaking for everybody. Okay, so everybody in this room agrees that we can go to Antarctica. Is that correct?
So if you're going to ask the room again, I'm definitely going to mute you. I'm not trying to be. It's very simple. I told you what I told you. Nobody's going to open their mic to object because what I'm telling you is true. It's not that I'm telling them what to think. So I'm just trying to save time here.
Okay.
So I'm telling you what I'm telling you.
Does everybody in this room agree that Big Daddy Flurf speaks for you?
I believe we can't go to Antarctica. It's an ice wall.
This is
that's not a flat earth. He doesn't count.
You know, it's weaselly that he's not wording it the way he should. I stated it like the correct way it should be said.
The answer is, listen, nobody here denies that. You know what? Why? No, forget it. I'm not going to do it. Nobody in this room currently, or anybody on this panel or from 24/7, denies that you can go to Antarctica. Are you going to deal with that and move on, or am I going to mute you? I swear to God, I'm going to mute you right now. I really don't care what the justification is after that.
No, that's fine. If you want to speak for everybody, I'm cool with that, as long as everybody agrees that you speak for them.
He's going to do it again. He lost his promotion. That's it.
Does everybody agree that Big Daddy Flurf?
What's his name?
Yes, dude, we agree. Nobody here denies that it doesn't exist. Not like the vacuum of space that literally can't exist.
He doesn't listen. He doesn't listen. And if somebody's going to come into your house and not listen, guess what? They probably shouldn't talk.
It's funny, after like 3 or 4 times of asking the same question, in between each one, not once did he hear an objection, but yet he didn't take that as the.
So the way he worded it was very specific. He said, "Can we travel there to Antarctica?" But he didn't say free travel because it's prohibited. So if it's prohibited for people that can't travel there freely, the answer is you cannot travel there freely. However, if you wanted to go to Antarctica and you were escorted by some type of chartered boat, or you were invited there, yes, you can go. So it's what he's trying to set up is a loaded question within what he's saying.
Yeah, but the point is, you can't go anywhere freely.
Yeah, he's not stating that though.
You can't go to your because what you're saying. You can't even go to your house freely because it costs money to get in that door. There's nowhere you can go, as far as I know, at least for freely. Like there's going to be rules, there's going to be regulations, there's going to be payment in order to go from point A to point B, and almost in every circumstance I can think of. So I don't need to specify freely. Like if there's a plane that says they can take them to Antarctica, whoop-de-doo. But the big point is, no one said that you can't go to Antarctica. No one ever said it. Like that's where the conversations came. Like all of this, so like because he's siphoning energy from you that you didn't have to give because he came with nothing, and now you're giving him something, even though it's still a losing point. It's something because he came with nothing. The conversation ends when it's valid to say, no one here thought that. What's your next question? If he had another question, he would have asked it.
Well, they also entertain the idea that they're going there for an experiment. A 24-hour sun experiment when it's not even an experiment.
We never got there. We never got to the just couldn't deal with the fact that nobody here denied that you could. You just couldn't do it. You couldn't do it. It's like I did it. I want to go back and forth with individuals that are like dead serious. Like, you know, that guy right there is not dead serious.
Good luck, man. There isn't any individual in here that's opposing flat Earth that's going to do that. So,
no, there are a lot of
we got our
people that we had
numpties.
conversations with yesterday. Like, what I'm talking about are the people that find 100 ways to ask the same question. He was one of those people. I'm not talking about the idiots, because most of them are. I'm talking about what he's doing. I had to sit on a whole train ride and hear you tell him the same thing over and over. So when I got off the train and he's still asking that question, clearly I'm upset. Not upset, but annoyed. Like, can we stop this? Like, how? Like, I'm saying, can we move on? Do you have another question? I wasn't saying let's end the conversation. I'm saying, damn, dude, stop asking the same question.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to do that, though. And because he didn't, he left. Because he wants to do what you are saying that he can't do. So, because of that, he just wanted to do what he wanted to do. And if he can't do it, then he just dipped. So.
And before that, weren't we talking to, what was his name? JC?
JC.
Or was that the
JC's
same guy?
JC's in the chat, but so is RTH. Both of them are numpties.
All right.
As far as I'm concerned.
Right. Well, JC at least.
I'm gonna mute some of these guys. Did we mute Jay Reese for any reason?
Yeah, he was coming in. Yeah, it was coming in being obstructive there.
Oh, that's what's his name?
That stupid guy who pretends to be a surveyor.
Yeah,
Duncan.
Yeah,
Duncan Darth. There you go.
The hick.
Well, now that the floor's clear, he probably doesn't want any of it.
Hey, can I provide some arguments here that I would legitimately like to see some flat earther perspectives on?
I don't know. Can you provide an argument?
Yeah, so I hear it's a common argument that because there is not a picture of the Earth, inherently you can't get a picture of a 3D object. That's not how a picture works. Anyways, that's a common argument I see you guys. But there are other ways.
Provide an argument.
That's what I'm doing. I'm addressing the premise of my argument. So there are other ways to determine the shape of an object without a picture, right? And they all operate through the laws of physics, right? One of the simplest ways to determine the shape of the Earth, is to literally just look at other objects' behaviors when they, operate on the surface of the Earth. One of the biggest examples is when you're looking at a boat. When you're looking at a boat.
That's stupid. That argument is fucking stupid, dude. You're going to go ahead and tell us that looking at a boat is going to tell us the geometric shape of the Earth? You freaking idiot.
This whole long preface, and he's trying to make it into like this debate thing and make it sound
okay. So what I was going to ask you,
shut the fuck up! I'm in the middle of talking. You're just going to try to make this stupidity, this blather, sound like it's something sophisticated. You're just talking about boats over the horizon. Like, just get to it.
God, dude.
Okay, so my argument is why do boats, when they travel in the opposite direction of you?
That's a question. Try again. You said you're going to make an argument, then you started asking a question. There's a difference. Start over.
Boats, when they go the opposite direction of you, they disappear from the bottom up all the way to the top. How would that happen on a...
That's a question again. Yeah, try again.
Let's get a question.
That's what I'm saying. That's evidence them disappearing from the bottom up. That's evidence that the Earth has curvature, because it wouldn't happen like that on a flat surface. It would stay the same shape, and it would just slowly gets smaller and smaller, but it doesn't happen like that. It disappears from the bottom up.
It does happen, you dumbass.
Called
it does happen.
Okay, so here's another one.
No, here's another one. What, worse than that one? Fuck's sake, dude.
Dude, it's in the chat, man.
So that wasn't an argument, it was just an assertion. You just declared a bunch of stuff. This would happen, this wouldn't happen, blah, blah, blah. You didn't make any arguments.
I don't know why, but that one bothers me the most, man. Simple perspective. I don't understand how people can't get that.
Do you have a measurement of the curvature that you think blocks shit from the bottom up? How about that? Can you confirm your assumption of what's happening with measurement? Guess not.
So, I mean, what do you mean measurement? Like, do I go measure? Do I take a yardstick? What are you talking about?
Okay, so since you have to ask me how to do it, I'm just going to take it as a no. You okay?
I'm just laughing at you, bro.
Yeah,
you have to ask me how to do a measurement, but you're laughing at me?
I was asking you to clarify what you were saying, and you couldn't do that.
I couldn't do that. What are you talking about? You asked me how you would go about measuring.
You didn't even refute my argument.
You asked me. You didn't have one. You just asked questions, and then you made assertions. You're asking me how you would do a measurement. Not to clarify. Like, what the fuck?
So my argument was that the boat disappearing from the bottom up was actual, perspective evidence that there's curvature to the Earth. And you didn't.
Yeah, right. I did. I responded. Yeah, because you don't have measurements to confirm your interpretation of what's going on there. Do you have a measurement of the curve that you think is causing that effect? Now, do you need to you gotta ask me again what a measurement is at this point?
How about the radius of the Earth?
Do you have a measurement for that?
Yeah, it's about, about 4,000 miles?
Okay, dummy. So you still need to go Google measurement because that's just a figure, that's a number. How was it measured?
4,000 miles, that's the radius of the Earth.
Oh, listen, you stupid clown. Are you this dumb? That's the value. What I'm asking you for is the method by which that value was obtained. Do you understand the difference? So, like, if I ask you how your height was measured, you're just going to keep repeating at me 6 feet. You're probably like 5'1", but anyway.
You are unbearably insecure. Are you going
to answer anything that was said? So if I ask you how your height was measured, you're just going to keep giving me the number? Telling me how tall you are? Or are you going to tell me what was done? I used a tape measure. It was done like this. Do you understand the difference between measurement and number? Stupid.
Okay, so when the boat disappears, I'm supposed to...
No, I'm asking you for a measurement. You said I could get a measurement for the radius, so go on. Then you just chanted the radius. How was it measured?
So it's measured with visuals.
Explain.
So if the boat disappears from the bottom up, that insinuates that it's...
No, you're just reasserting your same assertion again. That's not a measurement. Nice try. Anything else?
That's not a measurement.
No, it's not. It's you looking at something, interpreting it, and then calling it a measurement, and it's the same thing you already said. Now you're trying to repackage it into what I'm asking you for, which was a measurement to confirm that very thing that you're now just circling around on. You moron.
Yeah, and he said it himself.
So considering the radius of the Earth, we could do some math on this if you want, because this is interesting. But considering the radius...
Okay, yeah, you're not funny or smart. So just tell us how the radius was actually measured.
I wouldn't even entertain him, guys.
Okay, so considering that the radius of the Earth is about 4,000 miles.
Okay, yeah, is that a fact? How was that measured then?
So for a boat that's, let's say the boat's 60 feet tall, right?
No. Tell me how it was measured. You're not going to measure it with boats. Boats aren't measuring tools.
This dude's not, he's not comprehending a single thing I'm saying.
Okay, all right, fine then. I'll give you a chance then to prove to me that boats are measuring tools and that they're used to measure the circumference or radius of a big ball. So go ahead and cite from me who in history actually did that. Measured the circumference or radius of the Earth using boats. Go ahead. It's not going to be you.
So now you're asking me how the circumference of the Earth...
Yeah, you can go ahead and cite that since you want to push on me that boats are measuring tools. I've never heard of that before, so maybe I'm mistaken. You can just cite it. It's not going to be this dipshit on Discord who did it for the first time in history. Surely somebody else will have done it, and that's where you got this information from, so cite it.
So wait, you're asking how the measurement of the circumference of the Earth was had? That's what you're asking?
Wow, you're pretty slow on the uptake, aren't you? It's been the same question for like 10 minutes.
Are you fucking trolling, bro? Like, are you serious right now?
No, you just have an IQ of 60, that's all. And you can't keep up with remedial questions.
So he's pretending to be...
I asked you how a radius was measured. You're not going to be able to talk through me. It's another demonstration of your low IQ. I've got the mute button. You don't. Nice try.
They're on, they're on like... I don't know what drugs y'all are on. The man is simply claiming, yo, you said 4,000, right? You talking about the radius, right?
There's no fucking way these guys are real humans.
So his follow-up was, okay, how was that number obtained?
Are you really asking me questions, Elijah?
Are you really asking me questions? Right.
What do you mean by the measurement of the...
I've answered incorrectly 10 times in a row. Now I'm going to ask you if you're asking me the question that I was asked, but answered wrongly 10 times too. I'm so confused. Oh.
Now he doesn't know what a measurement is again. He's got to ask that one again.
Well, you're the one asking what it is. I mean, to be clear, you're the one that's asking about it.
Asking what a measurement is. He's
the one that needs it explained.
Oh my god.
There isn't anything to explain, Doctor. We're basically sending you on a wild goose chase to look for something that doesn't exist. But why don't you get to looking? We can hurry this process out.
So dumb.
Certified hick. Absolutely certified hick. This is insane.
Okay. You guys are asking me for help. No, we're not asking you for help. We're asking you to reveal that the thing you think exists doesn't exist, Goofy. The quicker you go and look for the answer, the quicker we'll get to realizing that it's not there. You whining and complaining about the different personalities in the panel isn't getting us to that point any quicker. So, chop, chop.
How did he not get that, man? That's just insane, dude. He's asking for the method of the measurement. And the guy just kept giving the number. And he starts laughing and talking about boats.
Yeah. Yeah. I really, that's why I say, yo, we need a better PR team. Because, again, like, I wish that 1 million people saw that interaction right there.
PR team.
That's where we're fucking up at. Like, we're not getting people to see that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yo, he asked him like, I don't know how many times, and dude.
Did you really ask me such questions?
Right.
Yes.
And they do that all the time. It's the same thing. Like, I'd sit there and talk 15 minutes to a dude, and I'll keep telling him, that's a red herring. That's a red herring. That's non sequitur. That's a red herring. And then in the end, they'll go, well, I wasn't talking about that. Exactly why I kept saying it was a red herring, because I was the one that raised the point in the first place. If you're not talking about that, then how the fuck is it what you're saying sequitur? So why we're originally having the conversation in the first place? They do this shit all. In a perfect world, things that like it. It's the only reason we're stuck in this position is because we're like, just open your eyes. Look, 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 look. I'm pulling back the blinds. Look, look. You can see out the window. It's clean. I Windexed it for you. It's very clear. Just look right there. And they'll go, yeah, but what's in the basement? No. Before we look at that, why don't we go take a look? What the fuck? Like, that's why we're still here doing this shit. Because I swear to God, when I meet God, I'm going to ask him what was up with that.
It's like a Family Guy fucking cutaway.
Yeah, guys, I'm convinced at this point, like, none of these guys can fucking read. Okay. And it's evidenced by the fact that everyone keeps pronouncing my name Milk. Like, there's there's 3 characters, fuck, not 4. None of them are L's.
Yo, Milk.
How do we how are we expecting them to be able to speak? You know, like, come on.
Yeah. That was a good one, Mick. Really good one.
They've had more to say about that than the radius or the globe in the last few minutes. As soon as you brought up your name, they started piping up. Their fallacies and their globe claims. And just stay quiet on that. Just wait till they could get off the point.
Their illiteracy. Fuck that.
No, they just don't listen. They're not interested in hearing. Even when they ask a question, they're not interested in hearing your answer. They don't listen.
That's
They
so
don't
true.
care about the answer. They have their own idea. They don't care. They're indoctrinated by the mass media.
Major fact. I've been saying this for the longest time. They'll ask questions and they don't even care about the answer. You should be careful about pouring your heart out to that individual. You just appeal to the individual.
I don't know if it was just me, but bro, I didn't understand anything you just said. I don't know if it's your mic or whatnot.
His mic was pretty bad.
You're getting to Eli level, bro. Don't do it.
Hey, that's crazy. Y'all can't hear me? Or no? I can
There you go. There you're back.
Is that better? All right, cool.
Go ahead.
I was just saying the same thing. Oh, this guy has a NASA shirt on. Hey, bro. Oh, man. He had a whole NASA jacket on. He looked like something. Anyway, I was saying that for the longest time. Because they'll ask you questions. They don't care about the answer. You should be careful about pouring your heart out to one of these types. Maybe just appeal to the audience or something. Damn, dude. I wanted to flat smash that guy.
Go ahead.
Well, he's gone now. He just had a huge bunch of NASA badges on his jacket. Well, yeah, the headphones in.
Oh, okay. I see. I thought you meant someone in here. Gotcha.
I thought you meant the Square TM guy.
Yeah.
Is that what it is? On my phone, it's like a question mark. It's not looking at that term.
Oh yeah. It's an unidentified character. So different phones render it differently in the text.
So did he have any hard-hitting proofs for the globe?
He said he had some arguments, and then he just asked questions.
Sounds like he kept sounded like he kept hard hitting himself in the head.
Yeah, and don't you love when they ask questions of like, so why don't you flat earthers believe? It's like, that's not evidence or proof for anything.
Well, I mean, he clearly has a claim about boats going over the horizon, whatever.
Oh,
he wants to make it our claim because I guess his is too weak for him to stand beside, so.
And he said it himself, right? It's an insinuation. You can insinuate X, Y, Z. That's not helpful, bro.
Yeah. So that was actually a question, but really a measurement and an insinuation and an argument all at the same time.
Not another water hill. Come on. Oh, that's so season 1.
Well, I've been listening for the past hour, maybe a little more. I heard Alpha talking to somebody, and I think it was Heretic on this last guy. And in the middle of them answering their questions, they start asking other questions.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't even realize you guys are actually listening to them. They don't even realize that.
I think most of it is them coming in here trying to prove a point that we're stupid, but we have the answers to everything, so they just go ahead and ask the next question.
Yeah, well, but they answer it. They ask the next question before you're finished with the first.
Yeah.
Or
trying to get to you with the gotcha.
And following up with a question for them. They just they don't listen. They don't listen.
They think that there's going to be a preponderance of evidence that disproves what. And so it's a step-by-step process. So it's like when you disprove one thing, they're like, "Ooh, well, I got something else. Ooh, well, I got something else. Ooh, well, I got something else." When it's like, well, okay, instead of going through all of that, it's like just to let you know that it's just measured the way it's measured. There's no other conversation that's going to change the facts of the matter. Like you're not about to trick question your whole world into existence. That's dumb.
For sure, especially not against us. So that's true, and especially not against the people in here. They think they're slick. They're not slick. We've been doing this way longer than them. We've heard every argument at least 100 times each. You know what I mean? So there is no surprises coming from our ops at this juncture. Sorry to interrupt, Elijah.
No, you're good, man. I just man, the great things humanity could do if the lies were in order.
Sorry, is the what?
The great things humanity could if lies were. Because the truth is bad, quick, and simple, right? When you consider these guys come in here and the fact that they're or misinformed, which means their communication is going to be ineffective because they don't actually have a real item, a real point, a real thing. Look at how much time, it disgusts me. How many days, how many nights? Like I'm talking, when this shit started, we talking flutter all day, every day while we're at work. That's what we're doing. Still talking all day, and then we're talking flutter all night. And then shit is getting popping at 6 in the morning, so we're just trying to begin. You know how many hours I wasted talking to idiots that didn't deserve that? I'm just saying, think about it. Like, because it's not like I had one conversation with Zanuck, or 2, or 5, or 10, or 20. I must have been intrigued with the amount of time wasted on her. I don't got all the time in the world to live. Like, we forget about that because we're so young. It's like, yeah, but when you get old and you start counting your days, I guarantee you, arguing 15 of those with Zanuck will make a lot less sense then. So why does it make sense now? Like it's one thing to be productive and do what we're doing, get the content we're getting. It's another thing to let it do stuff the same question over and be disrespectful to us. Because the only reason we curse people, I truly believe, I would like to believe that we call people numpties and we call them retarded is because those are the waters we enter. That's how they treat us. I don't think they even deserve a full sentence with a few curse words of emotion in them. But actually, it's like, oh, you're not talking about anything? Next. That's the appropriate response. Lest we just waste our life energy.
I mean, you make a point, but I would say also, when you play a video game, you have to level up by going against, the scrubs and the grunts and all that. So it's not for them. They're not. It's not that they don't deserve you. You need them on your path to greatness, type of thing. So that's the way I would look at it.
I get what you're saying.
They're just XP for us.
All of the people. I get what you're saying, but like all of the people that like
the problem is
Xanax wasn't 18.
Game color.
Let me explain to you, because when I was detailing the scientific method, I was just learning it. I was learning it before I did it, right? Like, as a matter of fact, there are a lot of things that I do that because a baller questioned me, I questioned what I knew. So it's one thing to get your skills up, and then when you get something right, the person goes, "Oh, that's correct. Let me step out of the way and let you level up." And a person that's just like, "You are saying the right thing, but I'm going to throw you off your trail, make you think you're going crazy, send you 1,000 different citations that have nothing to do with nothing, and stunt your growth for as long as possible." I'm not good because they're stunning our growth. Not all people, particular people, like the ones that repeat themselves. I don't think we're learning from them.
Well, the problem
So don't get it twisted. I'm not talking about everyone. I'm not. I don't have a problem with talking about people who are in. People like the guys that we had today, just like the last 3 guys.
The problem with your video game analogy is, as you level up, so does your enemies. In this paradigm, that's not happening.
You're right, dude. That's so funny you say that, because when I first got involved with this whole debate, I was a little intimidated by our opponents. I didn't know them well. I kind of overestimated them, and I expected them to grow alongside us. And dude, they've devolved, even though they believe in evolution. They've devolved. They've gotten worse over time. It's actually really funny.
It's actually
how can we both grow? See, do you know how we could both grow? If this were actually the scenario ballers want us to believe that we're in. Because it's like, ooh, is it your model versus my model? Ooh, is it Muay Thai or is it American kickboxing? Like, it's like, is it this or is it that? Okay, while I'm over here getting better with my Muay Thai, you're going to be over there. No, because you would have to actually have something to improve upon. How are you going to improve upon a lie? So, of course, they're devolving.
Yeah, that's true. And what is it? There's a saying about the left eats itself. And that's sort of happened with them too. They sort of devoured themselves. Look at the different groups amongst them, right? We got anti-flag. We got the Bev types. We got there's so many different types of people that are going against us, right?
It also comes with a certain behavior. Like the far left has a certain behavior. Globe Earthers, if you haven't noticed, I'm sure you have. There's a certain behavior. Like the condescending, non-ability to listen is profound within the, I hate to say group of people, put them all in one category, but their behavior makes it that way. Well, it doesn't matter the argument or debate that you're in. The most crucial thing is the ability to listen. Not what you have to say, it's the ability to listen. If you can't comprehend what the other person's saying, you're only arguing with yourself.
You know what's crazy is a lot of times they can't keep up with what they are saying. You know, you'll be tracking along with their conversation and maybe you'll phrase it back to them and they'll be like, well, what do you mean? It's like, are you not paying attention to the thing that you just said? You know, you're paying more attention to their words than they are. It's like they're lost. I don't know if they know how to think properly or it's an IQ thing, but there's something wrong with them. I don't know exactly what it is.
It's just hardcore laughter and condescending, and they're all the same. And the questions are the same. I think somebody just said it earlier, they probably listened to the same questions over 100 times, every question.
So the questions are the same. Yeah, the script.
Like a cult. Just one after
where's
the other.
The edge? It's like, what do you mean, where's the edge?
I don't know if you remember, but I remember there was a video that the truth is stranger than fiction. What he ended up doing was reading a book, or it was a news article or a magazine article, where in the past, in like the 1900s, right, the Globers' questions were the exact same then as they are now.
Yeah, the boat's over the horizon. This guy just came in and proved what you're saying right now. Same exact.
Boats over the horizon. How does the sun work? How do the stars work? Tides, all the same shit. 100 years later, 100 plus years later, in recorded history, the questions are the exact same.
Thousands of years later. I mean, they came up with the term planet a long time ago.
I gotta try and find
any sort of modern day technology. It's like all you see is a light in the sky. Now you're telling me it's a sphere. Okay. Then if you give them the benefit of the doubt, okay, it's a sphere. Every object on the pool table is a sphere. Does that mean the pool table's a sphere? I mean, that's the logic they're using.
Honestly, with that one, I can't blame them because they've not been presented with any other worldview. Well, they can't. They don't. No, but they only can listen. They can only think of outer space. They haven't been presented with anything else other than the outer space. So when they look up and see like circles or what they would think spheres or orbs in the sky, they can't help but think that this is another spherical object in this universe or this outer space. So,
but you was presented with the same thing. He was able to overcome that.
Well, for me, that was the last thing to go was outer space. That was the last thing. And so I think that's it's good to take that away first and talk to them because it also hinders them because they think, well, if it's flat, it must be this one flat thing in the universe. And then that pushes them away from the topic even more because they're thinking, well, that seems ridiculous. Really? So that's usually very early in my presentation. I tell them, listen, I know you're thinking of like some sort of flattened object in space. So there's no space and there's no flattened object. But yeah,
I mean, I fell into their traps many times. Alpha's caught me many times and corrected me, but one of them was the sun, moon, and stars. And I would try to tell them that the sun, moon, and stars are up there for the Earth. The Earth is not up there with them, and they couldn't even contemplate that. They couldn't even fathom what I was saying. I just don't.
Right. Because they think the Earth is like one of those things.
Yeah.
I don't even blame them. I don't. That's why we have the whole gas pressure thing is important. Go ahead.
I'm just meaning the notion. Even if they don't agree with the notion, they couldn't even contemplate how the Earth, the sun, moon, and stars are up there for the Earth.
I blame them. I do blame them.
You blame them?
I do blame them. I blame them. Just like because look, when I do something wrong, guess what? I blame myself.
Yeah, that's true.
If I don't know something, I blame myself. Because it's very easy for me to go, okay, I did fuck around a lot. And the reason that I don't know that is because I don't know that, not because somebody's not. So think about it. It only took me the first conversation to realize something was wrong. Now, that's not everybody. Everyone didn't just hear about flat Earth and then go, oh, I get it. No, a lot of people fought it. Here's the difference. When I first saw this and I was posed the question to myself was, well, how do I know it's a globe? The question to the other half was, what's the flat Earth? Let me look into that. That's the only reason some of us couldn't accept it. But if someone would have pointed out to you on the first day, when you're pointed out that especially if you really thought that the horizon was your argument for the globe, like you just knew, and then somebody shut your shit down in a way that made sense, and you actually listened, that was it for you. But for some of these guys, they've been weird since day one, and then they just happen to they're still around, but they've never not been weird. It's different from someone who didn't know it was flat, and these people who are like, I see what you're saying, okay, and then come back the next day and start over.
That is a great point.
When you get asked, my only point is when you get asked the right question and you actually listen, that's when it's over. That's true for literally everybody. You either took the long scenic route because you were interested in flat Earth first, or you immediately knew it wasn't a globe because the first question was, how do I know it's a globe? Those are the only two.
You cut out at the end there.
9K, you're hot, Michael.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, Elijah's point is just that. So, if you're paying attention, the questions are pointing you in the right direction. Like you said, you're peeling the eyelids back, you're peeling the curtain back. You're saying, "Look, I just indexed the window for you. It was clear. We're going through." And they're like, "Yeah, but wait, hold on. I need to do one more thing. Hold on." It's like it distracted. I've seen people act this distracted before. They can't settle in on the task at hand. Wait. Hey, check this one more thing.
I can make a game analogy. It's like when you know that you reached the boss, but you don't have enough items to defeat him, so you don't go through the door. That's what it's like.
Have you guys ever seen the movie White Men Can't Jump?
Hell yeah.
Yeah? That's globetards. They can hear Jimmy, but they're not listening. Listening is the ability to take in what somebody's saying and entertain the idea, as opposed to just hearing it.
Or even if you don't. Whoa.
That was pretty cool.
Connor, you gotta mute up.
What?
You're looping audio, or you were. Oh, really?
Test.
But I just said they've never not been weird. That's so true. You know, you gotta be like slightly unbiased. You have to. Oh, we were talking about paying attention. That's what it was. Yeah, you gotta pay attention, even if there's someone you don't. You know, when we're talking to the rumpuses and all these guys, you have to listen to what they're saying to be able to dismantle. They can't break down what we're saying because they barely listen. You know, so it is pretty frustrating. Yeah. I don't even listen to what they're saying. That was the point I was making earlier.
They can hear the tone of your voice. That's it.
Yeah, and they'll start policing that tone, right? No, I don't like the way you said that. Care? No matter how I said it. 2 + 2 is 4.
Some of them act like that's an argument against flat Earth. You think the Earth is flat? Well, do you think 2 + 2 = 4? Like, what the hell is it? What do they have in common?
I haven't heard that one in a while. Nothing to be totally honest.
Yeah. Well, I go back a long way, so I've heard a lot.
Back in my day.
Yeah, right. I will admit I'm not the sharpest tool in the box. I should definitely know more than I do at this point. But
would you say like the dumbest flat earther is smarter than the smartest globetrotting?
I wouldn't say that. No.
You wouldn't say that? All right, fair enough.
I wouldn't. So the dumbest ones, I'm wondering if they're actually flat earthers.
Oh wow. Oh no, I haven't really met. I can't think of off the top of my head too many like quote unquote dumb flat earthers. You know, I'm sure that's what there are a few out there. But.
Well, back in the day, the first thing we should have attained was elevation angles. It was, I don't know, a decade from when I started.
Back in my day, we were.
Once we got elevation angles, that was the ceiling on the deal, I guess. It literally measured the Earth flat, motionless, navigate it motionless, planes, boats, all of it. The only place you ever see a sphere Earth is the same place you see Superman. The television.
Facts.
Hello, can you hear me?
DJ Particle Boy.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Coming in good.
My name Jeff.
My name Jeff. I kept thinking it the whole time we were talking to Jeff yesterday. I mean, day before. W. Oh, it was particle board that's been commenting.
Yeah, not Connor.
All right, Connor. All bad. So who's getting cooked next?
Who wants to talk about boats?
Well, if we're going to talk about boats, that means you're going to talk about water hills.
Right? That's a good point. They don't know what water is, though. They don't know they have no clue. Water in all liquids will always find a level. I hate to say the word find because it's not like the water itself is out there searching. It's just its attributes.
He was going to say that they measured the globe by looking at how much of a boat disappears. They measured it that way.
Yeah, I know. That was hilarious. I couldn't get over it, man.
Like, I could let him
You're
run his
asking him
mouth.
for the
But I was just
method.
like, oh, fuck this. It's just too stupid. Like,
You're literally asking him for the method of the measurement. And then he goes back to boats.
yeah, that's what they did. They watched how much of a boat disappeared and went, okay, it's about 4,000 miles in radius.
Like you meant. And then you even brought up tape measure to give him a clue. He still couldn't get it. Like, it's a physical measurement, man. They physically measure the earth flat. Physically. A physical measurement.
How was your shoe size measured? 10. No, how was it measured?
Yeah.
10.
I eyeballed it. I used a boat. Eyeballed it as it went away from my feet.
Oh, I used a boat.
A quick question. How did you measure it flat?
That's the way it's measured, elevation angles.
But how do you measure that flat? What is the evidence for it being flat? Do you actually measure
elevation angles?
Of what?
Of the earth. Being used as
From
a
the earth?
horizontal plane of reference.
Yeah, so you assumed it was flat. You didn't actually measure anything that might indicate whether it's flat or not.
Oh, that's how they navigate.
What kind of navigation is that?
Celestial.
No. I'd be really keen. A lot of people have made that claim here that celestial navigation and a flat earth are compatible. I'd really like to see that one day.
Yeah. Really? You don't want to look up elevation angles?
I know with celestial navigation, you don't need to use an elevation angle. You can do it all from vertical. You just use horizon as from a plumb bob or a bubble.
But what's the reference from? What is it being used as a reference to?
It'll give you something that's perpendicular to the surface of the earth where you're standing.
Perpendicular to what?
The surface of the earth.
What's the reference of the earth? Like, what measurement reference are you using?
Perpendicular to mean sea level, I suppose.
Perpendicular to what? Horizontal
mean sea level
reference?
No, just perpendicular to sea level. No. Oh, you can create a horizontal plane of reference.
Let me speak real quick. Let me just say this. In order to have a vertical, you must have a horizontal. You agree with that?
The two go together, but
okay.
In practical terms,
when you say plumb bob, what is it being referenced to? Or
the plumb bob, it creates its own reference, right? Plumb bob is the reference.
No, how do you get vertical? How do you know that the plumb bob isn't at an angle?
Because that's the way nature makes them hang.
No, because of the horizontal. Horizontal tells you that it's perfectly vertical. It's not tilted one way or the other from the horizontal.
But you can use a plumb bob in the dark, right? You don't have to be able to see the horizon or anything around you, and you'll know the plumb bob is hanging vertical.
Yeah, but how do you know it's hanging vertical? Because you know underneath it is a horizontal.
Sure.
Okay, so that doesn't...
Yeah.
Yeah, you need a horizontal to get a vertical.
No. The vertical defines horizontal in as many respects as the other way around.
No.
Do you think of all of the tools you use to find horizontal, right?
No, they work together. It's almost like you can't have one without the other, because the horizontal tells you it's vertical. The vertical tells you there's a horizontal.
Yeah. Okay. So if I asked you to establish a horizontal, how would you do it? Just on a building site, right? So we're not talking at the scale of the Earth, just a local horizontal. How would you do it?
I would use water for level.
How would you use water? So you get out like a pipe and
like a water level.
Yeah. Okay.
Before
that's cool. That's one way.
Before the invention of the water level, you could dig your hole, eyeball its flatness, it's horizontal, pour water into it, right? See if it's flat. If it goes over one side and not the other, then one side needs to go down, and you get the water out. Now you know it's level.
Yeah. Well, but what about a builder? Would they use like a builder's level or a spirit level, something like that?
Yeah, but all of those are based off of what?
Vertical.
Horizontal.
They have a curved tube, right? And the bubble finds the most vertical place in the tube, and then you mount your beam perpendicular to that vertical.
Yeah.
So the vertical is defining the horizontal in that case.
Yeah. So what's your point? Maybe I misheard you right there.
But going back to celestial navigation,
you're not arguing the point. You're agreeing.
So the point was that celestial. Sorry, I cut you off. You finish.
You're agreeing.
I lost you there. I don't know whether it's me or you. So the thing is, we're going back to the celestial navigation. Yeah,
you're agreeing with me. You need a horizontal to get a vertical.
No, I disagree with that. In my experience, yeah.
Okay. Let me give you an example. Let's dive into your world. Let's fly off into space. Now, you're just a body out in space floating, right?
Yep.
And you drop a plumb bob. How do you know it's vertical?
Yeah, well, plumb bobs don't work in outer space.
Oh, they don't work. So you need a horizontal.
No. Right? No, you can't do a horizontal in space either because there's nothing to reference it against.
Right. What is the reference? What is the reference to get a vertical?
So if you're trying to make a vertical and you only have horizontals available to you, then you use... So how would I, if I was doing celestial navigation
there's two people
on land, how would I do it?
Hold on. There's you and another person in space. According to you, you're upside right. The dude next to you is upside down. You both drop a plumb bob, right? What is it reference to? Nothing. You don't know that it's vertical. Right? Because there's
plumb bob won't drop in space. It'll just sit there, right? You can't, there's no horizontal and vertical in space.
You're not getting my point, are you? You're just...
I think I'm getting your point, but your point is not useful.
No, you're not. No, you're not. The only way you can get a vertical is horizontal, dude. You have to have a horizontal for vertical. Period.
Okay.
Period.
So,
do you disagree with that?
Can we go?
Do you disagree?
I do. Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do you
can we
do
go
it
back to
without a horizontal?
Okay.
How do you do it?
So you want to go back?
Without a horizontal?
Can we go back to the celestial navigation thing?
No. But we will. But first, without a horizontal, how do you get a vertical?
Without a horizontal, And without something that naturally finds vertical?
Without a horizontal reference, how do you get a vertical?
Without a horizontal reference? You use something that naturally finds vertical, like a plumb bob or a bubble or
How do you get vertical without a horizontal? That's my point. You're saying you use something to get a vertical.
So none of these things, like a bubble or a plumb bob, require horizontal to show you where vertical is, right?
What is the bubble? What is the bubble and the plumb bob referenced from or to?
It's referenced to whatever's pulling it up or down. That's its only reference.
No. So my point about space was there is no reference, right? Let's say you stretched a line out, you stretched a line in space, right? With no reference frame. How do you know that line is vertical?
Yeah. So in space, vertical has no meaning, right?
Okay. Why is
vertical?
That?
Vertical is about an orientation on the Earth.
Why
you need to be on the Earth, right?
Okay, so Earth is the reference, right?
You can say that, yes. So the shape of the Earth is the reference.
Okay, and utilizing the Earth as your reference, are you using it as a horizontal to get your vertical?
You can, yes. You don't have to, but you can.
No. You have to. Like you just said, in space, you can't find one. You need a reference. Yeah, well,
you don't need a reference. You need something that physically generates vertical.
If the horizontal, let's say that if the horizontal is tilted where one side is higher than the other, like at an angle, and you got a straight line to it, well, then that's not vertical, right?
Yeah.
Not vertical.
But yeah, well, that's a good point.
The only way you can get vertical is with the horizontal reference.
Okay. So if I was on the side of a hill, how would I establish vertical or horizontal?
If you're on the side of a hill.
Yep. And I want to find out where vertical and horizontal are.
You use the horizontal reference. And
where do I get that from?
And it'll tell you the slope of the hill.
Use a compass.
Where do I get that from?
You use a compass. Use a compass. You fucking retards. My dad was a carpenter. You know, he taught me that when I was like 4 years old. Use a compass.
Well, even a compass, you got to hold flat. But no, I digress from that.
Yeah. If you're on the side of the hill, you have to create your own horizontal or use vertical, right?
So you hold on. You have to create your own horizontal. You said.
Oh, you use a compass.
Now I would agree with that.
Use a thing with a bubble
but it's got to be horizontal.
It uses the mass of the Earth.
Because if the horizontal's tilted one way or the then you don't have a perfect plumb bob. I mean, you're getting an angle, in other words, not a perfect vertical.
Yeah. But the plumb bob will always point perfectly vertical, right?
Even there, I think I'm wrong. Because even if the horizontal is at an angle, it's still a horizontal line at an angle. So that's how you get the angle, the 45, the 90.
Horizontal will always be perpendicular to vertical if you set them up together.
But the vertical is what's established from the horizontal. How do you get a 45-degree angle without a horizontal?
45 degree to what? Horizontal?
Yeah,
you establish a horizontal, you measure 45 degrees, right?
In order to get 90 degrees, which is vertical, right? Is 90 degrees vertical?
To horizontal, yes.
Yeah. So to get a vertical, you need a horizontal.
The two go together. You can establish one before the other, depending on what you have available to you, right?
It's a little harder to articulate for me, but you also need it the other way. You also
what do you need a theodolite for?
Or a horizontal.
Yeah, so what do theodolites use for their vertical? They're all referenced against vertical, right? Theodolites.
They're all using a horizontal plane of reference.
A suspended mirror, right? Or something like that. Or a bubble. Right, an auto level, dumpy level
why
uses
would you say
a
bubble, dude? What's the bubble? like what?
Like a bubble level
water?
to level the instrument. Yeah. Like a little spirit
water.
bubble on the edge of the machine.
Right. And what is that?
Line up the circle with a bubble, and it's all nice and level.
Yeah. And because the water is level, the bubble, what will give you your angle?
Yeah, the bubble's at the highest point of the water. It's the most vertical point of the water.
Right. Because the water is horizontal, right?
No, in a bubble, the water's actually curved. The whole horizontal thing in a bubble level doesn't really apply because you're actually getting all that, meniscus effects and things like that. It's actually it's not a level piece of water.
Like a water level, right? You tilt one side of the level up, bubble reacts and goes outside of center, right? But once it's horizontal, now you got a vertical.
But if you're using a bubble in a tube,
vertical with the
the bubble is always at the most vertical point of the tube. But anyway, we're going around in circles on this. So going back to celestial navigation, right?
No, because you're not willing to agree. That's why.
You're not correct.
You're not willing. No. Okay, then tell me how you can get a vertical without a horizontal.
I can get a vertical with a plumb bob or a bubble.
And what is
then I can make a horizontal from it, right?
What is the plumb bob reference to?
It's referencing the Earth as a whole, right?
How do you know it's vertical if there's no horizontal?
Because that's the way plumb bobs and bubbles work.
No, 90 degrees vertical, 90 degrees is reference to a horizontal.
So can I add something real quick?
So it's 45.
Can I add one thing?
Reference to go ahead.
So if you're religious, if you read the book of Enoch, when Enoch was lifted into the heavens by an angel, he describes the earth as a blue sphere. Just saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what verse is that in the book of Enoch?
I was getting ready to ask you the same thing. That's not at all what he says.
I'll pull it up and put it in the side chat. Don't worry.
Be sure that you do. Enoch says that man will err concerning the stars. But I digress from that.
And be sure to get the multiple translations while you're at it. Right?
Keep saying when I ask you for this is what you do when I ask you how do you get a vertical without a horizontal? This is what you say: a bubble or a plumb bob. That's what you say.
Yep.
What are those being referenced to or from?
They're referencing the Earth as a whole, right? They have a physical property, right? It's a physical property of the bubble.
Take the Earth out of the equation. Take everything out of the equation.
You can't take the Earth out of the equation because that is what is causing these things to do what they do.
Oh, no. So you're saying that the Earth is horizontal?
I'm saying that levels are perpendicular to the surface of the Earth.
A plumb bob is vertical 90 degrees from the horizontal. How do you not know this?
I know.
This is basic.
That's what we agree on that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular.
We agree. So you need a horizontal to get a vertical.
No, that's not what I said. I said the two are perpendicular.
Give me something I can do right now with no horizontal. No horizontal as a reference to determine if something's vertical.
Gentlemen, may I interject quickly? I think you guys are maybe talking past each other. Okay, James and
no, we're not.
Daza.
We're not.
No, check this out, bro.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. My understanding is that Daza understands that horizontal and vertical are indeed orthogonal to each other. Okay, 90 degrees from each other. They're interrelated. You can only have without the other. Okay. Now what's in
no. I was hold on.
Hang on. Let me finish. Bro, let me finish my point. Let me finish. I asked you, bro. I asked you if I could interject quickly. You said yes, so I'd like to finish my point, please. Okay. What's in contention, to my understanding, is that at every given point on the Earth, okay, A, are all verticals parallel to each other, and B, are all horizontals, quote unquote, parallel to each other. And I can explain what I mean by that. You've heard Daza say multiple times, so I forget the specific words you said, but something to the effect of you're horizontal, or you establish a horizontal. i.e., supposing that we are on a ball, right? Your horizontal is a tangent line, okay, at that point on the ball, right? So you have to establish it by, oh, here I am, boom, I'm going to create a plane. And this is the point. In their argument, it is effectively an imaginary line.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So and that's definitely the next step, right? Yeah, but we haven't even got there.
But this is important, though, because, hang on, it's why this is important, though, is because you guys are going back and forth on, do you agree, horizontal, vertical, you need one foot or the other. It's like, yeah, for sure, but that's not the problem. The problem is basically, are they all parallel to each other with respect to different placements on the surface?
I can kind of agree with the parallel assessment there. That makes sense. But my point is, no, even then it don't make sense, because if the Earth was curved and we're all utilizing a horizontal reference plane to establish vertical, no matter if you're 1,000 miles away from me on one part of the Earth, if we're all using a horizontal plane of reference, then our measurements would be off if it was spherical.
Right. So that's where you guys can continue, right? Because the what's in contention here is the horizontal that everybody uses, right? When they establish a horizontal at their point, is that the same level or parallel, or is that plane parallel to anyone else's having been established where they are, no matter where they are, right? Like, for example, if you take a ruler on a basketball, you put it at the top, it goes left and right. That's what we would call level just standing on it.
Can y'all check the side chat, please?
Sir, can you shut your mouth for a second, please? Hang on. But if you move that ruler down to the side, you roll it down 90 degrees, supposedly from that person's point of view, standing on the basketball, or the ant, let's say, standing at a 90-degree angle from where you are, standing up looking at the basketball, that ruler is quote-unquote horizontal to him. You see my point? So that's where the argument lies and is important to address. Go ahead.
Yeah, but that all hinges on the fact that vertical is a property of the Earth, right? That we can determine vertical physically, right?
Did you see the side chat?
You can't determine vertical, because if you're at one place of a location on a sphere and somebody else is on another place.
Hold on, James. Did y'all check
your vertical? Hold on. Your vertical is different than their vertical, which means it's not vertical.
No, it depends. That's a different definition of vertical in your case. You're assuming you want them all to be parallel, but on the globe model,
you can only get vertical from a horizontal reference plane. You get an angle, a 90
but you only want to do that so you don't have to go down the sphere path.
45-degree angle, 45-degree angle. You can only get these from a horizontal plane of reference.
Okay. So, if I temporarily concede, even though I think you're incorrect, and we go back to celestial navigation, right? So we're flying in the dark in an aeroplane. Mm-hmm. How do I do celestial navigation? This is the original claim that we were bending. How do I do celestial navigation in an aeroplane in the dark?
You're talking about all modern technology.
No, celestial navigation, like they did in World War II.
Let me finish, dude. You're talking about all modern technology malfunctioning within the plane, and you got to break out the sextant and utilize the horizontal plane of reference to navigate with the stars, because all planes still have the sextant.
No,
just in case. Yes.
So there's a big problem there, right? Aircraft in the dark, like British World War II bombers, didn't have access to the horizon. They can't see it, right? They've got no way of establishing horizontal. They've got to rely on vertical directly. They have a special sextant called a bubble sextant.
You can't get it without a You can't get it without a horizontal, dude.
No, they have sextants that work off vertical.
Okay, draw a straight line on a piece of paper, right? Draw a straight line. Tell me that it's vertical. Tell me that it's 90 degrees without a horizontal. Draw that out. Vertical that's
You're not
90
addressing the
degrees
question.
without a horizontal.
I'm asking you how would they do this celestial navigation when they can't see the horizon? And the other case is when you do celestial navigation on land, there's no horizon that you can use to find your horizontal. How do they do it then?
Oh, they have maps where utilizing the horizon, even if they can't see it.
These guys are making the maps. They're going out and they're doing celestial fixes to make the maps.
They already mapped this location at this time. The star should be here. So they're looking for that star.
Yeah, but if you're out there wanting to precisely locate yourself on a map where there is no map, right? Or measure the length of a...
Well, how can you navigate without a map?
In the ocean? But we're talking about land-based. But if you're out there making a map, right, and you're wanting to measure where landmarks are...
Your argument is pitch darkness. You can't use the horizon because you can't see it. Pitch darkness. Yeah. Well, how can you navigate? There's only one way to navigate at that point, and that's utilizing the star.
Yeah.
Yeah. And those are all mapped from a horizontal reference plane.
Yeah, but if you want to measure the angle to the star and you can't see the horizon, how do you do it?
Well, hopefully
you measure from the vertical.
Okay, so how do you get a horizontal from a vertical?
You don't need to. You just measure from the vertical to the star. And that angle is enough to do your celestial navigation.
Look, you could be totally right. And I'm doing...
You can guarantee you that I'm totally right.
No. You could be. I'm correct. I'm listening. I'm just having I guess I should say this. I'm hearing you. I'm having a hard time listening because if you're in pitch darkness and you get a vertical, how do you know it's vertical?
Oh, you'll have a little...
Yeah. What is it that you... How do you
illumination of your bubble?
Vertical. Oh, so there is light. It's not pitch darkness.
Well, you can't see around you, but the instrument is illuminated, right? You can use the instrument.
Yeah. But what are you... When you use the instrument, the plumb bob, like on the earth, like you're saying, right? You're in the plane, let the plumb bob go. You see that this is vertical. When you see it's vertical, you're referencing a horizontal even in your mind. Right?
Well, you can be if you like, but vertical is defining your measurement, right? Because the bubble is at the top of its tube.
And what is it referencing to?
Earth.
A horizontal, right?
It's perpendicular to the horizontal under your feet, yeah.
Yeah, horizontal. So now you finally agree. There must be a horizontal to get a vertical.
I'm not going to do this loop once more. We've done it 25 times.
You just admitted it, dude.
It's very straightforward. Vertical is a physical property of the Earth. You don't need any other reference to establish vertical.
Yeah, vertical to what? You said the Earth.
It doesn't have to be vertical to anything, right? Vertical is a thing of its own.
No, it's not. It's vertical is reference to a horizontal plane.
Yeah, you keep saying that, but vertical can exist without any reference to any horizontals, right? You don't need a horizontal reference.
Give me an example.
Plumb bob, it just hangs there. You don't need a horizontal reference for a plumb bob to hang where it hangs.
Okay, so you hang a plumb bob, and it's a straight line. It just hangs down, right?
Yep.
All right, and it's vertical to what?
It is just vertical.
To what? How do you know it's vertical if it's not vertical to anything?
It's not vertical to anything. It is just vertical.
How do you know it's vertical?
Because it's hanging freely and not moving.
Hanging from what? What is it hanging from?
From whatever you're holding onto it with, the end of its string.
Okay, and what is it vertical to? How do you know it's not at a 45-degree angle? How do you know it's
just
vertical?
vertical.
How do you know
vertical is a characteristic of anything that hangs. Like
vertical is 90 degrees. How do you know it's 90 degrees if there's nothing under it? Period. How do you know that?
vertical is down. The directions things fall. That is what vertical is.
What is
right?
What is down to? Down to what?
To the earth. To the earth.
Okay, so the earth, right? So now we got a plumb bob. It's going down to the earth, and we know it's vertical because the earth is what?
Underneath it.
Okay, but what is the earth? How do you know the plumb line is vertical, 90 degrees?
It's not 90. A vertical doesn't have to have any other reference. It's perpendicular to the average surface of the earth. That's all. And you might have a horizontal there if you're wise.
What is the average
vertical is independent of any other thing that you might want to associate it.
You just said it's vertical to the average surface of the earth. What is the average surface of the earth?
Sphere.
Oh, it's a sphere.
Yeah.
Okay.
Measured that way.
So your plumb line could be 45 degrees from somebody else on Earth. And
absolutely.
And you're both saying
that's how celestial navigation actually works.
And you're both saying it's 90-degree vertical.
Both saying it's vertical, that our plumb bobs are vertical, yeah.
Vertical is the very word you used, which is 90 degrees from a horizontal.
Yeah, the horizontals are also at 90 degrees to each other as well.
Yeah, you don't get 90 degrees without two straight lines, dude. You're saying
so you have one vertical and one way out under your feet, right? You can establish a horizontal under your feet.
You're saying that you can have one straight line, and get 90 degrees vertical.
No, you can't have one straight line. No, you need
two, don't you? You need two. One horizontal.
You have a straight line for vertical, a straight line for your horizontal.
Yeah, one horizontal. Sorry, I'm getting a little passionate. One horizontal and one vertical from the horizontal.
I missed that last bit.
You cut off. You can't have a vertical line without a horizontal, because what is it vertical? What is the vertical reference to or from?
The surface of the earth. So every vertical is unique. None of them are the same. Every vertical is unique. None of them are the same.
Okay, so every 90-degree angle is not the same.
Okay. No, 90-degree angles are the same.
Oh, they are. That's a vertical.
90 degrees. No.
Oh,
I'm going to give up because
So when you draw the straight line down, vertical line down, there's a horizontal there, and then at the bottom of that vertical line, you draw a little square. That shows you 90 degrees, right?
Yep.
If that vertical or if that horizontal was curved, you wouldn't get that little square. It wouldn't be 90 degrees.
Oh, you can. That if the circle is big enough.
Oh, you can.
Right near the edge. It almost is the same as a straight line. It's a tangent. You understand? You know what a tangent is, or
a tangent is used for a measurement.
Yeah. So a tangent is a point on a surface, right? Where a straight line just touches the surface. So a tangent to a sphere or a circle is.
Okay, if the Earth is a circle or a sphere, what is your tangent line? Is it imaginary?
It's sure. It's definitely imaginary. Yeah, it's perpendicular to vertical.
You're not
it's an imaginary plane perpendicular to vertical where you are.
You're not using a physical tangent. You're using an imaginary one.
Oh yeah. That's the same, right? If you do get a theodolite out and measure something, that's imaginary as well. You're not actually drawing a straight line across to the other point.
Listen. My grandma. Wait. My grandma. Wait. Hold on. My grandma, who's visiting me for the
theodolite out.
I asked my grandma. Wait. Born during the Great Depression era. She's visiting me for the holidays. I asked her, Grandma, is the Earth round? She's like, of course. Everybody knows this. Born during the Great Depression. Okay? Even the boomers know this shit.
Okay, dude, are you fucking dumb?
Dude, a dinner table's round. It's also flat. They're not mutually exclusive.
The reference
Look in
book
the
for
side chat.
celestial navigation in
Aristotle
America.
declared the Earth was a sphere.
All right. If I may, gentlemen,
is Aristotle lying? Is Aristotle lying to us?
I hate to interrupt, guys. I hate to interrupt, guys. Daza and James, you guys have been going at it for a long time. Seems to be getting a little bit circular. Would you mind? Would you mind if I took a few minutes with State? Because all right, we absolutely. You would mind, or okay?
No, we're not getting anywhere. Go for it. Yeah.
All right, State.
You're saying
your
NASA's
point, man.
lying to us, bro. Aristotle.
No, when did we say that? Okay, hang on. State. Okay.
Let me just say one more thing.
When did you say that? Well, every time I put a image of the Earth with a NASA satellite, you're like, oh, it's fake.
State. Check it out. Okay, we're starting from scratch now. Okay, how do we know, or how do you know that we live on a spinning ball in outer space?
Because if you look at the shadow of the Earth on the moon, it is a circular shape, right? A shadow is a 2D object. It's not 3D.
Okay, hang on. All right, hang on. How do you know that is Earth's shadow, sir?
Okay, because what else would be putting a shadow that large on the moon?
How do you know that is a shadow of something to begin with, sir?
Because what else?
How do you know it is a shadow? It is not a what else could it be response question. It is a how you know, because you're asserting this as if it is a given. Okay? So you must know, right?
Yeah, so the moon has a fixed orbit. We do know that. Okay. It's clear.
Hang on.
The moon doesn't rotate.
Sir, stop jumping from point to point to point. State your first claim and answer my question about it. Okay, because we're going to get too far in the weeds. Okay? Because everything is stacked on your first point.
Yeah, so like a crescent moon. If you look at a crescent moon, that is the Earth's shadow on the moon.
How do you know that is Earth's shadow, sir? And how do you know that is a shadow being projected from something in space onto it?
Because the sun shines on the moon, which shines on the Earth, and anything the sun shines on produces a shadow.
Okay, so that would imply
your shadow being projected on the ground.
Thank you, sir. I am definitely 5 years old that needed you to clarify that, right? So here's the problem. How do you know how do you know the sun is going, quote unquote, below the Earth or behind you, under your feet while you're sleeping, so as to be able to project light upwards from your position onto the moon?
The better question would be, how is the sun projecting a shadow of the Earth on the moon?
Don't rephrase my question, jackass. You understood my question, so answer it, please.
Look at the side chat real quick. This is a better
my question, please. Answer my question, please, sir.
What is your question?
How do you know the sun is going below your feet to project a shadow upwards onto
the sun
what
is not
supposedly
going below us? What are you talking about?
Sir, then why?
It's on a 90-degree axis.
Sir, are you fucking dumb?
The sun is in a fixed position.
Dumb. Sir,
the sun is in a fixed
stupid
position. This isn't the 1500s, man.
Bro,
how do you know that?
Answer my question.
Know that.
How do you know
you
don't seem to know anything.
Literally, sir, everybody knows that the Earth revolves around the sun. Everybody knows.
Okay, so check this out, right? If everybody knows that, supposedly including yourself.
So does the sun revolve around the Earth, or does the Earth revolve around the sun?
Earth doesn't move.
Sir, answer my question. My question to you is, sir, my question to you is, okay, you keep stating this over and over again. You know this to be the case. How do you know this to be the case?
Because a man called Faraday, right, did an experiment that showed magnetic fields exist, right? The Earth produces Okay.
Gentlemen.
All right, I'll post the experiment in the chat. Hold on.
Can you use your words to articulate the thing, please?
Dude, I'm not a Nobel physicist like Faraday. Do you get it?
What? Wait, hang on though. Faraday wasn't Faraday in like 17, 18, 19.
So you're using an appeal to authority.
That's besides the problem.
Come on,
the main point. The main problem
to authority.
Hang on.
Let me get the experiment.
That too. But the first, the main issue. Bro, hang on. Hear me out. Check this out. You're making the claim that we've known this for whatever. In your chat, you were saying thousands of years ago. You were saying thousands of years ago. Okay, what experiment, quote unquote, did they do back then to support what you're saying?
Bro, look in the Bible. The Bible says the world is a circle. How did they know that 2,000 years ago?
Okay, here we go. So now you want to
whoa. You're going to make the claim, it's a circle, not a sphere. They wouldn't be able to determine if the world was a sphere back then. They didn't have telescopes.
Jackass. Okay, hear me out, dude. You realize you're on your about fifth or sixth point, okay, consecutive point, without at all at any time addressing any of my questions to any of your points. Why are you jumping onto a sixth, seventh, or eighth one? If I didn't stop you, you probably would go there. Why are you doing that, sir?
What am I doing?
Wow.
This guy's so stupid he doesn't even see it. Sir, you've made about 5 or 6 claims at this point.
Every claim I make, you're just like getting in my face and yelling. Like you're not doing anything scientific.
First of all, I'm not. Hang on. First of all, I'm not yelling. Okay. If you call this yelling, you ain't seen nothing. No, if you call this yelling, you ain't seen nothing yet, bro. My point is, I'm asking you to back up your statements with something of substance.
The moon.
None of which you've done.
Okay, let me give you an example real quick. If you're going to let me say anything. If you're going to let me say anything. Stop.
I don't need an example. I need you to support your claim with evidence.
I can support my claim. Okay? If you take a look at the moon.
Okay, what evidence, sir?
Okay, so how many days are in a year?
Why is that relevant?
I'm just asking, do you know, or do I have to say it?
364, 365, quarter, whatever.
So there's 365 days in a year. Every single day, starting today, you can take a picture of the surface of the moon on a higher res telescope, and the surface of the moon will never change.
Okay.
Do you understand? It will never change.
Thank you very much for pointing out the obvious, sir. What does that prove?
So that means the moon is in a fixed orbit. Do you understand?
How do you know?
It's not rotating.
Hang on, jackass. Hang on, jackass. Okay. You're assuming in the first place that is a physical object, like a rock or something.
The moon is a physical object.
Okay, how do you know that, sir? Point number 7.
See it at night, big boy. What are you even saying? What are you even saying right now?
Hang on, Jack. Hang on,
know that for everything.
No, here's the problem, dude. Okay, what do you see when you look up in the sky?
I'm looking at the moon right fucking now.
Okay, and what do you see?
I see the moon.
Okay, so you're calling that thing, right, in the sky, that white yellowish circle with little black
what is it, a fucking alien mothership spying on us?
That's not what I'm saying, sir. You're asserting that is a rock with absolute certainty.
Yes.
Right? Okay, how do you know that, sir?
How do I know the moon is the moon? I don't know, because I can take my iPhone and
jackass
zoom in.
Hey, asshole, that's not what I said. How do you know that is a rock? A giant rock? Right? You hear my words?
How do I know it's a giant rock? I don't know. What else could it be?
Oh, you don't know? Oh, thank you very much. You finally were on.
How do I know it's a giant rock? What else could it be?
Thank you very much.
Tell me.
That's not my point. Hang on.
What else could the fucking moon be, jackass? Please tell me.
Hang on.
What am I not seeing?
I'm not making a claim about it. You're saying it's a giant rock that has shadows projected on it, right from the sun, that's going basically below our feet. I know you can see stuff. I believe you on that. I can see stuff too. I don't make a claim as to what the composition of that thing actually is, because there's no way to verify it. You understand?
You're the one that made the claim, and then you tried to break down your own claim.
What is it, man?
Yeah, you tried to make the claim, bro.
You're like delusional.
You said
You're actually delusional.
You said it's a giant rock. Nobody else. You said it.
You said it's a giant rock.
No, you, Mike. You said it's a giant rock.
I did not say it's a giant rock. This asshole said it was a giant rock. I was asking him a point because I know what he's getting at, and I was trying to put in his face that how do you know that this is a giant rock? Because that's the worldview that standard.
What is your
standard mainstream?
What is the moon to you,
buddy? The war. You guys, okay? Well, do you understand what you guys follow what I'm talking about, right? If this is a giant rock, if this is a giant rock flying in the sky, upon which you can have a shadow casted on it from the sun, behind the earth or under the earth, however you want to look at it, all this stuff, this is a standard heliocentric model. Dimwits.
Dude,
my point is, how do you know this? How do you know this in the first place?
The moon, man. Are you retarded?
You don't need to fact check the moon. Oh, thank you for conceding that you don't know, and that you don't actually have to do any research to verify any claims being presented to you.
Bro, this is like you saying water is not water. Like, are you?
No, that's not the same thing. You know why that's not the same thing? That's funny. You know what? No, you're crazy, man. You know why this is not the same? I can actually go verify and check water. I can actually touch it. I can drink it, etc., etc. I can verify the claims being made about it. You cannot verify the claims being made about it.
Go buy you a ladder at Home Depot and go touch the moon for me.
Well, that's your job. I think that's your job.
Mick, hold on a second. Here's the problem.
Go ahead.
He's only entertaining crescent moon. He doesn't entertain the half moon, where there's a perfect straight line.
All that is the shadow of the Earth on the moon. The moon's still there. Crescent moon.
I know you believe that.
Hold on, dude. Hold on.
The moon's still there.
Hold on. Did you just say it's the shadow of the Earth and the moon?
This is why I keep pressing him on, man. He's not yielding.
On the moon.
Hold on a second.
You want to take it, Embo?
The moon is just the Earth's shadow on the moon. You know that, right?
You do not know your model.
Dude, y'all don't know a goddamn thing, bro.
You're the one saying that the Earth's shadow will causes the half moon on the Earth.
Oh, the moon isn't real.
Dude, you are retarded.
What is the moon to you? Milk, you're not saying anything. You're dodging everything.
Yeah. I don't have to say anything. You said enough for both of us.
Milk, what is the moon?
You have said enough for both of us. You don't know anything about the moon. If you think that the Earth's shadow is the one that causes the moon, the half moon on Earth, on the moon, you are completely.
You're sitting here online trolling.
Thanks, Elbow.
You're just trolling.
Nah,
so,
dude.
Milk, what is the moon?
Okay. First of all,
hold on, Mick.
Go.
While Mick's getting ready to say something, type into Google, click or type in half moon, and click images, and show me where the curve of that so-called shadow is.
Ooh.
There's more to it, guys.
It's a perfect
There's more to it.
line right down the middle, straight as can be, and your argument is only utilizing the crescent moon. Why is that? Because it fits your narrative. You're not using the one that doesn't.
Ooh.
Look at the animation in the side chat. You can see at the point at which the shadow becomes a straight line for a brief moment.
Yeah. So thanks for providing an animation, guys. Thank you for providing an animation. Okay, here's the problem. Okay, this moon business. Okay, this is about the 5th claim that the guys made. So do you remember the first one? I almost don't, but I know you made one.
Yeah, the first claim is magnetism.
Where's the curve on that?
You didn't bring magnetism up.
Here we go.
You did not bring up the magnetism.
You see the video right there. Me bringing it up, 30 minutes ago.
No, I meant in conversation with me, sir.
We just talked about the moon and how you don't believe the moon's the moon. That's all we talked about.
What?
No, that's not true, sir.
You're standing on the earth, right? You look up in the day. Sometimes you can see the moon. You can see the moon in the day, right? And you can also see the sun. Obviously, it's in the day, right? All things are above you. How the fuck is the thing you're standing on in between them to produce a shadow?
Listen, why does the sun...
Guys,
Wait.
We don't need to diverge too much. We're diverting from too much.
Why does the sun
it's a serious
rotate
question.
around the Earth?
I understand that. But guys, you guys understand, right? That the more that we let this guy... Okay,
do you know why the sun rotates around the Earth?
You see what I'm talking about, right? The guy just keeps asking questions, but he does not allow himself to be scrutinized.
I mean, I can tell you why.
His claims to be scrutinized. Okay? I'll tell you why, because you don't know shit from Shinola. Okay?
Dude, you don't even believe in the goddamn moon.
Buddy, we ask you what supports your claim, and you ask another question. You ask a what else could it be type question. That is not evidence. That is not
saying
substance.
The moon isn't a fucking rock.
What did I say, sir?
You're saying it is.
I clearly did. Yeah, it is a fucking rock.
I did not say it's... Bro, the words, it is not a rock, never came out of my mouth. I'm asking you...
You're not saying anything.
How...
You're just looping around
right,
shit.
Buddy,
you're not saying a fucking thing.
No, man. That's not how this works. Okay, you come in here, you make a claim as to how you know how this world operates, how the stuff in the sky operate, and I'm asking you, sir, how do you know these things? They're very simple questions. And for you to not be able to...
I told you exactly how. I told you the moon has a fixed orbit. You said how? Buy a fucking camera. Take a picture of it every single night. It will not change. It will not change.
Proving the thing you're saying.
It will not change. You can tell each surface from day 1 to day 365. It has a fixed orbit. It does not rotate. It does not rotate like the Earth. You know how the Earth spins, right, at 3,000 miles an hour?
Okay. Thank you for another claim, sir.
How can we prove that the Earth is spinning? You ever heard of a pendulum experiment? You ever heard of that?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the Coriolis experiment, sir. You want to walk us through it, Einstein?
Yes. You ever took a sniper shot at an extremely long distance? You have to account for the Coriolis effect.
How do you know that, sir?
How do I know that? Because go out to Texas Thinking and make a 2-mile shot.
Cite it now.
Go out to Texas Thinking.
Cite the manual. Go for it.
Now.
Go for it, buddy.
Don't even ask, and everybody knows
Don't ask him to cite the manual.
Who instructs him?
Ask him how he made the shot. What math did he use?
There you go. It's a more precise question, but basically, I'm effectively asking the same thing. Okay, what did you take into account when you made the shot? Usually, the manuals tell you how to do it, right? Or your instructor, or something, right?
No,
something that we can actually verify.
He's saying sorry to interject here, but he made it sound like when he said, "Have you ever taken a massively long distance shot with a rifle?"
Yeah, so to put it in layman's terms, because none of you have been shooting in your life,
he did do that.
You don't know that, sir.
If he did,
this is what you use.
Hold on a second.
And this is the graph that shows you the math behind the Coriolis effect.
Are you saying that you shot, say, a sniper at long distance?
If you
shoot a sniper rifle over a certain distance, you have to account for the rotation of the Earth. Yeah.
Did you do it?
Yeah.
How do you know that, sir?
So you shot
we did the math. We did the math. You check out the wind, the distance, the temperature, everything, the humidity. You look at all your dope, right? You calculate all these different things, and then you go on the scope and you correct for the effects of the weather. You correct for the wind. You correct for the distance. And after you get the math done, you literally plug it in and then shoot the target.
Is everyone just going to let this guy
do you know how a bullet works? A bullet is slowing down the minute
how long are we going to let this guy bulldoze the room? This is about his 8th claim now that he's made without citing anything.
You've been doing it since the moon. Since the shadows on the moon.
Ever since the beginning. Okay, the guy's been bulldozing. He hasn't substantiated anything he said. I've asked him multiple times, "What's your source?"
Dude, how do you know that? What is your claim?
You don't show sources either.
It's real. Are you crazy?
I didn't make any claims, asshole.
You're not going to make claims because you're a fucking
You're damn
troll.
fucking right. No, that's not how this works,
Well,
buddy.
make a
You're
claim.
under a fucking
You know what? Make a claim right now.
Shut the fuck up, buddy. You are under interrogation. You come in here making a claim as to how the world works according to the heliocentric model, and I'm asking you succinct questions. How does XYZ work according to what you're stating? Herpaderp, I don't know.
Men 2,000 years ago knew this was the case.
All right, back to claim number two. Back to claim number two.
Read Aristotle's book.
Back to claim number two. Okay,
He's a lot smarter than you,
So what
buddy.
does it say in there? Thank you very much. I appreciate that. What does he say?
You want the exact experiment Aristotle used?
Coriolis effect requires two frames of reference.
Thank you, James. U.S. State Department. What does he say?
Yeah.
And
he
how does he
observed
know
the
what he
planet's
said?
curved shadow during a lunar eclipse around 350
He doesn't know, man. He
BC.
just keeps making claims.
Aristotle declared
Shadow
that
on
the
moon.
Earth
That's
was a
why I brought
sphere
up the
based on
half.
observations he made about
Where's
the
the curvature
constellations
on
you
the
could
half
see in
moon?
the sky as you traveled further and further away from the equator. During the next 100 years or so, they did the shadow and the candle and the stick experiment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, you just stated Aristotle observed something and declared.
Right, just how you can observe the Earth and the moon
and declare
and the
just
sun.
from observation.
These things are real. The
I'm
Earth,
not
the moon,
doubting that the sun is
are
real, sir. I'm not doubting that the sun is real and the Earth is real.
Have you ever looked at the sun? When you look at the sun, it's a circular shape. Circular.
Okay. Thank you.
What's your point?
Okay.
Thank you,
If you look at the moon, what is it? Circular shape.
Is there?
What about when you look at a rainbow?
These things are circular.
What about when you look at a rainbow?
Hang on.
Any object of a large amount of mass condenses into a circle.
Mod control or anything. Do we get any control for the room? Sir, you made your statement very clear. Aristotle observed something and declared. Are you just going to take his word for it because he declared and did not validate anything he observed or assumed something?
You did.
Okay, how did he validate it?
If you look at a lunar eclipse, right? I'm sure they got one coming up. You can see the Earth's shadow, and it is curved.
It's not a shadow.
Buddy.
Can you prove that?
Hang on, CB. Buddy, by observing something once, stating it is because of something else, something X,
dude,
and then seeing it happen again, that is not confirmed that the cause is what you stated.
Oh, prove the sun's hot.
You're damn fuck.
Okay, go on a beach.
No, I'm not. Did I ask you that?
On the beach.
Did I ask you
You'll
that?
get fucking burned, buddy.
Did I ask you that?
You're asking even dumber questions.
I'm not asking
not a
dumb
rock.
questions, sir.
Yeah, what is it? Like cream cheese?
Buddy, what did I say? Does everybody hear this?
Yeah.
When did I make any statement about what something is?
Because you're a fucking troll.
You're damn man. You're damn right. I'm not going to make any claims because I don't know. And guess what? You don't either. Okay, and if you're on it, you would know that you don't know, and you would be more honest about it instead of coming in here acting like a fucking asshole, boulders in the goddamn room. Okay, and when asked about what and why, you can't provide jack shit. Okay,
I mean, you can provide it.
All right, asshole. All right. Who's up next?
Is this guy capping? Is this guy for real?
Take it away, big.
He muted me, guys, so I can't hear him. I don't know why I'm the only one he muted. Perhaps he didn't like what I said about the half moon. I can't hear him.
So yeah, that's why he's bulldozing. Go ahead.
So his whole point about Coriolis, right? We asked Perplexity AI, back to Trajectory AI. If an artillery round is fired at a target 180 miles away, how is this achieved? How is the measurement of the angle equate to the accuracy of the target being hit at such a distance? How does the shared baseline and elevation angle of attack exactly work? Answer. To achieve accurate targeting of an artillery round fired at a distance of 180 miles, several factors must be considered, including trajectory calculations, elevation angles, and shared baselines. Trajectory calculation. Angle of elevation. The angle at which the artillery is fired is critical. This angle is determined using range tables that account for the distance to the target and environmental factors, such as wind, air, and density. Shared baseline. The baseline for measurements is typically the horizontal plane from the gun's position. This allows for consistent calculations of projectile drop and trajectory adjustments over long distances.
The horizontal what?
The horizontal plane from the gun's position. So the point is, in reading all of this, I didn't hear anything about adjusting for the Earth's spin anywhere. Is the point.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, supposedly, the U.S. State Department does have it, though. That's why I'm asking.
And it said horizontal plane.
The Coriolis effect is only an apparent one. It's not. The trajectory is still in a straight line. The person underneath it is rotating. It's only apparent. It's not real. We don't claim that a Coriolis effect doesn't exist, because it does. It just doesn't exist with the Earth. Merry-go-round? Yep. Coriolis effect.
You hear that, State?
Yeah, so number one,
What do you got?
Yes, military forces do take into account of the rotation of the Earth when using long-range firearms and artillery. This consideration is part of a border field known as ballistics, which involves understanding how various factors affect the trajectory of a projectile. One key effect is known as the Coriolis effect, which causes moving objects to deviate from their
effect is only
expected path due to the Earth's rotation. For example, in the northern hemisphere, projectiles will curve to the right, while in the southern hemisphere, they will curve to the left. For extremely long-range shots, such as those made by artillery or snipers, calculations for wind, gravity, a word that you don't believe in, calculations for wind, gravity, temperature, and the Coriolis effect are all taken into account to ensure accuracy. Military training and technology often includes advanced ballistic calculators or software to help shooters adjust for these factors.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Yeah,
so where did that come from?
Well, it's also incorrect.
No, it's not.
Because you're in the north.
There are different hemispheres. Northern hemispheres, southern hemisphere.
And
we know this.
Why would it go a different direction unless you're facing a different direction?
Yes, the Earth's still spinning the same way. Right?
Yeah, it spins the same way if you're facing the same direction, whether you're in the northern or southern hemisphere. If you face the same direction, it goes the same way. Like
always.
Guys, get into the weeds
according to the heliocentric model.
This is called not critical thinking.
Think about it. U.S. State Department has not provided the source yet. Sir.
No.
Do you have a source for this that you can provide? And can you provide any example of anyone having actually utilized this in practice?
Or better yet, you yourself.
So, wait. Before you make these claims, do you even
what claim
know
did
the
I
difference?
make, sir? What claim did I make, jackass? What claim did I make, jackass? What claim?
The southern and northern hemisphere.
What claim did I make, jackass?
I was talking to the other guy, who he said that, no matter what hemisphere you're in, the Earth still rotates in a particular direction.
So why don't you just follow my train of thought? Because we were talking for the last 5, 10, 15 minutes.
How do we know the Earth has different hemispheres?
Buddy,
how do we know this?
Okay, so you're just going to ignore what I'm saying?
My man,
am I on mute for this asshole?
No, you're not. You're not. My man, if you're in Canada and you're looking south, and then you go all the way down to Brazil and you're still looking south, did the Earth change which directions it's spinning?
Yo,
it's not spinning. How do you know it's spinning?
I'm going off of his model.
Oh my god.
The Earth is commonly divided into northern and southern hemispheres by the equator. The line is
no flat Earth
0
model.
degrees latitude. The northern hemisphere contains
Wow, you can read, but you can't you can read, but you can't
most of
understand.
the world's landmass and major population centers, while the southern
He asked you to answer his question, not to go off on a monologue. No, you're just going to keep on rambling.
You don't believe the Earth is a ball, so your question doesn't
Mick,
matter.
would you ask him to unmute me so I can hear him? Or that you'll
I
mute
can
him?
hear everybody in here. I don't mute anybody.
All right, so you're just a rude jackass. You come in here and you bulldoze everyone. You make a lot of statements. You don't back any of them up.
People talking to me at one time, bro. Like you got.
Yeah, and I understand that. Now, guys, for your
observation
courtesy of the room. Hang on. Hang on, sir. I didn't hear anything you said because you're talking over me. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking.
This is due to the curvature of the
Shut
Earth.
your fucking mouth, jackass. I'm fucking talking. For the rest of the room, for the courtesy of the room, let's try not to overtalk each other because it does make it difficult. Thank you. Go ahead.
Certain constellations are only visible in the northern hemisphere, while others are only exclusive to the southern. How do you explain that? I can tell you. It's due to the curvature of the Earth.
Okay. So you're all right. Beautiful. Okay, so now you're on
climate patterns. Different hemispheres experience different climates.
Does everyone? Okay,
for example, summer in the northern hemispheres, winter in the southern.
All right.
This is due to the tilt of the Earth's axis and its orbit around the sun. Man.
Okay, so you realize you're
if it's winter in America, it's summer in Australia.
All right,
if it's
asshole.
winter in Australia,
You realize
it's
you're
summer
on
in
claim.
America.
You're on claim maybe number 10 or 12. Hang on. No, you use your fucking brain or go get one. Okay? You've made all sorts of claims. You're on jackass. You're on your 12th claim.
Someone's
right
upset.
Now. None of which. It's about that. Hang on. That's not the problem. Hang on, dude. The problem is not the veracity of the claim yet. The problem is you haven't even validated your first one. I'm bringing this up because
if
you're
winter in Australia.
You don't care.
Summer in America.
You don't care.
This?
Hang on. So you don't care to come into a room, spit out of your fucking mouth, and not back any of it up.
Shut up, fuckface. No one cares.
Do you not get it?
So
you don't get it.
That's what he's doing to other people.
No, dude. We know this model like the back of our fucking hand. Okay?
You don't know shit.
Yeah, you don't
not
sound like you know
anything,
shit.
right? You're not claiming
exactly.
anything.
You know why?
Exactly.
You know why? You know why? Because nah, man. It's not because I don't know a damn thing. It's because
you already said you don't know anything. You already said that.
All these things,
I don't know anything.
Because
I don't claim anything.
Check this out. Because all the things that I thought I knew, cannot be verified. All the shit that you're talking about.
Why is it summer in Australia right now?
Nah, man, fuck you. Okay, you're gonna fucking back up.
Tell me why.
You're gonna go back to your first fucking point, and you're gonna back it up. All right. Now, do you remember your first point, or your third, or your fifth?
This point.
Or
that's why you're trying to run away from
it. Nah, dude, you're under fucking interrogation in this room, asshole.
You just
and the fact that you don't. Nah, man. You just can't.
Yo, Milk, relax.
It's
buddy.
Literally summer in Australia right now. You know
hold on,
right?
Elsie, shut your fucking mouth, buddy. Okay? Everybody else in here trying to interject.
So explain that on your flat Earth model, buddy. Why is it summer in Australia?
You have yet
right
now? Nah, man, you have yet to explain it. You have yet to verify any of your fucking claims.
That debunks you, doesn't it? That really
it doesn't debunk jack shit. You didn't say anything. You didn't say anything.
You got punked, bitch.
Why is it summer in Australia?
Listen to how broke he is. Listen to how broke this guy is.
Why is it summer in Australia? Hello?
It's fucking pathetic.
Can anybody answer?
He won't acknowledge it.
Nobody can.
Nah, man.
I mean, I can.
Okay, explain. Why is it summer in Australia and winter in America?
No, man. You're the one under fucking interrogation.
Don't let him explain. Don't let him explain.
What the fuck?
Don't let him explain.
How many claims
Where's
is
the
it?
Australian guy?
Hang on. Has anybody in this room counted?
It's hot down here right now.
Has anybody else counted how many claims this guy has made without backing anyone up?
Every single claim.
I count how many times you sound like a fucking idiot, dude.
That's not enough. That's not a number. That is not a number. I asked a specific question.
Listen to you. Who cares? No one cares. No one cares. Nobody cares how many claims.
No. You know what I
Answer
do?
your fucking question.
You know what
then. Why
I
the
do?
fuck are you asking us?
do.
We don't care. Just state your point, dude. State your point. Do you have a point? State
I did.
What is it?
All right, ass. Hey.
What's your point? What's your point, dude?
I made the same. Nah,
You're not
jackass.
gonna state it?
Guys, shut
You're
your
not gonna
fucking
state your
mouth.
point? Are you gonna state your point?
God, buddy, I did 5 fucking times. This
Right,
guy
shut the
has
fuck
made
up then. Shut your mouth then. Shut your mouth then if you made your point.
No, fuck you.
Why are you still running? Why are you still cooking, bro? Why?
All right.
What are you talking about?
All right. So this guy comes into the room. He makes 12 claims. He makes 12 claims about how he knows that we live on a spinning ball. I ask him specifically every time, how do you know this? What's your source?
Because
what's your reference?
of
What was that?
climate
I am talking.
changes,
I am
dumbass.
talking.
God
I am
damn.
talking. I am talking. I ask all
Yeah,
these
check
things,
the side chat.
none
You can
of
talk
which
while you
any
look at
time.
this fucking graph.
Yeah, you could
Nah,
talk
man.
and look, dum-dum.
I don't care about a graph.
I
dude.
don't care.
I'm asking
Yeah,
you
you
to
don't
cite
need
your
to.
source.
I don't care. I don't care.
I'm asking you to cite your source. I'm
Yeah, my
asking you to
source
what
is
was
fucking
verified.
science, idiot.
I'm asking
Look at the
you
fucking thing.
science.
Yeah, it's called
Science.
fucking
Okay.
science, idiot.
All right.
Dum-dum.
So let's
You
talk
fucking
about it.
dum-dum.
So let's talk about it. Okay.
You mean listen
Look
to
at
you
the
talk about
goddamn
it?
graph.
Are we
This
gonna
is a
talk or
vertical
listen to
graph.
you? Just run your
All
mouth
right,
nonstop
go.
without making a point.
All right, go.
Which one's it
You're
gonna
not
be?
making a. He's not making.
You haven't made a point, homie. You haven't made a single point.
You said science. Show me your hypothesis. Show me the observation. Observe it. Show me everything.
You want me
What
to
is it?
post
Come
it
on,
3
bring
more
it on.
times? I'll post it 3 more times.
Listen, here's the thing. No matter what you show, he's going to say that's bullshit. It doesn't matter
Nah,
what.
man.
Yeah, he's going to say it's
Nah, man. That's
bullshit.
not what it's all about.
He can't argue
That's
about
not what this
anything.
is about, dude.
He can't argue
All
about
right,
anything
show me
directly.
claims otherwise.
Are you just going
That's
to
not
talk
what this
over
is
everybody
about.
the whole time, or are you going to let other people talk? Is that what
Nah,
you're going
man.
to do?
Nah,
Hey,
man.
guys, this is complete audio chaos. I'm going to start
you.
booting people, or I'm going to mute.
Yo,
people. Can we
MIK.
do a one at a time thing? Can
Yeah,
we
MIK,
one person
show me a
talk
graph
and one
that
person
presents
make a
otherwise.
reply?
Yes, thank you. That
Talk right over top of me. What a jerk you are.
Yeah, please do not unmute them. They're gonna stay on mute. You can't have a conversation.
Thank you very much, guys. So we all saw that. We all saw it. 12 claims, no backup, no evidence, no support, no validation.
Mick, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir.
So this whole time, that guy muted me, so I couldn't hear him. All I could hear was you. And
Is that how that works? If he mutes you, are you sure about that? Because if he mutes you, it means that he can't hear you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I was asking you. And I didn't mean to like cut you off or nothing, but I was like, Mick.
Oh no, it's all good, man. It's all good. It's all good. There was like 12. There was like 10 people talking at the same time. I'm like, guys, calm down, calm down. I heard you, man. Thank you. I appreciate I appreciate the support.
I wasn't even gonna.
But we're all midway.
I wasn't even gonna interject. I just wanted to hear what he was saying.
Yeah.
Because all I could hear was you.
But the thing is, if you couldn't hear him, it's not because he muted you. By him muting you, he cannot hear what you're saying.
Yeah, that's my point. I was like, dude,
but you just said you couldn't hear him because he muted you. It's the opposite. If he mutes you, he can't hear you. So what I think was happening is you couldn't hear him.
No, I couldn't hear him.
If you couldn't hear him, it was probably because amongst all the chaos, okay, it was unintelligible, anything anybody was saying, and you couldn't really decipher who was saying what.
No, if he mutes me,
probably.
If he mutes me, I can't hear him, and he can't hear me.
Does it go both ways?
No, it's a one-way thing. It doesn't work that way. If he mutes you, he just won't hear you. It won't affect anything on your end. If you didn't hear him, you would have had to have muted him, and you did not do that. So therefore, you were just not hearing him in and amongst all the audio chaos that was going on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He was talking over. He was talking over me all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, all I could hear was you, so I was like, man, This sucks, dude. I just
okay. It's dealt with now. Let's move on. Carry on now. Let's forget about it.
Yeah, it's done.
It sucks. I wish I would have heard that.
Absolutely
I heard the crescent moon and Coriolis, and from there I didn't hear anything he said.
He said about like 10 other things, man. It was bad.
Right. As you're trying to, yeah. That's all I wanted to hear was like
sub points about this, that, the other thing. So it sounds like it's all one big thing, but they're claims, man. So every subsequent claim requires evidence. You know.
The Coriolis one really.
Yeah.
I mean, it requires 2 different reference frames. 2 different frames of reference. It's the only way you can get Coriolis.
Yeah.
But according to the Globetards, there's only 1 reference frame. Sure. The atmosphere moves with the Earth.
Problem is, this guy, he said a boatload of shit and didn't back anything up. Whether it was correlates or the moon or, the ground rotating, nothing. All he could follow up with, or all he could quote unquote answer my question with was, well, what do you think it is? How else could it be? Those are not answers. Those are deflections. Yeah, he's trying to shift the burden off of him, the one who's actually making the claim, and then antagonize someone who's not making a claim, trying to get them to make a claim.
Imagine someone asking a direct question, and then they're them just going off on an incoherent ramble for the next minute, and won't stop talking. So there we go.
So once again, the Globetard was not listening.
Yes, thank you very much.
Just wouldn't listen to you.
I mean, if he wanted to chant, he can chant, but like one time. Right?
It's a behavioral trait.
Like, we allow people to chant if they want to chant one time. If they want to get their point across the second time, maybe they can. But that's it. If you're not going to answer questions or add to the conversation and just chant, then bye.
Yeah, the guy was too busy fucking his sister or something. I don't know. But he couldn't listen. That's all I know.
Yeah. He couldn't help but talk over everyone too. It was so annoying.
Any other Globers here?
Yeah, that's a good question, because I was going to say, while there's no Globetard speaking, do you guys think I'm going off on a tangent when somebody brings up the shadows of the moon and they only provide the crescent moon? And then I provide to them the half moon and ask where that curve is. Is that something I shouldn't even go into?
I mean, it's a poignant, it's a nuanced thing, right? The critical thing of the claim, though, is the supposed cause of it in the first place. And to scrutinize that instead of scrutinize any particular detail to try and infer that the supposed cause can't actually be the case, it's probably better to just attack it at the root. Follow?
Right. So I'm going off on a direction I shouldn't go.
If you want to entertain that, I don't think there's a problem with it, because you might end up getting there eventually if the conversation is allowed to get there. But it's probably more effective to attack it at the root. And that's what I was trying to do all along with this numpty. Okay? Asking how he knows, and he couldn't provide anything. Instead of getting into the nuances, or, well, what about this? Or it's not worth it. But that's my take.
If I was to categorize flat earthers, when we look up in the sky and we see the moon and the sun in the daytime, you ever seen the moon in the daytime? Because it does happen. You ever seen it?
Yep, 100%.
Okay. So when you were looking up, we're the ones standing on the earth. And we're looking up and we see the sun and the moon in the day. How the hell could the earth be between them, cast a shadow on the moon, and we're standing on the earth looking up at both of them?
Yeah, it's not
That's a
the
great
actual
question.
It's not the Earth casting the shadow, is it? It's just the shadow.
I don't know. Maybe if it was a glober, I'd say like gravity. I don't know.
It's the lack
Not a
of
glober.
light.
Do you understand the premise of the question? Like, isn't that a good question? Like, okay, the earth or the sun is casting a shadow on the moon because the earth is between them. But we don't see the earth between them. We see the sun and moon above us. It's how could the earth be between them if we're standing on it and we see them above us?
So I'm sure they have an explanation for it.
Yeah, I mean, check out the chat, right? That these cartoons are obviously explanations, right?
There we go. Perfect. I knew someone was going to post it. So that's how right there. So automatically you're defeated by their cartoons. You shouldn't chase them down the rabbit hole because they're just going to throw cartoons at you.
Yeah, it's not the actual Earth casting the shadow. It's the lack of light.
The best way to go is just look at the ground. That's all you can do.
I agree.
Yeah, to me, it's a good question because you're looking up to see them both. How could the thing you're standing on them be between them?
No, that only happens during the eclipse, mate. Apparently.
Yeah, makes no sense to me. Especially if the sun is the size they claim it is. We're just a tiny little dot within this massive beam of light.
Well, no, look at that cartoon. It makes perfect sense on a globe. Just look at it.
Yeah, it don't make sense.
And it's to scale too, right?
I just was wondering if
Hey, by the way, I just wanted to ask the room, if I may, I just wanted to ask the room, do you guys hear a giant fan in my mic?
I don't hear it while you're talking.
Don't? Okay, that's good. So I have some giant fans running for some construction shit. So I was wondering if it wasn't getting in the way, because maybe that could have been used to argue why the guy wasn't listening or couldn't hear me. But I guess not. So that's a good thing.
Nah, he's just ignorant, mate. You're clear.
So how would you attack it, James? What's your best flat earth proof, James?
The measurement, water, liquids.
Nice.
Yeah, elevation angles has become my new absolute proof, like 100%.
Perfect. Don't chase them down their cartoons and their look at this guy and
yeah. But if you ask them to look up elevation angles and what the method is and what reference frame is being utilized for that method, they'll deny it in every way possible.
Well, they won't really deny it. They'll just say they can get 90-degree angles on a curve.
On a curved surface, yeah, but you can't do that.
I know, but they'll just chant they can.
It's never practically used. Never. It's never put in practice. Not once.
Yeah, but then they'll say the typical thing is like, oh, but we can only do it on a globe, and then the globe is so big that we can't really do another experiment on it. It's like so stupid, man. It's like the globe is like a safe space.
I mean, to be honest, I'll say this on their behalf. I'll say this. Everything about the earth is used flat, horizontal, right? So if it is curved, it's actually flat. In practice, it's flat. Practically used in practice.
Man, I hate getting heated like that. But fuck me. That last guy. God.
I mean, even artists know perspective. So when an artist draws a picture of the natural world, a mountain, a road, some part of that picture, you use a horizontal plane of reference for the horizon. Even an artist knows that. An artist knows perspective.
Yeah, but you know the part.
Probably
there are.
more than. So if you was to draw a road, on a two-dimensional piece of paper, where you as the observer, the road is going away from you, they know that that road needs to get skinnier and skinnier as it goes away from you, eventually hitting a vanishing point. That vanishing point is all from the perspective of the horizontal they utilize in their drawing.
Yeah, but you know their argument for that. That, oh, it's just so big that there's an imperceivable curve that's, it's negligible such that we can afford to just draw it as a horizontal.
Yeah, pretty soon, like a railroad track, pretty soon the road in the picture will come together to a vanishing point where in your mind, when you look at the picture, you're like, wow, I can no longer see the road, but I know it keeps going. That's what the artist is displaying.
I think that's understood.
Yeah.
I think they understand that too. It's just that they formulate this as if, like I was just saying, that it's just so negligible that they don't have to bother introduce any degree of curvature because you don't perceive it.
Yeah. Even in like artist paintings or drawings of lakes. So they'll have the mountain, and they'll also have the mountain upside down, reflecting in the lake, right? So the only way you can get that is if the lake was a horizontal. Anytime you bend a mirror, you will never get a perfect reflection. The only way you can get a perfect reflection is by a flat surface. That's the only way.
That's an interesting point too.
Yeah. And that's what we see with water and reflections in the natural world. Salt lakes or salt plains, you get about an inch or 2 inches of rain on them. They'll reflect the clouds, the stars right there under your feet. A perfect reflection. And that can only be possible with a flat surface, just like a mirror. Bend it any kind of way, it's going to distort the reflection.
Yeah, could you just real quick? Could you just
All these
explain
things.
how seasons work?
What do you mean seasons work?
Yeah, how do they work?
You explain how they work on a sphere?
Yeah, totally can. So anyway, notice how I just asked you a question and then you answered it with a question. Do you think that's like?
Yeah, I can explain.
Do you think
that's
intellectually honest? James Richard 7855. Do you think it's intellectually honest to answer a question with another question? Do you think that's
I would agree with that. Yeah.
Do you think that's intellectually honest?
Yeah, I would agree. I should have answered it instead of.
Oh, okay. So every time you ask a Glober, if they just ask you a question, you're okay with that? You're okay with them never answering a question? Or do you think like maybe when people have a conversation,
Yo, can I get pig prims?
Actually, I just admitted it, and a Glober would never do that.
Sorry, guys.
So go ahead with your question again.
He's just a troll. I had to turn him off. He comes here every once in a while. He gets booted for a few days, and he keeps coming back. He's just a nuisance.
I have a quick question for the room. Is there going to be a X space tonight? Does anybody know? I guess not. Okay. Fine. Go ahead.
I don't know. For me, we're working on this morning, not tonight.
Excuse me. By tonight, I mean like, yeah, you're right. Now or this morning is, yeah, it's 1 o'clock for me.
Yeah, me too. Must be somewhat close. I work at night. Do you work during the day?
Yeah. But I'm a night owl anyway.
Right. I mean, I did get up a little early, but
Yeah, this ham guy is kind of funny, man. This guy comes in here, he's like, oh, flat earthers need to get together to build steel columns to prevent the great, what was it, the great slam or something? Like, oh, we gotta get all, to all four corners of the earth and prevent the dome from collapsing or something.
Yeah, it's just absolute nonsense.
I've never really heard a question from a globe earther that had to do with the Earth. It's always about the sun, moon, or stars. Never has to do with the Earth.
This guy comes in and LARP as if he thinks the Earth is flat, and spins it around, makes you think, he's on your side, gets all, fucking smug, and it's so pathetic. It's so fucking pathetic.
I want him to ask a question about the Earth, not the sun, moon, or stars.
It would help. But these people are so good at making inferences and convincing you that their interpretation of whatever's going on is the, quote, most likely way, because like the guys have been saying, how could it be any other way else? It's not sufficient when you think about it.
Just like me, the only way I believed the Earth was a sphere was the sun, moon, or stars. I never believed it off the actual Earth. Never. My whole time as a space freak, somebody that believed in space and all that shit. Never once did I ever utilize the Earth of those beliefs.
Yeah, there's no verification of this stuff. That's kind of what got me. I'll tell you what really got me was two things. The non-measurable or the lack of measurable curvature. Initially, I suspected, maybe they're just doing it wrong, or there's an error margin they're not accounting for, that type of thing. But then there was the gas pressure business.
Yeah, that one's
Earth gas pressure adjacent to a void or an approximate void. Man, there was something really fishy about that. And I even remember as a kid hearing that, and it didn't really seem right to me. I was a kid, you don't really acknowledge that stuff, or you don't really, you know what I mean? So I kind of just let it by the wayside. But in hindsight, I was like, oh shit, I remember something like that. Like that's kind of weird. But I ran with it. because you're a kid. But other than that, it's all mathematical models, and we keep asking people, come in here, show us the brass tacks. They put it.
What scientist, and I know I'm going to catch hell for this, and I probably deserve to. What scientist said, and I'm paraphrasing, if your theory violates the second law of thermodynamics, your theory is in serious trouble. Paraphrasing.
I don't know the name, but wasn't it the guy who talked shit about Einstein or something?
QE references him all the time. I should know this, and it pisses me off. I should know this. There's a he says scientifically, if your theory violates the second law of thermodynamics, your theory is in serious trouble. And that's a paraphrase. It's more like
I know
your
what
theory.
I don't have the name for it, but I remember the context.
Yeah, it's like, how come they don't reference, how come globetards don't reference these appeal to authority scientists? Like, they only have a certain group of scientists in which they appeal to authority. Anyone that violates their beliefs, they don't appeal to. I don't know, it's just
good and fun.
I thought it's worth mentioning. I know. It's one of QE's favorite ones. Damn it. I'm gonna look it up right now. Yeah, like if you deny and it's not just gas pressure, entropy. Without mankind maintenance a skyscraper, the skyscraper will succumb to entropy. It'll start rusting away back to dirt. It'll crumble and fall. There's so many different things of entropy.
Yep. Pyramids will decay.
Yes, that's a more precise word, decay. Thank you. It'll decay without human maintenance. Right back to where it came from. Dirt. Even the human body. Right back to dirt.
So I see Elsie got unmuted. You got anything to say, sir?
Me?
Yes, sir. I mean, you were chiming in earlier in the midst of the chaos. Figured you, now that it's quiet.
Yeah, I was just digging around.
Yeah. Sounded like you were supporting the other guy, which kind of surprised me.
I'm probably a bigger flat earther than you, brother.
Okay, so I must have misheard then. Cool, bro.
I thought you could hear me eating.
Well, now that
Not
you
really.
mention it.
Shit.
How about you, Jay Reese? What's good? Nothing.
Arthur Eddington, the British astrophysicist Arthur Eddington, have a stern warning to would-be theoretical physicists in 1915. If your theory is found to be against the second law of thermodynamics, I can give you no hope. There is nothing for it but to collapse in deepest humiliation, he wrote.
And therefore, space is fake.
I just want to see a rocket.
At the time, you could almost say that was one of their own. One of their own said that.
Yeah, there's always a little bit of truth hidden in there somewhere, and that might have been one of them.
There is nothing for it but to collapse in deepest humiliation. Kind of sounds like what we're talking about. Deepest humiliation. Arthur Eddington. He was an astrophysicist from Britain. And he gives a stern warning to would-be theoretical physicists clear back in 1915. 1915.
That's kind of interesting because
theory is found to be.
He says theoretical physicists. He gives a warning to theoretical physicists, so not real things, theoretical stuff. And you better make sure that your make-believe stuff, doesn't go past the second law of thermodynamics, or you're going to have problems. He's warning them, like you better make a good lie.
Yeah. It's like he's part of them because he also claims to be an astrophysicist, which that's not science. All you can do is observe. There's no testing or independent, dependent. So it's almost like one of their own is warning them, quit doing this.
You know what's science? Me dipping my raw butt cheeks into water and then the water rippling.
Yeah, but he claims to be an astrophysicist. But that's not science. All you can do when it comes to astrology, astrophysicists, the only thing you can do is observe. So it's literally one of their own telling them, quit doing this. Quit doing this.
Yeah.
It'll be the deepest humiliation. Well, how could it be the deepest over time? It's the only way.
The Earth is round.
Prove it.
But he does specify second law of thermodynamics. There's more than just the entropy of gas pressure. There's also entropy of, like the other gentleman said, decay.
I've already proved the Earth is round. I went to space.
Yeah, did you go to space? How'd you get there?
My rocket ship that I built.
Really? I thought you might have taken a taxi.
I built it out of cereal boxes.
Nice.
Then I flew up to space.
Do you have any actual proof of the globe that you think you live on? Or are you just gonna tell us a BS story?
Did you keep
How do you know?
Cereal?
You didn't see me go up into space. How would you know?
That's the point. You're making a claim. No.
Yeah, that's my point. I'm saying how come you didn't? How would you know? I went up to space. You don't know. You didn't see it.
With
Dude,
the
I'm
rocket
Superman.
made out of cereal boxes.
How could you deny that I'm Superman, dude? You haven't seen it.
Girl, I don't know. Are you Superman?
Yeah, you just haven't seen it.
Okay. Well, I saw that the Earth was round.
Okay. Have you ever seen a dinner table that's round?
Yeah.
It wasn't flat?
It was circular, actually.
So something can be round and flat, right?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay. So they're not mutually exclusive. So when you say the Earth is round, how does that mean it's not flat?
I don't know. I went up to space and I saw it.
So you've seen the Earth as a sphere, not as round.
Yeah, I've seen it.
So you've seen it as a sphere.
Been there, done that.
But not as round. Round is not a...
Yeah, I'm sorry. Wrong word.
Yeah. All Earthers can only use ball, sphere.
It was a ball.
Help me out. Ball, sphere.
It was balling, okay? Earth is balling.
I mean, that's
you only have two to work with? Is it really you only have two to work with? Ball or sphere?
Yeah, it's a ball or sphere. So what?
You can't say round.
Sorry, I messed up my words. Earth is balling.
Yeah. That's crazy. You only got ball or sphere that I know of. That I can think of right now. Right? Ball or sphere?
I took my rocket ship made out of cereal boxes. I flew up to space. I saw that the Earth was balling.
Right. You could dribble it around like a basketball, shoot it in the hoop.
Actually, we are going into a hoop. We're traveling into the hoop of a black hole. I also created that black hole.
Right.
That's solid.
That nobody's observed.
Yeah. So, sir, do you have anything that we can verify? I mean, you're speaking to a room of what, 15, 20 people right now? Probably more. I think those on the other side of the YouTube bot.
I can't let you in on my secrets.
Yeah,
okay.
He's just trolling.
Anything that's not a secret that you can provide?
I can't. All I can tell you is that the Earth is balling.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that's a solid claim. Do you have any purpose being here?
I come to speak of truth.
Okay.
Oh.
So if you're going to speak of truth, normally people who speak of truth, they also provide backing for it, right? That's you know what I mean? Like that's.
Well, that's my story.
Okay, so it's a cool story, bro.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for a nice bedtime story. Anything else that we can actually use?
Thanks
Go
for
ahead,
admitting
James.
it's a story.
That's fucking annoying.
Thanks for admitting it's a story. And it's your story. So you can tell it how you want.
True.
It's your story. Tell it how you want.
Real.
Real?
Real.
That's your back. Oh, real. So it's a creation story. Kind of like Buddhism,
Yeah, I created my rocket.
Christianity. Ball Earth is actually a creation story. Just like all of those.
Yeah, I created that story.
Yeah, it's all created from the Big Bang. It's a creation story.
I don't like that show.
That way you can, well, that's what the Ball Earth is. It's a creation story for a religious purpose. Most of the world believes it. So no matter what religion you're in, you believe the Ball Earth story more than your own religious story.
Does the Bible mention a flat Earth or a round Earth?
Oh, yes, it does.
No, and no, it doesn't. But I think it does, but it doesn't. And I think it's for a specific reason.
Well, it describes it as stationary, and that's incompatible with a ball orbiting ball.
Yeah.
While the Bible doesn't explicitly state the Earth is round, several verses can be interpreted as referring to a spherical Earth.
It is he that sits above the
far more on the side of flat.
If you go,
like
if you go to the
stories where you can see everywhere all from all one place, if you go high enough, all sorts of stuff like that. It's clear that they had a Sumerian Mesopotamian story. So the Noah, the flood, is from Mesopotamia, and it's like an Enkidu. If you've ever heard of the Epic of Gilgamesh, then a lot of our Bible is a rip-off of that.
Yeah. Well, here's my, and if anybody's done any research on it, please tell me where I'm going wrong. But in the Hebrew language, there's corresponding numbers to every letter. There's also corresponding numbers to every word.
Wait, why does Google tell me that the Earth is roughly a sphere?
Hold on. In Isaiah 53, I believe it's Isaiah 53, it says, "It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth."
40:22.
And thank you. You're right. 40:20:22. And when it says circle, there is Hebrew history where circle also means sphere or ball, right? But they also have corresponding numbers. So the circle would mean like if you drawed it on a piece of paper, corresponding number that's used in the Bible is for the circle, not for the sphere or the ball, because there is a number where it means both, one or the other.
Why is it called the circle of life?
Depending on the context, right? But if you research the number that is used in Strong's Hebrew, it's for the circle, not the sphere or the ball. That's where a lot of people go wrong on that passage.
Well, I think there's a lot. Well, I think
there's
being able to describe seeing everywhere, everywhere. All
there's two different numbers. That one number means they can mean both. One number means it only means one, which is a circle.
Well, it describes as it's on set on pillars or foundations.
In Strong's Hebrew.
So I think there's the suggestion that it is compatible with a ball. I think needs a bit more explaining because it seems far more compatible. Particularly, just read the original wording of Noah's Ark, and the water is let from the ceiling. The vault of the heavens opened, and the oceans above came down, and that's how it happened. It wasn't just rain; it was the oceans above came down.
Well, a lot of globe Christians will say that the Bible says that he hangs the earth on nothing. Right?
Hangs the earth on nothing?
Yeah, that's what the Bible says. He hangs the earth upon nothing. Here's the problem with the globe earthers, though. Space is not nothing. That's the problem. Space is not nothing. It's something.
Oh yeah, it spends it over nothing. So yeah, that sounds much more like a ball, doesn't it? Spend it over nothing, which is what it is, really, right? That's the thing.
Does it say ball in there?
Vectors of down are in.
Does it say ball in there?
To me, that very much goes with a ball. Yeah, I would agree with you.
No, I'm not. Why would you agree with me? I'm not saying it's a ball.
Check this out, guys.
With more with ball than flat.
Okay, now hold on. Before that other guy asks you a question, hold on. It also says that God created the sun, moon, and stars for the earth to give light on the earth and for times, seasons, signs. So if that's true, that sounds to me like the sun, moon, and stars are up there for the earth.
Are all the chronologies in the
with them?
Can you trust all of the chronologies in the Bible? Like that, what you're saying is this happened before that. So there's a time difference, right?
I use scripture for scripture. So.
Right, but would you agree some scripture invokes chronological issues, like or the story of Utnapishtim is the story of Noah, and it cannot be Noah. It cannot happen in the timeline that it happened to Noah because it doesn't make sense. This story happening twice, and it's the same story. He sends the 4 birds out, or whatever. It's the same story.
How does in the Bible? Where does the days of Noah happen twice?
Right. It happens to Utnapishtim thousands of years before Noah is dreamed of.
Oh, it does happen twice, but where does it happen twice?
Are you saying it does happen twice?
Yes, it happens twice, but where does it happen twice?
I don't know. To me, it never happened. Like it's a story from Gilgamesh.
So in the end, it shall be as in the days of Noah.
So in the end, it shall be in the days of Noah. That's in the Epic of Gilgamesh, you're saying?
Where they were marrying and given in marriage, pretty much living their everyday lives. It'll happen twice. The end shall be like it was in the days of Noah, where nobody believed that the flood was coming. And once it came, They asked Noah to open the doors, but God had
What I'm saying
sealed
is
the
the
door.
chronologies in the Bible aren't trustworthy. There are untrustworthy chronologies in the Bible. Even different people describing the same events invoke chronological issues. Be that from
I
when
could see a
Jesus
little
is
bit of
resurrected to the story of creation, and also stories from the Bible happening, having already happened in somebody else's story thousands of years ago.
So you would agree that the Bible deals with the creation story, right?
Sure, it copies the Mesopotamian one. Yeah, it copies the one from Gilgamesh.
The Earth, within the heliocentric model, would you not agree that that's also a creation story?
Which a creation story?
I don't know. How old is the Earth?
Do you mean as a glober? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. How old is the Earth?
Oh, I don't know. Probably very, very old.
And how was it created?
Well, no idea, but I mean, the idea of mass coalescing seems like it makes sense to me.
So you've heard of the Big Bang Theory?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so that's a creation story.
Sure, yeah. I don't hold much truck with it, but it is a creation story, sure.
So if you think about it, heliocentric model, it's not based in science with a cause and effect relationship. It's pretty much like you would have to take the Bible in faith.
The heliocentric model is very different to the start of all of the universe. So I agree with you. The start of all of the universe is a ridiculous thing to claim to have any knowledge about. When they say I was 13.5 billion years old, I'm like, fuck off, shut up. It's never going to be that. They're never going to be right? They will always keep re-updating it until it's trillions of years, right? Because
the recent
so it might be a creation story, but I just want to. Can I finish my point?
Hold on.
Can I finish my point?
Yes, but its whole premise is to entertain the idea of creation.
Well, I think it's trying to tell a story about that, sure, and I think they're probably getting it wrong, sure. On that, I agree. That doesn't impeach the heliocentric model. The heliocentric model is made from observations. It's not saying where did we come from. It's saying where are these spherical-looking things in our sky from what angle?
Every individual.
Can I please finish a thought, man?
Yeah, but you've already explained it. And what I'm going to say is every individual, because they don't see your life in the way you was raised, the way you was grown up and lived, every individual has their own creation story, right?
Sure, yeah. You can. We can all reach for a creation story. Flat Earth can too.
So what we do as a collective, for some reason, is try to find a group of people that all agree on a creation story. Right?
I agree there is a creation story part of it. What I'm saying is that's got nothing to do with the heliocentric model. The heliocentric model is based on observations of reality and historic record.
But no cause and effect. Just observation.
Yeah, it does. There's loads of cause and effect.
Okay, give me cause and effect relationships.
Yeah, sure.
You can demonstrate.
Masses will orbit other masses with a cause and effect relationship.
How can you verify that within the laboratory?
Easiest way I would do it is go, can I ever anywhere disprove this and show, for example, a larger mass orbiting a smaller mass? Or even if it's smaller mass orbiting a larger mass, it's not doing it.
Can you do that within nature?
So what you do is when you discover new places, like you suddenly go, oh my goodness, that moon's got a moon of its own.
You're avoiding the question.
I'm trying to answer it, man.
You're avoiding the question. No. Cause and effect.
Sure. You're not trying in this case to alter a variable. You're trying to go, do the observations mean that I can predict certain things? Like, for example, is it not Not Neptune. One of our planets. One of our planets.
Let me give you an example.
Let me get out of thought, man. Can I get out of thought?
Yeah, but I'm trying
One
to
of our
shorten it up.
planets was found
I'm trying
by
to be
prediction, by somebody going, because of the orbital periods of the other planets, there needs to be another one here that has put them in time.
How do you verify
and so then
planets?
they predict it's there, and then they went out and then they looked for where it should be with a telescope, and it was there.
How do you verify planets?
What do they look like? What do your senses tell you?
No, what do planets look like?
Yeah, what do they look like to you? Honestly,
have you ever looked at the night sky and seen Mars?
Sure, yeah.
What did it
I almost
look like
feel like
to
I
you?
can see that it's red. Which
What
might
did
be
it
in my
look
head,
like
but
to you?
red, a red
Without
dot,
a
red star.
telescope, just using your naked eye.
Sure.
When they
red,
told you
just like a red
Mars
star, bright red star. Super bright.
Really? You've seen a bright red star? 'Cause I haven't seen one. They're all pretty much the same color. Pretty much.
It might. I feel like the red might be in my head, but it's a super bright star.
Slight difference. Really?
Yeah, let me Google it. But yeah, you could, if you know when it's meant to be there, you suddenly go, oh yeah, that's a super bright star.
Well,
so can I ask you a question and you answer it? Hold on. When you look at the moon and the sun and
hey, hold on. Science deals with cause and effect relationship. Would you agree?
What's that got to do with the conversation?
Would you agree that scientific
who's brought up science? I'm not talking about science.
Hold
Are you
on.
a scientist?
Well, you are, but you just don't know it.
No.
Now, hold on. Hold on.
I'm not pretending I'm a scientist.
When you observe a star, I don't care what star it is, the luminary in the sky, right?
Yeah.
But how did you use the scientific method to determine that star?
Hang on. So I've said I'm not a scientist, and then you've said yes, yes you are, and then because you've claimed that I'm a scientist, now I have to have used your method. Have you used that method? Have you ever used that method, James? Direct question. Can you tell me about a time you've used the scientific method? Like you are demanding of me. Can you describe the last time you did that?
No, I demanded of you looking at the stars.
Why do you get to demand it of me if you've never done it?
Looking at the stars.
You've never met your own standard, have you?
No, I don't claim to, though, either.
So you don't claim to meet your own standard, but you hold me to it. A standard you can't even meet. Okay, that's a bit weird. That's not how I live. Anybody's free to opine about anything based upon guesswork in my world. I don't demand that other people are scientists, even though I'm not a scientist. That's a weird worldview, man.
Are you going to let me talk?
I'm not a scientist, but I've got to adhere to your version of the scientific method, even though you don't use it. That's so weird. You must see how weird that is.
Are you going to let me talk?
Sure, go for it.
Okay. Do you know what the scientific method is?
Oh, I have my idea of it. I know you have an idea of it. I don't think yours is any more valid than, certainly not nearly as valid as what a scientist would say on the matter.
So according to you, the scientific method,
according to me,
is up for grabs.
Sure, it's up to personal definition. It's a word. It's a concept.
It's a cause and effect relationship.
What is a cause and effect? Science is a cause and effect. What isn't it? Kind of an investigation into truth or something? A habit of testing or something? It's a cause.
Well, a prosecutor.
Is science in the room with us now, James? Do you do this science?
All right, eggshell, man.
Hold on. Let me get to it.
Hi, I'm science. Just nobody meets. Nobody's ever met this standard.
How come you won't let me talk, dude?
And I get held.
You don't even know what my standard is yet. You're telling me what my standard is. You're not letting me tell you it. Well, science is a method. You must adhere to all the methods, not just one of them. Can't observe the stars. Observation is the first step in the scientific method, but it's not the whole thing. So you can't just observe the stars and claim, hey, I'm doing science. No. It establishes a cause and effect relationship for a specific natural phenomenon.
Sure. Right? If you do science, that's great.
hold on a second, man. You keep cutting me off. So the sun that we observe, the sun, would be a natural phenomenon, right? That would be, I would agree that that's a natural phenomenon, the sun. It's a naturally observed phenomenon, right?
It's got a ground
scientific
point, for
method.
example.
Yeah, the scientific method would establish the cause and effect. In other words, it would tell you what the sun is, how it came to be, and all this other shit.
Would it?
However, just observing the sun as a natural phenomenon doesn't mean you're doing science.
But
first of all, you don't know what the sun is. You don't know what the sun is. You can't recreate the sun. That's a perfect example of how you don't know what it is. Well, that's because what science does.
But I'm not doing science. I'm not pretending I'm doing science. I'm not pretending to be a scientist.
The phenomenon.
Are you a scientist? Do you do this?
Do you know what a scientist is? Tell me what a scientist.
I would call my brother a scientist.
I'm a scientist.
Okay. What does your scientist do?
Published and
what does your brother do?
He's a he's a biochemist.
He's a biochemist.
Cited by many other people and worked at
what does he specialize in? There's a lot of
psychoactive. He did his studies into salvia divinorum.
Oh, so he's a psychiatrist?
No, a biochemist.
No.
What is his field? What is his field? What does he do? What does he do?
Biochemistry.
Okay, what does he do? What does he do?
Biochemistry. What do you mean? Like,
okay,
he gives shits to rats and stuff, and
what he does.
Clicks and counts. I've seen him clicking and counting how many times they scratch themselves. That's one thing I've seen him doing. We were working on a film set in Gujarat in India, and he was in a mud hut watching a video on his laptop with a little counter like a club bouncer would use, clicking each time the rat scratched itself, showing how subjective it is about whether a rat scratches itself, because sometimes it might sort of leave its paw on its head and then start scratching again. Is that one whole scratch or is that two scratches?
Right.
And it gives them drugs and sees what kills them and shit.
So his study is the biological chemistry of rats.
No, of giving salvia divinorum. No, of rats. Nobody's testing rats. We're testing shit on rats.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Testing rats. Yeah, biochemistry, right? Of rats. That's a specialty. And a lot of scientists do that because rats or mouse have the same digestive system as the human. It's the only species on Earth yet known to man that has the same digestive system as humans, right? Did you know that?
Bro, he's testing the biochemistry of salvia divinorum on rats, okay? The effect of that on rats.
It actually sounds like your brother is actually doing cause and effect relationship test.
Yeah, he's doing something. Right. So if he said something to me about the scientific method, I would I would listen. But if some guy who like James, could you describe any experiment you've ever done? Have you ever done a proper scientific experiment?
Hold on, let me get to my point.
I've asked this question about 5 times now.
Yeah, I'm going to get to it. My point is about stars, right? When you do biochemistry on rats, is it the same as stars?
No. There's many different fields, and they've got higher and lower standards in each, and they behave in different ways. And some have quite poor standards, like psychology is a really iffy field.
But during your test of rats, what you're feeding them, you feed the same thing to stars?
I agree with you that being able to control variables and hold one variable still while flabbing another variable is a far better. Yeah, I get you, Richard. It's a far better way of doing science.
I don't think your brother does science.
I think that is a good way of knowing things, and I think there are also other ways of weeding out incorrect ideas by observing the world and seeing if our assumptions about the world can be disproven. And so I think when I looked up in the night sky, and I asked you this question about a while ago, so I still have two questions on the table that have been here for a while. The first is, what do they look like? What do the planets, the moon, the sun, Mars, Jupiter, particularly Saturn with its belt, what do they look like? And the other question is, have you ever done a scientific experiment?
Shining lights of various colors.
Hold on, with your own observations, have you
Please
seen
answer
Saturn
one of the two questions.
Okay.
Yo, Eggshells, did you say it was your brother that's a scientist?
Yeah.
Hold on, guys. Let me just give me 5 minutes.
I have a question for you, James. No, hold on. Give me just 30 seconds.
I can't handle multiple questions. Hold on.
This is one question for me.
Let me deal with this guy first, man. Settle down.
All right, go ahead.
So it sounds to me, and I'm being lenient here, your brother actually does do cause and effect relationship scientific work. But when you look at the sun, moon, and stars, are you doing the same experiments he's doing with rats, mouse, whatever, cause and effect?
Okay, this goes to my question.
I asked the question really directly, and that is not the answer to the question. I am not doing science on it. I'm acknowledging that. I'm saying, what do they look like? Please answer the question directly. Stop dodging it. Agree that they look like spheres.
Oh, no. My turn. James, I have a question that's very pointed to your question.
I've never looked in the night sky and seen a sphere. No, I just
you've never seen the moon and thought that looks like a sphere.
Yes, the moon.
Never in your mind.
It does look like a sphere. I would agree with that. But
okay, why did that take an hour?
Hold on. Well, because you specified the moon, and I understood exactly where you was going. So, and it didn't take an hour. It's not been an hour at all.
Okay.
So you're once again what?
So Occam's razor, the moon looks like a sphere.
Hold on, dude. I can draw a picture, right, of a circle on a piece of paper, just a circle. It looks nothing like a sphere. Like it just looks like a circle. I got a line drawn, and it's just a circle, right? Now, I start within the circle, start drawing features. When you look at it, it looks like a sphere, even though it's on a two-dimensional piece of paper, right? So you know it's not a sphere. I just drew features that made it appear that way.
Sure. If you deliberately draw features that make it look like a sphere.
Yeah, but you're saying that because the moon looks like a sphere, it is.
It probably is.
Even though you only see one side of it and only certain features of it, just like the piece of paper. How do you? Where is the scientific cause and effect relationship that gives you that conclusion? Not the observation.
I don't. Again. Let me say it. I don't claim I use science. I don't pretend. I don't put on a white cloak and wank myself silly pretending I use the scientific method.
That wasn't the question, sir.
I don't use that. I make the best guess I can. Have you? Let's go back to the other question. Have you ever done a scientific experiment? Have you done one of these experiments?
Can I get a minute,
question, sir? You're dodging my question. That was not my question. My question was, the moon could look like a sphere, and it does.
Sure.
Does that mean that it is?
No, just means it probably is.
Okay. Well, thank you. No, it doesn't.
It does.
No, because I can draw you
something looking like a sphere doesn't mean it's probably a sphere.
What appears to be a sphere that is not, because you can tell it's on a two-dimensional piece of paper. Obviously, it's not a sphere.
No, but that's not going to work.
That's what you're saying.
The two-dimensional piece of paper is not going to work. It's not.
Okay,
you need it to be 3D. What you can do is trick the eyes with a concave, making them think it's convex. But you can't on 2. Here's the problem with 2D. If it's 2D, there's only one angle it looks like a circle, and from every other angle, it looks like a side-on disc. It never goes half or something like that. It always looks like a side-on disc, and it can disappear, but it disappears winking out like a cat's eye. We know what flat looks like, and we can see we can see the libration as the moon moves around, so we can see more than half of its surface, and it's clearly a sphere. And if you cannot recognize a sphere that's over your head that you can look at through a telescope, if you can't confirm that that's probably a sphere, then your sphere detecting skills are seriously suspect.
Would you agree that a basketball? Would you agree that a basketball is a sphere?
Yeah, roughly spherical, sure.
Yeah, because you could see all sides of it.
Yeah.
Can you see all sides of the moon?
I could see one side of a basketball and still be confident it's a basketball. Could the moon have its back missing? Maybe. But does it probably? Does that seem like it makes sense? Does that logically seem like what would probably happen? Given I could agree with multiple sides of Saturn and Jupiter and Mars and the moons of Jupiter and the sun, if we put it on enough lenses and we can watch it rotate, we can see these things, and they have features that spin around an axis.
I only see the moon rotate as a disk, not a sphere.
No, it does librations, and as a result of those, you do get to see more than half of the surface. You just pull up a GIF of it; it looks amazing. It takes, you've got to put these photos together over a month or something, or every full moon over a year or something like that, and it does this and does this little shake, enough to see that it's clearly a sphere. Right. And you can bounce radar off it, and exactly where you see the moon, and you don't get a return signal from where you don't see the moon, but from exactly where you do see the moon, you get a return signal that also describes the spherical surface.
Let's say I gave you the benefit of the doubt.
Yo, I've been patiently waiting, bros. You guys, like,
hold on.
Come on,
say this and I'll be quiet.
For me.
Sorry.
Say this and I'll be quiet. Say I gave you the benefit of the doubt that the moon is a sphere, right? Does that mean the ground you're standing on is?
Yeah, it helps. All right, go for it, man.
It does? So you see something.
All right, so my question is this. Okay, James. Let's say saw Eggshell's brother give him some salvia to, drug in some mice with some salvia, right? And every time his brother gave the salvia to the mice, they started like scratching behind their ears, like something wicked. They just scratched it raw. It started bleeding. Each time they did it, right? He's the one giving them the drug. We're just observing it. Right. Can we then make the scientific statement that each time it's given salvia, that like the cause, the effect is that they start scratching themselves raw?
They start acting irrational or something? Yes.
Yeah, they start scratching themselves like crazy.
Every single time you gave him that, that would be a cause and effect. I would agree.
Cool. Yeah.
Okay, but you just observed. You only observed.
Yeah, but each time
you didn't do anything yourself. You just observed it.
But what you're doing is you're giving it to some and not to others.
You specifically said that each time you do it, this happens.
Yeah, each time his brother did it. His brother's the one that's doing the science, right? We're just observing it. So now you're agreeing that observation is science.
But there's not one time that it does not happen, right? Or is it?
Yeah, no, it's each time he does it. Cause and effect is established
time that happens.
For him, but we're observing it. So is it also established for us? Is it science, even though we're not doing it?
You already told us that this is happening. So you told us a process that's going on, and then you get to observe the effect. If you're telling us that just because we saw it, but we didn't do it, therefore we made it up, stop this crap, or you can just get out of here, man. That's just stupid stuff.
No, relax, bum. So
I'm going along
follow up to this. So now let's say we see birds migrating south. Each time we see it gets colder, and every year when it gets colder, the birds migrate south. We're just observing it, right?
Certain birds.
Without fail, when it gets really cold, the birds migrate.
Not all birds. Certain birds.
We'll just say a certain bird. Well, any certain bird doesn't matter. My point is, we're observing it. We're not actually doing anything, right? Is that still science?
Said it doesn't matter. You just said it doesn't matter.
No, I'm saying it doesn't matter what specific type, as long as we agree. Like, sure, one certain type of bird, or multiple, or whatever type of bird you want, we observe it without fail every year, migrating, like flying when it gets cold. It migrates south. All right.
The south of the
is that science, even though we're only observing?
Yeah, I would say it is.
Yeah.
Naturalists like Banks going, "Oh, I found this animal and I just drew it. I just drew an animal I saw." Is that science? Fuck yes. Cataloging new species.
Yeah, but when you ask that question, you're premising it like south means a globe. But no.
I'm just saying the direction south from wherever you are. It's traveling south to where it's warmer.
Yeah,
right.
South, not a globe, just south of the compass.
Yeah, just south, not a globe.
Traveling south of the
I don't
compass.
know if you realize what you're talking.
But you gotta fucking.
The Earth is flat, bro.
Specify that shit.
You
gotta specify that.
You're confusing who. The point is though. The point I'm trying to make here is that you don't need to necessarily be doing the experiment. Okay.
Go ahead. Yes, you do need to do the experiment over and over again. Over and over, methodically.
But have you ever done this experiment? I've asked you this question a few times. Please tell me about a scientific experiment that you need to do. If scientific experiments are so crucial to your worldview, I would just presume you've done.
I've never done a scientific, a true 100% all the way through scientific experiment.
So
I've also never made a claim. I've also never made a claim that I did.
Right, but you are holding to a standard that requires scientific experiments. Otherwise, you can't know this for sure, even though it's probably the case because it looks like a sphere. Unless I do science on the moon, which I must do personally, but won't do and have never done.
There's a term called pseudoscience and science, right? What's pseudoscience? You know what pseudoscience is?
By the looks of it, avoiding testing.
What is this?
You avoiding testing your ideas.
What did I avoid that I didn't admit to?
It's just you're not testing your ideas.
Pseudoscience is me claiming I'm doing science when I'm not.
Well, it sounds like you are. It sounds like by saying how have you used the scientific method, you kind of are pretending
I just literally
to be some adjudicator of science.
I just literally admitted I've never done a scientific experiment all the way through.
So why do you get to hold me to a standard you don't meet?
No, I'm not saying that I don't meet. You don't meet, right?
And you also do not meet it, correct?
No. Why?
You do meet the standard. The standard is doing scientific experiments, right?
No. If you're bringing that aspect up on the shape of the Earth, that does not require
just your
science.
Epistemology.
It just requires. No, it
this
requires
is just how you decide what is true, and what you do. How you decide what is true. Is I must do a scientific experiment, but you will never do a scientific experiment.
No, you're getting me twisted here, bud.
And you're holding me to that standard, even though I'm saying I'm not a scientist.
No. This is what I said. I said that I have never done a scientific experiment 100% all the way through.
Sure.
I also never made a claim that I did.
Right. So you're not a liar.
Making the claim.
You're not a liar. Are you a hypocrite?
You're making the claim.
I'm not calling you a liar then. I'm calling you a hypocrite.
No. You're making the claim that there's science that you've never done, but the claim still stands as science.
I've repeatedly said to you about 40 times now, I'm not pretending I'm doing science. Get it out of your head that you can debunk me by using this scientific method that you also admit you don't use. It doesn't offend either of us. It doesn't work.
Right. So the science proved the shape of the Earth. Does science prove the shape of the Earth?
To me, who? Proof is
You.
a subjective thing. To me, I don't think it's proven. I don't like that word.
Oh.
Is it? And did I use science to decide that it's almost definitely a
you're
sphere?
you're trying to reverse it onto me, dude. I'm not the one
telling you
making
how I
claims.
decided it was a sphere. I looked at all of the available evidence and saw which model it fitted better. And
Okay,
of the available evidence,
what model
it
and what evidence?
overwhelmingly fits the globe.
Okay, what model? Tell me the model.
Sure, like just 60 nautical miles per degree.
No, the model. The model. Where's the model? Where can I look at the model?
Yeah, celestial, the cell nav, right? 60 nautical miles per degree gives you pretty much everything you need to know. Two poles,
with the sun, moon, and
lines of
stars,
latitude, longitude.
Around
you can find where you are by the stars. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's basing the Earth off of a flat surface with the sun, moon, and stars.
Yes, it is. It's top of a flat surface. It's an elevation angle to a star where you get that from.
Well, nautical. What's
well? It's also, but not only that. It's also the sun, moon, and stars traversing around you. Those are the measurements.
Nautical mile based on?
Yeah, what is the nautical mile based on?
60 nautical miles per degree of declination of a star.
Well, no, not fully.
Why did you
not
give
really.
me the answer?
So it is actually a measure of a revolution. Measure of doing a full circle.
I don't know why he gave.
So it's 60 times 3. So 60 nautical miles per degree.
About? What are you talking about? No, this sounds ridiculous. 60 nautical miles is linear. It's a linear.
It's a
measurement.
Circle.
No, it's not a circle. It's a measurement of linear distance. 60 nautical miles per degree of declination of Polaris. For example, if you move 2 degrees, you will have traveled 120 nautical miles.
I agree.
But why did you give me the answer?
So, Plumbob, let's do it. Let's do it. So, 60 nautical miles per degree. What if you times that by 360?
Now he's going off your answer. Not even
James. Just breathe for a bit, James. Please. I just want to talk.
I'll tell you what. You would never do that because the largest distance that you can have on a with the celestial navigation is a circle with a diameter of 10,800 nautical miles. That is the biggest circle that you can have.
So what do you mean the biggest circle? Is it a great
That's what you would get if you're looking at, say, the sun is over top of the
answer.
So let me. Can I can explain it to you, and I can put you out of your misery.
You said you knew this. You tell me how this works.
Yeah, sure. You're getting it really wrong. So a nautical mile. Just let me get through all of it, and then you guys can rebut it. A nautical mile is a measurement of a full circle. So a 60 nautical miles per degree is 1 degree, and you times that by another 360, and you get 21.
He's telling you the largest.
Please let me get through it, James. 21,600 nautical miles, and that is a great circle route. What that means is any direction you are traveling definitionally on this surface is defined as going in a full circle around that ball. So what it is not turning left or right, but ending up back where you started. So 360 will put you back where you started. So linearly will get you a linear relationship with degrees, which describes only a circle. So you must be traveling in a circle if you 60 nautical miles per degree remains true.
That's
Thanks
just
for letting me get through a plum.
Your neighborhood is clear.
It's how it works. That's what they're defined as. That's what a nautical mile is defined as. A measurement of a full circle on Earth with a given radius.
No, it's not.
That's how it's defined. I mean, show me that it's not. I guarantee you I'll pull up any link you want and it will be.
Why would I show you that it's not if you're making the claim? Don't you have to show that it is?
Sure, yeah. What is a nautical mile? Nautical mile from Wiki? Well, What'll prove it to you and your and your pretensions of being a scientist?
You're talking about measurements being science?
I don't pretend I'm a scientist. I don't know how many times I need to tell you. You're the one that pretends you're a scientist but admits you aren't.
Just because you can come up with some diagram of a circle that has 1 nautical mile and 60 nautical miles in it and 120 nautical miles in it doesn't mean that that's where it came from. This is just a bunch of crap. This is why we're in so much problem with people not understanding the whole idea that the whole globe thing is just BS. It's you guys are just brainwashed.
How could I pretend that I'm a scientist when I admit that I'm not?
Because you're demanding other people follow this because you keep going, have you tested that scientifically? Despite you admit that you haven't done that yourself. So although you're not a liar, you're a hypocrite because you're demanding a standard of other people.
How do we know he hasn't tested it?
No, the only thing I'm establishing is...
This is just mathematical proof. The nautical miles is just a mathematical proof. It's not even science.
The only thing... That's what I'm saying. The only thing I'm establishing is you're trying to convince people that this is science when it's nothing but measurements.
I'm not. I'll say it again. I'll repeat it again. Not pretending to be a scientist. I don't know where you that I was.
You just put that into my fucking mouth.
You're not a scientist either, but you keep bleating about this scientific method like any of us follow.
No, I'm a published scientist.
I admit that I'm not a scientist, but I'm. So you're saying that a person cannot know scientific method without being a scientist?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying it's stupid. Like, imagine if I kept holding people to like
You're saying that a person cannot know the scientific method. No, I'm claiming that you're claiming this is science when it's not. That's what I'm claiming.
It's science. I've said that.
And then you're saying,
how many times have I said that it's not science?
Putting into my mouth, and you're putting into my mouth that even though I admitted I'm not a scientist, you're claiming that I'm pretending to be, even though I admitted I'm not. Like, how could somebody pretend to be something they admit that they're not?
Oh, he got you there.
Gentlemen, if I may, I do have to say this. James, I've heard Eggshells repeatedly say that he's not attempting to make a scientific claim. So you harping on him about this science bit, I'm not sure what you're trying to get at. Personally. I've heard it many times. He is trying to make a proof of some sort.
Yeah,
but to say that right, but to say it's a scientific proof of any sort, I don't think that's his attempt. So going on about the scientific method stuff and holding him to the standard that everything he's saying ought to be held to the scientific method standard or whatever. I'm not sure he's even attempting to do that, or attempting to even attempting to evade having to do that to avoid scrutiny. I'm not sure that's what's going on at all.
All right. Well, I'll attempt to correct myself. Are you saying that the Earth being a spinning sphere in a vacuum has nothing to do with science? Is that what you're saying?
No. Did I say something similar to that? What did I say that made you think that?
No. Are you saying that it is nothing scientific?
I just don't understand what you mean. Why are we back on science? I'm saying I'm not a scientist. I'm disinterested in your definition of science. So, I'm not pretending I'm one. You would agree. Clearly you're not one. Can we drop the science pretense, please?
Yes, I'll stand corrected.
You just got told by Mick that this is just a null point. You're not making any wins here. Can you move on?
I'll stand corrected as long as you admit that the Earth being a sphere is not science.
What do you mean the Earth being a sphere is not science? Can you do science on the shape of the Earth? Sure, yeah, lots of bits of science would rely on it.
You'll admit it's not science?
What do you mean? A single statement is not science. Sure, fine. That's not science. You win.
All right, thank you.
No, as long as science. New word.
I stand corrected.
Yeah, I got
stand corrected.
He's fucking owned him, dude.
Oh my god.
Well, you just admitted that Earth being
my proof is a nautical mile.
Nothing to do with
If a
science.
nautical mile remains a constant distance
bring it up.
on Earth linearly, if its relationship with degrees and with the statute mile remains the same, then what you are traveling in is a great circle route. That's definitionally what that means mathematically. It's the only way that works mathematically. So if that's what you measured, that nautical miles, if nautical miles equal a set amount of statute miles everywhere, and that doesn't fluctuate, then you are traveling in great circle routes, is what nautical miles tells you mathematically.
Okay, so when you're traveling in great circle routes, does that mean the circle is a sphere?
I mean, circle.
Circle, man. Circle.
It's a circle, but it don't mean it's a sphere.
What it means is you are traveling in a path that does not deviate left or right and will return back to where it started in 21,600 nautical miles.
What are you talking about, dude? I don't. That's one thing I just.
What are you talking about?
So a great circle route is a straight line, i.e. a line that doesn't deviate left or right but it's limited to the surface of a sphere. And so if you travel straight, like at the equator, right? You travel due east at the equator. The globe says you're not turning left or right. You're just following this line all the way around, and you end up back where you started. Or the globe also says if you travel due north, you would go up over the pole, all the way over the other side, and then down over the South Pole and come back to where you started.
Yeah, can you give me a demonstration?
These are what are called great circle routes. And
can you give me a demonstration
in degrees, but they're linear. And so
can you give me a demonstration of these routes? Somebody that's done these routes.
You can test it anywhere with nautical miles, is what I'm saying. That's a mathematical proof.
No. That just proves a circle. It just proves a circle, not a sphere.
It means that every line that doesn't deviate left or right returns to where it started.
Yes, and when has this happened?
What do you mean?
When is that? Who's done that? When has anybody circumnavigated the Earth and went in one direction in a straight line all the way across?
I don't think you're getting it, man. The point, let me try and explain it.
I don't think you're getting it.
When you're doing, anytime you interrogate...
I would agree with what you're saying. No, I now know where I was wrong. I agree with what you're saying, right? I understand. I know where I was wrong. Okay, I'll admit that. But when has this happened? Who's done it? Show me the route where somebody circumnavigated the Earth in one straight line.
I'm not claiming that's happened.
And returned
I think people
where
have done
they
some
started.
pretty cool stuff, but I don't know why anybody would do that without turning. That sounds like a really dumb and dangerous way to do it. I would want to do it the interesting way.
Well, you can't do it. That's the thing.
Well,
you can't do it.
I don't know.
You can't say you can do it if nobody's done it.
Fine. Yep, you got me.
You fucking guy.
I mean, if I may also, Eggs, there's another issue at hand. When you talk about the nautical miles in relation to, what we see in the stars and all that, and that type of stuff, that mapping of that one-to-one mapping, right? When you assert that it must be a ball for this to happen, okay? There's a criteria there. Yeah, the criteria there being the ground has to be curving.
Yes.
And if that is happening, okay, that gives light to that being a possibility. Other than that, there could be other things going on that have yet to be assessed. So in order to narrow down the set of possibilities, okay, one might want to actually measure that to confirm this. So are you aware of any curvature measurements that adhere to the stated standard model of the Earth to further solidify your point?
Yeah, 21,600 nautical miles.
Yeah, I'm aware of the calculation. Yeah, I'm talking about actually doing a measurement to confirm this.
That's what they are. Anytime, what I'm saying is this mathematical proof is saying you can do this anywhere on land or sea.
I understand that. I understand that. I think you're missing my point. Okay, so if you have that, what was it, 21,000? Okay, you can also derive. Thank you. You can also derive that's the circumference.
so you can derive a diameter and a radius. Given a radius, diameter, circumference, all these things, you can calculate the necessary drop over distance. Okay, so are there any observations or measurements done in reality out there to confirm this drop over distance? That's something tangible that somebody can go out and do to confirm this actually being the case.
Something tangible that you can go out and do. Tell me about the things you've gone out and done in the past so I can get an idea of the kind of things you are willing to go out and do.
What has been done? I'm not asking you to go out and do it per se, sir. Okay, I'm talking about the the
Here's what I think you could do if you wanted to.
The establishment, okay, all these numbers as being as if they're foregone conclusions. The problem is a lot of people in here, including myself, are asking for verification of this stuff. One way to verify it would be what I'm talking about. So are you aware of anyone in history who has actually done this, not made certain measurements of stuff, certain things, and then performed some calculations and made inferences about what it would be? Okay, I'm talking about doing that, getting some stuff, getting some results like the supposed radius and all this stuff.
What would it look like? What would this test you're asking for look like?
And then applying a second or third method to confirm that their calculations were correct. That's what I'm asking.
Could you describe the first before we get to the second or third? What's the method you're talking about? What would it look like?
Well, everyone always points to Eratosthenes, right? You measure shapes and shadows. You assume that the sun is approaching infinitely far so as to get parallel rays. Okay, then you superimpose that on top of some sort of circle model to get a radius. Okay, that was like the inception of all this, as far as I've understood. Now that is like so solidified in our
Foucault as well. Foucault did a lot on the physics of the Earth, didn't he? He invented the gyroscope and the pendulum.
I'm not talking about that right now. I'm talking about the this one instance with Eratosthenes, right, to give us the supposed radius. If you want to bring up Foucault, and he kind of like narrows that down or whittles that down to a higher degree of precision and all that stuff, that's fine. These are calculations that we can make from second or third steps removed type of measurements and calculations than the thing at hand. We're talking about the ground and the curvature. As given these things that we're like narrowing down at, has there been something that somebody has done out there saying, okay, good, now we're pretty confident that this is the case. Let's go out and test it now that we can.
What would that test look like?
High-tech shit.
So you've named Eratosthenes as one. Sure, that sounds like a good one. I'm describing this one as testing, just test anywhere on Earth. My test based on what I'm saying about nautical miles. Test anywhere on Earth, does a nautical mile.
Hey, I got to jump in here on this nautical mile crap that you put into the chat. Hang on a sec. You put this stuff in there about the nautical miles in the chat there. And I told you that the 60 nautical miles comes from 1 degree of declination of viewing of a star. Where do you get latitude from when you're out at sea? Tell me where you get latitude from.
The stars, yeah.
That's what I told you, and you told me I was full of crap. You're full of crap.
No,
that's how you get it.
You get it from the stars.
So your 60 nautical miles is for 1 degree of declination of a star.
It's how far you travel along the surface to change it by 1 degree, right?
Exactly.
Thank you. So what it is a portion of a full circle.
You went in a straight line. You went linearly.
Yeah. So what that says is, definitionally what that says, mathematically what that says is, I will turn up back where I started in 21,600
nowhere in there
left or right, and I will
nowhere in there does it say that.
Yes, it does.
It just says a bunch of stuff about latitude, and all you can do is go, well, where do you get latitude from? And you measure latitude.
It's pure geometry. This is pure geometry.
It's not exactly geometry. It's celestial navigation.
I will do it with a pen right now. Get a protractor or any angle measuring device.
Wait, is the implication that celestial navigation can't be based in geometry?
No,
basic geometry.
The implication is that if nautical miles are a great circle route, then any straight line, i.e. a line on the surface that doesn't deviate left or right, must return to where it started, meaning we must live on a sphere of that same radius.
Circle routes. Nowhere in there does it say it's a great circle route. Nautical miles have nothing to do with great circle route.
I was going to say, because if you went in any direction continuously, you would fall off the ice wall. So, checkmate.
So, if a nautical mile is defined as a portion of a great circle route, then I win.
No, man.
No.
You're getting away from
I didn't
point
articulate
here.
it very well, but you can also turn around and do 60 miles the other direction. That's a total of 120 miles. Nautical miles.
So I posted it again. There's the
horizontal.
I can post it for you. It's definitely a portion of a full circle. You can check it if you want, but it gives you the radius. Is what I'm saying.
If we can get back to what I was saying before, okay, the curvature rate is critical to this assumption of yours that we're living on a ball, and that explains this phenomenon that we see.
Yes,
we travel a certain distance, we look up, and all this stuff. Without this, okay, you're left to speculate why else this could be happening. Okay, some might suppose that given that we don't really know the contents of the medium between us and what we're seeing in the sky, we navigate in certain directions. There's no way to really know the type of optical effects, okay, that are occurring to lead us to see this. We don't know
optical effects. The only thing known to affect optical effects is pressure, right? Sort of density.
No. If I'm willing to speculate, okay, if you want to just assume there's just gas between us and the thing, okay, maybe there's some sort of refraction ship. I'm not a physicist. I don't know. We also don't know, and we don't know the medium in which these things are actually rested. Okay, people speculate that they're burning balls of plasma or gas or something millions and billions of miles away.
Okay. Well, you got to say, this seems like a wild reach. I mean, it looks like a red hot ball.
Let me finish. Okay, these are all speculative claims that people are allotted the permission to make. Okay, based off of whatever, because they're in the established, institutions and shit. Okay, they're allowed to make these claims and then reverse engineer whatever else they have. Okay, I'm not making a claim that I know what is or what isn't. My point is, if one is to make a claim that indeed it is because we are on a ball and there's basically no optical effect between us and what we see in the sky, leading us to witness 1 degree shift per 69 nautical miles or 60 nautical miles or whatever, it's because we're on a curved surface, then one might be interested in verifying that they are on a curved surface. So when you do the math,
we've got satellites.
Sorry?
We've got satellites that measure the surface with LiDAR and stuff.
Do not deviate. Thank you very much. That's another point we can be addressed later. I'm asking about
measurement of curvature, though, right? That's
the curvature.
Measurement.
Thank you. No, it's not, sir. I'm talking about direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth. Period. That's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for something
flying a craft in orbit over it to develop the WGS-84.
Now you're making another. Now you're going to piss me off like the other guy. Now you're making another claim, jumping away from my previous question.
Why don't they measure the curvature? And I'm saying they do. That's what the WGS-84 is. This is absolutely on target.
I am asking, have they, and are you aware of what they did to measure the curvature directly? And if you don't, then that's fine. You can say you don't.
No, I've got no idea, man. It's unimportant to me.
Why is it? Why do you? Okay, now you're making another claim that you know that to them it's not important.
No, I said it's unimportant to me.
Okay, so you don't know, and that's why you never check because you think it's unimportant.
I've got my ways that I can check, but if I meet somebody like IB Hunter who does bathymetry, ocean bathymetry, where he gets he makes
I don't care about
undersea.
your feed,
But he does.
I don't care.
You asked about somebody who measures the Earth.
I'm asking about direct measurement and confirmation of. I'm asking you about the direct measurement to confirm the supposed curvature rate. It's so simple, man.
Sure. So I'm telling you that I met somebody who did ocean bathymetry, which is measuring the curved ocean floor, where he will get scans of very large areas, and in order to fit them together, you have to have diverging vectors of down. Because it takes up so much space. There are many people doing that kind of stuff. They're just never doing it in a format that you're willing to accept. You're the one who sets these standards. I'm convinced. I'm not going to be able to convince you, am I?
Okay. How about this? How about this? Let's be cordial. Okay. How about you bring one of these guys in? How about you bring one of these guys in so we can all scrutinize what you're saying they're using to confirm that we live on a ball?
Who was the last Glober you were convinced by, that you listened to, that you gave a fair shake to and wasn't muted?
Bro.
Not you personally.
None. Because nobody backs anything up. So if you're coming in here saying that you know a guy...
100% what you're saying is, I have a 100% track record of shouting at people, muting them and kicking them out of here.
I'm not
None of them have ever succeeded, but can you please bring that friend you just mentioned here to get the same treatment?
No, now you're putting words... No, fuck you. Now you're putting words in my mouth.
Well,
okay, you're strong
necessary conclusions from
I'm asking you if somebody can bring solid evidence. It'd be great.
Accept it. There's loads of evidence.
How do you know that? Okay, well, let me ask you. When was the last? Watch this. Okay, how about this? How about this, buddy? How about this? When was the last time you witnessed somebody come in this room, bring rock solid evidence that nobody looked at and accepted?
Every fucking day.
Every fucking day. Name one. That of what I'm talking about, right? Curvature rate specifically. Please.
Yeah. Nautical miles have an excuse to get rid of it all, right? This is the game. You've discarded 100% of the previous evidence, right?
Nautical miles.
Sure.
Hold on,
please.
Nick, I will name one. I just a moment ago brought up nautical miles, and rather than addressing nautical miles and the mathematical proof I gave, you are now asking me to talk about somebody else.
No, sir, that is not what I'm talking about. I am not talking about mathematical proof. You're modeling something with numerous assumptions, one of which, all of which you don't. They are assumed, and there's a condition in there that has not been verified. So I'm for the verification of the thing, and now I'm asking you for that. You're running away from it. You don't want to address it. I'm asking. You're saying that there's people who have come in here and have brought it, and no one accepts it. So I'm asking you for an instance of that, and you're saying you're basically just circling back to your mathematical proof, which is not what I'm asking for.
Yeah, you're meant to be. You guys give people a fair shake, and I'm saying you don't. You're not giving them
hold on a second.
Nobody's even addressing this argument.
I'm just asking for the evidence, please. That's all.
It's happening right now. This is the evidence.
This is not evidence. A model with a missing puzzle piece that I'm asking you to fucking bring it up.
Sure,
or anybody who has
shows that we're
and you're willingly saying that you don't have it, but you're confident that somebody else might, or you're even more certain that somebody else has come in here bringing in that puzzle piece.
Yep.
Yet I'm asking for it, and you're not addressing it.
Sure. Yeah. Like Peter smacks you guys around.
Hold on. Nautical miles are measured based off longitude and latitude coordinates. So the question is,
they're the same system.
Our longitude and latitude. Hold on. The question is, our longitude and latitude coordinates obtained, because that's where nautical miles are based from. Well, that's where nautical miles are based from.
Yeah, celestial observations. What it says is if Polaris is 90 degrees overhead, then if I go 21,600 nautical miles, Polaris will be dead overhead again. Right? So if I'm at the North Pole, if I go in any direction and I do not turn left or right, that's what a great circle route is, and a nautical mile is a portion of that, defined as a portion of that.
Whatever you just said is nonsense, because nautical mile is obtained. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm willing to listen again. Nautical mile is obtained by using longitude and latitude coordinates. So in order to get a nautical mile, you must have longitude and latitude already. Where do those come from?
That's not how it works, no. But they work in a system together, and the map stands alone.
This is what it's telling me. Nautical miles are used. Nautical miles are used to measure the distance traveled through the water. The nautical mile is slightly longer than a
planes
mile.
use them overland.
I'm trying to say it right now. Can you just bear with me for a second? It's only a paragraph.
Sure.
Start again. Nautical miles are used to measure the distance traveled through the water. A nautical mile is slightly longer than a mile on land, equaling 1.1508 land measure of statute miles. A nautical mile is based on the Earth's longitude and latitude coordinates, with 1 nautical mile equaling 1 minute of latitude.
Yep.
To measure a mile, ships must make at least 4 to 6 runs in both directions to allow for the wind and tide. So that's where your nautical miles come from, bud. Not even 100%.
Yeah, I mean, it's a kind of clumsy way of saying it, but it's still true for what they're talking about. The reason they're saying it is when you're
not even 100. It's not even 100%.
What do you mean? It's not even 100%.
Well, because it says ships must make at least 4 to 6 runs in both directions to allow for the wind and tide.
What do you mean? What's that talking about? What's that got to do with a nautical mile?
In all 4 to 6 of those runs, wind and tide is never the same.
What runs are you talking about?
No day is the same on Earth. That's what it says right here.
What?
To measure a mile. Oh, do I need to read it again?
To measure a mile.
I will. I have.
You can, sure.
I think he's getting at that you need to take multiple passages within the same context to actually establish, to get some sort of average to really ascertain how far someone actually did travel.
Even then, it's not 100% because no wind or tide is the exact same every day.
Yeah,
there's only one relationship. There's only one shape that you can get a linear relationship between degrees and distance across surface without turning left or right. There's only one possible shape that
nautical
goes on.
miles are based on. Hold on. No. You missed it. Nautical miles are based on the Earth's
circumference,
not water, on the Earth's longitude and latitude coordinates. It doesn't even say.
Sure, yeah, fine. What is that? So what does that add? What does that change about what I'm saying?
Longitude and latitude coordinates. My question is, if nautical miles are based on the Earth's longitude and latitude coordinates, and in order to establish the nautical mile, you need the Earth's longitude and latitude coordinates. Where do those come from? Where do they get those?
I mean, the first system was come about by the Sumerians, I think. Then Ptolemy updates it a lot to a sphere that's geocentric. He comes up with latitude, and then the British eventually crack longitude in 1817 something or other. They finally crack longitude once they get a clock working.
These crackies. I cut out a part of what I just said.
All of them are just measurements of circles. The difference is
latitude
a longitude
is derived
line.
from
stays the same
Attitude is
longness?
derived from elevation angles.
That we gotta do something with these white people that, quite frankly, some people might got a problem with it, but real nigga don't got a problem with it because he know he roll with it. Because he know that if you don't roll with it, it's not real nigga shit.
Mute this guy.
In other words, you don't have
real nigga represent.
don't have.
I'm just going to
29 on the block. Every day is a new day.
mute that guy.
Your whole argument.
Real nigga ain't playing. Real nigga go Super Saiyan, right?
Yeah, nigga. Yeah, nigga. Yeah, nigga.
Yo,
what? You can't say that.
guys. Yo, have some respect, man.
Answer that is, motherfucker. You don't know a damn thing about black people. You don't know a damn thing about black men.
Dude,
no, never seen one before in my life.
Holy shit, dude.
Come on.
You're mad respectful now.
Does anybody here think they've got a solid understanding of what my argument is?
I do, sir.
You don't. You don't even know what nautical mile. Your whole argument is nautical mile, and you don't even know where it comes from.
Yes, I do. I just told you where it comes from. I just gave you a detailed chronology of how we developed it.
Where does it come from? Where does it come from?
Sumerians to the Ptolemy to the British.
James,
it comes from the Earth's longitude and latitude coordinates.
Oh, fuck. Jesus.
James, from the
James, that
longitude and latitude coordinates.
James, that's a secondary issue. Check this out, dude. I brought it up twice now. Okay.
It's not a secondary issue. It's a first degree issue. Hold on, it's a first degree issue.
That part. No, I understand elevation, angle measurements, and all that stuff. That's great. Okay, but what I'm talking about is
longitude and latitude, Earth coordinates.
Understood.
Water.
Understood.
Not water.
What?
Not water.
I understand. I understand, dude. I understand. Okay, what I'm getting at here is the structure, if you will, that eggs has built up, or his predecessors have built up. They have a set of assumptions in them that allow them to construct it this way. Okay. And the problem is the key variable in all of this that can be verified, not the other assumptions about, let's say, the distance to stars and all this stuff. Okay. The lack of any influence in our perception of the stars and their location, all this stuff. Okay, it's the curvature of the surface that we're on. If there is a curvature that matches the model, even more or less, if we might give them some wiggle room. If there is a curvature, it could be measured.
Yep.
If it has been measured, that would confirm more or less what he's talking about, or at the very least, it would confirm that much more. One of the puzzle pieces that leads to some sort of the construction in question, that much more. I'm asking for that. A lot of people have been.
Yeah, but I don't think you don't understand. I don't think you realize that latitude comes from elevation angles on the Earth.
How many times do I have to tell you? I understand that, dude. They're elevation angles to Polaris and shit. Okay, I've heard this 1,000 fucking times. I've heard this 1,000 fucking
times.
Fine.
We get it.
Fine.
You just keep repeating it. Is the problem you're a bit hammered? And so you just keep saying the same thing like 15 times and it's grating.
Yeah, James, it does sound like you might be a little bit intoxicated. Okay, I hear your point.
An elevation of flat.
Good fucking God. Yes, thank you. Okay, my point being that the key in all of this, okay, if there's curvature that can be confirmed, this would further his argument that much more, along with all the other arguments put forth. If there is this measured curvature, okay, we want to know, or at least I do. I won't speak for everybody, but I've heard hundreds of people say, or at least, excuse me, not
nautical mile argument. What do you think my nautical mile argument is? Because I'm claiming I've just done that. And so I'm surprised that rather than telling me my argument, you're saying, can you please do it? Because I felt I've done that with the nautical mile.
I'm not asking for your calculations, sir. I'm asking for the curvature rate, which would be implied by your construction. If we're on a ball, thus allowing us to witness 1 degree of drop of a star or whatever when we travel 60 nautical miles in a specific direction,
ultimately to supposedly travel whatever 21,000 miles, only to come back in the same spot and seeing that star effectively rotate, and come back into the same spot. Okay, all that shit. Okay, I understand that. This would imply that there is a curvature to the surface that we're on.
Yep.
That's all I'm asking for to solidify your point. Now, are you aware of anyone who has done a measurement to confirm this?
Sure. Here's a way to do it, right?
No, I'm not talking about a way to do it in the future, maybe by someone who may or may not have.
Why are we talking about somebody other than my argument?
I'm talking about
somebody who's not here.
I don't know. I understand your argument. You don't know. Thank you. So what? Thank you. That's all I'm asking for.
Anybody who's met your ridiculous standard that you haven't.
It's not a ridiculous standard, sir. If you have a no, I'll tell you why. If you have phenomena X that happens, okay, and then you have supposed cause A, supposed cause B that's linked to B, D, and C or whatever, okay, and then you assess, oh, well, maybe it's A, but oh no, maybe it's B, C, and D. I know for sure that B is happening, but I don't know about D and C. Okay? Or D and E, whatever the fuck. If you're going to come to me and say it's for sure option B linked with C and D, okay, but then you say, oh, D and C, I'm assuming, for sure someone's going to ask you, hey, let's confirm D and C before we take that compound or the composite argument of B, C, and D causing phenomena X. Whereas on the other side, we just have A, and we know that A, there you go, you have A, and we confirmed it, or why would you take B, C, and D together if you're just guessing 2/3 of the position? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
I don't think I'm guessing at all. I don't know what the A, B, and C and D is. What I'm saying is,
you understand?
A nautical mile describes a great circle route.
I understand that in your model, when you construct a circle or spherical model, okay, and you map phenomena on it, it explains it. Thank you very much. A, you have to assume that there's curvature. You have to assume that there's no optical phenomena going on that's leading us to perceive this phenomena. Okay, even though I just told you there's options. Okay, I don't know.
No, I don't know what those options are, though. I feel like you're dreaming them up and hoping that I do the work to make them. Would you agree at least, Mick? Would you agree at least, Mick? Whatever those phenomena are, they look a lot.
I understand they look
like we're on a sphere.
Thank you very much. So let's confirm that by tackling the one thing that we know we can. And then that would lead us that much closer to maybe believing or assuming with that much more confidence that what we're talking about in the sky that we can't actually read is probably that much more likely to happen. Okay, so let's tackle that one thing that is
what is that
at our ground.
Who's testing?
Measuring drop over distance. This is what I'm asking you.
Even if I gave you that, like in the nautical mile, which is drop over distance at the given
we would scrutinize it. Of course. We would scrutinize it.
Did you scrutinize it though? What have you done to scrutinize it?
Dude, no one's presented anything. You haven't presented shit.
The nautical mile. I presented the wiki.
What about the nautical mile? That's a distance. Who cares about distance? We're talking about drop over distance.
Yeah,
drop over distance
drops down a degree every 60.
You're measuring
down every 60.
You're measuring the drop of a star in our angular perception.
Sure,
over the distance. Yes,
that's one way to detect that you're dropping over a sphere.
If you're assuming, if again for the fifth goddamn fucking time, if you're assuming, okay, that there's nothing obstructing what you're looking at.
If I
now
don't
we can confirm
some
that
unknown phenomena that you've dreamt up but can't describe. Yes. Yeah, that's right. I don't assume that phenomena you dreamt up exists.
Okay, it's not a dreamt up fucking phenomena. I'm talking about possibilities.
I'm talking about possibilities that we can narrow. I just did refraction. We don't know what the medium is up there. I don't fucking know, but let's. I just told you these are fucking possibilities.
We can guess about it.
I'm not making
Could be a spaghetti monster up there. Spaghetti
It's got to be light, doesn't it? Doesn't it have to be light?
Dude, you're a fucking. Shut the fuck up. I'm not making a claim as to what it fucking is. What I'm saying is it's more likely, okay, it's more likely what you're talking about if we can narrow down all the variables that we can. And one of them being damn fucking curvature, drop over distance.
Sure.
Okay.
Which I've given you, not addressing.
Story. Not addressing what?
What I'm saying is, if you spot Polaris and you drive towards it and you go, oh, that goes up. If I drive dead towards Polaris, it goes up at 60 degrees per nautical mile.
I
what you are doing in that, please let me finish, man.
No, because you've repeated it. Okay. No, I will fucking shout because maybe you'll get through your fucking skull for once. What you're talking
dreaming
about
up that maybe something debunks this.
No, dude, dude, it sounds like you're dreaming up fucking Earth curvature. Okay, how about you go goddamn fucking measure it and then confirm that it's not a fucking dream in your head.
You'll have another question.
All the other fucking people's heads.
That's the best defense, a dream? I think you can do better, man.
A dream? You're accusing me of having a dream. You're accusing linear. I understand, dude. You're accusing me of dreaming up some unknown phenomena. I'm speculating that there may be something that we don't know and cannot confirm, but we can confirm the one thing that would nail that. That would be the nail in the coffin for your argument. That much more that you are refusing to acknowledge.
Which is what would be the nail in the coffin that I'm refusing to acknowledge?
For the fucking fifth goddamn time. Does everybody hear this? Drop over distance on the surface. No, it's not, dude. No, it's not, because you're observing something in the sky and then mapping it down to the ground, modeling it mathematically, and saying this could explain it. And it can. Dude, that's what you're doing.
From the sky, sure, it's set from the sky, but now because we've got maps and GPS, it's just computers talk to one another and tell you what your lat long is, right?
That's what I'm talking about.
So what it's saying is, what the core argument that I'm making is, if a nautical mile holds linear with a statute mile, so it doesn't fluctuate in size.
I understand. For the 20th goddamn time, dude. Okay. I'm not mathematically illiterate. Okay, I know what you're talking about.
Some phenomena that might trump.
No, I'm not. Okay, I'm talking about.
What would you like?
I'm talking about you have a variable at play that you can potentially confirm that you are not addressing, and you're refusing to for some reason, and a lot of people seem to refuse it.
No, that's fine. It doesn't mean we know what the shape of the Earth is. It still can be flat.
Here's the problem. People come in here and say they absolutely know for sure it is, and we ask for drop over distance. Thank you. So if you're not claiming you know for sure that we're on a ball, but you think it's likely, that's a belief, and that's fine.
More likely
it's not a claim of knowledge, and that's okay. You can claim that and that's fine, but you haven't solidified everything because you haven't confirmed everything.
What would I need to confirm? How would you test this?
In this case, whatever method it would be to measure drop over distance, okay, and hopefully that maps over to the standard. What was it? WG? Well, you said it earlier. WS84 model or something. WGS.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. That. Okay, that has a fixed set of parameters.
Yeah, and so you just go.
And if a measurement out in the real world somehow falsifies that, then there's a problem.
Exactly. Has that ever happened?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Has there ever been measurements out there that confirm it in the first place? I can reference a couple of things that lead one to suspect that there's something wrong. But have you? What is the affirmative that it is for sure?
I don't know how would one go about figuring that out. I would probably first ask Perplexity or something like that, who actually uses the WGS84, and it might be people building dams or, huge, fast rail projects, something like that. And then I'd try and dig those people up. And
okay, so now you're speaking hypothetically again. So nothing in the past has been done to your knowledge to have confirmed this. So everyone holding this in high regard as being like this rock solid truth, they don't actually know. Basically,
by that standard, you can't know a single thing. Sure, yeah. Everything might be fraudulent.
Who said that?
My mum might be a goat.
Who said that?
WGS 84 is the go-to thing that everybody talks about as the most precise model of Earth. Then I don't think it's a wild assumption to think that.
Hang on. Let me
applications. I guess I don't get to finish.
Hang on, buddy. Let me backpedal. Okay, if it's not the WGS 84 model that everyone basically refers to when they talk about the radius of the 3959 mile radius, okay, if that's not what that basically is, then I'll rephrase it and say the model that asserts that the globe or the Earth is a 3959 mile radius ball or geoid, whatever. Something to solidify that, i.e., measuring drop over distance that adheres to that model.
So what I'm saying is, if you treat Polaris, I'm getting you don't like it, but I'm giving it back to you anyway.
No, dude. I have no problem with Polaris.
Fine. If you treat Polaris, well, here's the thing. Like, if I were to try and steelman your side of it, I would be saying... So see that 10,000 meters in the nautical mile? Have you been looking at the chat when I've been posting the nautical mile? I'll post again specifically the bit I'm talking about. So a quarter of it is 10,000 meters. It used to be how the meter was defined until we went to like the speed of light or something. So what that says is, if we treat Polaris like it's dead overhead, like it is exactly where we think it is, barring a bit of refraction, then I expect it to be dead overhead at the North Pole and dead on the equator, tangential to it down there. What I would be needing to accept if I were to take this like we don't know what's out there, like indeed if there were waters above, I would agree. If that's what was being flirted with before, I would agree that could refract light in interesting ways. What I would have to say it's doing, though, is it's refracting light at a radius rate that looks exactly the way it would as if that wasn't happening and we were just turning around a sphere. That's what the nautical mile says.
I understand.
The nautical mile says the sky gives me a linear relationship that says I'm doing a portion of a full circle.
I understood. This is your problem.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's all. No, thank you for articulating that one option. Okay, I didn't have the words for it, but it might sound preposterous, dude. The problem is we don't actually know, and if you can acknowledge that at this point we can't tell the difference unless, of course, we do address the curvature rate of the surface being the only variable that's actually we actually have access to.
So if this test doesn't work, what? Because here's the thing: you've never accepted a test in the past, have you? You don't think there exists a single valid curvature measurement. Is that correct?
I haven't accepted a test in the past. What are you talking about?
Is there any? Do you accept? Have you ever accepted any test that is valid that shows curvature?
I have not seen any direct curvature measurement, quote unquote, tests.
So what are you actually asking me for right now?
I'm asking you if there is one.
But 100% of the time. How many have you been presented, do you think? Is it 4 or 5, or do you think it's closer to 5,000?
None.
No, I'm not saying valid ones. I just mean, how many times have you been asked? How many times have you heard somebody ask for a curvature measurement?
I've heard many people ask for it, and no one brings anything up except for,
how many times have you heard it asked?
Indirect inferences and calculations, like what you're talking about, like Eratosthenes, and we calculated the maybe radius if X, Y, Z, basically assumptions are actually true, like the distance to the sun, et cetera, et cetera.
How many times have you heard it asked of people?
I've heard the same questions asked dozens, if not hundreds of times at this point in the last year.
Just
and
hundreds?
Everyone says,
don't you think it'd be closer to thousands?
Me personally,
I want drop over
probably not
distance.
that
I feel like I hear a variation of show me the curvature, show me the drop over distance.
Okay.
Probably hundreds of times.
Well, I'm not. Well, guess what? I'm not. Guess what? I'm not keeping track. Okay, and I've only been in here for less than a year. Okay,
but you have
the argument.
So you have this. So you have this. You're in this community that relentlessly asks for something that it religiously discards.
It's not discarding shit. No one's bringing anything
infallibly.
This is my point.
You never have accepted one, but you still ask for more. Is that correct? Both of those statements, are they correct? You have never ever accepted a valid proof.
Do you hear the word? Do you hear the word? Okay, check this out. Do you hear the words coming out of my mouth? Nobody has brought anything. Right. They're bringing inferences.
Right. That's
interesting. They are bringing basically guesswork or indirect suppositions that it might be so if we calculate this, that, the thing, not actually measuring anything, okay, and not accounting for all the assumptions at play and not addressing those, that those might be wrong. No, I'm talking about direct measurement, dude.
Yeah, they might be wrong, but I think that your example, you're saying maybe the stars are out of their position was a bit weak.
No, what I'm getting at
just doesn't get taken seriously.
Bro, no, you're not getting it, dude. The problem is the assertion that these indirect calculations lead us to a curvature, a radius of X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
Now it's being asked, thank you. So let's get a direct measurement, not a set of variables that we can then calculate and basically assume.
What would satisfy you? Describe what would satisfy you. I've tried to give you 4. By your standard, it sounds like you've asked thousands. You've never been satisfied in the past.
I didn't say
asking. What would you be satisfied by? Describe it. I don't think it exists. I think this is a silly. It's like a dog barking at a fence, running up and down until there's a little dirt track next to the fence.
Okay, no, you don't have to be an asshole.
Is this a valid question?
No.
Do you want the answer?
No. I'm asking for drop over.
It's not a valid question. You don't want an answer.
What? I do want an answer. What the fuck are you saying?
You've rejected 100% of previous answers.
Because none of them were real answers, dude. It's not that it's not only that they were wrong. No, check this out.
This time might be the different one.
No, check this out. No, check this out. No. Check this out. If I ask you, okay, can you give me dessert, please?
Yeah.
And you say sure, and you bring me a fucking steak.
Yeah.
Hundreds of times you bring a steak, a burger.
Yeah.
Pasta.
Hundreds of times.
No, sir, I want dessert,
Hundreds
please.
of times you've said, can I have a steak? And I'm bringing you little pie with strawberries on it. And one time I come out in a whipped cream.
You understand?
All I want is the steak.
Answer,
and you keep asking me for a steak.
Sir,
and I've never, ever, ever given you a steak. And it's my fault.
Thank you,
Don't you think you're participating by still asking this guy who comes out in whipped cream bikinis for steak? That maybe you're participating because you're the one still asking him for steak?
No, man.
Even though he's clearly never going to give you steak. Why do you keep turning up to his restaurant? You clearly like seeing him in whipped cream bikinis.
Nah, man. Shut up. Okay. Your analogy would be a valid one if I kept asking the same person. No, you're twisting it. Your analogy would be fitting if I was asking the same person.
Okay.
You're
going to the same restaurant.
We're asking No. We're asking different people.
But it's in the same restaurant, isn't it?
Doesn't matter. The fuck do you know?
Same rooms. You're always in the same rooms, right? These aren't different places with different behaviors. It's always the same place you used to going to.
What if there's
the same restaurant?
Okay, well, fine. If you want to entertain that analogy, if there was a high turnover rate, maybe one fucking waitress might do the right thing.
Right, but you keep turning up, and they never have. Every time, terrible waitresses that have never, ever, ever served you what you wanted. That you keep asking.
That's not what I said. No, that's not what I said. Maybe they have been serving what I wanted on other occasions,
but specifically what you wanted in this room.
Specifically for dessert. Nah, they're fucking up. They keep the steak.
So you're saying you have got a valid answer from a Glober then?
There's a new waitress every day. It's like, maybe this one, maybe he's got it or she's got it.
Have you ever got a valid answer from a Glober? Yes or no?
Yeah, honest ones. Yeah, that they don't know.
No, a valid answer to this question of do you have proof of drop over distance? Have you ever had a valid answer?
I have not.
Okay.
But I'm waiting
why
for that
do you
day,
keep
man.
ordering the steak?
Because it's an important question, dude. I'm asking.
Why? So this is what you're really doing. This is it. So we've called it out, and now it's out here and open, and we're honest. You don't want the answer. What do you want? Be honest.
No, that's not what I said, dude. No, now you're twisting words. And
he wants more answers to debunk.
Exactly.
Nah, dude, that's not the point. If there's drop over distance measurement directly, I want to know. And I'm hoping that one day maybe someone's going to show up. I'm not debunking anything. I'm just highlighting that you guys have what you say you have. It's actually quite entertaining. No, you don't.
Everybody who needs to know the radius of Earth knows nautical miles, and it works for them.
I understand that. I understand that
you're traveling in a straight line that doesn't deviate left or right, but will return to where it started in 21,600 nautical miles.
According to
they use that assumption, they travel and do amazing things. And only people who don't know how to do that think that those guys are getting it wrong.
Nah, dude, that is fine. That you can use it for practical purposes, and your model works supposedly. But that's basically a pragmatic fallacy. Or an appeal to pragmatism. Okay, that's the problem.
Yeah.
It might work in theory. It might work in theory, right? But out in practice, there's all sorts of deviations and adjustments that need to be accounted for in the real world, such that you don't really know how much off course from the theoretical model that you're trying to adhere to you actually are.
Pragmatism is about one of the best.
You got to admit that actually can be happening. So therefore, all we have to do is address the fucking elephant in the room.
Is that you keep asking for steak and you've never been fed it?
Yeah, because maybe you're the right way.
It's just barking.
Nah,
I was right.
Nah, man. Nah. It's an important question that I'm just waiting for that day that somebody can provide it. Now you can keep asserting.
Are you honestly waiting for that day?
Yeah, absolutely, man. That's why I keep asking you
is that
about this. Yeah, absolutely.
Sounds like
and you keep.
Obviously telling me that you are not looking forward to that day because you don't think it's going to happen because you're a flat earther.
I am waiting for that. I am waiting for that day, dude. I am waiting for that day because you know what it would mean? It would mean that I was wrong, and guess what? I fucking learned something.
Right. And when you get presented them,
so therefore, once you can. So therefore, if you have that, please provide it because it would solidify your construct that much more. Okay,
and help you understand it.
Well, maybe today's the day.
Dude, I heard you present it. I heard you 10 fucking times, dude. I understand. You travel 60 nautical miles. The fucking stars dropped in 1 degree. Okay, you do the math. You basically go around 21,000 nautical miles, and supposedly the star will have spun around 360 degrees in front of you or behind you or whatever, and then come back around.
Sure.
Okay, this is the theory. Now, problem is, number one, if you go east to west, that has been done billions of times. That's understood. Okay. Now, can you provide anyone who's done this observation going north to south?
No,
and
I'm
back
not
up.
going to be able to give you specific
random. Okay, thank you. So, should that actually be done, that would be a very interesting point to make. Okay, and not only if someone actually goes north to south and then back up around again in the first place, okay, but also doing
they don't follow the line of latitude
observation of the stars and measurement. Okay.
I mean, people have done circumpolar navigation where they go around the north and the south. Usually the complaint is just that they don't follow a specific line of latitude and do a dog leg after hitting.
That's not what I've seen, man. I've heard the claim that people have started in the north a little bit. They go down to the south. They turn around, go back to the north, go over to the other side, same thing, and or whatever. But actually go all the way around. Right. So if you're saying that they've actually gone over the South Pole, quote unquote, back up around the other side, all the way to the top, over the North Pole, and then back south down to wherever they started, That would be very fucking interesting. But that's a side issue from what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's happened a bunch of times.
Okay. Oh, has it? I'd like to see that. I've never seen that. In all honesty, that would be very interesting.
Yeah. Check out the plane speeds that they would have to be going. If the south is the wall, the plane speeds would tear the planes apart. It'd be like SR-71 Blackbird going around the Antarctic Rim. Unless the south is the center. Anyway.
I'm asking you.
Here's another one. Here's another one then.
I'm asking you if you have evidence for that. That would be very interesting. If you can't provide it, then forget it. Okay, but here's the problem. Now we're deviating from the initial point.
Your one more orbit did not do that, eggshells, and you know it.
What did they do?
Jackknife.
Exactly what I said they did.
Oh, Ghost Rider.
I said they got down to the South Pole and did a sharp turn.
They turned around. No, they did what Mick said they did. Not what you said they did. You said people have gone over Antarctica and come back around the other side of the globe. That's not what happened. Nobody's done.
What are you claim? What are you saying they didn't do?
Firstly, some of their paths that they show have contradicting areas where they enter and exit Antarctica, but they did not go down to Antarctica, go over Antarctica and come back up around the other side of the globe, right? They came down to Antarctica and they basically jackknifed, turned around and went back up again.
Well, they got to the South Pole is their claim, right?
I've been over this so many times, man, bringing up all the maps and showing people. Yeah, like, so they didn't like go.
He was just claiming. That sounds like
it was nothing like a great.
Which is they do a big turn.
What I was just saying.
Well, it's not a great circle in any way, shape, or form. Nothing like that, right? They're not.
Didn't say it was. I said depends how precisely. The complaint usually is that it doesn't follow a single line of longitude. If they get to the South Pole and they do a turn.
Bro, nah. Earlier you said in theory. Okay, you're explaining the Great Circle Route stuff, that you can actually go over the north, come back down, go over the south, and come back. And that would be as the equivalent of starting, let's say, at the equator.
Any line of longitude is a Great Circle Route. Yeah.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that. Okay. But going around in such manner, is according to the model. So if there's no evidence that anyone's actually done that, to confirm that this is actually what's going on, well, that's a problem.
But that's a very silly standard, if you don't mind me saying.
No, it's not a silly standard, dude. It's not a silly standard.
It's a standard if you don't want to look at the evidence fairly. If you're like somebody who's stuck to a line of longitude is like, why? We've got satellites in space taking photos of volcanoes as they erupt, and that's not enough for you. With the dust cloud being perfect in covering these cities, and we've got bushfires in Australia, and none of it's good enough for you. But this one will convince you, despite your 100% track record of throwing it out. Come on, man. Just drop the pretense that you're going to be convinced by this. It's not honest. It's not honest.
Now you're strawman. Nah, dude. That's not what happened at all.
You have a 100% track record of throwing out these evidences, don't you? Did you say that or not?
No, because they're not evidences. They're claims that have no substance to them.
Right, but you still ask for them.
They're not even really claims. They're words that come out of people's mouths. They're supposedly evidences to something.
Yeah,
but they don't hold up to scrutiny.
Mathematical proof that you are doing a great circle route that doesn't turn left or right. Here's another way to test it. Let me give you another one.
How about this? You want to give me a geometric and mathematical proof? Okay. And provide a fucking measurement for drop over distance of the surface of the earth. Period. That's the nail in the fucking coffin, dude.
I've got one.
Everyone keeps avoiding it.
I've got it for you. I've got it. Okay. So
I don't need a theoretical one, dude.
Would you say that
I don't need a theoretical one, dude. I'm not asking for that. I'm not asking for that. You're trying to offer something I didn't ask for.
This is childish. I'm just going to nope.
It's not childish, dude. You're the one being the fucking child. You can't hold up to scrutiny. All right.
Demanding. Do you understand that you're just demanding something you've got a 100% track record of throwing out, but you're not actually having a discussion?
I am having discussions with people about this.
There's no exchange of ideas. I've got no idea.
There is.
All I know is you want evidence and you'll definitely disagree with it.
No, man.
It's got to be in a different form to the last one I presented.
No, man.
We can't discuss one thing for any amount of time. It needs to be a different thing that I can throw out.
Is your bullshit evidence hypothetical or is it a fucking measurement? Let's cut the shit.
Yeah. dude, like now you're trying to like get in my head and know what I think. Like, fuck you, man.
Oh,
you don't know
telling you
shit.
how you're behaving.
Come in here,
You're
you
doing
say
it
you
to me
have
right
stuff.
now.
We scrutinize. Nah, you come in here, you say you have stuff. We scrutinize it.
When did
We
I say
point out where the problems are, and you don't address the goddamn problems. What the fuck's your problem?
The problems are you dreaming up funky star stuff.
Dreaming up funky star stuff. Nah, man. I'm saying I don't know. I'm saying I don't know, but what I do know is
right?
The point is, the nail in the coffin is the one thing that no one wants to address, or no one seems to be able to know of anyone who has addressed it, being the thing that is actually tangible, and it's right below our fucking feet, man.
Sure. And you haven't tested it? You've never tested it, correct?
I have not personally tested it, but I can cite many people who have. Okay.
Okay.
So if you have something, I can provide some stuff if you want. I'll put it in the chat after.
Sure.
Now, if you can provide something else,
no. I've told you how tired I am of that. Let's do this new thing instead. Put one of yours in the chat, please. It'll be great.
Yeah.
We'll have a nice chat. Honestly, we'll have a nice chat. I'll be a gentleman. It'll be fun. You can present your one. I'll be understanding. I won't attack you. I just need this old thing to stop so the new thing can start, because this is awful, man.
It's not. It is awful. You don't have anything.
Show me your measurements that you're happy with.
Okay, I'll cite some stuff.
Thank you.
And if you have some stuff, that would be great.
I've got no evidence. The Earth's probably not a globe. I've got no good reasons for thinking that it is.
Not saying you don't have any good reasons to think it is, dude. There's a lot of there's stuff that can lead you to infer that it might be, but to come in here and say for sure it is. I'm not saying you have, but people have.
Sure.
This is a problem.
Globers do that. I think globers do misspeak in that way.
Yeah, a lot of people do. I've yet to hear you actually say that, but what you're talking about now, there seems to be basically, flirting with that type of thinking.
Sure. I think that certainty is the mind killer. Certainty is the thing that makes us.
Yeah. And that's why a lot of people in here press these questions, because we are not certain, and we're looking for people who claim that they are, and why.
Oh, I don't think there's much uncertainty in this room. I've never heard anybody sound to me like they fairly weigh evidence here. And
not this one, man.
It, right? It can't be the case. Let's just put it this way. It can't be the case that all of the evidence is terrible and every airline pilot, the overlap between airline pilots and flat earthers, to my knowledge, to this day, I've never met either one in the wrong group, right? So what we're suggesting is
there's loads of pilots who are flat earthers.
That all of the pilots are completely tricked, completely hoodwinked into using this nautical miles system to travel around the globe and pick their bearings across a globe, including people like my father who chose his own routes. And they've all been hoodwinked, and yet on the other hand, you have never.
Hold on a minute. Why do you always pull your dick over nautical miles? Didn't nautical miles only get fucking put in like 29 or 30?
It doesn't matter. What does it matter when it was put in?
So what did they use before then? Magic fairy dust. I notice a common thing with you. You always use degrees. You always use nautical miles. You always use some obscure, fucked up, weird measurement just because. Why? Why don't you just use either miles or fucking kilometers like everyone else? Anyways, you and Mick can go quiet for a while, because I'm pretty sure I've seen Vermilion in here and I've seen Jedi in here too, and I'm sure that Jedi wanted to ask him something.
I would love to hear you guys go at it, man. I've been going at it for like 45 minutes. My voice is cutting out. Okay, I'm fucking sick of this shit. He just can't answer an honest question.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, Mick. Don't worry. He's been like it forever. Nothing's gonna change.
I believe it.
Hey, Jedi, are you there, mate?
That would be interesting. Probably sick of my shit, so maybe not. Eggs, I hate raising my voice and getting all hot and shit over this stuff. Yeah, I hate doing it in general. But man, some of you guys really get me there. So I do apologize. But
I think if you understood my argument,
you don't seem to be.
No, you don't seem to be very honest about this stuff.
I disagree.
What am I dishonest about? What do you mean I'm dishonest?
Half these idiots are shills, and the other half are just too dumb to understand this. This is the problem.
What was I dishonest about? That's
you're not answering my questions honestly, man.
Answering the question. You're not engaging, sir.
Yeah, you're circling around. Okay, you're asserting that I'm not listening to you, even though I'm articulating your points. I'm trying to point some stuff out, and you just keep going round in circles. Like I don't understand. You don't.
Because I'm saying it is a measurement of drop over distance, and it seems like what happens is I get asked for one, and then we start talking about that one, and that's thrown out, and I'm asked for another.
Now, dude, you
never shown any drop over distance.
Dude, a drop over distance on the ground is not the same as looking up in the sky, seeing some lights move around, and then doing some math to maybe guess what it might be on the ground, assuming X, Y, Z, A, B, C. Okay,
I get why you're disregarding that. I'm trying to point out that you don't even need the sky. That this is a geometric relationship about a surface, about a surface that you could just test in terms of can I draw a triangle with these kind of routes? Just looking at the ground, because you don't need the sky anymore for this, right? If you know where you are on the ground from some other method.
Hold on, I thought you were talking about a star moves 1 degree.
That's how it's originally set, right?
Right. Well, right. So you do have to refer to the stars, basically, to track where you're going and to do the measurement of, did 1 degree move? That means I must have gone to 60 nautical miles, et cetera, et cetera.
Not really, no. What I'm saying is that's that degree for distance remaining linear. Whereas if we're on a flat surface and the star Polaris was a fixed distance above the surface, then as we moved away from it, then the relationship looking up to it would be a trigonometric one, right? Because the whole thing would draw a right angle triangle. It would go Polaris down to the North Pole, or it could be sigma octantis, right? Polaris down to the North Pole and then along to me, and that would be a triangle, which means I would go further and further and further away, and it would drop lower and lower and lower in my sky. But it would drop at a slower and slower and slower rate, right?
I understand that, sir. Right. I understand that. I understand. So here's your first assumption in that thing, that the thing is at a fixed distance. You're assuming it's some sort of, fixed orb or ball hanging in free space or something.
Yeah.
Who's making that claim that is what's going on?
Everybody. It looks to all of us like that.
Okay, so it appears that people are making that claim. Okay, so now I see why you may have assumed that I might have done that because you've seen it so many times. I don't make that claim. It's actually partially why I was pressing on the other stuff about we don't know what's going up over there, and then when you brought up that possibility that whatever's going on up there would be such that it appears, like it's like we are on a ball because it's moving as if we are on a ball, right? Yeah. I applaud you for that thing because we don't know what that phenomena is, but it sure as hell could be a possibility, and that would lead one to consider that maybe they're not just fixated, 3-dimensional objects just hanging in a certain coordinate, a coordinate. A three-dimensional coordinate point somewhere up there that you see. You
sun isn't a physical object, is what you're saying.
I didn't say that. I'm not talking about the sun. We're talking about the stars here.
Right.
Okay. We're talking about Polaris, for example.
Right.
Something that would move 1 degree after we move, in some direction, 60 nautical miles. Yeah, that's what we're talking about here.
For the sun, all the rest of the celestial bodies, right?
I don't know enough to make that claim. Okay, I'm just going with what you're talking. I'm saying I don't listen to my words. I don't know enough to make the claim. Okay, my point being is simply what I just said. Okay, about the star stuff. It's not. It's an unknown for me, and seemingly for everyone else who comes in here and tries to make the claim and then falls to scrutiny. This is why I'm hard pressed.
So let's try a different way. Then I've got a different measurement of curvature for you. Can we?
If it's not, here's the problem, dude. If it doesn't have anything to do with the ground,
Okay,
ground.
I don't want to hear
Still
it
using
because
the stars. Still using the
they're
stars,
incorrect.
but it is ground.
I don't know. I need ground, dude. And you know what?
Okay,
You know why this
you
is
need to
so funny?
explain- you need
know
to
why?
explain
Hold
why,
on. And I'll tell you why this is so funny. Because according to the standard model, okay, the drop over distance is actually quite palatable. It's not an insignificant amount that you need like micrometer fucking precision for, that no one has the capacity to do because the tools are too expensive or something. It's stupid.
What?
8 inches per mile squared if you use the parabolic approximation.
Yeah,
Okay.
What are you talking about though?
8 inches per mile squared. You start at some point. Okay. You look out. You look out. After 1 mile, you expect 8 inches. 8 times 1 squared. 8 times 1. 8 inches. 2 miles.
Yeah. And by the way, he's got to do that over water. Right? He has to do that over water because over land he'll just show you a hill.
Exactly.
So you've got to do that over water.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, you're right.
Preferably warm water, because those days you'll get flat Earth results. Make sure you do it on a warm day.
that you're talking to a tryhard, right, Mick? Everything that you've just said, everything you just said, he already knows at least 5 or 10 times over. Eggshells is a Bollywood star. He's an actor, but he's a professional shit talker.
Yeah. So he's just pretending that he doesn't know this stuff.
Who's paying you? Eggshells, if you can just tell us who's paying you and their email address, I'd be really appreciative. Let me know.
You don't know the depths at which Eggshells can go to these arguments just to tie you up in knots.
Yeah, he's done a good job. He's done a real good job. So he circles back always to the 1 degree star movement per 60 nautical miles. I'm asking for something that solidifies that, like the curvature drop over distance rate. He's like, oh, well, that is a drop over distance because the star movement.
What I was saying is, why do you get to throw out the stars?
Yeah,
that's what I was asking.
So he's going to continue to divert to tie you back up in the knot that you were in with just using wordplay.
Yeah, I was
watch this. He'll entice you. Watch.
He has no reason. I was going to say he has no reason to throw out the stars except that they debunk his worldview because they're clearly spheres orbiting.
Here comes Mick. Here comes Mick. Go ahead, Mick.
Nah, I'm good, man. I told you many times, man. That's not it.
Yeah. So if we treat the stars as doing what our senses tell them they are, then we're probably on a sphere. But maybe they're not doing that. I agree. I just think it's very improbable.
Very improbable. You hear his language? Does anybody pick up on what he's saying?
I'd like to hear how you calculate that probability.
Yeah, but I know. But we're asking for things that we're asking for things that he cannot do. He can't do any of those things.
I trust myself. So my senses tell me there are spheres out there orbiting spheres.
My senses tell me they're orbiting spheres.
Sight, sound, touch, taste, or smell. Do you smell them? You fucking idiot.
What a retard, man.
So
all right. So if you're gonna entertain anything, sorry to interject. Just final comment. I couldn't find the second piece I was looking for. Assuming you're actually interested in not just being a jackass. Okay, you check out the laser experiment I posted. Jedi posted that in one of the archive things. Okay, I doubt it, but hey, you asked for it, so there's something good.
That's cool. Somebody did post that one, I think, a while back.
Shut the fuck up, Eggshells. You know how many times we posted this to him? About 100,000 times. You know how many times he rejected it? 100,000 times. Like, dude, this is. If you don't know who he is, fucking okay. Look, write on your notebook, put it on a sticky note. Every time you see that avatar and the name, don't fucking fall for his shenanigans. Like, he's really good at tying people up in knots just with the wordplay. He's not in it for truth. He doesn't give a fuck about what you post. He's not going to look into your shit. He's just all about assumptions based. He's assumptions based, dude. He's a
it's all it's just rhetoric with him.
That's it.
Straw manning you left and right too. Constantly trying to frame your position. If he doesn't have a rebuttal, he just says something to make it sound ridiculous. He uses ridicule. He's a fucking politician. Doesn't have any good. It's just all right.
Check this out.
Blatantly obvious.
Mac. He's gonna keep you on your heels. The burden of proof is yours, sir, not his. And he's real good at making you seem like the burden is yours, and you've been doing the song and dance that he likes. So if you've never stopped and listened to what he does, He makes it sound like you have the burden of proof and you owe him. And you've been doing it the whole way through. You've been playing right into his hand. That's what he does, dude. He eggshells does this shit all day.
Yeah, earlier he feels the flat earthers are getting spanked.
You see?
Earlier
Look
when
at him. Do you see how he says? Listen, Mick. Listen how he talks about you.
I didn't think you were getting
He's
spanked.
spanking
He
you,
obviously did.
See? He said he's spanking you. Sorry. What do you think about that, Mick?
No, it's a joke, man. For the last 45 minutes, I've been asking him for his stuff, and he can't provide it. And he asked me to...
Got 100% track records maintained. Well done.
See? Look at him.
Yeah, of course. It's pathetic. He can't provide the evidence. There's one fucking key.
We've never served you steak.
He's not willing to provide it.
Redoing the old gags because you kept coming back to the restaurant, but you're still asking for steak.
You live for this shit, huh, Shells?
It's funny. It's funny.
You live for this
that he doesn't have the steak.
No, he gets paid for this, bros. He gets paid to do this. He doesn't do this for free.
Who the fuck would pay anybody?
That doesn't matter. Who cares whether he does it?
No, I think eggshells gets a kick out of this.
I think that's why you guys like this, because that would elevate.
See, now we're painted with that broad brush. We're painted with that broad brush. Everybody thinks that he's here getting paid. He's here getting paid. Dude, one guy said that.
I responded to the one person who did say that.
Dude, you were saying like, now you guys are all in here. Like, nobody gives a fuck.
Did I say you guys?
Yeah, you did.
I thought I said he's.
You're tying your own shit up in knots, dude. I
beg your pardon.
You don't need to beg your pardon. But I mean, you really got nothing to offer, man. You're basically bankrupt. You're trying to cash a check in that is fucking void. Like, there's no way. Except for new people who haven't heard you, you just tie them up in knots because you keep them on the burden of proof because you know how to do it, right? You played this game far too long.
Dodging a burden is weak. I wouldn't be proud about the fact that you dodge a burden of proof.
Well, that's what you do all day, dude. And then you reverse the burden.
Shoulder burdens of proof.
No, you don't.
Well, sure I held your feet
regularly post links in the chat all day long.
Right.
Dude, I held your feet to the fire for 45 fucking minutes.
Yeah. And Alpha thought you were doing so well. He came here to rescue you.
No, man. It's not about rescuing. I was done anyway. He chimed in right on
you were
time.
Invoking bendy light and stuff. That's what he didn't like. That's all.
Dude.
I'm not invoking anything.
So no, I get it. Both sides have bendy light. Like,
shut up. On top of me, like coming in and telling you what he does, he tries to pit us against each other. He's good at shit like that, man. He wants to stir up the pot. Yeah. And then he's like he plays pigeon chess. He shits on the board and then he flies away. He'll fucking fuck off while everybody's in disarray. That's what he does, dude.
Pigeon shit.
He does that shit.
It's sad.
Well, when you see his name, that's what he's good for. He doesn't look at your shit. He won't look into it. He'll just stay to his shtick. Anyway.
Yeah, he's got a script, man. He gets paid to do it. I promise you he gets paid. I can swear to you on that.
It's a fun idea.
Anyway.
How much? What do you reckon would be the pay rate?
Shut the fuck up, dude. We're going to talk to new people. Fuck off. Don't fuck around with your scripts that you're going to learn for your next movie or some shit. Anyway, we got some new people in here. We got Meow is in here. Welcome, Meow. Oliver's in here. What's up, Oliver? Let's see. Ghost Rider. Why was he muted? Oh, what's Ghost Rider?
Ghost Rider's the guy who was super spamming the mic.
Super spamming the mic?
Yeah, like ear raping it.
Oh.
Yes, spazzing out.
Spazzing out, huh? James Richard? Oh, James, what the fuck did you do this time?
Yo, Mick.
Fucking James. I guess that's it, right? We don't have any more. Raised by Goats.
Yo,
oh,
Mick.
That's Fox.
What's up?
That video you posted, the 28.6 mile? Holy shit.
Gets better, man. There's a 41 too.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Pretty good stuff, man.
I mean, that kills a globe. You don't need to bury it, bro. Let them bury themselves.
Well, whoever muted Ghost Rider, he's promising not to spam, so he's asking for a discussion with Alpha by the looks.
Let's see. All right, go ahead, Ghost. Yeah. You're unmuted, man. Ghost Rider, you there? Maybe not. Oh, I'm on my laptop. Just came here to listen. James Richards said he doesn't know what he did. He said he was laughing or something. All right, then. Jedi's in the chat. What's up, Jedi? Hey, Alpha. What's up, man? No, nothing much, bro. How's the UK treating you? That's all right. Just had some coffee.
Yeah, have some scones and biscuits. Scones and tea.
And biscuits.
Passed out. Don't lie.
And high tea.
Shoot, you can buy everybody tea, AJ. Shoot.
Maybe.
And nobody wanted to attack the central argument.
Oh God, what's the central argument, man? Dare I ask?
It relates to the same one from the other day, the equator.
Assumptions upon assumptions, layer cake of assumptions.
Observations.
Assumptions.
Mathematics.
Assumptions.
Easy.
You think assumptions are the best way to detail what we understand about the physical and natural world? See,
Yeah,
I
observations, make assumptions, then test them.
See?
Exactly.
What did I tell you, Mick? That's his roadmap. That's his roadmap.
It's so easy, man, that like a newbie like me took you out. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, just look upon the world and whatever you assume, just run with it, man. Whatever you feel like, just go with it. You just use your assumptions. Make sure you have lots of them.
I mean, it's. What about the ones for the Earth being rotating?
Yeah, just assume. Assume it's rotating.
Yeah, exactly. If everything is in the sky is rotating, maybe the Earth is rotating as well, right? Same.
How would you
right?
discern if something is rotating? If the Earth
we
was
just look
like
at the
maybe
sky.
rotating?
No, we just look at the sky, and if the sky is rotating, then the Earth is rotating. Simple, right?
Yeah, obviously, it's an assumption.
I mean, deductively, that is like.
There you go.
Sorry, inductively, that's not a bad. That's not
that would be
bad
fallacious.
Guess.
That
right?
would be fallacious. That would be fallacious.
Yeah, it's a heuristic. It's not a
would it be fallacious?
way of reaching the truth.
Would it be fallacious
on a pig?
Would it be fallacious to do that?
If it was used in a therefore setting, but if otherwise it's a heuristic, that's fine.
So would that be fallacious reasoning or not? Would that be fallacious reasoning or not?
No, because I wasn't using
of course
not. I was.
Well, it would be fallacious reasoning. That's why you need to know what a fallacy is. You need to look up what a fallacy means.
You need to know what an inferential argument is.
If you're fallacious in your reasoning, we shouldn't listen to you, sir.
Not necessarily fallacious reasoning if he's just pointing out one of the choices that we've got. It would be fallacious for him to say that is actually what is happening without any other further evidence.
Exactly. Yes.
No, it's fallacious for him to say because the sky is moving, the Earth is therefore moving. That's fallacious, and that's what he's saying.
Yeah, that was fallacious. Yeah, whoever said that,
and you said that,
committed a fallacy. Did I? Wow, nobody else heard me say that. I didn't hear me say that because I didn't say that, yet you did.
So you think the Earth moves because the sky moves? That's what you think?
For a variety of reasons.
There you go. That's fallacious.
He confirmed it, right? Didn't he confirm it?
For a variety of reasons, and you went, so that's fallacious.
So what other reasons?
So, like, that's what I was saying. How would you test it? Like, if you
reversing the argument, no, he's asking you a question, Egg. Don't do the song and dance with Jedi. I'm going to catch you right when you do it.
Mechanical gyro compass is pretty good.
From memory, I think what you actually stated is that we see the sun, moon, and stars move. So it's a good inference to say that it's the Earth that's actually moving, not those.
It's more probable, yeah. Like, if I were to stack them up as 50-50, I would go, absolutely everything else is spinning or I'm spinning. And every other time I ask that question, right, because I'm on a merry-go-round, because, I'm in a car that's been T-boned, or I'm at an amusement park, something like that, it's a pretty good bet if everything else is spinning, I'm actually the one spinning, because I've seen that before and that's exactly what it looks like.
Yeah, but you've also been stationary and seen things move around you.
Well, I've been in a teacup ride where you're spinning around an axis, moving in
You've
this sort of funny path.
You've also just been stationary. All right, you can sit down and watch other things move about you. You can sit down and watch an aircraft fly above you, clouds move above you. You can be stationary and you can determine that those things that are moving. You've only ever got 3 choices within us. Everything is moving. The Earth is moving, the stars are stationary. The stars are moving, the Earth is stationary. You've only got those choices. You said other reasons. What other reasons? Because you said it's a pretty good bet. Yeah, 1 in 3.
Yeah, like similar to what it sounded like Mick was flirting with, like some sort of simulation thing where it's like it's a mistaken assumption to even look at them because da da da. That's what I sort of leave the realm of other reasons. Really, I'm not saying I know what they are and I can list them for you now, and they're central to my argument.
Okay, it's just hard to say that to put your hat on one of those arguments without any other further evidence would be silly.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, to me, I'm not, as I keep saying, not pretending to be a scientist. I think we're just all muddling along to try and find the best answer, but we're going to be,
Mr. Eggshells,
go along with bias based on things we already think to be true. Some of those wrong. G'day, mate. How are you, Ollie?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, doing well.
Tell me, why doesn't a gyro drift over time?
Why doesn't it?
Yes.
Well, it should. A sufficiently precise gyro will, you can sue the company if it doesn't detect the rotation of Earth. If it should detect it and it doesn't, you could just sue the company and just say, this gyro should be detecting an eastward drift of 15 degrees per hour. It doesn't.
Do you have evidence that a gyro compass would exhibit noticeable drift over time?
What do you mean noticeable drift? It should find and stay lock-on north if it's calibrated correctly.
A gyro should maintain a stable orientation, right, independent of any rotational motion. If the Earth was rotating, a compass would, naturally exhibit noticeable drift over time. Why don't we exhibit noticeable drift?
What do you mean drift? I'm not following that.
What are you not following?
Drift. Describe drift. What kind of drift? What's drift?
So in a rotating system, objects that rely on angular momentum, like gyros do, would drift because of the Earth rotating beneath them. Like drift will be the compass trying to maintain its orientation relative to inertial references.
Right. So yeah, the mechanical gyro compass works based on that principle. So it's not that it then tips over. What it does is it turns that torque of wanting to tip over and then reorients itself so it always is pointed like it's using the vector of down, the local vector of down. And
if we assume the Earth is spinning, right, the gyro would need to continuously adjust to account for the spin.
It's sort of, it doesn't need to adjust. It is set by, it finds the axis of north south. That's how it works. So
the expected behavior on a sphere, right, is Earth spins, gyro would need to spin to adjust orientation to account for spin. I mean, the adjustment would eventually manifest as gradual change in the compass's alignment, which means the compass slowly drifts out of alignment.
No. That's that. I mean, if that happens, show me where that's claimed to happen. But the kind of the compass, the mechanical gyro compass finds due north or due south, not magnetic north, and it doesn't get out of alignment because of the rotation of Earth over time. It finds north-south due to the Earth's rotation over time. So it's not getting pushed out by it. That's central to its function. Because it's rotating about that north-south axis. That's the drift that you're talking about, and that's why it can essentially point to that axis.
I'm talking about a lack of drift.
Yeah, that's how it's designed to work.
It's okay, so the lack of drift is my issue. My concern is if the Earth was spinning, a gyro would need to adjust to account for the rotation of the Earth. The issue I can't really
to adjust. An ordinary gyro will process, as in tip over. A gyro compass will always be oriented locally horizontally because that's how you read it, and it will stay that way, but turn that normal precession that the other gyros are experiencing due to the way it works with having this weight on the bottom to compare it to the vector of down. It's pulled towards the axis of north-south. It experiences a torque until it's aligned with north-south. So it's a normal gyro would have this drift that you're talking about that would need to be accounted for, like in an internal, navigation system for a rocket or something.
Well, my issue is a normal gyro is designed to stay oriented in space based off angular momentum, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
And if the Earth was spinning, the gyro would have to adjust its position to keep pointing true north, right?
Yeah.
And if it was rotating, we would expect the gyro to show gradual change in alignment over time, right?
If north moves, sure, yeah.
Sure, and the change in alignment, we would call that drift. Would you agree?
No, that's probably where I'm confused. Like I would say it stays locked on north. So the only movement of north, the only movement of the faceplate of the compass is going to be if your orientation to north. Like if you're way up near the north and you're sailing in one of those Arctic circles, or because you've changed the bearing of the ship.
Well, the drift is just me putting a name to gradual change in alignment over time. The compass needs to keep pointing to true north as the ground moves beneath it, right?
Yeah.
As it moves, we would naturally expect the compass to show a gradual change in alignment. Do you agree with that point?
That's the bit I'm kind of lost on. It should say locked on north. Gradual change in alignment sounds like it's no longer locked on north.
Well, it would try to stay locked onto north, but the ground beneath it is moving, so the gyro would have to continuously adjust to maintain true north.
No, that's where you're getting misunderstood. That's
Explain that to me, because my understanding is if the Earth is rotating, the compass should experience drift as it tries to maintain true north.
That's what I'm saying. A gyro will, an ordinary gyro will, and there is a thing that is sometimes called a gyro compass that shouldn't be, that is a gyro heading indicator. And what that is like a gyroscopic thing that probably would have this effect, that the idea is you spin up a gyro and lock it on what north is, and then you might use that to navigate through where you're going to do tight turns repeatedly, and the mechanical gyro compass will lose its lock and take a while to find it again or not be spun up yet. And so you do use this thing, which would be subject to the things we were talking about, where you spin this other gyro up, but you tell it where north is. And then you keep using that thing's heading of north. Now, that one I think probably, I don't know much about them, but I think probably would be affected by the thing you're talking about, that it would be processing as the Earth turns eastwards. But the device I'm talking about is called a mechanical gyro compass, and they were developed
the mechanicals are fine. So my question is...
And it works... I don't know how many other ways to say it except the ways I've already said it. The way it works, the way the machine is designed to always stay facing up, keep the gyro oriented horizontally, but mean a torque will be applied as it is aligned with the north-south axis of the Earth.
Yeah, but I don't get it, right? We're assuming the Earth is rotating, right?
Yeah, that's how it works, yeah.
Yeah, so Earth is rotating. Why doesn't the gyro... Also, why do they remain stable and show no drift when the gyro is spinning and the Earth is spinning?
I don't know how many more ways to say it to you, because that's the design.
You're saying it, but I just don't get it.
You might need to look into it, but what you're talking about with the drift is that's a function of a gyro if you want to detect angular change, right? But you don't have to just detect angular change. Gyros can also be used to, for example, maintain angular heading. So they're used that way in boats. Where
they have to keep in mind a gyro it spins, right? It maintains orientation due to conservation of angular momentum. It resists change due to axis of rotation, which allows it to stay stable. So the gyro compass is a specific type of gyroscope that's meant to align itself with Earth's rotational axis that points, to true north and not magnetic north. But the concept that I don't get is the concept of drift, which gradual deviation of the gyro's orientation due to Earth's rotation, right? If Earth rotating beneath it, because the gyro is stationary, the gyro must adjust to remain aligned with true north. That's a concept I don't get.
Yeah, but that's why I'm just trying to say it to you. The thing that you're describing like it's a flaw is the function of this machine. It is detecting that force that should be causing it to drift. But it's not detecting it. And it is using the detection of that force, a torque that is applied to it, that by being able to detect that torque that makes the gyro want to be out of alignment, as you're putting it, that's how it gets its alignment.
But if the Earth is rotating beneath a stationary gyro,
yes,
the gyro has to remain aligned with true north. So as the Earth spins, the gyro would need to adjust for the spin, no?
No. I just don't know how many other ways to say it.
But I don't get it. It's not making sense to me.
I get that.
Am I like being ridiculous? Does anyone else think I'm crazy?
They are like a confusing idea.
But I don't think I'm confused.
The question you're asking makes sense to me, but it's what you're describing. I don't know. I just keep saying it in different ways, but basically saying the same thing. What you're describing sounds like a flaw.
I think I think you're right. I am. Yeah, I don't know a lot about gyros. I know a little bit. Yeah. But once it's aligned with true north, then it should be showing some type of drift to stay on true north if the Earth was rotating beneath it.
No.
However, the claim of the gyro is that if it does show any type of drift, then there's some sort of error occurring. And this drift is also not... we don't see the same drift every time. It's not always 15 degrees per hour. So I think
Where's that?
What I am trying to say is that we're not seeing this drift. Why aren't we seeing this drift?
Well, I mean,
trying to maintain a heading.
To me, that would be that would necessitate that all gyros that claim to be more precise than 15 degrees per hour, all of them would need to be lying about the precision of their instruments, or manufacturing in some sort of sensor that can know what true east is or true north-south is, because every gyro sold for precise, like scientific or mining or engineering functions, will be detecting an eastward drift.
Well, my main point is the gyros are so consistent across various altitudes and locations that there must be some sort of reason why they're so consistent. Because
they all detect 15 degrees per hour, depending on...
Because if the Earth was rotating, gyros should exhibit different behaviors based on geographic locations, equator, poles, and the consistency in performance implies that the gyro is not affected by something that we believe to be a rotating Earth. The gyroscope's precession, in specific, would occur when gravity hits a gyro, right? If the Earth was spinning, we would expect noticeable precession due to coriolis, of course. The absence of this gives me a headache, right? I don't understand why the gyro operates in a non-rotating frame.
Because it's harnessing it. That's all I can say. That what you're talking about is drift is a force, right? A torque that is a rotational force, and that will go into any other gyro that is just locked off in 3 axes, locked off in space. That'll be tilting, indicating that we are turning eastward. In order to
meanwhile, if I hover in a helicopter, the atmosphere just drags me along with it. Yeah. Meanwhile, yeah.
No, it's not the atmosphere. It's conservation of angular momentum.
So I can't actually I can't get in a helicopter, go up a little bit, wait for the Earth to rotate underneath me and land again. I can't do that, can I?
No, that's insane.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, that's insane, isn't it? Yeah.
Sorry, that's
infinite fuel.
No, that's insane.
It's just failing to understand the principles of physics. F equals ma says that would be a massive energetic thing. If you took off and landed in 2 different places, there would be a huge amount of energy put into the system.
Well, the Earth is moving, right? You're saying that, right?
As are we, right? So let's say you do this on the equator. The equator's going 1,000 miles an hour. How fast are you going?
Actually, how about we do
if I'm levitating,
How about
if I'm
we take
levitating
4
in a helicopter?
helicopters? Oh wait, 4 helicopters. One goes north, one goes south, one east, one west. If you truly had conversation of momentum, or conservation of momentum, tongue twister. Yeah, you'd find out that one of the helicopters would be lagging behind when they're flying in said direction.
Could be actually, yeah.
What?
And appearing to curve in their
I'm not talking about. They're not going anywhere. They're just lifting up. They're just hovering above the surface of the Earth. They're not going anywhere. They're just lifting up and hovering in situ. That's it. You're telling me they're traveling at 1,000 miles an hour, even though they're hovering in the same spot. Yeah. That's how dumb you are.
I mean, you were both traveling at the same speed when you took off. I don't know when you expected this massive speed differential to turn up.
You're the one saying that helicopters hovering above the ground. You're saying they're traveling at 1,000 miles an hour. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, same as that I am on the ground looking at the helicopter. I'm also
but it doesn't look like they're traveling at 1,000 miles. Looks like they're just standing still, dude. I don't know.
Yeah, almost like very smooth paths. Geodesics look like 0G. It's come on, man. It's very simple.
And most stupid people blag it until the very end. Yeah.
Well, just traveling in a straight path doesn't feel like anything. Surely you understand.
I'll tell you what. Is this option is this option possible? Because this is how it seems, right? Is the Earth stationary and the object that's hovering above it is stationary until it accelerates in a direction? I mean, that's what it looks like.
That also works.
Awesome. And the stars and the sun and all of that could be moving, and the Earth could most definitely be stationary. I mean, it's pretty fucking simple, right?
Sure. Yeah. Provided we also accept that something's going on with the stars, that they look exactly the way they should if we're on a ball, and a bunch of other things line up with a ball, like distances.
Distances, but we can't measure distances. Awesome.
Yeah, you can with nautical miles.
Yeah, like 5,400 nautical miles.
Bro, you haven't measured any of the distances, bro. You haven't measured the distance to anything. So what distances are you talking about?
Hold on. Yes, we have.
You can do a game. You can do a game where you
measured something.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, sorry. We have got a measurement. You brought up nautical miles, 5,400 from 90 degrees at your zenith to 0 degrees on the horizon. Right? That's a distance, isn't it?
Sure, yeah.
Awesome stuff. That's the basis of the celestial sphere, isn't it? You underneath the dome of the sky. You underneath the dome of the sky, represented by a protractor, and you measuring angles to distances along the exterior of that protractor. So this is how we, for example, measure.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's what we do along a straight baseline.
Do we? When you say that's what we do, who's the we?
Hold on. Yes, that's exactly what we do. The celestial sphere model was represented by a protractor, and you in the middle of that protractor measuring the angles outwards to the exterior of that protractor. Those two straight lines. One of those straight lines being one of those straight lines, the base of the protractor is a horizontal. That's a distance measurement with angles. 5,400 in one direction, 10,800 if you do the whole 180 degrees of the protractor. The basis of the celestial sphere, the basis of celestial navigation. That's a distance along a horizontal plane.
What's the claim? Why does it match up to the maths of a circle?
Because you match it up.
Why does it?
Because you've got an arch in the sky, right?
Doesn't change anything. Geometry doesn't change shit.
Yeah, it's the change from the horizontal to the curve in the sky. That's the distance.
Shit. Like show that mathematically.
That's what the Haversine formula does.
You can do this without the Haversine formula.
Converts to distance.
But it's irrelevant to the Haversine formula.
We're talking about
without the Haversine formula. Therefore, it's irrelevant to it.
We can do it without the Haversine formula. That's right. 5,400 nautical miles along a horizontal baseline. Yep.
Sure. Can you draw this?
Yes, a protractor. The celestial sphere.
Okay. Why is a protractor curved?
Because we're measuring angles.
Right. So anytime we're measuring angles, we've got to use a circle, right? Or a portion of.
Every time we're measuring elevation angles above a horizontal to things like stars in the sky for celestial navigation. Yeah.
We're using a circle.
We can use along a horizontal vertical axis. I said elevation angle up to stars in the sky. Yeah, we can use horizontal ones. Of course we can. That would be bearing angles. Again, using a horizontal. But we're talking about always measuring angles. You mentioned it earlier. Changing angle for your aircraft using that coordinate system. This coordinate system, the celestial sphere, is based on the horizontal and vertical angle measurements up to stars.
You've said the celestial sphere a few times. Can we talk about it for a second?
Yeah, do you want a picture?
I don't think you know what it is.
Well, do you think it is a full? Do you think it is a full sphere?
He doesn't know what it is. You don't know what it is, do you?
Well, he's used the word sphere. I'd like to know what he means.
Do you know what celestial sphere is, Egg? Do you know what it is?
I would like to know what he means when he says.
No, do you know what it is?
I've got my definition for it. I'd like.
No,
to know
it's not your definition, sir. It's the definition. It is what it is. Do you know what it is? Yes or no?
Am I going to get your definition exactly right without knowing?
Man. How many times do I have to tell you it's the definition? Not mine, not yours, not Jedi's. It's the definition.
Right. I'm not going to find possibly a slightly different wording for a definition somewhere else.
Can you just tell me if you know the definition for the celestial sphere?
No.
Okay. Well, there you go, Jedi.
Is that it? That was your whole contribution?
Yeah. Because you're going to talk about something that you don't know what it is. So Jedi's going to be wasting his breath because you're like, oh, you're wrong. And you don't know what it is.
Okay. So Jedi, do you think it is a full sphere, the celestial sphere? I.e. the stars are laid out as a sphere, a sort of map for the stars?
No, it's a hemisphere. But as you move with distance, the way that it's portrayed is a 360 degrees vertically around you and below you. As you move, more is projected upwards and downwards depending on the direction that you're going.
So when you said celestial sphere, you meant celestial hemisphere?
Yeah, because that's how it's portrayed to you, the person taking the angular measurement. It's based on how you see the world.
Right, but you would agree somebody on the equator throughout the course of a year would see every star that exists?
No, if you're on the equator, that's the minimum elevation angle to Polaris and the minimum elevation angle to the rotation of solar Atlantis. Yeah. Sorry, I need to take more breath. So that, using this principle, you standing in the middle of the protractor, measuring 10 degrees to the North Star and the other 180 degrees to the southern rotation is a distance of 10,800 nautical miles. Along a horizontal base.
Not the question I asked.
That's what you would see. Yeah, but that's what you would see. And that's how you would.
Would you agree that a person who lived on the equator over the course of a year would get to see all of the stars? Because they'd see from all of the north to all of the south, and all of the ones in between would have rotated through their seasonal change by then. Would you agree with that? Do you understand that in principle? Somebody hot.
I mean, if you think it's a point, hold on.
Grizzly's hot micing.
If you think it's a point, then yeah, I agree to it. But you have to agree that we're measuring angles from a horizontal, and the whole premise of taking
angles from a horizontal.
Good. Awesome stuff.
Would you agree we can also measure them from a vertical? We don't need the horizontal.
We're going to be establishing an angle measurement. That's what we're doing.
Yes. And what angle do we need? Do we need the angle above horizontal?
It doesn't matter what angle we need. We need an angle.
So we can get it with vertical, is what you're saying? Yes or no?
So we can get an angle.
From vertical, yes or no?
Yeah, we can also get 90 degrees.
Yes?
Yes.
Was that it? Thank you. Great.
Yes.
So, hang on.
He only wants to yes, so we can weasel his way around it. We know that, Jedi.
Yeah, hold on. Matrix.
Yeah,
I don't like this.
You can get it vertically. In fact, most of your ways are getting it vertically.
Eggs. Right, stop trying to skip past the point. That's why I'm saying angle. It's not using the surface of the Earth for fuck all. It's an angle measurement taken in your mind. It's actually the horizontal plane of the Earth. It has to be utilized. It's the basis for the celestial sphere. Doesn't matter what you keep saying about if I can get an angle from a vertical, you're still going to be conjuring this whole premise of a 180 degree protractor around the observer on a horizontal. That horizontal being the
I get it. I just wanted to ask, could that person who lived on the equator who's seen all of the stars over the course of the years form them into a complete star map that was spherical?
I mean, we've got loads of star maps.
Right. And that person would have seen all of them, correct?
I would assume so, but carry on.
And some of those stars would be 180 degrees from one another, correct?
Okay.
Roughly 180 degrees from one another, right?
Okay.
And sometimes one of those stars would be directly overhead. One of those stars that we knew to be 180 degrees roughly from another star in the sky, one of those was directly over that person's head on the equator.
Mm-hmm.
What can we assume about the position of the other star?
Just tell me. Just tell me.
We can assume it's straight under our feet, right?
Why?
Down.
Why do we assume
those two stars are 180 degrees opposed?
Why would we assume? Why would you assume it's under your feet? This is just a conceptual model.
Because that's what the angular system says. You know that there are stars that are 180 degrees opposed. You agreed to that. So if one of those can be dead overhead, then the other one must be 180 degrees from dead overhead.
Sorry,
you agreed to all of the premises that led to the conclusion, and then you've just balked at the conclusion because it means a globe.
No, that would be you sitting in the middle of the equatorial plane with the Earth projected around you.
Above you.
Around you.
You've got a star above you.
Yeah, in all directions.
180 degrees from another star.
Yeah.
Because that's the way they fit into the celestial sphere.
Okay, but that's the conceptual idea of how the 360 degrees works around you. You've measured no edge for stars to disappear behind. You can go straight underneath
I've got to measure it before we can follow any line of reasoning that shows that clearly we're on a sphere. I've got to already prove that we're on a sphere.
Eggs. Are you saying that when I move away, Are you saying that when I move away from the North Star, it crashes through the floor?
I mean, yeah, we can detect its.
Is that what we're saying?
Below zero, sure.
Hold on, X.
If that's what you mean.
Is that what we're saying? That the Polaris, as it gets closer to the floor, as we move away from it, because that's what this would suggest, that it goes through the floor and underneath us. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, through the floor.
That's what celestial sphere means. Yeah.
Yeah, but obviously it doesn't do that, does it? Because we can go.
How else do you have sphere? Means something is facing. There's two opposing faces everywhere you go, right?
X, why are you talking? Because we can go underneath Polaris and notice that it's not crashing through the floor. It's just how we. It's just how we observe the world. The
so
stars
what does that mean? So somebody else.
X. Let me explain. This isn't exactly what is happening now, is it? We must concede that point that Polaris isn't crashing through the floor. No. The sun isn't crashing through the floor. Okay, so that's not happening then. So the stars are not underneath my feet. It's just based on how we see the world. Moving across a horizontal plane.
Because they're not crashing literally through the floor, therefore they're not beneath our feet?
Why do you have to talk?
Because you haven't shown that they're not beneath our feet. You've just given a ridiculous...
hold on, we were underneath Polaris. We were underneath Polaris. You brought up a star that's above our zenith. Right.
But what would that mean?
If it moves towards the horizon, it's going to get closer to the horizon. Are you saying that when it disappears beyond the horizon, it's crashing through the floor?
The elevation will be...
Is it crashing through the floor?
Well, I can't understand that question because the way you're saying it makes it like it's coming into contact with a physical surface, which sounds stupid.
That's how the artificial will portray it, right?
So
if we're to
describe...
No,
evidently not. You just want to do the silly straw mans.
It's not a silly straw man. I'm pointing out my argument.
Deliberately not understanding the argument.
Yeah, exactly. You're not listening. You're not taking it in. It's not a straw man. I'm basing it upon my fucking argument about the arc of a protractor and how you're saying that the stars are now underneath us. That would mean using the arc of the protractor at 0 degrees, Polaris was going to go through the floor.
Below our horizontal.
If you don't understand this, then I don't know why you're talking. Apart from to ask
below our horizontal, that doesn't mean crashing through the floor, right? Below our horizontal.
If you're going to say that the stars are now beneath our feet, because based on what we see,
says, yeah,
and it was logical.
If things are as they appear, which is the two stars appear to be 90 degrees opposed to one another, the same as like the if you want to know where Polaris is, like how deep Polaris is underground, how far it is below, You could calculate it based on the stars you can see, like trying to figure out the other ones near it, or you could just look at the south celestial pole.
That was a stupid statement he just said. That was stupid. That was stupid.
You guys just
That's pretty stupid, dude. If you want to know how far it's under the floor, that's stupid.
Well, you can detect it.
Under the floor.
What, we've got a distance to these things now. Shut up, man.
Under the floor?
Yeah, nautical miles, like I've been saying the whole night.
He's not.
This is why. Don't you guys think it's sus that your priest told you to ignore the sky and you listened to them?
Hold on. 5,400 nautical miles is the distance between the observer in the middle of the protractor and 0 degrees, where it appears that Polaris is touching the floor.
Thank you for measuring the radius of Earth.
That's a straight horizontal measurement based on the celestial sphere that I posted, which is the arc of vision, a fucking protractor, and you measuring angles to thing from a horizontal baseline. That's the Earth.
Thank you for measuring R for us. That is R baked into it.
Yeah, based on a horizontal diameter.
Well, it's got R in it. Why does it have R in it?
Well, R, because you can draw a circle. Because you can draw a circle around the ground position of this point. Doesn't mean sphere. This is how you get your sphere.
Is it a circle of R?
Is it a circle? What?
It is it?
Right,
it's a circle, not R.
Arcs in the sky, measurements along the floor, still the same fucking distance. You just think that you live on the outside. You think that you live on the outside of that protractor.
Well, no, the system is that there's two concentric spheres. You guys think that you can fix it by curving one, but you forget that this one's already curved in the other system. Our system is two curved surfaces that are parallel. Right? The celestial sphere is of infinite size, which makes it equidistant from us in all directions, meaning it's definitely a sphere, even though it's got an infinite radius. And then the Earth, which has the radius of 3959, and those two, treating them as infinitely far away and knowing the Earth's radius means you've got nautical miles. And any straight line that doesn't deviate left or right will turn back up where it started.
Cool. But based on this circle of equal altitude, you have that radius. It's not a sphere, it's just a circle. You just measured measured from 2 points underneath rotation. That's in the sky. You measured these 2 points, and because you've drawn circles, no, they don't meet.
So you found R, but you just don't think it's a radius of Earth?
No, not of the Earth.
You did get 3959. That's the solution, isn't it?
No, it's around a point you can derive. You can derive multiple.
Solution 3959.
Yeah.
Thank you. So you found R.
No shit. It's based on a horizontal measurement, based on the celestial sphere. I keep telling you.
That's the other question I've heard asked 1,000 times. Here we are, finally finding you already know R.
Well,
found it yourself.
Well done. Yeah, it's how you get yours. Measurements from a horizontal plane that you turn into a ball because you actually portray the protractor as you living on the outside of it.
Well, I don't, right? People who wanted to navigate.
You do. Yeah, that's what the celestial sphere is.
Right, but I mean, that's like Captain Cook and people like that, right? It's not me. I'm not really using the celestial sphere. I'm just using it.
Yeah, you are. You're actually using it for celestial navigation and for astronomy. Duh. That's what Jedi's been telling you this whole time. It's a conceptual tool, man. You haven't seen the definition. That's why you're on about just not knowing what it is. That's fine. I mean, your ignorance is, the reason why you can never capitalize on any of these points because you don't know what the definition is. Not my definition, not your definition, the definition.
What's up? Have you heard already about the concave Earth? I'm telling you.
Man. Good evidence.
I'm telling you. Yes, brother. More evidence for concave than for flat Earth. Flat Earthers haven't recognized it yet, I guess.
Okay, where's your measurement for the upsloping Earth? Where's your measurement, sir? Go ahead. Post it.
I have seen it on the internet, so...
Unless you post it, it's just your talk out here. So post something or stop talking.
Rectilineator.
I don't know why you're hateful now.
Only physical test
So there's a lack of evidence for what you've said, so we can just throw out what you've said. Thanks.
I don't understand. Can you show me evidence for the flat Earth? I mean, what are you talking about, brother? You have literally shown no evidence in 3 years of flat Earth conversations, and now you try to force me to show evidence for concave Earth.
The Earth has been measured as flat with long-range distances, observations, measurements, laser tests. So that's been shown. What have you got to show for the other side? Go ahead.
Yeah, literally the whole world says it's not measured flat, and the 20 people on Discord say it was measured flat.
You are not going to present evidence of a concave Earth, correct?
Yeah. One pathetic fool. This guy is such a creepy LARPer. He came in here, he was here for a long time saying, I'm a flat earther, I'm a flat earther. Why you mute me? I'm a flat earther. And all you would ever do is try to switch the topic off of flat earth. And now he's saying it's not a flat earth. Fuck this guy.
No, there's no evidence of a concave Earth. No, nothing. Just says.
Now this guy is a fucking joke.
Well, the distances match up. The map can stay basically the same, right? So there's a lot that's going for concave.
Egg, shut the fuck up.
This is Alexander Byrne. He changed his name. He thinks he's undetected or something. Well, I guess he still has the same Discord name.
I remember that guy. Alexander Byrne. I remember him. Yeah.
Fucking weird LARPer.
Coruscant University, that's what it was. They did the test.
Why don't you be a concave earther then, if you like it so much? Fuck's sake.
His head's concaved.
It is.
There you go. He's
That's
finally converted.
Delivered before.
He went from an Audi to an innie.
Yeah. Oh fuck! I haven't made dinner.
Have we got anybody else in here that can argue for the globe? Fuck's sake. $3:30, man. Maybe we should pop over to X, see what's going on. Usually gets popping around this time.
That was fun yesterday when I put in. That was a good show. I enjoyed that.
If you do send me a link, I'm just about to go and eat, so I'll either be back or I'll see you on X, one of the two.
All right, yeah. I might. I don't know if I'm going to do it, but I might. It's a possibility.
Jeez. How did it go? Did listeners stick around to listen to QE the other day?
Some had heartburn because he was there, of course, but I was getting DMs. Oh, if he stays on here, people aren't going to be on much longer on X. That's the way it is over here. I'm like, I had to kind of give them a bit of Rolaids and Tums because, everybody had heartburn about it in the DMs.
Well, just generous of you to give up your platform to that garbage disposal unit.
Well,
you've got a platform. I mean, just giving it over to some.
Check it out, man. Nathan,
he makes no sense anymore. He used to make a tiny bit of sense. Yeah, but he doesn't make a fucking jot of sense anymore. The few times I've heard him, I've switched on and then I just listen to like 10 words and be like, he's just screaming weird disconnect. He just screamed, "How do you have a horizon on a ball tard?" at me about 18 times. It was just those words were the only words he said.
What's weird is that you joined
it was fun.
X right when he was on. Like,
what's X?
Oh, I just assumed he was already there the whole time. I just thought you were like, I guess I'm just going to do a QA show and be a little.
No. He only pops over. It's Twitter, Oliver.
Oh.
We're starting to catch steam over there. 24/7's kind of moving up. So our recent shows have been packing in like around this time to about 6 a.m. or at least for me in my time zone. Right around 80 people or so on just X, and then you got like, of course, YouTube's got like another 20 and whatnot. Pretty good, actually. The turnout, I mean, well, it's a mixed bag, dude, because you don't really have people that know anything about the Earth being a globe. Some of the ones who know arguments, there was a couple of pilots that came through, and that was fun.
Convince them? Did you get them to see the light that they've been all these years?
Let's see. You need to go to the last episode and rewind maybe an hour or two, because the pilot
called him out on some archaic definition of some word.
No, he was pretty upset because we were actually laying it to one of the other Globers that were in the chat. Well, I can't say they're Globers. They're just so incoherent. On there was one guy said he was a black son, Jesus, or I don't know what the fuck he was on about.
A lot of
but he said he was truly, there was at least 2 or 3 guys that were that far out. They were just saying incoherent shit. Like, you think Discord has
about pilot stuff though? Is what I'm getting at.
The what?
Pilot.
What'd you say?
Pilot.
Did you talk to the pilots about pilot stuff?
Yeah,
there was 2. There was a British guy. It was a German. No, he got like a avatar. Like you just fucking go back to the stream and go look. I don't even know why you're not over there. Like you're in Discord.
Alpha, did I make a pilot by talking about celestial navigation?
Dude, you made him like, okay, so Jedi pissed him off. But see, the problem is when I started laughing when you pissed him off, Jedi, he got so upset. He was infuriated because he basically made a double speak. He said Jedi was telling him if you can have an angle on a curved surface, and he was like, "Yeah, you can have an angle on a curved surface." He was like, "Really?
Absolutely.
What is an angle?" And so he started talking about, "Oh, it's 2 straight lines." Really? How do you have that on a curve? Oh, I didn't mean that. No. You guys are you're what did he say? You're using reverse psychology. Or he said some shit.
Yeah.
But I mean, of course, you're going to own somebody who assumes wrongly assumes that you will be charitable enough to understand that tangents and normal vectors exist.
But then you must
go ahead and
sorry, hold on. You must be charitable enough to then concede that the curved line wasn't good enough. You had to draw a straight one and measure the deviation between the 2 straight lines.
What does it matter? Is that central to the argument? Is that
between 2 straight lines and chosen the point along a curve? So that would be the horizon 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Yeah.
But how does whether you need to get a line matter?
Dude, because we're measuring angles.
Yeah, you can't measure an angle with a wonky line.
What
the fuck? Get a right angle triangle.
Tangents exist and you can get a tangent. I'm saying, why is the extra step of getting a tangent meaningful?
Because it's conceding that the curved line, you can't measure an elevation or an angle from a curved line. You have to make a straight one. Yeah, you have to make a straight one. Thus conceding that you have to measure the deviation between the now 2 straight lines.
So
how you don't get this, I don't know. It doesn't matter, or some bullshit you're going to come up with.
Is it true or is it false that you can get an angle from a curved line?
You can't get an angle from a curved line, you idiot.
You can't. You can't get an angle from a curved line because there's
if you draw a tangent. If you draw a tangent to it.
Jesus fuck, guys.
What? If you draw a tangent to it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So conceding then. You're measuring the angle between the 2 straight. Are we going to concede that you're measuring the deviation between the 2 straight lines? You're going to do that.
He's not going to concede.
Who answers questions in this way?
Me. When people like you don't concede,
I've asked you, can you measure an angle to a curve? And you've said no. No,
he wants to know why the pilot was confused. He's confused. What the fuck?
It's like me saying, "Can you fly to London?" And you go, "No, I don't have wings." And I'm like, "No, on a plane." Oh,
maybe eggs. If you'd shut up for 5 fucking seconds and listen to him instead of talking over the top of him, you'd know exactly what he said.
No, I've heard what he said. He's claiming you can't say you can get an angle from a curve because in the process of getting an angle from a curve, there's another step to it that involves turning that curve into a straight line. Therefore, you can't get an angle to a curve, but you can.
He doesn't know the argument.
Process to it.
He just botched it with his, feeble explanation right there. You can just tell he doesn't know.
What was incorrect about it? Rather than a character assassination like your normal weak attacks, why don't you show what's wrong with it?
It's deriving an angle, specifically an elevation angle, from a curved baseline. That curved baseline would be the curvature of the Earth. We have to have an extra step, and it's still going to be the measurement between two straight lines because your curve wasn't good enough. This is where we start pointing out what we're actually fucking doing and what you start doing when you start invoking a geometric horizon. A measurement to it, that would be the pre-assumption that is the curvature of the Earth, which it isn't.
Well, looks like it. Things go
It
over
doesn't. It doesn't. If you improve your optic, it's based on the limitation of vision of the. It is. It's based on the limitation of vision of the human eye. It is. Sorry. It is based on
unresolved.
Why are you talking? Is this scary? It's based on the limitation of vision of the human eye, where the horizon would appear to that observer. But when you increase the technology, the horizon moves.
Well, this is just a claim I've just heard a million times.
Every single observation that shows that the horizon isn't the curvature of the Earth because you're starting invoking refraction.
Bro, these people are shills, bro. What's the point of talking to them, bro? You're just going to go around in circles again and again. You already said this earlier.
Sure. I mean, we live on a globe. We're going around in circles every day, man.
You're an idiot, sir. You're an idiot. So you are.
Go make your dinner, dude.
Yeah, I'll go make my dinner. I've suffered enough defeats for today.
Yeah. Take all the bag of L's that you have for the recent hour and a half.
Understanding geometry.
No, just basic reasoning. I think you need to drop Anchor in a course that will teach you how to do that.
Understand geometry is not a good defense of a flat Earth.
Basic reasoning, sir. You don't understand how to reason, so that's one thing you need to learn.
Make sure you do the backfilling when I'm gone, Alpha. I heard you up to it the other day. Make sure you get shots in as you can't to my face.
I do it while you're here or when you're away. It don't matter. Makes no difference.
Yeah, he's off shift now. Some other fuckwit will come along. Next guy on shift. Someone like, what's his name? Booger will show up now, or Into the Flat. What was his name? Into the Break. One of these guys will show up now because it's their shift now.
That was fun.
Yeah, it looks like these boys are all flunkies from the intelligence community. In other words, they've done something wrong or bad, and now they've been put down to traffic duty in the intelligence community, which is these sorts of jobs. You know, you've got to listen to what people are saying, make reports. So this is what they're doing. This is a trafficking job for intelligence agents. And this is what they're all here for.
Someone's got videos of them doing stuff.
And once they've served their time and they've paid their due, 1 or 2 years, it looks like they get moved back up to something higher grade, and someone else gets to fill in their job. So in other words, this is traffic duty. No one wants to do this job, but they have to because they're in the intelligence community. You see? And they seem to all be doing it because they love their country. So in other words, they literally think this information is dangerous for the state, the security of the state. That's why they can't even begin to think, oh, is it true or not? No, they just think the security of the state is number one. That's their priority.
Hey, Grizzly, but eggshells and intelligence, those two words don't go good together. Just saying.
No, but these people are actors. They make themselves look stupid so that then they're not actually that stupid. Remember, if you're a shield, you're smart. And if you're a useful idiot, you're stupid. These people are shills. They're very smart. They pretend they're stupid. Okay, you have to have intelligence to pretend you're stupid. You see, and that's what they're doing. They know exactly what you're saying. They know exactly what the score is. They just think it's better off for the government and for their country if the flat Earth thing didn't get out. They just think it's better that way, and they're getting paid money for that. So they believe in that. That they think it's better for me to get paid, governments to be strong, people to be manipulated. Is better that way for national security. That's what they think. They've been trained to think that. And in terms of salary, it looks like it's a very low salary. In other words, for traffic cops, they get the lowest possible salary. So for this job,
well, you got Jay Reese just popped in here, so he's gonna fill in those shoes.
Yeah. That's how it's gonna go.
Hey, Jay Reese, how do you have a horizon on the globe?
Straight in there. I love it.
Jay Reese, you there?
It's interesting when people just join and we say hello to them and they just stay silent. It's like, we saw you come in, dude. You're not going to sneak into the shadows and just like peek on us. What's up?
He wants to wait till somebody else is talking and then he's going to put his foot in the conversation. That's what he does.
If we got a sneaky white knight who's preempting some action, I will come to save the ball. Jump out from the shadows that he thinks he's snuck into. I gotcha.
Yeah, they're one of those rabble rousers. In other words, they'll only do things if other people are doing it first. You see, until then, they'll keep the fuck quiet. Stay small. You see, someone else is doing something, they'll jump right on it.
Can't believe Eggshells thought that Polaris was crashing through the floor. My word.
Any old bullshit will work, you see, bro. Any old bullshit.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Roots. How's it going?
Morning.
Mate?
Yeah, very good, mate. Good to hear from you. Just thought I'd say hello, see if we've got any non-flat earthers in the house. How are you, Matrix?
Yeah, not too bad. Hands a bit sore from squash last night, but I'm getting too old. Arthritis is starting to annoy me, but other than that, I'm going all right.
Oh, you play squash? What a game that is, mate. I love that game. Talk about get a sweat on.
Sick. I've hurt myself real bad on squash, but it's fun.
Yeah, real fast pace.
It's wall tennis in a way. It's wall ping pong.
What's it feel like when you get hit with that ball full speed in the face?
It's terrible.
I've never been hit in the face.
I can imagine.
I've been hit with a few rackets in the face, though.
Oh, that's even worse, probably.
You ever seen like slapstick comedies where someone gets hit in the head and their feet slide out from underneath them? That's what happened to me last time I got smacked in the head with a racket. Everyone watching thought it was hilarious. I didn't, because I had a black eye for about 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's a bit intimate in that court, isn't it?
Yeah. Sometimes it can get a bit, how's it going?
Hey, LC, do you have an opinion on the flat Earth subject?
I do.
Where you at?
I'm in Canada.
Okay, and what's your thoughts on the whole flat Earth subject?
It's verifiable.
Hey, sure is, isn't it? It's the only thing we can verify, right?
We can verify a lot of things.
No, I mean, if we're trying to verify whether it's curving or flat, or whether all we can verify is that it's not curving, right?
Yes.
And when did you come across this profound fact of reality?
2016.
Holy shit, you're old school.
Yes, sir.
So what, are you just new to the Flat Earth Discord channel?
Serbia.
Oh, cool. Cool. Well, nice to meet you.
Me and actually Quiet go way back. I think 2017 or 2018.
You and who go way back?
Me and Quiet Noobs.
Oh, you know Quiet Noobs. Yeah, cool. Cool, yeah, Quiet Noobs is around quite a lot, actually. What's up, Quiet Noobs? Hope you're cool. So do you know each other in real life?
Oh, no.
No. It's online.
I'm too poor to go anywhere anyways. You could thank the Canadian government for that.
Where there's a will, there's a way, mate.
Actually, I watched a documentary today about the maid. You know what maid is?
I can't say I do.
It's basically like medically, I don't know what it actually stands for, but it's basically you can opt into basically get killed by the government. Like death pods.
Oh, are they really a thing already?
Medical assistance in dying, MAID.
Okay, so the government found out.
All right. No, just we'll leave that alone. I don't want to find out that it's a subject that's not to be talked about, so just boot it back to Flat Earth.
What? Like, yeah, let's go back to flat Earth. But what is that a censored topic?
Don't know, and don't care really. Sorry.
Yeah, fair enough. I back that one. I respect that one. Yeah, yeah. Let's not talk about that. That's grim.
I'd rather be safe than sorry. Just boot it. So yeah.
Yeah, it's not a topic I really want to talk about. It's definitely coming in. Yeah, let's avoid it. So what should we talk about then?
Have we got any ballers in here? Have they all run away?
I'll tell you what shocked me though. LC, you are one of the only flat earthers I know who has an anime display picture. You're breaking the mold, mate.
Oh, I'm going to war.
Come again? You're going to war?
Oh, tomorrow, yeah.
Oh, really? You're on reserve?
No, I'm a commander.
Oh, cool. Cool. Where are you going tomorrow then?
I'm going to Azeroth.
Where the fuck is Azeroth?
Oh no.
It's
Is this just a troll?
Eastern Kingdoms? We're going to Kalimdor.
Oh my god. Shall I mute him or does anyone actually want to talk to this guy? This guy's not a flat earther, and there you go. I told you, people with anime display pictures are usually globers.
Brother, I'm a bigger flat earther than you are.
Yeah, you're a troll, mate. I could tell by your display picture you gave the game away.
I can prove it to you.
Dude, you can only prove you're a liar.
You ready? Check your DMs.
See, you be nice to people, and this is the bullshit you get.
Sucks for you, I guess.
No, it sucks for you because I'm one of the last nice guys out here.
You know the saying? You know how it goes?
What, once you have an anime display pic, you never go back?
Nice guys finish last.
That's only true if you're a bit of a sap. If you choose to be a nice guy with by choice, you tend not to finish last at all. You tend to finish first.
Check your DMs.
See, that's the problem with you globers and all your little rhetoric and...
Check your DMs. Check your DMs.
I can't be bothered to check my DMs. What do you want?
Oh, I'm just proving to you that I'm a bigger flat earther than you are.
What? So you weigh like 400 pounds or something?
Easy now.
Conspiracy. He sent me a
I'm only $3.95, okay?
He sent me a document here asking questions. First one, why is there bubbles in space? Great question. But the second one, brother, why are there animals on Mars? Get the fuck out of here.
I could show you the pictures of the animals on Mars if you want.
No,
because it's not Mars, it's Devon Island, Canada. You don't know about that, do you?
Okay. I've never seen the pictures of animals from NASA photos. Are these NASA photos with so-called animals in them? Yeah, I do actually.
There's supposed to be some of them, yeah.
Oh, cool! You actually showed me something new.
And dogs and shit over in the distance.
I didn't know.
It's quite funny, yeah.
All right, you redeemed yourself, Alex. I appreciate that.
Yeah, here's the pictures of animals on Mars from the official NASA website. You can go and look for yourself.
No way.
Don't forget the rat running outside of the rocket ship while it's in space. That's a good one.
Yeah, I saw that one.
I have that one as well.
Oh, these are cool. So these are NASA photos.
And of course, the big giant man head floating around in space. That's another good one.
Oh yeah, I saw that one. The big face. Is that CGI or what?
I think it was a technical glitch, to be honest.
Yeah.
Apparently, there's a perfectly good Tesla floating around up there too.
And the thing is this, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. That's what he says, right?
Wait, you don't know about the Tesla car being filmed in a studio?
Maybe I didn't put enough sarcasm into it.
Yeah. My delivery can be pretty dry sometimes. It's a British thing, but that was what got me started on all this, because people said, oh, they're faking being in space. And I'm like, okay, show me. And then you look, and if you look, and you're being honest when you look, you have to admit, whether you wanted to or not, and I didn't, that there's multiple proofs, not evidence, proof, that they faked being in space. And if they fake it even once, there's a big problem. But I've probably got about 70, 80 different videos I've watched, or images, or that prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that they faked being in space. You know, well, why would they fake it? Why fake being in space? There's hundreds of people floating around in space. There's no need to fake it. Why would you fake it even once? And then obviously you follow that through, and a few short years later, you know, here we are.
We're already supposed to be floating around in space on the Earth. The Earth is claimed to be in space. So this natural, gigantic, spinning spaceship made of dirt, water. When people say, "Oh, just go to space," wait, aren't we already in it? It's a separate thing, you know, to Earth, or is Earth in it? You know what I mean?
Oh, we're in it. We just can't prove we're in it, right?
What makes me laugh about the can't prove we're in it aspect is plenty of people say, yeah, of course we can. Of course we can. It's easy. But then you point out that the very founders and key, I don't know, cheerleaders for the heliocentric model, you know, Einstein, etc., they themselves say there's no experiment you can do that proves or detects the Earth's movement. Like, this is their theory. They're the ones pushing this stuff. And they openly admit there's no experiment, there's no way to detect, prove, notice, experience the Earth's movement. I mean, it's definitely there, obviously. You know, it's science, but you can't prove, detect, or measure any of it. And this is from the people who push the theory themselves. The very, you know, the father of relativity himself. So if Einstein couldn't do it, I'd love to know how. I don't know. COD 420 can prove it when Einstein couldn't.
Sounds to me like a mathematical garb that dazzles and impresses the unintelligent and the impressionable. A wise man once said.
I was going to say, if that's you, then that was a fairly succinct phrasing of the phenomenon, but it sounds like you might have borrowed it from somebody else. Well said, nonetheless.
That's Tesla. Have you never heard Tesla's quote on relativity?
I've heard many of his quotes, I just haven't heard that specific one.
Yeah, when he was talking about relativity, he said that relativity was a magnificent mathematical garb which fascinates, dazzles, and makes people blind to the underlying errors. The theory is like a beggar clothed in purple whom ignorant people take for a king. Mic drop.
Yeah. This is fairly. You can't really say much better than that.
That pretty much applies to everything. Relativity of everything that is. Oh, Earth's too big. Oh, relativistically, we can't detect space. Oh, that's just relativity. It's the same trick. It's their new god.
Apparently, a reporter once asked Einstein what it was like to be the most intelligent person in the world, and he said, "I don't know. You'll have to ask Tesla."
In his own words, Powerful that is.
What I love about
everyone will swear blind. He never said that though.
Yeah. Every time they point out a flaw, though, there's always this mystical, unmeasurable, unquantifiable. So you point out the issues. Oh, well, there's this thing called relativity. Yeah, fair enough. It sounds scientific enough. But then when you start pointing out the holes in the theory of gravity, young Padwan, there's this thing called dark matter, and it makes up 97%, 89%. Percentages vary depending on who you ask. And it makes up the vast majority, either way, of all known matter in the universe. So if you've never detected it, you've never seen it, you've never measured it, but it has to be there, because otherwise the current model falls apart. So that's how we know it's there. And you just adding in the most random Star Trek bullshit to plug the gaps. None of
Apparently
which...
they were going to call it dark ether, but they went with dark matter instead.
Well, you can see why, or imagine why.
Yeah. Would have caused them a headache. So they made up space-time instead.
Ah, yes. Things fall because of curvy, bendy space-time. Got any measurements for this curvy, bendy space-time? Evidence, proof, or otherwise? No. No, but we do. Because things fall. Yeah, it's too curvy to measure with a ruler, and we can't find a ruler bendy enough to measure the curvy space-time.
If it curved at 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, that'd be something.
Couldn't help myself.
But you won't see that because of space-time refraction.
Yes, of course. That was a big one for me. Things fall because mass attracts mass. Seems sensible enough as an idea when you're a kid. Seems kind of logical enough. You don't really put so much thought into it. And then when that started rightly getting questioned, you're talking about Newtonian gravity. We've since evolved to a much more sophisticated level of thinking. Things fall because of bendy space-time. Fair enough. I see no issues here whatsoever.
Get that down your throat and swallow it.
Yeah. Don't you know X Factor's on at 8 o'clock? You're asking way too many questions here.
Just the presence of mass alone, just its mere presence causes a distortion in space and time. Weird, isn't it? Oh, what the heck? How? Why? What?
ALC, just want to say sorry for giving you stick earlier. You've actually sent me some really good links, mate. Appreciate that.
Yes,
You're on point, mate.
Like I said, I've been on the fucking conspiracy grind since 2015.
One thing I need to do a better job of, keeping my own personal library, because it gets harder and harder to find this stuff. Like you can Google by name, by title, like literally copy and paste letter by letter, and it still doesn't come up in Google. It still doesn't come up in YouTube. It still doesn't come up in Brave or DuckDuckGo. So I need to make my own little personal library because it's getting harder and harder to get to this information using search engines.
Aren't you part of the home server?
I am, yeah, but that's still not my personal library.
There is a library there.
If that ever gets nuked, because some idiot comes passing through shouting about topics they're not allowed to, or other such things. If that ever goes dark one day, heaven forbid, then
it's contingency plans. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, there we go. I literally bring this stuff up in the most random of places, just to try and plant little seeds. And what I would love to happen is one day you're just kind of like sitting here and somebody talking, and you go, "Wait a minute, is that Jeff? Jeff, how you doing, mate?" And it'd be specifically because you just kind of dropped a little casual nugget. That nugget became a seed.
A PDF file channel too that you might be interested in. The PDF storage. And all that's never going away, right? Doesn't matter if the channel gets taken down or whatever. Out there somewhere.
Backup for the backup.
You can go there and download it. Go there, go through all the channels, and save the YouTube channel links and the BitChute channel links and all that. The web pages, just favorite them.
That's what I need to do more of. So I've got my own little personal. Because there's a few people to speak to in real life who you can tell they're genuinely curious about it now. Because every now and again they'll message me and they'll say, "Oh, so what about this then? What's this supposed to be? Or how would this work?" Or they'll send me a link to, like a recent rocket launch or something. They're like, "Oh, so are you saying this is fake?" And it's nice to just have things to hand where you can say, "Well, have a look at this. Think about this." Not even because I profess to have all the answers, don't even know what's going on. Anyone who spoke to me before has probably heard me mention the analogy like a million times. But it's more a case of, I don't know what it is. I just know it's not what they've said it is. That's which is pretty obvious at this point. And
how long have you been speaking to other people for about Flat Earth? Some of these relationships you've had?
I've been bugging the wife with it for about 2 years. I've got a few friends I've been speaking to for about 2 years. I do a lot of talks, kind of professionally, and even in those situations, just selling things. But a lot of it involves like presentations. But the thing is even in those moments, because I cannot help myself, I really can't. I am sorry, full of a cold at the minute. I can't help myself. And what I'll do is I'll say, I kind of introduce that I love weird and wonderful topics. And I will say, did you know, for example, there are some people out there who think dinosaurs never existed? And I'll just throw it out there as like a little grenade. And the thing is when I do, every now and again there'll be people in the room, and these are like degree educated people, qualified people, and they'll say, "Oh yeah, I've heard that as well. I've been watching, me and my husband have been watching these documentaries about flat Earth." And I'm like, okay, I'll take that. That's interesting. Because just like to throw these little discussion points out there, because you can't outright start with, "Did you know?" It's not a ball, or at least in 99% of cases you can't. But if you throw something out there about, "Oh yeah, what are your thoughts on the moon landing? Did you know there's people out there who think dinosaurs never existed?" Which is inadvertently directly linked to flat Earth.
Yeah.
Everything's linked to flat Earth. It's like the people talk about it as a psyop that discredits conspiracy theories, when it is in fact the glue that links them together in many instances.
Yeah, definitely. Sounds like you've got a bit of game. Sorry, T-Dub.
Yeah, it's hand in hand with the whole cosmological view, isn't it? The idea of billions of years of process of formation, life forming, go through stages, becoming extinct, etc., etc., etc. A planet. You can go to university and get a degree in astrobiology.
Even worse, you could go to university and get a degree in fucking gender studies.
Gotta throw in, it's a planet because we planned it. Good deal.
I do love wordplay, numerology, etc.
About plan ET.
You got the Earth moving at 66,600 miles an hour. The tilt of its axis, 66.6 degrees. And they're quite sneaky with it because it's 24.4, I'm getting the maths wrong, but when you subtract that from 90, you get 66.6. And they do leave these little, nuggets, which none of prove anything on their own. You got to be honest about these things, but it's interesting.
You must be a coincidence theorist.
Because people talk about Occam's razor.
A coincidence theorist.
Yeah. Like people talk about Occam's razor. It's like, oh, you got to go with the most kind of straightforward, logical solution. It's probably the correct answer, right? Okay, well let's whip out Occam's razor. Why not? I look outside. Everything appears to be still and stationary. The sun appears to move across the sky. So would Occam's razor not dictate that I am still and stationary? It's the most simple explanation. The most simple assumptions. Yeah, exactly. Like, so people invoke Occam's razor. Ha ha! Checkmate. Yeah, it's just not the way you think it is, friend, but nice try. Same with refraction. So, what's more likely? Large bodies of water are in fact level, whilst at rest, or each mile of water is refracting up higher than the last exponentially to give the illusion of a level body of water. Now, what's more likely? What would Occam's razor say here?
I would say that light distortion in air would limit your view, not increase it. What the heck, man?
Well, that's a common thing, isn't it? Well, why can't you see infinitely far forever? Show me a man who can. who can? Like, how many carrots do you need to eat to see infinitely far forever?
You ever seen Stevie Wonder?
So, this is off topic, but I've seen videos of Stevie Wonder being thrown a microphone. That motherfucker caught it. I've got questions.
Yeah, he could see. He's got Superman eyes. He can see across the flat plane.
There it is. Hell of a gimmick, though, if he's committed to it. If it does turn out after all of this, Stevie Wonder's been able to see, and he's always been able to see, but he's committed to this blind man shtick, then I'd respect it. I wouldn't even be mad, genuinely. I think fair play to your friend.
Is he still alive?
Believe so. Not that I'd know if he died. Like, I'm not connected to the family or anything, but I don't think he's died.
Yo, Roots, what do you think about
suspicious song?
Sorry, what do you think about me being a flat earther and an anime tard?
Well, Attack on Titan is literally the story of
I've got no problem with anime, bro. Anime is fine. It's just from being in here a lot, if somebody usually has a display picture of anime, 80% of the people who come in here with that display picture are usually trolls.
Fair.
And they're definitely globers, but they're not even willing to have a discussion. They're just like, oh, flat earth retards. And there's a little bit of a theme there. So you break the mold, bro.
The thing is, though, when it comes to anime, there's levels. There's like full-blown weebo shit about 12-year-olds in school, which is fine if you yourself are a 12-year-old.
I'm just going to say that shit retarded.
Yeah, as a man in his 30s, I'm not much in that shit, and anybody who is should be put on a list, my personal opinion. However, there's also shows which, yes, happen happen to be cartoons made in Japan, but they are brutal. There's nothing for kids about them. It's a Japanese show made in Japan. It happens to be animated, but made by adults for adults. And the example I love about this particular topic is Attack on Titan, because when I started watching Attack on Titan, I hate that one. Earth, but it's literally flat Earth.
No, that's Hunter x Hunter, dude.
I do see the parallels you've made to Flat Earth and Attack on Titan, because when I watched it, I thought, wow, how much biblical cosmology can you get into one anime?
Right? And some of it went over my head initially, and I won't do any spoilers because if anybody's not watched it, I genuinely would recommend it. Like it's not an anime. I mean, it technically is, but it's a very good show.
The ending is one of the worst I've ever seen, though.
I wasn't thrilled with the ending, but I was just happy that it had an ending, because 90% of shows these days run for a season or two, then get cancelled. So when people say to me, "Oh, have you watched this show?" I say, "Has it finished yet? Has it ended?" No. Is that, well, okay. Come and recommend it when it has. I'm not investing my limited free time into bullshit shows that are going to get cancelled.
Roots, I'm going to DM this to you.
I need to go and be a real person for a bit. So before I do, what was the show you said that's also kind of a flat Earth analogy?
Hunter x Hunter. It goes into remember with Admiral Byrd with what he said about Antarctica. There's more land. It kind of goes on that, playing on that.
It has been recommended to me before, but maybe I was a bit harsh in terms of judging a book by its cover. I kind of saw the cover and thought, not sure about this one, but from what you've said, I am, I'll give it a try. Can't say fairer than that.
I would say watch One Piece, because it's basically about fighting Satan.
I watched it when I was younger, but then I got to episode 300 and something. And then I kind of fell out of it. And then when I got back, it was like, hey, don't worry, there's only 400 more episodes to catch up on. So yeah, fuck that.
There's going to be a remake for under 300 episodes.